After 15 years in the apocalypse, since awakening the power of time and space, Gao Feng, after 5 years of exploration, finally learned the art of time rewind. Although he was not very proficient in this skill, his urgent longing for his wife and daughter made him unwilling to delay even a moment. 95 certainty, it's enough. Qian'er 1-1, wait for me, I'm coming to save you. He activated the time rewind, intending to return to the moment before they died and save them. A flash of white light, and Gao Feng vanished from the spot. Ring ring. Ring ring. The alarm clock rang. Gao Feng picked up his phone, ready to turn it off. Suddenly he sat up in shock. May 5th, 2035. The phone clearly displayed a date 1 month before the apocalypse. It was different from his target time for the time rewind. He had gone 5 years further back on the timeline. He ran to his wife's dressing table, sat down, and looked in the mirror. A clean, neat, and handsome face appeared in the mirror. It was completely unlike the appearance of someone who had struggled in the apocalypse for 15 years. I have been reborn. Gao Feng stroked his chin, his smile growing wider, and finally couldn't help making funny faces at the mirror. Ha 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 ha. At that moment the door opened, and Chen Qian, wearing an apron, walked in. She gave him a playful glare, and said, keep it down, don't wake N1-1, let her sleep 10 more minutes. Seeing Chen Qian approaching, Gao Feng's eyes suddenly became moist. He quickly stood up, ran to her, and hugged her tightly. Gao Feng wanted to shout at her, 5 years. Do you know how I have lived these 5 years? But he held back, afraid of scaring her. Honey, what's wrong? Chen Qian gently patted his back and asked softly. Gao Feng rested his chin on her shoulder and murmured, I missed you. Chen Qian's gaze became softer. She said, we are together every day. We've been an old married couple for so many years, why aren't you tired of me? Gao Feng greedily took a deep breath of her hair, gently held her shoulders, gazed deeply into her eyes, and said, I will never get tired of you in this life. You're so annoying. Chen Qian's emotions were stirred by Gao Feng. 2 red clouds flew onto her cheeks. She lightly tapped his shoulder, walked to the window, and drew the curtains. 10 minutes later, Chen Qian's face, still flushed, said to Gao Feng, you're so bad, go wash up and call N1-1 to get up, or we'll be late. My dear lady, together. Gao Feng stood up, took Chen Qian's hand, and led her into the master bathroom. A few minutes later, both were dressed neatly. Gao Feng signaled to Chen Qian not to wake their daughter yet. Qian'er, let's go to the living room. I have something very important to tell you. In his previous life, Chen Qian and N1-1 were the first to awaken superpowers. They did not abandon Gao Feng. They took him along to survive the harsh apocalypse. Especially during the second phase of the apocalypse, Chen Qian undertook the arduous task of going out to find food. She and N1-1 in the end sacrificed themselves to protect him, dying together with the enemy. They were his most trustworthy family, his closest companions. About rebirth, about the space power, about everything in the apocalypse, Gao Feng was ready to tell Chen Qian. He was not afraid that Chen Qian would not believe him. His spatial ability could provide the most direct proof. Qian'er, look. In the living room, Gao Feng faced the coffee table, opened his right hand, and with a thought the coffee table was absorbed into his spatial pocket. Then he turned his hand toward the sofa, and the sofa vanished instantly. Chen Qian was dumbfounded, and after a long moment she reacted. Little hearts seemed to pop out of her eyes. She hugged Gao Feng's arm, and said admiringly, honey, you are amazing. When did you learn to do magic? Your magic is so real. After saying that, she let go of his arm, walked to where the sofa and coffee table had been bent down, and reached out to touch the floor. Huh, it's really gone. Chen Qian excitedly ran back to Gao Feng, lifted his right hand, and peeked into his sleeve. Where are you looking? It's not here. Hey, take your hand out. They laughed and played for a while. Gao Feng put his left arm around Chen Qian, extended his right hand again, and silently uttered, release. The sofa and coffee table abruptly reappeared in their original positions. Before Chen Qian could speak, Gao Feng said, this is not magic. Come, let's sit on the sofa, and I'll tell you slowly. Don't worry about N1-1. After you hear me out, you'll understand. Qian'er, what you just saw was not magic, but the spatial power I awakened. I come from 15 years in the future. Or rather, part of the abilities and memories of the me from 15 years later have merged with the current me. In 1 month, the world we live in will undergo tremendous changes. The sun will continuously erupt for a week, the global average temperature will exceed 50 degrees Celsius, and many people, animals, and plants will die from the heat. Hearing this, Chen Qian couldn't help but tense up, and her hand holding Gao Feng's tightened. Gao Feng continued, following that the polar ice caps will melt, sea levels will rise, and many coastal cities will be submerged. Some ancient viruses will also be released from the thick ice layers. The powerful and wealthy people on Earth, along with their families, will go to the Arctic, Antarctic, Northern Europe, Siberia, and other places to escape the heat under military protection. However, the sun exploded for only 1 week, then suddenly went out, and the entire world entered a month-long period of darkness. With the sun extinguished, the temperature on Earth plummeted, and a large number of survivors froze to death. After the dark ice age that lasted more than a month, the sun shone again. At the same time, something different seemed to have appeared between heaven and Earth. At this point, the surviving population on Earth was less than one of its peak. Gao Feng sighed, and continued, human technology is still insignificant in the face of the power of nature. Chen Qian was already in tears. She choked and asked, then what? Did the survivors start rebuilding their homes? Gao Feng wiped away the tears on her face, shook his head, and said, no, it didn't. Nature's punishment had just begun, and the real nightmare for the survivors was yet to come. But let's talk about these things later. They are all unpleasant memories. Next, we still have 1 month. Let's make more preparations for the apocalypse. You take leave from work, take one out to play more, go shopping, go to the amusement park. After all, the prosperity will be gone, and shopping won't feel the same. Chen Qian asked, aren't you coming with us? Gao Feng replied, silly, I need to prepare a massive amount of supplies so that we can survive this apocalypse safely. Chen Qian said, maybe I should help you prepare supplies. I'm afraid you can't handle it alone. Gao Feng thought for a moment and said, then you are responsible for finding people to reinforce the villa and build insulation. Pay them well and make sure they guarantee quality and finish within a month. I need to leave you for a while to go to the United States for a zero-cost acquisition trip. Gao Feng carefully explained the details of reinforcing the villa and constructing an insulation layer to Chen Qian, then drove to the city's international airport. He did not use ultra-long-distance spatial teleportation. At this stage, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was thin, and excessive consumption could not be replenished quickly, which would affect his looting spree in America. At 10:10, Gao Feng arrived smoothly at the city's international airport. His flight was at 12 o'clock, so there was plenty of time. He walked unhurriedly toward the security checkpoint. Looking at the spacious and bright international airport, Gao Feng could not help but sigh. All this beauty would soon be gone. He queued up at the security checkpoint, silently calculating the order of his looting spree after arriving in America. Suddenly, he felt the queue stir, and many people were looking backward. Gao Feng turned around and saw a short southern girl about 155 meters tall, wearing a cool tank top, rushing toward the security checkpoint in a flurry. She was running so fast that both straps of her tank top had fallen off without her noticing. At first glance, it looked as if she were topless and running naked. After a closer look, this little potato seemed to be a small influencer with millions of followers. As she ran, she shouted to the people in the security line, is there any kind brother or sister who can let me cut in line? My plane is about to take off. I got lost driving and took an extra half hour. Gao Feng was amused by her. He hadn't seen such a scene or such a fun girl in 15 years. He had already reached the front of the line, so Gao Feng actively called her over, let her take his spot, and reminded her that her clothes strap was broken. As for himself, he silently walked to the back of the line to queue up again. Thank you. Big brother, may you be blessed for life. The milk-covered little potato blushed, lifted her tank top straps, and bowed repeatedly to express gratitude. Gao Feng walked to the back of the line, waved his hand without looking back. Perhaps moved by the beautiful scene, he logged into several major domestic forums anonymously and began posting the latest interpretation of the Mayan prophecy. On June 5, 2035, the Earth will experience a week of extreme heat. The latest interpretation of the Mayan prophecy continued on June 12, 2035. The sun will go out, humanity will enter a month-long endless night, and the Earth will enter a brief ice age. The latest interpretation of the Mayan prophecy Part 3, on July 31, 2035, the zombie virus will break out among the survivors. The latest interpretation of the Mayan prophecy Part 4. After posting, he put the phone back in his pocket and walked forward. As for how many people would listen to him, he didn't care. He only cared about the safety of Chen Qian and their daughter Wan. If officially invited to explain with the precedent of the Hiawatha prophecy, Gao Feng could make a similar explanation. If that didn't work, he could simply say he was writing a novel and having delusions. The authorities wouldn't exactly invite him for tea over such a thing, since he had used the Mayan prophecy as his pseudonym. Gao Feng had bought an economy seat. His seat was by the aisle. Next to him sat a black woman with dreadlocks, and by the window sat an Asian mother holding a baby. After takeoff, Gao Feng leaned back in his seat and dozed off. After an unknown amount of time, he heard a baby crying, probably hungry. He glanced, and as expected, the mother took out a silk scarf, covered herself and the baby, and prepared to unbutton her clothes to breastfeed. It was a warm scene, and the mother was not exposing herself at all, but the black woman in the middle seat began to complain loudly. Can't you control your child? She's disturbing me. The mother whispered an apology. I'm sorry, maybe the baby is hungry. I'll feed her now. I'm truly sorry for disturbing you. But just as she was about to lift her shirt under the scarf, the black woman shouted again, you can't do that. This is a public place. Look, there's a gentleman sitting next to me. Breastfeeding in public is shameful. You should go to the bathroom to feed your child. This is a public place. Look, there's a gentleman sitting next to me. Breastfeeding in public is shameful. You should go to the bathroom to feed your child. The mother apologized softly, explaining that she was covered and wouldn't affect anyone, but the black woman was relentless, claiming her dignity as a woman was violated, and pressed the call button for the flight attendant. The flight attendant was a white woman in her 40s. At first, she stood on the side of the mother and tried to persuade the black woman. But after the black woman said she would sue the airline for racial discrimination after landing, the flight attendant changed her stance and began to persuade the mother to go to the bathroom to breastfeed. Seeing the ugly faces of the flight attendant and the black woman, Gao Feng frowned and silently sentenced them both to death. Although he was unwilling to be a savior, he could not bear to see foreigners bullying his compatriots. His space was not like those in some apocalypse novels that could not accept living people. He could take them in, but people taken into the alien space would die. Gao Feng listened to the mother comforting the crying baby in Mandarin and said to the flight attendant, "Excuse me, are there any seats available in first class?" The flight attendant immediately put on a smile, bent down, and said softly, "Yes, dear sir. I apologize for disturbing you. I'll arrange the upgrade for you right away." In this era, money talks. Gao Feng shook his head and said to the flight attendant, "It's not for me. It's for this mother and her baby. I'll pay for the upgrade." The flight attendant was stunned, the black woman was stunned, and the mother repeatedly waved her hand saying, "Don't trouble yourself. I'll take the baby to the bathroom to feed." Gao Feng stopped her and said, "I have a daughter too. There is a saying in our country, extend the respect for the aged in one's own family to those of other families, extend the love for the young in one's own family to those of other families." Unlike some countries and races full of chaos, neither parent nor child, neither man nor woman, they even have 97 different genders. The mother, who was on the verge of tears, was amused by his latter words and laughed. Yes, what a bizarre country to recognize 97 genders, and to think that only freedom matters, not discipline. Freedom without boundaries only breeds chaos. After the flight attendant took the mother and child to first class, the black woman flicked her hair deliberately, pulled down her already low-cut t-shirt, and leaned slightly toward Gao Feng. Gao Feng frowned and scolded, "Madam, please correct your sitting posture." In fact, Gao Feng didn't want to bother with the black woman. He only planned to take her into his alien space and suffocate her after arriving at New York International Airport. But since she was shameless enough to approach him after seeing his wealth, he decided to scold her a bit as a small interest for the mother. "You should be ashamed of your behavior. Wearing a low-cut dress and pretending to be noble, ugly in appearance, and vain in thought, your mind and actions are equally dirty." Gao Feng was 185 meters tall with a straight posture, sunny and handsome. Perhaps because of his appearance, perhaps because of his wealth, the black woman was scolded, but not angry. She just withdrew in frustration. The flight from Shanxing to Yunyo lasted a total of 23 hours, with arrival the following noon according to Longwa time. However, due to the time difference, it was already past 11 at night in beautiful country when the aircraft landed. The passengers in the economy cabin bore weary expressions, with the sole exception of Gao Feng, who felt inexplicably stirred by the prospect of embarking on his zero-yuan shopping journey. Having survived 15 years in the apocalypse, he had indeed endured abysmal rations, expired bread, ham, sausages, and instant noodles, the products of civilization that were considered delicacies only in the first 2 years after the end times. He had also consumed grassroots leaves and tree bark. Raw mice and cockroaches were the nutritional meals of the mid-apocalypse era. For this zero-yuan shopping expedition, Gao Feng's objective was to empty the entire Walmart East Coast warehouse center, the great beautiful cold chain logistics center in beautiful country, and the firearms and ammunition stored in several shooting clubs. After the aircraft door opened, Gao Feng blended with the other passengers and departed via the connecting taxiway. Another flight attendant saw off the travelers while that unprincipled, snobbish attendant stood with her back to the cabin door, tidying her belongings alone. Gao Feng quietly pointed his right hand toward her and silently uttered, "Retrieve." The attendant was then imperceptibly absorbed into his alternate dimension by Gao Feng. No one noticed the anomaly. Walking along the connecting taxiway at a corner, Gao Feng pretended to stop tying his shoelaces. When the black woman carrying a bag passed him, he rose to his feet, using his body to block the other passengers, and simultaneously, with a gesture of his right hand, instantly drew her into the alternate dimension within his body. Having lived through the apocalypse for 15 years, he had long become an emotionless machine. It was only the second day since his rebirth, and the pent-up hostility he had accumulated over 15 years had not dissipated in the slightest. Except for Qin Xian and Gao Nuanyuan, whoever offended Gao Feng would meet their end. After absorbing the black woman, Gao Feng walked toward the exit with an unruffled expression. Suddenly, a woman blocked his path. "Benefactor, please stay." Gao Feng paused, regarding her suspiciously, and asked, "What is it?" The woman replied, "I stayed behind specifically to express my gratitude. If it is convenient, I would like to ask for your contact information. Once we return to Shanxing, I wish to properly thank you." Gao Feng's expression softened slightly. Indeed, the Great Longwa was a nation of ancient civilization. Even a stranger he happened to meet understood the virtue of repaying kindness. Unlike certain countries where bowing and apology is commonplace, and unrepentant behavior is the national norm. Gao Feng glanced at the sleeping baby in her arms and kindly reminded her, "There is no need for thanks. I have seen the latest interpretations of the Mayan prophecy circulating online recently, and I find them quite reasonable. I suggest you also make some preparations and stockpile supplies when you return. Beautiful country is not particularly friendly toward Asians. If you can return to your motherland sooner rather than later, you should." In his previous life, after several rounds of disasters, Longwa still had the largest surviving population. The authorities never ceased their efforts from beginning to end. Unlike the governments of Beautiful Country, Neon Country, and Pickle Country, who fled at the first sign of floodwaters. All the arcs were reserved exclusively for the elite and the wealthy. After saying this, Gao Feng, without waiting for the mother to react, followed the airport signage and strode purposefully toward the taxi stand. Hailing a taxi, Gao Feng handed the driver a 100-yuan Longwa bill and asked, "Brother, do you know any worthwhile places to visit in Yunyo?" In 2035, the exchange rate between Longwa currency and beautiful country money had reached parity, so when the driver saw Gao Feng's generous tip, he could not help but beam with delight. "Sir, you have come to the right person. On Herington Street, there lies 100 Flowers Alley, and within that alley stands the 100 Flowers Pavilion. The girls there are all exceptionally beautiful. Not only that, the girls inside master playing the flute strings and singing." Gao Feng feigned a lecherous smile and said, "Brother, you seem quite familiar with the place. I take it you are a regular patron there." The driver shook his head and replied, "I could never afford such pleasures. An entire family depends on me. The girls there will not accompany customers unless compensated with tens of thousands. I have only heard that many local wealthy young masters frequent that establishment." Gao Feng pretended to be tempted, slapped his thigh, and declared, "Then let us go and experience it for ourselves." In truth, he had long been aware of such a place, and also knew it was situated near his target, the Walmart East Coast Warehouse Center. In his past life, after awakening his spatial ability, he had scoured the world for sustenance. There he had even discovered 2 cans of herring. Those 2 cans of herring Gao Feng consumed over the course of a full month, sparing not a single drop of the broth. Looking back now, it was truly a period of arduous hardship. When Gao Feng arrived on Herington Street, B2 Airlines finally discovered the disappearance of that flight attendant. After they filed a report, a portly dispatcher at the Yunyo Police Department remarked with a smile, "Another missing flight attendant case, huh? Last month, a 50-year-old flight attendant from Ingway Airlines went missing. We searched for 2 days. Want to know where we found her?" The reporter from B2 Airlines turned red with embarrassment. That particular flight attendant had already become a legend within beautiful country's aviation circle. The dispatcher continued, "Our colleagues followed the clues to a secluded estate. When they broke in, they found James, the boss of the nomadic dynasty team, joyfully riding atop her, indulging in wild abandon. But her figure was absolutely stunning." The reporter interrupted, "Hey, listen. This is not the time for idle speculation. We have a colleague missing. We reviewed the surveillance footage, she did not appear in the airport at all." The dispatcher said, "Could it be she left in disguise? Or perhaps someone placed her in a suitcase and carried her away?" The reporter snapped angrily, "What the hell should I know? If I knew, why would I be making this call? If you keep spouting nonsense, I will sue you. Right now, immediately dispatch officers to the scene for investigation." With that, he angrily terminated the call. Gao Feng was entirely unaware of the developments at B2 Airlines, and even if he had been, he would have cared not at all. It would be a miracle if they could uncover the truth. Perhaps their god could inform them. After settling the taxi fare, Gao Feng walked toward the 100 Flowers Pavilion, deep within 100 Flowers Alley, basking in the envious gaze of the driver. Once the driver departed, he emerged from the opposite end of the alley and proceeded toward the Walmart East Coast Warehouse Center. The Walmart East Coast Warehouse Center spanned an area exceeding 100,000 square meters with only a single entrance and exit. The remaining 3 sides were encircled by towering walls upon which surveillance cameras were mounted both inside and out, providing round-the-clock monitoring without any blind spots. The security was this stringent for a simple reason: the goods stored within the warehouse were worth tens of billions of Longwa dollars. Yet this posed no obstacle to Gao Feng. With merely a few cameras in sight, he could teleport directly into the warehouse. Moreover, at full capacity, it would take only a few minutes for him to absorb the requisite food and other supplies into his alternate dimension. His current maximum retrieval range was 50 meters. That is to say, for any item within 50 meters, physical contact was unnecessary. With a mere thought, he could draw it into his alternate dimension. Under a dark moon and howling wind, the hour for a great thief to strike had arrived. Gao Feng smiled faintly, produced the mask and hat he had prepared beforehand, and vanished from the spot. According to memories from his past life, Gao Feng went to the warehouse center's equipment room and took a basin of water from his ability dimension, pouring it loudly over the UPS host. The power backup system, designed for city grid failures, became an unexpected bonus for Gao Feng's material collection at this moment. With that, all the lights in the entire warehouse center went out except for the emergency lights, emitting a faint green glow in the corner. Even the surveillance host shut down, and while the camera's built-in batteries kept their indicator lights flashing, they could not record anything, rendering them completely useless. With the UPS host destroyed, rerouting the circuit back to mains power would take over 10 minutes. Factoring in the repair crew's travel time, Gao Feng had ample opportunity to put distance between himself and the warehouse before the lights came back on. But to create further complications for the warehouse, he locked the door from inside the equipment room, then teleported to the food storage area. The entire food storage section spanned a third of the warehouse floor, with pallets stacked 5 meters high. Beverages, nuts, vacuum-sealed meats, canned goods, snacks, candies, chocolates, all of it. Gao Feng extended his right hand, targeting the stacked pallets, and as he jogged forward, he pulled them and their contents into his otherworldly space. Row after row disappeared in under 2 minutes, leaving the entire food storage area completely stripped bare. Without those towering pallets, the warehouse felt vast and hollow. Due to the power outage, all the staff had gathered at the entrance to smoke, and none of them noticed the abnormality inside the warehouse center at that moment. Gao Feng did not stop there. After clearing out the food storage area, he systematically emptied the textile and home goods section, the daily necessities area, and the fruit section. Only when the entire warehouse was emptied did he vanish in a flash. Half a minute later, a forklift operator named Thomas, feeling thirsty and preparing to return to his vehicle for water, finally noticed something wrong. He rubbed his eyes hard, his face filled with disbelief. Oh my God! His eyes widened like copper bells, and his mouth gaped wide enough to fit a large banana. Hearing the commotion, others walked in and collectively froze at the warehouse entrance. What on earth happened? Good God! Am I dreaming? The worker who spoke was a short, dark-skinned man under 1.6 meters tall. He twisted his fellow worker's arm, causing the latter to jump in pain. Ouch, 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 ouch. Are you trying to kill me? If you want to check whether you're dreaming, twist your own arm, not mine. But he only dared to speak, for he was even shorter and could not fight the dark-skinned man. Hurry and tell the supervisor. Aliens have raided the warehouse. Right, this must be the work of aliens. Even Kaiju Kid could not pull this off. So much supplies gone in just over 10 minutes. Only aliens could do this. Could it be some kind of magic trick or sleight of hand? I saw a large outdoor magic show in Las Vegas last week where they made a commercial airplane disappear right in front of the audience. Whether it is aliens or not, if I catch this vile thief, I will beat them until their own mother does not recognize them. Damn it, with this happening, my bonus for this quarter is definitely gone. After the initial shock, everyone began discussing what had occurred. Those with phones pulled them out to share the scene with friends and family. Thomas, the team leader on duty that night, forced himself to stay calm. He first reported to his superiors, then called the police. Coincidentally, the 911 dispatcher was the same obese man who had handled the previous report from White Eagle Airlines. After listening to Thomas's description, the apple he had just bitten fell onto the desk. This was a case worth tens of billions. He clumsily grabbed a pen and paper to start taking notes. 3 minutes later, the entire New York Police Department was mobilized. Director Robert Henry personally led the team to the Walmart East Coast Warehouse Center. Suddenly, strict traffic control was implemented on several streets around the warehouse center. Armed helicopters patrolled overhead, searching for suspicious targets, while police cars sped across the ground. Some senators and officials staying at the Baiwa building assumed they were being arrested and fled through the safety passage with their pants in hand. Meanwhile, Gao Feng, who had caused all of this, strolled leisurely down a dim road 3 blocks away, as if nothing had happened. He deliberately headed toward the ghetto where law enforcement was weak and the already sparse street cameras had been completely vandalized by local thugs. His next target was shooting clubs for free acquisitions, but unfamiliar with the area, he could not find them. In his past life, he had located the Walmart East Coast Warehouse and the Great Beauty Cold Chain Logistics Center because both were massive and impossible to miss. Shooting clubs required local guidance. Gao Feng could not use his phone to search, as the New York police could easily trace him through the network, bringing unpredictable danger. With spiritual energy now thin in the world, if the American authorities discovered him, he would not be able to return to Long Country within a month. Hey man. When Gao Feng turned into another alley, a black young man in his 20s, about 1.7 meters tall, dressed as Captain Jack, blocked his path. Chinese. Seeing Gao Feng did not show any fear, he drew 2 knives from behind and waved them while rapping. Yo, meeting you here today makes me want to laugh. How ignorant you must be to trespass on my territory. Do not say you do not know. I only want lots of cash, money. Give me money. Otherwise I will stab you. Yo. Gao Feng could not help but laugh. Was this rapper turned robber? Gao Feng pretended to be scared, turning to run backward. As expected, a nearly 2-meter-tall black strongman resembling O'Neill appeared at the other end of the alley. You cannot escape, the big guy said with a sinister smile as soon as he appeared. Seeing the ambush reveal themselves, Gao Feng stopped and raised his hands, asking, "You are only after money, not lives, right?" Captain Jack also resumed normal speech, saying, "That depends on whether you cooperate." Gao Feng replied, "I will cooperate fully. I do not have much money on me, only a few hundred long bills. The rest is at the hotel. You can search me if you do not believe me." After saying this, he turned his pockets inside out for Captain Jack and the others to see. It was early summer and Gao Feng's attire was simple, shirt and trousers, with no place to hide money. Captain Jack and the others believed Gao Feng's claim. Captain Jack took the money Gao Feng handed over and asked, "How much money do you have at your hotel?" "What for?" Gao Feng replied, 500,000 long bills to buy some guns and ammunition. Our country has strict controls." Hearing 500,000, Captain Jack and the big guy's eyes lit up. Seeing their reaction, Gao Feng knew they had taken the bait and said, "I can give you half the money, but I need you to first tell me where the shooting clubs in New York are." Captain Jack and the big guy exchanged glances, sizing up Gao Feng as a naive, inexperienced fat sheep, and plotted to devour his entire 500,000. "Come here," he said to Gao Feng. "I'll tell you where the 3 largest shooting clubs in New York are located." Gao Feng had survived 15 years in the apocalypse, battle-hardened beyond reckoning. With a single glance, he saw through Captain Jack's scheme. Captain Jack believed his murderous intent was well concealed, yet Gao Feng caught it the very instant it surfaced. Captain Jack's right hand gripping the knife hung low at his side. The moment Gao Feng entered his strike range, he planned to distract him with words, then drive the blade into his abdomen before he could react. But how could Gao Feng fall for such a crude trap? He had intended to extract the shooting club locations through conversation first, then deal them a swift death by sealing them inside his dimensional space to suffocate. Since Captain Jack was courting death, Gao Feng saw no reason to deny himself the pleasure of a thorough interrogation beforehand. Gao Feng took a few steps forward. The instant he crossed into Captain Jack's attack range, he vanished, reappearing behind him in a blink, and brought Thomas's stainless steel thermos down hard upon Captain Jack's skull. Captain Jack crumpled to the ground, his right arm still frozen in the thrusting pose. All of it had transpired too swiftly for the big guy to register what had occurred. Only when he saw Captain Jack lying knocked out did fury consume him. Charging forward, he bellowed, "I'll tear you apart." Then he saw Gao Feng raise his right hand, fingers splayed, and point directly at him. And then he was gone, utterly erased from existence. So too were the few leaves that had been kicked into the air when he had run. After pulling the big guy into his dimensional space, Gao Feng retrieved a length of rope from the supply pile and bound Captain Jack's wrists securely. He found a clean cloth and stuffed it into Captain Jack's mouth to silence him. Then with a sharp slap to wake him, Gao Feng dragged him to a secluded corner of a nearby park and began his interrogation. "Tell me, the nearest shooting club to this location, where is it?" Captain Jack could only produce muffled whimpers behind the gag. Gao Feng struck him across the face. "Quite the stubborn one, aren't you? Daring to stay silent." Recalling an old meme from over a decade ago, Gao Feng delivered another slap with each question, "Will you talk or not?" He rained down over a dozen slaps upon Captain Jack's face. Only when he accidentally knocked the cloth from Captain Jack's mouth did he hear the man weeping and begging, "Good sir, please, I beg you, stop. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." Gao Feng pressed on, feigning irritation. "Then why didn't you say so earlier? If you had spoken up then, I wouldn't have had to strike you. Look at your face, it's swollen shut. My apologies." Captain Jack thought to himself, "Even a pig would know you did that on purpose. You stuffed my mouth and asked if I'd talk. What was I supposed to say?" But he dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. Spilling everything like beans from a bamboo tube, he shared all the information he possessed about the shooting clubs. Then with eyes full of hope, he pleaded, "Your Chinese people are the kindest in the world. Please spare me. I'll return all the money. There are $200 hidden in my shoe as well. Please take those too." Seeing no response from Gao Feng, panic surged within him. "I've told you everything you wanted to know. I beg you, let me live. I have an 80-year-old grandmother who depends on me and an 8-month-old baby who cannot lose his father. Have pity on me and spare me this one time. From this day forward, I will reform and never commit evil again." With that, he dropped to his knees and bowed his head repeatedly against the ground. Gao Feng's expression turned icy. "Baka, I am Japanese. Therefore you may die." He raised his right hand and sent Captain Jack to join the big guy in death. True brothers should always be together. Gao Feng scratched his head thinking, "I am quite the decent fellow, aren't I?" With Captain Jack dealt with, Gao Feng pulled out his phone and studied the map of New York, memorizing the locations of the 3 shooting clubs before plotting a route for his $0 shopping spree. Time was plentiful. Spotting a night jogger on the street, Gao Feng decided to match his pace and ran alongside. At 2:15 in the morning, Gao Feng arrived at the first shooting club. He slipped inside, quietly located the night shift clerk, and rendered him unconscious with Thomas's stainless steel thermos once more. Feeling the weight of the thermos in his hand, Gao Feng curiously unscrewed the lid and found it brimming with goji berry tea. He couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed middle-aged men across all nations were cut from the same cloth. He tightened the lid and tossed the thermos into a corner of his dimensional space. From this point on, he would have no further use for it. The armory ahead was stocked with an impressive array of weapons, overwhelming to the eye. Pistols, rifles, shotguns, and assault rifles, each category numbered in the hundreds. 2 precision sniper rifles stood apart, an L115A3 with an effective range of approximately 2,500 meters, and a Barrett M82A1 reaching nearly 3,000 meters. Hundreds of boxes of ammunition lay scattered about, with 2 additional boxes of sniper-grade rounds set apart. Gao Feng also discovered protective gear among the inventory, marine-style body armor, military helmets, and other essential supplies. Gao Feng's smile widened to the edges of his face. These supplies were priceless. Whether facing awakened individuals, the undead, or other monsters, no one could afford to stand still and absorb the fire of such heavy weaponry. In China, firearms were strictly prohibited. In his past life, had he possessed even a single weapon, he might have survived far better. Perhaps Qin Xian and Wan Wan would still be alive. Though this life he had been reborn with the power of spatial storage, who would ever complain of having too much firepower? Since the Great War of the last century, the fear of insufficient munitions had been seared into the DNA of every Chinese person. It could not be cured. It would never be cured. Gao Feng cleared out the first shooting club with remarkable speed. To prevent the clerk from waking and raising the alarm, he employed his masterful binding techniques once more, this time using ropes found at the club itself. He wished to avoid any connection the New York police might draw between this burglary and the Walmart East Coast warehouse heist. He gagged the clerk and tossed him into a corner, then strolled out through the back door with unhurried composure. The second and third shooting clubs held similar stock, and Gao Feng gathered everything he needed with impressive efficiency. He glanced at his phone. It was exactly 4:00 in the morning. Everything had gone perfectly. Partly this was because America's security standards lagged behind China's, and partly because no one could have imagined Gao Feng was a spatial-type cunning operator. Summer nights were brief. After clearing the third club, Gao Feng set off for the massive cold chain logistics center. His family's meat supply throughout the apocalypse depended entirely on this final shopping spree. There's still an hour and a half until dawn. By the time New York police discover the 3 shooting club burglaries, they may well connect them to the Walmart warehouse heist. That could complicate my operations at the cold chain logistics center. Lost in these thoughts, Gao Feng hurried onward, moving with the urgent energy of a mother racing to the market to ensure her children would not go hungry. At 4:53 in the early morning, Gao Feng arrived at the Dapiang Cold Chain Logistics Center. A lively elderly couple in their 60s was jogging around the perimeter of the logistics center. About 10 meters behind them walked 2 bodyguards, and further back a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly followed. This jogging arrangement clearly revealed their distinguished status. Indeed, they were the chairman and his wife of the Dapiang Cold Chain Logistics Center. When they saw Gao Feng also out for a run, they smiled and waved at him. Those who occupy high positions are often generous in extending kindness to young people. Moreover, Gao Feng carried himself with such refined demeanor, young, handsome, resembling a noble young master. Of course, Gao Feng had no idea who they were, and he returned their friendly greeting. The 2 groups traveled in opposite directions, quickly passing each other by. A few minutes later, after confirming there was no one around and no surveillance cameras could detect him, Gao Feng activated his spatial skill, teleportation, and slipped inside the cold chain logistics center. This time he selected a lone worker, produced a large hammer from his dimensional space, and with a loud thud, knocked the man unconscious. Then he stripped off the worker's uniform and cap, donned them himself, and calmly walked out from the corner. The Dapiang Cold Chain Logistics Center had a total of 30 large cold storage zones, 4 zones each for slaughtered cattle, sheep, pigs, and chickens, and 1 zone each for ducks, geese, turkeys, and rabbits. Additionally, there were 10 cold storage zones for seafood containing massive quantities of scallops, abalone, sea cucumbers, king crabs, and other provisions. These are all mine, Gao Feng shouted in his heart. He began his shopping spree from the innermost cold storage zone, which contained 500 tons of abalone. Moving outward, there were scallops, sea cucumbers, king crabs. After traversing all 10 seafood zones, Gao Feng had already acquired over 500 tons of supplies. Each time Gao Feng entered a cold storage zone, he would lock the door from the inside, then, without hesitation, store everything, workers and supplies alike, into his dimensional space. So much so that he swept through 17 cold storage zones consecutively, without anyone noticing. Kelly was in excellent spirits today. He had worked at the Dapiang Cold Chain Logistics Center for 10 years, and had held the team leader position for 5. Recently, he had leveraged some connections to get close to the boss's younger sister. Not only did he secure a promotion, but he also received an opportunity to vacation in Hawaii, though it had really taken a toll on his waist. But who would refuse an invitation from an adorable old darling? Penny wasn't a completely mindless woman either. If Kelly had no real ability and only knew how to please her, she wouldn't have recommended his promotion to her brother. At best, she would have handed him a stack of cash after he labored away to send him on his way. So Kelly was determined to stand his ground and finish his final shift well. Less than 3 hours remained before he could clock out. He absolutely couldn't drop the ball at this critical moment. Though nothing was likely to go wrong, he still decided to make rounds through the various cold storage zones. With this thought, he set down his cup filled with goji berries and walked out of the office. At this moment, Gao Feng had just entered the 18th cold storage zone, locked the door, and began his systematic collection. Why is it so quiet today? The moment Kelly entered, he sensed something was wrong. The cold chain logistics center operated around the clock 24 hours a day. Even during certain time periods when there might be relatively fewer people, such profound silence simply did not exist. The livestock zones were fine, with loading and unloading proceeding normally. But why would the seafood zone be so quiet? Owen, Smith, Marion, where did you all go? Hello, is anyone there? How dare you be absent from work during shift hours? Do you not want your bonuses anymore? No one answered him. Kelly called out again, but still received no response. A forklift driver who had been waiting in the seafood zone for cargo transport parked his forklift and approached the door of his corresponding 6th cold storage zone, pulling hard at it. The heavy iron door didn't budge at all. He shouted loudly to Kelly, "This door is locked from the inside." Kelly furrowed his brows and cursed. What the hell are these people doing? The commotion Kelly was creating gradually drew the attention of workers from the remaining 10-odd cold storage zones. In fact, some of them had already noticed the problems in the seafood zone, but were worried that Kelly would blame them once he discovered it. After all, the company's management was quite strict. Some people even casually picked up metal locks, wrenches, and other items as weapons, following closely behind Kelly as they walked toward the seafood zone. That place was eerily quiet, making them rather uneasy. After Gao Feng finished collecting the supplies from the 18th cold storage zone, he teleported to the adjacent 19th zone. Just as he was about to close the door, he noticed something unusual outside. He deliberately slammed the door of the 19th cold storage zone shut and locked it, startling Kelly and the others. Kelly was very much afraid of encountering monsters like in the movies. He had watched plenty of movies like Silent Hill and Alien. He didn't dare approach himself, so he called two workers beside him to investigate. Rob and Anthony, you two check it out. Be careful. The two named workers tightened their grips on their weapons in their hands and cautiously moved forward. Just as they stretched out their hands to pull open the door, they heard a loud bang from behind them. Oh my lord. The two men leapt in fright, throwing down their weapons and hugging each other tightly. It turned out that Gao Feng had finished sweeping the 19th cold storage zone and was now preparing to sweep the 20th zone. What a disgrace. Kelly cursed, snatching a wrench from someone beside him and running toward the 20th cold storage zone. But the door had already been locked from the inside by Gao Feng, and he couldn't open it at all. Enraged, he hammered at the door and shouted, "Damn it, whoever you are, whoever sent you, open this door. I'm telling you, you're fired. I'm going to sue you and make sure you rot in prison." But regardless of his futile rage outside the door, Gao Feng remained supremely confident, happily collecting supplies at his own pace. I'm only 1/3 left. I've already been discovered. I need to speed up. With this thought, Gao Feng vanished on the spot. This time, instead of appearing at the 21st cold storage zone, he rushed to the 30th zone, quickly collecting the supplies inside before closing and locking the door. Then he immediately appeared in the 29th zone. After closing the door, he began collecting supplies. This drove Kelly, who was guarding outside the 20th zone, absolutely crazy. Damn it. How many people are there causing trouble? If I catch you, I'll beat you until you can't take care of yourselves. Then he instructed the other workers. You 5 go to zone 22. You 5 go to zone 23. You go to zone 24. You go to zone 25. Find all the rats hiding in those cold storage zones and drag them out for me. The workers accepted their orders. Though anxious in their hearts for the sake of a few coins, they still moved forward without hesitation toward their assigned areas. I hope someone is just playing a prank. That was their final shared sentiment. Obviously, reality was cruel. Just as Kelly led his men to finish searching the 21st cold storage zone and headed back, Gao Feng had also stored the supplies from the remaining zones into his dimensional space. Then he appeared at the entrance of the 21st cold storage zone, preparing to lock the door and collect this last bit of supplies. The two groups moved toward each other. Upon seeing Gao Feng, Kelly's cold smile sent a chill through the air. Kid, I finally caught you. Get him. Then he and the people beside him vanished on the spot, lying lifelessly in Gao Feng's dimensional space alongside the pork in this cold storage zone, just as lifeless as the frozen meat. The beaches of Hawaii, the adorable old darling. They had departed from him a month too early. After collecting the pork from District 21, Gao Feng glanced at his watch and found it was already 5:30. He let out a tremendous yawn, stretched his limbs, and bellowed with satisfaction. Ah, that feels fantastic. To add some difficulty for the new police to crack the case, he teleported from Cold Storage District 21 to the exterior walls of the Spatial Storage Cold Chain Logistics Center. Gao Feng jogged forward a few steps, and after turning a corner, he happened to encounter the chairman and his wife of the Cold Chain Logistics Center. They had finished their run and were stretching in place. Gao Feng smiled and approached them with a greeting. You rise so early. The chairman chuckled and replied, getting old now, I wake up early. But you so young and getting up this early to run. Truly admirable. Though that outfit isn't quite suitable for running, you know. One should wear sportswear. Gao Feng replied with a smile, you're absolutely right. I always wear sportswear when I run. It's just that I've been on a business trip and you knew these past 2 days and forgot to bring any clothes. The admiration in the chairman's eyes deepened. He said, what a disciplined young man. You're from Dragon Nation, aren't you? Gao Feng nodded. The chairman couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Dragon Nation has risen so swiftly. Back in your country there must be many outstanding and disciplined young people like you, right? Gao Feng nodded again, saying, young people in Dragon Nation are all very hardworking. Someone like me can only be considered average. The chairman remained non-committal about what Gao Feng said later. With his experience, he knew Gao Feng was being modest. But he genuinely liked capable, yet humble young people. So he extended an invitation. Young man, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? How about joining this old couple for breakfast? We can chat while we eat. I really enjoy talking with you. Gao Feng, having been running around all night, was getting hungry, so he readily agreed. He assumed they would leave by car. In his past life, he had never ridden in such a luxurious vehicle. But the chairman led him back to the Spatial Storage Cold Chain Logistics Center, entering through the main door of the administrative building. Gao Feng was stunned and asked, you wouldn't happen to be the owner of this logistics center, would you? The chairman smiled faintly and said, that's right. This logistics center is mine. After breakfast, would you like me to show you around? Gao Feng's expression turned peculiar, like a thief who had just emptied someone's house only to encounter the homeowner outside. The homeowner, feeling an instant connection, wanted to invite him to dinner. Gao Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. However, the thought of returning the supplies he had taken was completely out of the question. It was simply the chairman's misfortune. Gao Feng gazed at the chairman's smiling face, thinking to himself, I hope he can still smile later. The breakfast was lavish and Gao Feng was thoroughly satisfied. His conversation with the chairman proceeded very pleasantly. But halfway through the meal, the chairman's secretary entered and whispered something into his ear. The chairman's face instantly turned ashen, and the hand holding his utensils trembled slightly. He said to Gao Feng, "Young friend, I must take my leave. There has been an issue at the company that requires my attention. Please continue your meal, and when you're ready to go, I'll have my driver take you. Here's my business card. I hope we can meet again." Gao Feng said, "Please don't let me detain you. Official business comes first. I live nearby so I can walk back on my own. No need to trouble you." The chairman nodded and hurried away with his wife. Gao Feng leisurely continued eating for another 10 minutes, glanced at the time, informed the waiter, and after leaving the dining hall, unhurriedly walked out through the main entrance. Once on the street, he pulled out his phone and dialed Chen Qian for a video call. When she answered, Chen Qian asked with concern, "Honey, how are things on your end? Is everything going smoothly? If you're having trouble, just give up and we'll find another solution. I'm really worried about you being all alone in a foreign country." Gao Feng smiled and blew Chen Qian a big flying kiss. "Wifey, please rest assured. Everything is going smoothly and the mission here is complete. I'll tell you the details when I'm back. How are things progressing on your end? The insulation layer must be done properly. It needs to withstand 70°C heat and -70°C cold. Don't be stingy with money because it will soon become worthless. Go ahead and spend freely first. If it's not enough, when I return, we'll mortgage the house and take out a substantial loan." Chen Qian said, "I've already contacted the renovation company. They can complete the work within a month, but they're asking for a 20% premium. I agreed to the premium, but I insisted they complete it in 25 days. Recently, Wan and I have moved to the old house. Since there's only a month left, we won't list our old house for rent." At that moment, Wan squeezed and holding a chicken leg and asked, "Daddy, I miss you. When are you coming back? Mommy made me chicken legs today. They're so delicious. I saved 2 for you. Hurry back, or I'm afraid I'll eat them before I can stop myself." Gao Feng burst out laughing. "Wan is growing, so eat as much as you want. Daddy will be back in a day or 2. When Daddy returns, have Mommy make them again, and Daddy will eat with you, okay?" Gao Wan clapped her hands happily and said yay yay. But accidentally she dropped the chicken leg on the floor. She burst into tears, wailing, "Wah wah wah. My chicken leg. Daddy, my chicken leg fell on the floor." Gao Feng quickly comforted her. "Then go ahead and eat the 2 chicken legs you saved for Daddy." He was about to continue the conversation when the video call suddenly disconnected. Shortly after, Chen Qian sent a voice message. Wan accidentally knocked the phone off. "My screen is broken, so I can't chat with you anymore. I'm going to get it fixed now." Chen Qian's words reminded Gao Feng that in his previous life, after the apocalypse began, the internet and electricity quickly failed, rendering computers and phones useless. Of course, during that lifetime, Gao Feng's family of 3 struggled desperately just to survive with no energy left for entertainment. But this time around, they don't have to worry about supplies and can ensure safety for a considerable period. Therefore, it's necessary to arrange some entertainment activities. Books, audiovisual works, playback devices, power sources, generators, fuel ignition devices. Gao Feng set many small goals for himself. However, he was no longer planning to continue his free shopping spree, and you knew. After all, there was still nearly a month until the apocalypse arrived, and he had plenty of time. He decided to head to Nihon to take a look. There were many excellent audiovisual works there, adult films for grown-ups, and a vast ocean of anime for children. The Wagyu beef there was also very famous. Time stood still within the dimensional space inside Gao Feng's body, so he never had to worry about food spoiling. Therefore, he planned to visit Nihon's largest Wagyu slaughterhouse to procure a batch of Wagyu beef. Gao Feng sent a reply to Chen Qian. "After you get your phone fixed, take Nguyen home to sleep early. I'm also exhausted. I toiled all night yesterday. I'm heading back to the hotel to get some rest." After that, Gao Feng took a taxi to a 5-star hotel, checked into a room, turned off his phone, and slept soundly until evening. While Gao Feng was deep in slumber at the hotel, the police force of the entire New York City had not rested since 1 o'clock in the morning. The case was too bizarre. If Encyclopedia of Mysteries were to film this, it could easily produce a 100-episode series. Hundreds of billions worth of supplies had vanished into thin air from the Walmart East Coast Distribution Center. It was absolutely shocking. The New York police investigated all night, yet found no results, not even a single useful clue. At first, the New York police commissioner wanted to leverage solving such a major case to advance his career, which was why he didn't immediately report to Capitol Hill. Unexpectedly, he nearly tore out all his hair searching for leads, but still couldn't find any direction. Recognizing that this issue far exceeded their capabilities, the New York police escalated the case to Capitol Hill, which dispatched Dr. Anjouet, the FBI's most brilliant agent, to assist. Dr. Anjouet flew in through the night on an armed helicopter. After examining the crime scene from 4 in the morning until 6, he arrived at 2 conclusions. This damn thing was done by aliens, and the supplies haven't left New York City. The senior New York police officials exchanged glances. That's it. No follow-up. Where are the aliens? How do we arrest them? How do we recover the supplies? But to these questions, Anjouet could only rack his brains at the scene, utterly baffled. After discussions with the New York police, he devised a crude solution: seal off the entire city's search for the supplies, only allowing people and vehicles to enter, not leave. simultaneously conduct a comprehensive population screening across the city, checking the backgrounds of both mobile and resident populations. Just as the city lockdown order was issued, the police commissioner received a call from the chairman of the Maoyong Cold Chain Logistics Center. The chairman had sent people to cut open a large iron door of a frozen section only to discover it completely empty. No people, no supplies. Another 100-episode drama for sure. During the phone call, the chairman demanded the commissioner send officers to investigate the scene. He was furious, giving the commissioner a thorough dressing down. What do you police do all day? We pay our taxes faithfully and hire you to maintain social order and punish crime. You pride yourselves on being the safest country in the world with the most advanced detection technology and the most rigorous security systems, yet today, the most abhorrent criminal act occurred in this very city. Is this the security you promised the taxpayers, eh? Focus more on serving the taxpayers wholeheartedly and spend less energy finding trouble for foreigners. The commissioner listened silently to the chairman's outburst, then reluctantly informed him that a similar incident had occurred at Walmart. However, he promised to set out immediately to investigate personally. Dr. Anjouet accompanied him as well. After all, they had searched Walmart for hours without finding a single useful clue. They hoped to find a breakthrough at the logistics center. Before leaving, the commissioner arranged for a team of officers to seal off the Walmart East Coast distribution center. Gao Feng knew nothing of any of this. In the hotel, he had a nightmare. In the dream, he returned to his previous life, when neither he nor his family had awakened their supernatural abilities. Back then, he was the primary supply forager. When supplies were found, Chun Qian always gave him the largest portion so he could conserve his strength. She would take the smallest portion for herself. As she put it, Nguyen is still growing and needs to eat more. If Gao Feng doesn't eat his fill, he won't have the strength to search for supplies to support the family. Moreover, she would secretly stash away bits from their already meager rations. When Gao Feng truly couldn't find any supplies, she would magically produce those scattered scraps of food, and the three of them would share. In her previous life, the words she repeated most often were, "If only I could be more prudent. If only I had stockpiled more grain, we wouldn't be struggling so much now. It's all my fault." In his previous life, Gao Feng never blamed Qin Qian for even a moment. Otherwise, after mastering temporal regression, he wouldn't have rushed upstream through time to save his wife and daughter. In his previous life, during idle moments, Gao Feng had read several apocalyptic novels. The male protagonists in those stories were each more pitiful than the last. Some were deceived by their goddess, who took their supplies, then dismembered and devoured them along with the neighbors. Others were skinned and carved up for meat by their girlfriend's family, even having their bones boiled for soup. There was another poor soul whose fate was equally tragic. He groveled from peaceful times into the apocalypse, groveling until the very end, only to end up with nothing. Even worse, his goddess bit off his unwashed dignity that hadn't been cleaned in 3 whole years. He was grateful he wasn't like those male protagonists in apocalyptic novels, having the misfortune of meeting the wrong people. Chun Qian and Nguyen were the most powerful reason Gao Feng had to survive the apocalypse. Even when they later perished and he fortunately awakened his temporal abilities, he harbored a glimmer of hope that he could resurrect them. Chun Qian devoted herself entirely to him and this family, and he never abandoned them either, straining every nerve to find more supplies. In the dream, Gao Feng returned to that era of extreme scarcity. He and a stray dog both spotted a supply pack containing only half a loaf of bread and 1 sausage. Neither Gao Feng nor the dog yielded. That black mangy mutt, missing 1 ear with skin and bones, its eyes glowing with hunger. Both it and Gao Feng lunged toward the food. Perhaps in the dog's mind it understood that in its current state it couldn't defeat the human before it. If it ate that sausage, there was still hope it could overcome this human and truly feast for several meals. But if it couldn't eat the sausage, it felt it would starve in the next second. So it abandoned all defense, didn't even bite Gao Feng, and slid its open mouth toward the sausage on the ground. But it had clearly underestimated Gao Feng's ambition and combat prowess. Before the dog appeared, Gao Feng's target had indeed been the bread and sausage on the ground. But when the dog entered Gao Feng's vision, the bread and sausage weren't so appealing anymore. Gao Feng's adrenaline surged, his breathing growing rough and heavy. That dog looked skinny, but it was enough to feed his family of 3 for half a month. Gao Feng pounced on the dog, his over 100 gene of weight pressing down firmly, preventing it from advancing even an inch. The dog's mouth was only about 10 centimeters from the sausage. It stretched its neck desperately and extended its tongue, but only the very tip could barely touch the sausage. That sausage became an eternal, unreachable dream for it. The black dog was already on its last breath from starvation. With Gao Feng's over 100 gene of weight pressing down, its final breath slipped away. In its dying moments, it thought resentfully, what a dog-devouring world. It's even hard not to die of starvation. After defeating the black dog, Gao Feng shouldered it and picked up the bread and sausage, preparing to head home. But as he walked, suddenly both the bread in his hand and the black dog on his back vanished. He panicked immediately, sweating profusely, and shouted, "Where's the dog? Where's my dog?" Then he suddenly woke up. Upon waking, Gao Feng immediately checked the dimensional space. Seeing the supplies neatly stacked inside, he let out a long, relieving breath. Glancing at the time, good heavens. He had slept a full 12 hours. It was already 8 in the evening. He checked the flight schedules wanting to rush to Japan that night, but found all flights had been suspended. Gao Feng walked to the window and looked outside. The street, normally a bustling river of traffic and lively clamor, now saw only the occasional special vehicle speeding by. Not a single figure could be seen on the street. He leisurely had a hot bath changed into a bathrobe, requested the hotel laundry service, and ordered dinner. While waiting for the meal, he brewed a cup of instant coffee, went to the window, and video chatted with Chen Qian for a while. There was roughly a 12-hour time difference between Shanxing and Yuanyo. At that moment, it was 8 o'clock in the morning in Shanxing, and Wan was still asleep. Ding dong. The doorbell rang and Gao Feng said to Chen Qian, "Perhaps the dinner I ordered has arrived. I'll go get it." Chen Qian said, "Let's hang up then. Have a good meal. I'm going to wake Wan for breakfast." Gao Feng walked over to open the door and found 2 police officers standing outside. "Excuse me, sir, please show me your identification. A few public security incidents have occurred in the city. We're conducting resident registration and screening. We need your cooperation. In addition, we'll need to conduct a simple screening of the room you're staying in. Please understand." Gao Feng stepped aside to let them into the room and cooperated as they checked his documents while asking, "Yuanyo has nearly 10 million residents. Just when do you expect to finish checking them all?" "Truly exhausting." One of the officers said, "You're telling me we're not Longwa, that miraculous country with exceptionally powerful grassroots mobilization and citizens willing to cooperate. People like you, high-caliber talents, are easy enough. But this city still has many dark corners hiding rats and bedbugs that cannot stand the light. Chasing them is truly arduous. You're here on business, aren't you? Don't worry, the affluent district where you're staying will be unlocked soon. Our chief can't withstand such tremendous pressure." "Huh. But those rats and bugs who love hiding in the sewers are the ones in for trouble this time." The officer rattled off a long stream of words, then handed Gao Feng's passport and other ID documents back with both hands, saying, "Mr. Gao, I apologize for disturbing your rest. I really like your country. I hope I'll have the chance to visit as a tourist someday." Gao Feng smiled, shook his hand, bumped shoulders with him, and said, "You're welcome to visit Longwa as a guest." The 2 police officers saluted and took their leave. After closing the door, Gao Feng wore a peculiar smile on his face. The Yuanyo police's massive operation was obviously triggered by the loss of goods at the Walmart East Coast Distribution Center and the Great Pretty Cold Chain Logistics Center. Yet in less than a day he, the actual culprit, had been cleared of suspicion. Gao Feng inwardly exclaimed, 666. With that level of competence, what was the point of a citywide lockdown? What a pointless lockdown. The lockdown order in Yuanyo lasted only 3 days, and even managing to lock down for 3 days was already a miracle for the free nation of the Great Pretty. 3 days later, yielding to pressure from all sides, every port and checkpoint was reopened. With mediation from Capitol Hill, the insurance companies covered half the losses of Walmart and the Great Pretty Cold Chain Logistics Company. As for the few shooting clubs, the authorities simply ignored them, pretending not to see. During those 3 days, Gao Feng still had nightmares every night. There was no helping it. After surviving 15 years in the apocalypse, he was bound to carry some trauma. What's more, the last 5 years had been spent almost entirely alone. He had to guard against other survivors while battling monsters. He never had enough to eat, nor could he sleep soundly. That was no life for a human being. Nothing like the ease he enjoyed now. These past 3 days, Gao Feng's routine went like this. Waking up naturally in the morning, chatting with Chen Qian over video, and then going to breakfast. After breakfast, he returned to his room and video chatted with Wan usually until 9 o'clock. Once he had soothed Wan to sleep, he would chat with Chen Qian. However, because the Great Pretty had a poor reputation and was known to surveil its citizens online, they only discussed daily life and spoke of love. After Chen Qian went to sleep and Gao Feng headed to the gym, jogging on the treadmill and working out on the equipment. After exercising, he returned to his room to take a hot shower before heading downstairs to the restaurant for lunch. His afternoons were spent swimming and reading in the book bar. When 8 o'clock in the evening arrived, Chen Qian, far away in Shanxing, would get up and Gao Feng would once again video chat with his wife and daughter. Before Gao Feng's rebirth, he and Chen Qian had been a loving couple, but he hadn't been this clingy. Chen Qian felt happy, yet she also ached for him. After their deaths, Gao Feng had survived alone in the apocalypse for 5 miserable years, all because he had awakened a time-space ability and wanted to bring himself and his daughter back to life. To achieve that wish, how much suffering had he endured? So when Gao Feng sent her several video calls a day, she didn't find him annoying in the least. She patiently chatted with him and diligently carried out the tasks he assigned. After a few days of comfortable living, gazing at his wife's clean, radiant face, his daughter's innocent, lovely smile, and the vast stockpile of supplies in the alternate space, Gao Feng suddenly felt that the accident during the temporal rewind had been a blessing in disguise. I'm such an idiot. Why didn't I think of that then? Luckily, the accident happened. Otherwise, even if I had saved the 2 of them, I could only have fed them expired food, or made them gnaw on tree bark and leaves. In the early morning of the 9th, Yuanyo Time hotel staff called each guest room one by one to inform the guests about the lifting of the lockdown. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Gao Feng immediately rolled over and went back to sleep. With the apocalypse just over 20 days away, nothing mattered more than a good night's sleep, except stockpiling supplies. There was no rush to go to Japan. He could buy the tickets tomorrow after waking up. Besides, if he bolted the moment the lockdown was lifted, he would easily attract the attention of the Ueno police, who knew whether this was a trap. Sure enough, those who bought tickets and left Ueno overnight were all quietly escorted back to the police station by the Ueno police to assist with the investigation. Gao Feng, as usual, slept until he naturally woke up, then rose to enjoy a hearty breakfast before he began booking his flight. After booking the ticket, Gao Feng went to the hotel lobby to check out and asked for an invoice and a payment slip. He randomly looked up a company and filled in its name as the invoice title. After all, he wasn't going to get reimbursed. He only did it to match the standard procedure for government officials on business trips in Longhua. With more than 20 days left before the apocalypse, he had to guard against that. What if the Ueno police came to screen everyone again? What if someone became suspicious of his not asking for an invoice? He wasn't afraid, but he didn't want to invite trouble. After all, the apocalypse hadn't arrived yet. His top priority was to keep stockpiling supplies and then build a secure sanctuary. Once in the taxi, he called Chun Qian over video. Chun Qian was at the villa with Nuan checking the construction progress. After learning that Ueno had lifted its lockdown and that Gao Feng was going to Japan to purchase supplies, Chun Qian didn't try to dissuade him much. As his wife, she declared that she would wholeheartedly support every decision Gao Feng made, for she knew there was no one in this world who understood better than Gao Feng how to survive the apocalypse. On May 10th at 11 a.m. Shanxing time, Gao Feng arrived in Xinjiang City, the capital of the Land of Radiance, by international flight. Upon leaving the terminal, he took a taxi directly to Xinhu County, where the beef was said to be the Rolls-Royce of the Wagyu series, with annual production not exceeding 200 tons. The slaughterhouse probably wouldn't have much stock, but there were live cattle. If he could store the live cattle from several large farms into his interdimensional space, it would be enough for his family of 3 to eat beef every day. After all, time was frozen inside his interdimensional space. Besides, living creatures losing their lives when entering the properties of stored materials wouldn't change at all. Gao Feng pretended not to know the area and inquired about good food and attractions in Xinhu from the taxi driver, who immediately became enthusiastic and began introducing everything to him at length. If you go now, it should be getting dark. You can book a steakhouse online first and try authentic Xinhu steaks. Then you can go to the American Park and enjoy the night scenery. The next morning you can go to the beach and enjoy the sea views. Hearing the driver mention sea views, Gao Feng interrupted. Didn't you discharge nuclear wastewater for over a decade? The coastal waters must be heavily polluted, and the radiation levels on the beach must be quite high. Can you even go there? The driver stiffened his neck and said, how can you not go? Our environmental minister even drank it live on television. There's absolutely no pollution, Gao Feng said, but I heard he passed away less than 2 years later. He looked like he was only in his 40s when he drank the nuclear wastewater. The driver got a bit angry and said, you seem like an educated person, you should understand reason. Don't spread rumors or pass them along, you know. Our environmental minister died from overwork and heart disease. With that, he stopped paying attention to Gao Feng. Neither spoke for the rest of the journey. Gao Feng could only boredly watch the scenery outside the window. To be honest, the island nation's scenery was quite beautiful. But until the apocalypse arrived, the Dragon Kingdom had never incorporated it into their territory. When Gao Feng awakened his spatial abilities and traveled the world, he discovered it had somehow already sunk to the bottom of the sea. At 6 in the evening, the driver dropped Gao Feng off at the restaurant. He tasted the authentic Xinhu Wagyu beef and found it a bit too rich for his taste. It didn't seem as delicious as the yellow cattle from his hometown. But since he was already here, it wouldn't do to leave empty-handed. Perhaps Chun Qian and Nuanyuan would enjoy it. He asked the restaurant staff where he could buy beef. They told him that at 8 o'clock that evening there would be a Wagyu auction at the cold storage not far away. After getting the auction address, Gao Feng wandered around the city. This trip to procure supplies had unknowingly lasted almost a week. Although he video called his wife and daughter almost every day, he still wanted to return to their side as soon as possible. Gao Feng decided that after he graciously accepted the beef from the Wagyu auction, he would visit a few video and comic stores in the city. After completing tonight's job, he would return to the Dragon Kingdom to be with his wife and daughter until the apocalypse began. With his goals set, while wandering, he scouted locations. 3 audiovisual stores and 3 comic stores were honored to be selected by him. After scouting the locations, he waited outside the cold storage. Who would have thought that entering the cold storage to buy beef would be so troublesome, requiring information registration, clothing changes, and disinfection? After watching the crowd for a while, Gao Feng pursed his lips and walked away. He had originally wanted to observe how the famous Xinhu Wagyu was auctioned, but now he had no interest at all. He couldn't handle things that were too refined. So he went to a corner, and when no one was looking, he teleported into the cold storage, collected the hanging dissected Wagyu beef into his interdimensional space, and then quickly made his escape. Outside, he found a car parked on the roadside, teleported inside, and using the survival skills he learned during the apocalypse, started the car and drove toward those stores. The population density in the Land of Radiance was too high, so Gao Feng's teleportation into the car was witnessed by 2 schoolgirls. One of them said in shock, "Is he Uchiha Obito? Or Kachinichi? Was my eyes playing tricks on me? I clearly saw him outside the car. How did he suddenly appear inside without even opening the door? I must tell my brother about my discovery. There really are superpowered people in this world. Lisa, you must testify for me. Lisa, you saw it too, right?" Another girl named Lisa snapped back to reality, jumping up excitedly. "Akemi, I saw it too, really. And he's so handsome. I think he looks like Hashiraya, my male god. Akemi, I think I'm falling in love. Let's go find him." Akemi said, "But he's already driven away." Lisa grabbed her and started running. "Let's look for him. Maybe he's waiting for us just ahead." But how could they outrun a car? Galfeng quickly disappeared from their view. The two girls couldn't help but stop breathing heavily. After catching her breath, a resolute glint flashed in Lisa's eyes as she said to her best friend Akemi, "I must find him and figure out a way to marry him." Little did they know, if they had continued running forward for another few dozen meters and turned a corner, they would have seen Galfeng's car. None of this was known to Galfeng. He happily cleared out all the stock from the 3 audiovisual stores grouped together and the 3 comic stores across the street. Then he drove away. Galfeng navigated to the nearest international airport, parked the car randomly by the roadside, and bought a ticket for that night's flight back to the Dragon Kingdom. When the Shinhu incident gained attention, the beautiful country also learned about it. They carefully studied the cases in both countries and discovered striking similarities. First, all perpetrators possessed spatial treasures or spatial abilities. Second, he or they seemed to have a particular obsession with food. The suspects were narrowed down to those who arrived in beautiful country before noon on the 6th and flew from New York to the land of radiance after the 9th. Seeing the case finally had a major breakthrough, the New York police chief and Njue both breathed a sigh of relief. There were only over 2,000 people on the suspect list, which was nearly 5,000 times less work than conducting a full investigation of everyone in New York. They were almost moved to tears. They began contacting the foreign ministries of the suspects' countries requesting their cooperation. The Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs naturally received beautiful country's request. The foreign minister said he would fully cooperate, but the moment he turned around, his eyebrows were flying with laughter. Seeing beautiful country and the land of radiance suffer such a huge loss, how could their old rival the Dragon Kingdom not be delighted? Looking at the 5 people on the list, the minister thought to himself, if they weren't the culprits, it would be somewhat regrettable. After all, that wouldn't count as avenging us personally. But if they did do it, we must protect them well. We should treat them like national heroes, promote them extensively, and write them into textbooks. After the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs received the request for investigative assistance from the beautiful country, it forwarded the list of 5 names to the Ministry of Public Security for coordinated handling. Inside the Office of Division 3, Bureau of Domestic Security, Ministry of Public Security. Holy crap, this is insane. Does this guy have a Chincoin pouch? So much supplies, even a Chincoin pouch couldn't hold all this. And how did he do it without leaving a trace? Impossible. This absolutely cannot be done by a human being. After reading the case summary sent by the beautiful country, the comrades at the Ministry of Public Security exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, an officer who had recently been following a web novel on Tomato called Rebirth in the Apocalypse, my zero-cost shopping spree in the beautiful country, said, could he be a spatial superpower user? If he were a spatial superpower user, he could easily pull this off. Someone retorted, Zhu Hongyi, have you read too many novels? Zhu Hongyi said, Shen Shirhan, in all your years on the force, have you never encountered a rather unusual case? As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of documents and said to Shin Shirhan and the other colleagues, take a look at these materials. I came across them while browsing overseas websites recently, and I compiled them. On May 5th at noon, Galfeng took flight CX-917 from Mountain City, heading to New York. Then he pulled out several more sheets of A4 paper and said, before the plane took off, he published articles continuously on WeChat Moments, Weibo, Douyin, Daily Express, and other social media and major forums. Under the alias of the Mayan Prophecy, he released an introduction to the apocalypse precise down to the exact day and month. At noon on May 6th, which was a little past midnight on May 5th in New York time, the Walmart East Coast Distribution Center was burglarized. On May 9th, New York was unsealed. On the 10th, he took flight in H-109 to Neon's new capital. Half a day later, the Divine Fox and Wagyu beef were stolen. The timeline matches Galfeng perfectly. He also has a motive. He believes the apocalypse will arrive in a month. Of course, now there are only a little over 10 days left. If the New York police hadn't dug up his posts, they would never have let him leave New York. He's the prime suspect. Zhu Hongyi gathered the documents, looked around with burning eyes, and said, so we should focus our investigation on Galfeng. For all we know, he might already be building an apocalypse shelter right now. As soon as Zhu Hongyi finished speaking, Shin Shirhan was stunned and said, Zhu Hongyi, you're amazing. You're practically a prophet. The technical division just sent over their recent spending data showing that their family has had large fund transfers with a decoration company in Mountain City. Zhu Hongyi waved his fist excitedly and said, that's confirmed. The Walmart supply loss is 100% related to Galfeng. But the next moment he grimaced and said, if Galfeng isn't crazy, that means the apocalypse is coming in just over 2 weeks. I eat takeout every day. I don't have much food stored at home. And I've been single for 30 years, I haven't even found a wife yet. With a cheeky grin, he said to Shin Shirhan, Comrade Shin Shirhan, you've also been single for over 20 years. The apocalypse is almost here. How about we just settle for each other and get married so we don't leave any regrets? The people in the office immediately started chanting, get together, get together. Shin Shirhan instantly turned bright red. She punched Zhu Hongyi and said, dream on. I'm not marrying you. You old codger, you're up to no good. The office burst into laughter. Just then the Division 3 chief said, everyone stop laughing. Let me say a few words. We do not support or encourage this kind of theft of public assets. Zhu Hongyi muttered under his breath, it's the private property of the oligarchs. The chief glared at him and said, don't interrupt. Let me finish. Whether it's public assets or private property theft is immoral. We don't support it and we don't encourage it. If such an act occurred domestically, as police officers, we would be obligated to arrest him and subject him to education and reform. The Division 3 officers all nodded in unison. The chief continued, but is this Walmart matter theft? Shin Shirhan whispered, how is it not? Stealing 1 yuan is theft, so stealing 100 yuan isn't. The chief said it is. To the people of the beautiful country it is. But to us, if someone took back our national treasures from the London Museum, would you still consider them a thief? Everyone said in unison no. If someone could bring back our historical artifacts that remain overseas, they would be our national hero. The chief said, then the Walmart incident is the same logic. Think about it. He emptied the entire Walmart East Coast Distribution Center and the great beautiful cold chain logistics center in one night. Did we suffer any loss? Everyone answered in unison, no loss. The chief asked again, why did he empty the supplies from those 2 storage centers? Everyone replied, because he needed them, because he feared or knew the apocalypse was coming. The chief asked further, if he did the same thing here in the Dragon Kingdom, would any of you be able to stop him? If he went abroad, he'd have to take transportation, which leaves traces and greatly increases the risk of exposure. If I were that person, for my own safety, I might have just done zero-cost shopping directly at domestic supermarkets and markets. If he did zero-cost shopping at domestic supermarkets and markets, do you have confidence that you could crack the case within a month? Everyone shook their heads. The chief concluded, so whoever this person is, he has the ability to wreak havoc on the Dragon Kingdom, yet he didn't. Instead, he went to the beautiful country and the neon country to cause trouble for them. So tell me, is he still a thief? Everyone answered in unison, he's not a thief, he's a national hero. The chief smiled and said, good, I'm glad you can understand that. Zhu Hongyi, go to Mountain City immediately and make contact with Gao Feng. Confirm with him whether the apocalypse is real. The higher-ups are paying close attention. If it is real for the sake of our hundreds of millions of compatriots, we may need to ask for his help. Tell him this help will not be in vain. This comes from the very top. Be polite when you speak to him. Zhu Hongyi accepted the order and left. As for the assistance investigation, the beautiful country requested the Ministry of Public Security would certainly stall for a few days and finally reply, upon investigation, all 5 comrades are good comrades. After Zhu Hongyi left, the Division 3 chief reported the current staged results of the investigation upward and awaited instructions for the next steps. May 21st, clear skies. Gao Feng brought Qin Qian and Wan Wan to the suburbs for a spring outing. He had almost finished stockpiling supplies. He swiped both of their medical insurance cards, empty, buying a pile of cold medicine, anti-inflammatory medicine, and other potentially useful medications. He did not launch any zero-cost shopping operation domestically. In his previous life, during the early days of the apocalypse, he had once received kind help from strangers. Although he later fought desperately with others for a bite to eat in this life, having stockpiled a massive amount of supplies, he had no intention of competing with others for resources. As long as no one provoked him, he didn't mind hiding away with his wife and daughter in the safe house he had built, enjoying the tranquility of peaceful days. Long, long ago, the people of Earth lived in harmony and peace. However, this harmony was not destined to last. Because of humanity's greed and sins, God decided to punish mankind, making them pay the price for their transgressions. Noah was a righteous and kind man, so God told him in advance of the great flood that would come, instructing him to build a massive ark to carry his family and all manner of animals escaping this catastrophe. Thus he began searching for wood, constructing the ark according to God's requirements. When Zhu Hongyi arrived at Gao Feng's home, Gao Feng was sitting cross-legged on a cushion in the living room, telling Nuan Nuan the story of Noah's Ark. Nuan Nuan curled up like a kitten in the crook of Gao Feng's legs, her large eyes attentively reading the words in the book, her small hands following along with Gao Feng's larger ones as they moved across the pages together. Nuan Nuan, we have a guest at home. You and Mommy go play in the room for a bit. Daddy needs to discuss some things with this uncle. Gao Feng sensed that Zhu Hongyi had come specifically to see him, so he lifted Nuan Nuan and handed her to Qin Qian, then invited Zhu Hongyi to take a seat on the sofa. Gao Feng brewed a pot of Longjing tea for Zhu Hongyi. After taking a sip, Zhu Hongyi exclaimed, "Excellent tea." Gao Feng smiled, waiting for him to continue. Zhu Hongyi seemed curious. "How can you remain so composed? Aren't you the least bit curious about who I am, where I come from, or why I've come to find you?" Gao Feng smiled and said, "You don't look like a bad person, and you knock politely. You don't seem like a debt collector. Since you came without malicious intent, you deserve to be treated with my finest tea. You have a calm demeanor and don't appear to be in a hurry, so we can chat over tea. Zhu Hongyi gave a thumbs up and praised impressive. You're no ordinary person. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Fearing Gao Feng might misunderstand, Zhu Hongyi quickly added, don't get the wrong idea. I truly have no ill intentions toward you. I come from the Ministry of Public Security and officer from the 3rd section of the Domestic Security and Protection Bureau. Here today on official business, I wish to confirm some matters with you. Gao Feng remained composed. Please go ahead. Zhu Hongyi lifted his teacup and took another sip before saying, the American police discovered you stole from the Walmart East Coast Distribution Center and the Daipiao Liang Cold Chain Logistics Center in New York. They are pressuring us to hand you over. However, our nation's top leadership has resisted their pressure. They believe you are a national hero who has to some extent avenged our country for the plundering of our precious cultural artifacts by the 8-Nation Alliance. Saying this, Zhu Hongyi lifted his teacup, blew on the tea leaves, took a sip, and used this moment to observe Gao Feng's expression. Gao Feng pretended to be alarmed. I hope our national leaders will see clearly. I certainly don't have the ability to steal so much material. Immediately afterward, he said indignantly, how can these Americans be so shameless? They can't keep track of their own things and lose them, so they point fingers at others. If I had such abilities, I wouldn't be scraping by in the mountain city. I would have contributed to my country long ago. Gao Feng's expression was too smooth, too natural. But it was also a bit overacted. It was too inconsistent with his earlier composure, carrying a sense of trying too hard to conceal something. However, if he didn't deny it, Zhu Hongyi would still believe the missing materials were connected to him. Because Zhu Hongyi had come prepared, had already made a subjective judgment, and had laid a verbal trap. Only if Gao Feng truly hadn't stolen the materials could he act in a way that matched Zhu Hongyi's expectations. But as the section chief had said, even if the materials were taken by Gao Feng, so what? Gao Feng's early warning to the nation through unofficial channels was enough for the country to reward him handsomely. Moreover, he had been sensible enough to be self-sufficient, not causing the slightest trouble for the nation. So Zhu Hongyi bypassed the topic and said, you don't need to be nervous. Even if the materials are in your possession, the nation won't make you surrender them. The highest leadership has given instructions. You are a national hero, and we must protect you and your family. Gao Feng forced a bitter smile. Those materials really weren't taken by me. But Zhu Hongyi didn't take the bait. His expression grew serious as he said, Brother Gao, please answer the following question carefully. Because it concerns the safety of over 1 billion people in our dragon nation. Gao Feng said, go ahead, I'm listening. Zhu Hongyi then asked, will the apocalypse really come as you posted on social media and forums? After asking this question, Zhu Hongyi stared at Gao Feng intently, desperately hoping to hear a negative answer. But he was disappointed. Gao Feng contemplated for a moment and said earnestly, the specifics might differ, but the overall outcome won't change. 15 days from now, the apocalypse will arrive. The hand holding Zhu Hongyi's teacup trembled slightly. He felt his mouth go dry. He lifted the teacup and drained all the tea in one gulp, then spoke in a hoarse voice, how is this possible? Scientists said the sun is still young and can maintain its current state for at least another 6 billion years. Why would it suddenly flare up and then extinguish in half a month? The sun isn't a light bulb that can just burn out. I can understand your prophecy about the polar ice caps melting and releasing ancient viruses, turning infected people into zombies. But shouldn't the sun returning to normal be our chance for humanity to rebuild our homes? Why would monsters suddenly appear out of nowhere? I feel like our solar system is like the greenhouse my grandmother uses to grow vegetables. The sun is the light source for photosynthesis, and we are one type of vegetable inside. When the light source malfunctioned, we couldn't survive. When the gardener fixed the light source, they found us almost all dead, so they scattered new seeds. Gao Feng was stunned. This feeling was like a literature comprehension question where the author casually wrote, there are 2 trees in my backyard. One is a jujube tree, and the other is also a jujube tree, and then later exam question makers overinterpreted it so much that the original author himself couldn't get a perfect score if he answered the questions. But thinking carefully, it really did seem similar. However, in his previous life, Gao Feng hadn't known. Although he had awakened temporal abilities, he never managed to leave Earth. In this life, would he have the chance to find the cause of the apocalypse? For a moment, the 2 men sitting in the living room fell into an eerie silence. It felt like an eternity before Zhu Hongyi finally emerged from his emotional turmoil. He stood up and extended his hand to Gao Feng. Gao Feng rose as well and shook his hand. Zhu Hongyi said, Brother Gao, thank you for issuing the warning to the government and to the people. With your warning, many lives will be saved. I must immediately report this news. I believe our leaders will guide us to overcome all difficulties. Leaving the Gao Feng household, Zhu Hongyi promptly reported what he had learned to his section chief, who immediately relayed it to the bureau director, who then reported to the minister, who in turn briefed the highest leadership directly. That evening, all officials in Beijing at or above the ministerial rank convened an emergency meeting to deliberate and deploy strategies for confronting the apocalypse. The discussion was heated and every attendee carried a heavy heart. The 4 calamities of the apocalypse would strike in relentless succession, especially the first 2, a world of ice and fire, where extreme weather shifted in rapid alternation, with temperature swings reaching as high as 140 C within mere days. They racked their brains, but could not conjure a perfect solution. With sorrow, they came to the bitter realization that not everyone could be saved. The population was far too vast, and the window for preparation was alarmingly short. In the end, 3 decisions were reached. First, evacuate all residents from coastal cities. Relocate them to Central China, North China, Southwest China, Northwest China, Northeast China, and other regions. This was necessary because the first 7 days of the apocalypse would be scorching hot, causing more than 90% of the glaciers at both poles to melt, raising sea levels by 60 meters and submerging most coastal cities. This was a monumental undertaking to be carried out jointly by the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Public Security, and the Ministry of Transport. Second, procure food and essential supplies from across the globe. This operation needed to be both swift and discreet, led by the Ministry of Commerce with the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Agriculture, and other departments assisting. Third, call upon the entire nation to stockpile provisions, especially for those not requiring relocation. Logistics allocation and supply distribution would also be ensured. This matter fell under the leadership of the National Health Commission, which had demonstrated commendable performance during the epidemic over a decade ago, and could therefore handle it with considerable expertise. On May 22, China launched a nationwide mobilization, sending shockwaves around the world. Chongqing, the Gaofeng residence. Chen Qian received a call from Shi Huairan, the hospital director. Shi Huairan was a man in his 50s, short at barely over 1.60 meters, yet weighing well over 80 kilograms, earning him the behind-his-back nickname, the Square One. He was partially bald, sporting the classic Mediterranean hairstyle, and typically wore a wig to maintain his image. His younger brother Shi Huai served as director of the provincial health department. With such powerful backing, even when his misconduct was reported, consequences were merely perfunctory. A few drinks and a slap on the wrist. Those who reported him either inexplicably lost their jobs or their lives. Several nurses, whether willingly or coerced, had been drawn into improper relationships with him. He had also set his sights on Chen Qian, but she remained ever vigilant, and Gaofeng kept a close watch, personally escorting her to and from work every day. He had never found an opportunity to succeed. Wondering why he was calling now, Chen Qian glanced at Gaofeng, who signaled her to answer and listen. Chen Qian put the call on speaker, and Shi Huairan immediately launched into a barrage of moral posturing. Chen Qian, you are an outstanding physician of our hospital. Saving lives and healing the wounded is your sacred duty. Do you still remember the oath you took upon entering medical school? With our trust in health and life placed in our hands. As I step into this hallowed institution of medicine, I solemnly pledge, I commit myself to the medical profession, to my motherland, and to the people. I shall uphold medical ethics, respect my teachers, observe discipline, study diligently, and pursue excellence without ceasing. I resolve to spare no effort in relieving human suffering, promoting health, preserving the sanctity and honor of medicine, and devoting my life to the advancement of medical science and the physical and mental well-being of humanity. Now our motherland needs you, the hospital needs you, and patients need you. I did not approve your previous resignation request and suggested you take time to rest. Now it is time for you to return to work. Do not forget your oath. Knowing the apocalypse was imminent, Chen Qian no longer saw any point in pretense and fired back sharply. Shi Huairan, who forgot the medical oath and abandoned medical ethics and conduct, if not you, who, relying on his position and powerful connections, engaged in illicit affairs with colleagues, who leveraged medical resources to extort patients' families for money and favors, who purged dissent and ruled through authoritarian decree. Take a look in the mirror. Not only is your appearance repulsive, but your soul reeks of corruption. Where do you get the audacity to lecture me? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru. Gaofeng watched Chen Qian dismantle Shi Huairan with mounting delight and gave her an enthusiastic thumbs up. Chen Qian shot him a playful, blushing glance. On the other end of the line, Shi Huairan was reduced to trembling with rage. He had hoped to use the chaos of the apocalypse to recall Chen Qian to the hospital and, amidst the turmoil, forcibly make her his. As the saying goes, what one cannot have becomes an obsession, and Chen Qian had become precisely that. He never expected her to so openly humiliate him, to dare curse him on the phone. In the past, although he kept his distance, she had at least maintained a facade of respect. Gritting his teeth, he thought, you bold Chen Qian, truly fierce. Now I want you even more. When the apocalypse arrives, people will fall ill more easily. With my medical skill and the authority of my position as hospital director, I will be the protagonist. I will shame you before your husband and make you kneel and sing conquer to me. Of course, Shi Huairan would never voice such thoughts aloud. Instead, he said, Chen Qian, all medical personnel are to report to the nearest hospital and stand by at all times. This is an order issued by the National Health Commission. Do you intend to defy the entire nation? Hearing Shi Huairan invoke the National Health Commission, Chen Qian fell momentarily speechless and looked to Gaofeng for guidance. Seeing this, Gaofeng gently embraced her and said, Shi Huairan, don't think I don't see through your sinister intentions. And don't mistake a trivial privilege for imperial decree. Careful, or you won't live to see tomorrow. Shi Huairan roared into the phone. You dare threaten me, you little punk. I am a state functionary. Just you wait. You'll regret this. Gaofeng replied coolly, bring whatever you've got. And let me warn you, do not even think about laying hands on my Chen Qian. She belongs only to me. With that he hung up the phone. Hearing Gao Feng's bold declaration of ownership, Chen Qian playfully punched his chest and murmured, "You're so bad. I actually like it." The call had not yet been disconnected. Hearing her voice through the phone, Shi Huairan's desire burned even hotter. In daily life she appears like an icy beauty, but underneath, who would have guessed such passion, he thought. "Chen Qian, I will have you." What he did not know was that Gao Feng had not originally intended to target him. But this very phone call would seal Shi Huairan's fate and send him straight to the executioner's block. Today is May 25th. 10 days remain until the apocalypse. Now is the time for national unity. There is no room for side issues. Shi Huairan, just you wait. In 9 more days I will send you on your way early. After the phone was hung up, Shi Huairan's fury only intensified. MD, he stole my woman, and now he dares to hang up on me. His obsession with Chen Qian and hatred for Gao Feng festered within him, dark thoughts growing wild. If soft tactics won't work, I'll go hard. The apocalypse is coming in a few days anyway. Chen Qian ignores the greater good, refuses the organization's call. Would it be too much to have my men drag her back? Her husband Gao Feng, threatened with weapons, attacked law enforcement. The officers acting in self-defense accidentally killed him. That would be justified. The apocalypse is coming in just a few days. The authorities are focused on the massive undertaking of population migration. No one will notice 1 or 2 insignificant people with no background disappearing. Shi Huairan thought darkly, then pulled out his phone to call someone named Brother Dao. "Brother Dao, are you free this afternoon?" "Brother Dao? Oh, it's Director Shi. Free. What good thing do you have in mind thinking of your old pal?" "Shi Huairan, bring a couple of brothers this afternoon, help me teach someone a lesson." "Brother Dao, who's this person?" "Shi Huairan, don't worry, he has no connections. He's the husband of a female doctor at my workplace, somewhat ungrateful. I've been wanting to deal with him for a while." Brother Dao leered obscenely. Director Shi really knows how to have fun. "Don't worry, leave it to me." "Shi Huairan, the brothers won't work for nothing. The apocalypse is coming. I'll get you a few medical kits and supply kits. Official supplies, all good stuff. After finishing the job this afternoon, I'll treat the brothers to a drink." Brother Dao hastily thanked him. "Then thank you very much, Director Shi. Shi Huairan, we're all brothers, no need for such pleasantries." After agreeing on the time and place, they ended the call. Shi Huairan often had Brother Dao handle things he couldn't conveniently do himself. The two had collaborated many times. At 2 in the afternoon, Shi Huairan and Brother Dao arrived at Gao Feng's old residence, with 2 underlings entering an old residential building. At Brother Dao's signal, one of the minions with dyed yellow hair went to the door and knocked so loudly the whole building seemed to shake. He cursed obscenely, "Open up. Is everyone in your family dead?" At this moment, Gao Feng's family of 3 was taking a midday nap. Woken by the commotion at the door, his mood was rather unpleasant. He signaled to Chen Qian to continue sleeping with their daughter and went to the door with a dark expression. "Who has such poor manners, making such a loud racket at noon?" The yellow-haired thug outside sneered. "Oh, you're still in the mood to nap. Don't you know we're here to cause you trouble?" When he heard the door lock click, he raised his foot and kicked the door hard, wanting to give Gao Feng a violent shock. But he underestimated Gao Feng's strength. Gao Feng's hand on the door didn't budge an inch, and the yellow-haired thug was knocked backwards several steps, nearly crashing into Brother Dao. Brother Dao pushed him aside in disgust, stepped forward, and said, "Can't tell you're a bit capable. But you don't really think having some strength makes you invincible, do you?" Just as Gao Feng was about to ask Brother Dao who he was and why he was causing trouble, he spotted Shi Huairan standing behind the group. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He recognized Shi Huairan. At that moment he thought, "Good for you, Shi Huairan. I was planning to let you live a few more days, but you've come to seek death yourself. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" He stretched his limbs and said, "Get inside and talk. Don't disturb the neighbors upstairs and downstairs." Brother Dao touched his bald head and grinned sinisterly. "Interesting. You're so accommodating. I'll go easy on you when I strike." With that he led the way, swaggering into the living room. The other 3 followed in. The yellow-haired thug at the back thought Gao Feng was intimidated, suddenly feeling bold again. He wanted to show off in front of his boss to salvage his image. He reached out to slap Gao Feng's face. Gao Feng leaned back, slightly dodging it, then grabbed his hair and drove his knee into his face. Blood gushed from the thug's nose. "Ow!" The yellow-haired thug screamed in pain, clutching his nose as he fell to the ground. Gao Feng casually closed the front door. Brother Dao already sensed something was wrong. But Shi Huairan couldn't sense the danger. In his view, with Brother Dao present, Gao Feng was the one in danger. When he saw Gao Feng knock down the yellow-haired thug, he poked his head out from behind Brother Dao and said, "Gao Feng, do you have any regard for the law? We came to your house. We just knocked a bit loudly. We didn't really do anything to you, did we? How could you resort to violence? And with such heavy force at that? Look what you've done to this person. Today you're not getting out of here unless you compensate this young brother 50 or 100,000 in medical expenses." Gao Feng looked at him like he was an idiot. "So you can come to my door causing trouble, but I'm not allowed to defend myself. How can your face be so damn big?" Shi Huairan tried to use righteousness to oppress him. "We came to persuade Chen Qian to go back to work. One shouldn't be so selfish. When the nation is in crisis, everyone should contribute." Gao Feng sneered, "This is how you persuade someone. Think I'm 3 years old? You brought 3 thugs to my house. Did you come because the authorities announced the apocalypse to kidnap my Chin Xian? Sure, Huiran, I knew you weren't a good person, but I didn't expect you to be this utterly rotten. Sure, Huiran found he couldn't keep up the pretense, so he dropped the act entirely. He said to Brother Dao, kill this kid. The apocalypse is coming in a few days anyway. I'll handle whatever comes after. Brother Dao was clearly no stranger to this kind of work. You get paid, you eliminate the trouble. He immediately drew 2 knives and swung them toward Gao Feng. He was quite confident in his combat ability. He was already imagining the scene of his blade piercing flesh and bright red blood spattering. But Gao Feng didn't want to drag out the fight with him. Although Gao Feng had survived 15 years in the apocalypse, and his combat power completely crushed this Brother Dao, if they fought in the cramped living room, it would be wrecked. So Gao Feng raised his right hand, aimed at Brother Dao and his 2 underlings, and with a thought absorbed them into his body's dimensional space. Then he walked slowly step by step toward Shi Huiran. Shi Huiran was so frightened, he kept backing up, pointing at Gao Feng with a trembling finger. Don't come near me. Gao Feng raised his right hand, 5 fingers spread. Shi Huiran was so scared he covered his head with both hands and let out a girl's scream. Ah! A slap sound rang out, and Shi Huiran's scream cut off abruptly. Gao Feng slapped him hard across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. His face instantly swelled, and several teeth were knocked out. Shi Huiran braced himself with his elbow feet kicking backward as he retreated. Don't come near me. Please spare me, I won't dare anymore. Gao Feng slapped him again on his other cheek, making that side swell too. Gao Feng said coldly, isn't it a bit late to say you won't dare now? If I were an ordinary person, would you spare me? Would you spare my wife and daughter? Have you committed few enough sins for your own selfish desires? With each question, Gao Feng delivered another slap. In the end, he beat him to death, like killing a stray dog by the roadside. On May 22nd, the Long Country government issued a notice titled, Overcoming Hardships Together Bracing for the Apocalypse, and formulated a plan for the inland relocation of coastal city populations. Although the residents of Shansheng did not need to relocate, they were still called upon by the government to actively stockpile food supplies. Upon receiving the notice, the construction team leader in charge of the villa project told Gao Feng that they could no longer continue the subsequent work, as they also needed to return home to stockpile supplies, and following Gao Feng's example, prepare their houses for insulation. After much coaxing and promising to gift them a freight car filled with supplies, they finally agreed to complete the project. After all, during these extraordinary times, supplies were far more valuable than money and significantly harder to obtain. On May 26th, the villa reinforcement and insulation project was completed, and Gao Feng's family moved back into the villa to reside. On the same day, many nations became aware of Long Country's recent actions and understood their connection to the widely discussed Mayan prophecy circulating online. Instantly, the online forums erupted into chaos. Opinions were varied, but they ultimately fell into 2 camps. One faction believed that Long Country's approach should be emulated, and that preparations should be made in advance, though such people were few in number. Lisa and Ming Muzi from Neon Country happened to belong to this minority camp. The other voice was one of mockery toward Long Country's government, for Chief Scientist MacArthur of Beautiful Country had come forward to debunk the rumors. He told Capitol Hill that the sun would remain stable for at least another 6 billion years. The so-called Mayan prophecy was pure nonsense. The sun had been burning for 4 billion years and would continue to burn for at least another 6 billion. How could it suddenly flare up and then extinguish like a burned-out light bulb? Given MacArthur's towering stature in the academic community, his words were accepted by the majority. As a result, the entire world, except for the people of Long Country and a small minority of foreigners, made no preparations whatsoever. Not only that, but they were also eagerly anticipating the arrival of June 5th, looking forward to witnessing Long Country's embarrassment. Are Long Country's leaders completely insane? They actually believe the words of a fraud. This is the 21st century, not the age of witches. We should trust in science. Long Country is truly a backward and ignorant nation. Indeed, Professor MacArthur is unquestionably the foremost authority in global cosmology, and even he has come forward to debunk these rumors. The sun will go dark for a month. What absurdity is this? If the sun truly extinguishes, I'll do a live broadcast standing on my head and defecating. User above, that image is too vivid to imagine. While I was in the middle of eating. How cruel you all are. Do you think Long Country's leaders might possess secrets we are unaware of? After all the relocation of hundreds of millions of people from their coastal cities, if anything goes wrong, it could trigger catastrophic consequences. Without solid confidence, they surely would not have made such a decision. After all, there is not a single foolish leader in Long Country. Unlike Beautiful Country, where the presidents elected in recent terms were absolutely absurd. How about we also stockpile some supplies and make preparations for the apocalypse? If you want to hoard, go ahead. The new Kishin phone is releasing soon, and I need to save my money to buy it. I'm just waiting for June 5th to watch Long Country make a fool of themselves. Agreed, plus 10,086. Shenhut City, Neon Country. Lisa and Ming Muzi gathered once more. Both carried considerable luggage. Ming Muzi still harbored some hesitation and asked, Lisa, are we really leaving Neon Country? Lisa slipped her arm around Ming Muzi and said, "You must believe your brother. With his looks, how could he possibly deceive us? Besides, look, the entire coastal region of Long Country is already evacuating. When the polar glaciers melt, all of Neon Country except for Mount Fuji will be submerged by seawater. So going to find our brother is the right choice. I definitely don't want to become dinner for fish and shrimp." Ming Muzi reached out and lightly flicked Lisa's cheek, saying, "You have no sense of shame. Strangers don't even know you, yet you go on and on about brother. Tell me, what if the apocalypse never comes, or he refuses to see us, or worse, he's already married?" Lisa replied, "If the apocalypse doesn't arrive, we'll simply treat it as a trip to Long Country. It's so beautiful there, and I've long wanted to visit. Besides, our brother is so outstanding. It's only natural if he gets married. If the apocalypse doesn't come, I'll just become his friend and find an opportunity to get him drunk, and then hee. But if the apocalypse does arrive, that would be even better. We can work tirelessly day and night for the continuation of human civilization." Ming Muzi was dumbfounded and said, "Lisa, how have I never noticed you were this filthy-minded before?" Lisa winked at Ming Muzi and said, "What if in the end our brother is the last man left in this world? He'll have to make extra efforts, won't he? And don't be shy. Once I win him over, I'll bring you along too." Ming Muzi's face flushed red, and she grabbed Lisa to tickle her, saying, "Lisa, you are truly a shameless woman." Mountain Bay Villa District, Shanxing. At dusk, Zhu Hongyi accompanied an elderly man of dignified bearing appearing to be in his mid-50s to Gao Feng's villa. Before the visit, Zhu Hongyi had called Gao Feng to inform him that a senior figure from Long Country's leadership would come to see him. Gao Feng waited at the entrance with Chun Qian and Gao Nuanyuan. The moment they met, the elder warmly greeted Gao Feng, saying, "Finally, we meet, young friend Gao Feng. Thank you for sounding the end times warning for the hundreds of millions of people in Long Country. Thanks to your preparation, the lives we can now save are counted not in tens of thousands, but in tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. I am Long Outyin, appointed by the Supreme Leadership and the Council of Elders as the Director of End-Time Base No. 3. I have specially come to find you, first to express my personal gratitude, and second to invite you to join our End-Time Base No. 3. With the base's protection, the probability of you and your family safely surviving the apocalypse will increase significantly. The Supreme Leadership and the Council have issued instructions. Our national hero must not suffer any grievance. Upon arriving at the base, you will be given the finest treatment. You may not know. Directors of the other bases all wanted to invite you to their facilities and meet you in person. But because Shanxing falls within the jurisdiction of our base No. 3, they could not outmaneuver me. Those other old fellows were absolutely furious. What do you say, young friend Gao Feng? Pack your things, and you can return with me shortly." Hearing that Long Outyin had come to recruit him, Gao Feng's expression grew somewhat complicated, though he said little. He merely replied politely, "So it is, Director Long. My apologies for the delay in recognizing you. Forgive me for not welcoming you properly in advance. Your esteemed presence has truly graced this humble dwelling. Please, Director, allow me to invite you inside for a cup of tea." Seeing that Gao Feng had neither accepted his invitation nor declined outright, merely deflecting with polite conversation, Long Outyin felt no offense. He first carefully surveyed the exterior of Gao Feng's villa, then smiled, and said to Zhu Hongyi, "As the guest, I should respect the host's wishes. Since the host has extended such warm hospitality, let us go inside and sit for a while." Upon entering the villa, Gao Feng invited Long Outyin to take the seat of honor while he settled in a lower seat beside him. Zhu Hongyi stood ramrod straight behind Long Outyin, serving as a temporary bodyguard. Qin Qian took charge of rinsing the tea set and served tea to the group. Long Outyin produced a small gift he had prepared in advance and gave it to Nuanyuan. After accepting it, Nuanyuan thanked him politely, then sat down beside Gao Feng, playing with the toy quietly, without disturbing the adult's conversation. Long Outyin's primary purpose in visiting Gao Feng today was to invite him to join the third base. In his view, Gao Feng had no reason to refuse. Yet he had miscalculated. If he had not seen Gao Feng's renovations to the villa, he might still have tried to persuade him. But when he saw that Gao Feng had made the villa more fortified than a bunker, he abandoned his original intention. After 3 rounds of tea, Long Outyin said to Gao Feng, "May I ask you, young friend Gao, to show me around your villa? I saw the modifications you made to its exterior, and I'm eager to know what preparations you've made to survive this crisis. I carry the safety of hundreds of millions of people in the third base on my shoulders. A heavy burden indeed. Please, young friend Gao, do not hesitate to enlighten me." Gao Feng stood up and said, "I wouldn't presume to offer guidance. Let me show you around and explain as we go. You can judge for yourself." Long Outyin rose and said, "Please lead the way." Gao Feng led the 2 of them to the 3rd floor and said, "Let's start from the 3rd floor and work our way down, discussing things as we go." Long Outyin nodded and said, "Very well." Gao Feng began his introduction, first in response to the 3rd and 4th crises, the onslaught of zombies and monsters. I reinforced the entire structure. The whole villa is now strengthened with 2 layers of 5-centimeter steel plates, sandwiching 10 centimeters of poured reinforced concrete. To make it easier to monitor the outside, I had the construction crew install 4 small windows of bulletproof glass on the top floor, 1 on each side. The air vents are on the third floor and have been reinforced. The villa has only 2 entrances and exits. The one on the first floor is the one you just walked through. Its door is on par with a bank vault and will be locked from the inside when the apocalypse comes. The other entrance, wide enough for only one person, is on the top floor. The villa has been insulated throughout. Once extreme weather sets in, air conditioning will be virtually useless, so I've prepared 2 contingency plans for the month or more of extreme conditions ahead. When the heat arrives, the whole family plans to take refuge in the second basement. The temperature there should be relatively cooler. If it's still a bit hot, we'll cool down with ice. We've placed several freezers in the second basement and have been making a lot of ice these past few days. The 7 days of scorching heat should be easy enough to get through, not counting the rise in sea level, of course. The real challenge is the following month of extreme low temperatures. Without sunlight, plants will die off in large numbers, and even oxygen will thin out considerably. The oxygen tanks I've stored in this room are for that 1 month. As Gao Feng spoke, Long Out-yin nodded frequently while listening, and Zhu Hongyi rapidly jotted down key points with his pen. Gao Feng walked into another room and continued, "These liquefied gas tanks were purchased through special approval from the authorities, intended for heating water to keep warm during the month of extreme cold. With these 5 tanks of gas, I could last a whole year." In truth, there were more than 100 additional gas canisters in his alternate space purchased through various channels. Such matters were unnecessary to disclose. Even if questioned, he would never admit to them. He would never reveal the secret of the alternate space except to Qian. Even if others suspected something, it was of no use. This room here holds some grain, rice, and other food staples. The third floor is drier, so they can be stored for a longer time. After more than a month, once the sun returns to normal, the temperature will gradually rise again. The authorities are well prepared this time. If we can keep the zombie virus beyond our borders, we'll be able to resume partial production, and then supplies won't run short. That's why I haven't hoarded much. Hearing this, Long Out-yin thought to himself, even though you keep denying it, who doesn't know that the supplies from the entire Walmart East Coast warehouse and the Pyongyang Cold Chain Logistics Center are in your hands? With those supplies at hand, why would you need to hoard food? These items wouldn't happen to be displayed just for show, because you knew we were coming with they. However, he did not call Gao Feng out. The true high-level leaders of Dragon Country were magnanimous. Given the great contributions Gao Feng had made, they would not make further demands of him or try to seize his supplies. As for Gao Feng, the supplies he had placed in the villa were indeed just for show. When the apocalypse arrived, he would withdraw all these supplies into his alternate space and bring out some exquisite, comfortable furniture from it to arrange in every room, allowing his family of 3 to live comfortably even in the end times. The reason he refused to go to an official base was that the shelter he had designed himself was safer and more comfortable, and of course more free. The tour continued. After they had seen the 3 rooms on the third floor, Gao Feng led Long Out-yin and Zhu Hongyi further down. On the second floor, there were no supplies stored, but because Gao Feng had sealed off the entire villa, there were no windows and no light came in. To keep himself and his family from feeling oppressed, he had the decorating company install panoramic screens in every room. Whenever needed, they could play videos of starry skies, oceans, forests, and grasslands. Next was the first floor. On the first floor, he had also pretended to pile up a good deal of supplies, baskets full of sugar, tangerines, 2 boxes of apples, 2 boxes of pears, and some taro sweet potatoes, and other fruits and vegetables that could be stored for a relatively long time. After touring the first floor, Gao Feng led the 2 men down to the first basement level. There surprisingly stood a billiard table, a ping-pong table, and 2 desktop computers that were clearly meant for gaming. Gao Feng explained, "These are for regulating our moods. I'm used to running wild outside. If I'm cooped up too long, I'm afraid I'll get depressed." Seeing this, Long Out-yin felt he understood a little better why Gao Feng had refused to live in a base. With his wife and daughter beside him, complete safety, and abundant supplies, it truly was a paradise for any reclusive homebody. Zhu Hongyi watched with eyes full of envy. After finishing the first basement level, Gao Feng took them down to the second basement. It was very simple. A gasoline generator and a small can of gasoline were placed there. In reality, Gao Feng had 19 more gasoline generators stored in his alternate space, and enough gasoline to fill a heavy tanker truck. These were in fact bonuses gifted to him by Great Pyongyang Country during his $0 shopping spree in Pyongyang Country. After the tour of the second basement, Gao Feng led Long Out-yin and Zhu Hongyi back to the living room on the first floor. Qian had already brewed fresh hot tea for them. Long Out-yin picked up his teacup, blew on it gently, took a small sip, and said, "After touring your villa, young friend Gao, I understand why you don't want to come to our third base. Indeed, the base's conditions are not as good as your villa. Here's what I'll do. I've noticed your supplies are a bit scarce, so I'll gift you a truckload. Also, do you know how to use a gun?" Long Out-yin asked, and Gao Feng was taken aback. "What?" Gao Feng asked in shock. He thought he had misheard. The Dragon Nation had banned firearms for decades, and he could not immediately decipher what Long Out-yin intended by that question. Long Out-yin had to ask again, "Can you use a gun?" Gao Feng replied instinctively, "I can't. Our country bans guns. I have never even had the chance to touch one." Long Out-yin nodded, acknowledging his words. "It is fine if you cannot use one. I will have Xiaozhu teach you. With the apocalypse upon us, you have made such great contributions to the motherland. We originally intended to relocate your family of 3 to the base for protection, but it seems unnecessary now. A single carload of supplies cannot match the reward you deserve. Money and honors are useless in this new world. After much thought, I find only one flaw in your villa, the lack of firepower. Although our nation prohibits firearms, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Moreover, since ancient times our people have valued the tradition of bestowing swords upon heroes. We have little to offer you, so let us present you with a pistol and 2 magazines of ammunition for unforeseen emergencies. Gao Feng scratched his head and said, I am truly grateful for your generosity, sir. However, might I request something else in exchange? Long Outyin asked curiously, tell me. Whatever I have the authority to grant, I will give it to you. Gao Feng replied, I would like some RPGs. What good would a handgun be to him? He had already emptied 3 shooting clubs in the beautiful country. He had more than enough handguns, not to mention submachine guns and sniper rifles. Long Outyin grew even more curious. Why specifically an RPG? Gao Feng thought to himself. I certainly cannot tell him I already have plenty of pistols. He pondered for a moment and decided to offer another piece of information. Because in the later stages of the apocalypse, some monsters possess thick hides that handgun rounds cannot penetrate. Long Outyin stared at Gao Feng with burning eyes and said, I am truly curious how you are so certain. Not only have you clearly outlined all 4 stages of the apocalypse, but you also know so many minute details. You have completely overturned my understanding of this world. Gao Feng, who are you really? Are you a human from the future? Please do not try to fool me with the Mayan prophecy. Prophecies are never stated with such certainty. Gao Feng did not wish to reveal his spatial ability nor admit that he came from the future. Fortunately, he had already prepared another explanation. He said, Sir, have you heard of Haiwa? Long Outyin replied, Is that the story recorded by someone named Misia about a level 9 life-bearing planet? Gao Feng said exactly. I had a remarkable experience that bears some resemblance to what Misia described. On the early morning of May 5th, I had an extremely vivid dream which I initially believed to be nothing more than a dream. But looking back at what happened afterward, it was not a dream. It was a truly wondrous experience. That night while asleep, I saw a kind elderly man with a white beard. At first I thought my great-great-grandfather had visited me in my dreams. He said his name was Zhao, and that he was the guardian of the Dragon Nation. Seeing that his homeland faced disaster, he came specially to warn me. I asked him why he chose me, and he said it was because I am his 108th generation descendant carrying the strongest bloodline among all his descendants. Feeling an unusual closeness to my ancestor, I mustered the courage to ask further, do foreigners have ancestors as well? My ancestor Zhao tapped my head and said, why are you bringing up those ungrateful, unfilial wretches who forget their roots? How unlucky. Their ancestors receive no offerings. They are like wandering ghosts possessing no spiritual power at all. He then continued, stop changing the subject. I have limited time. Remember what I tell you and follow my instructions. By doing these things you can save hundreds of millions of our people. Then he told me to spread the news of the coming apocalypse to my fellow citizens. I said no one would believe me, so he replied, that is not your concern. Simply make the message widely known, then spend 3 days in the beautiful country, and after that spend half a day in Neon. I wanted to ask him more questions, but he pushed me, and I woke up. I sometimes dream, but I usually forget most of my dreams upon waking. Yet that dream remained exceptionally clear in my mind. Concerned for the lives of hundreds of millions of compatriots, I chose to believe rather than risk doubt. So I posted on social media and forums, went to the beautiful country, and also visited Neon. Though I was half skeptical about Zhao's words, he had predicted 2 major events in the beautiful country, a massive disappearance of supplies and a citywide lockdown. Both events came true, which is why I believed what he said. That is why I confidently told Zhu Hongyi last time that the apocalypse would indeed happen. At the same time, while video calling my wife in the beautiful country, I also advised her to prepare at home for the coming disaster. As Gao Feng told this story, Long Outyin kept his eyes half closed, observing him silently. When Gao Feng finished, Long Outyin stood up, extended his hand, and said, I will specially approve 5 RPG launchers and 100 rockets for you in gratitude for your contributions to the motherland. Although I believe you would not do such a thing, I must state one requirement: never point your weapon at your own compatriots, even in this apocalypse. After a moment's thought, Long Outyin revised his words. I will not interfere with how you handle others, but RPGs must never be used against your fellow citizens. Surprised by the generosity, Gao Feng warmly shook Long Outyin's hand and said, Thank you for your trust, sir. I will not let you down. You have my word. I will only use RPGs against monsters. Long Outyin smiled and patted Gao Feng's hand, saying, That is good. I believe you. Having said this, he took his leave. The base has many matters requiring attention. We must go now. Xiao Zhu will deliver the weapons and ammunition tomorrow. Once again, thank you. Gao Feng waved repeatedly and said, You are too kind, sir. Gao Feng and his family saw Long Outyin and Zhu Hongyi to their car and watched them drive away. After the car had traveled some distance, Long Outyin asked Zhu Hongyi, Xiao Zhu, what do you think? How believable do you find the story Gao Feng just told? Zhu Hongyi glanced at Long Outyin through the rearview mirror as a sign of respect, then replied, I think his story is partly true and partly fabricated. Regarding the details of the apocalypse and the timeline of each stage, those should be genuine. But I do not believe a single word about ancestral dreams. Long Outyan asked with a smile. Oh, explain. Zhu Hongyi elaborated. I checked his villa renovation procurement and contact records. They predate his flight to the beautiful country. In other words, he was highly confident about the apocalypse long before it arrived. Long Outyan praised him. Your analysis is excellent. I agree with your assessment. Comrade Gao Feng definitely possesses a secret he does not wish us to know. That secret is likely his spatial ability or a spatial treasure upon his person. This may well be his primary reason for unwillingness to join our base. He does not want us to discover his secret. Zhu Hongyi promptly replied, Sir, I believe what you say is the truth. You are remarkably perceptive. Long Outyan laughed and scolded. Focus on driving. Stop being a sycophant. 3 days ago, Shi Huairan had arranged to meet with Brother Dao, planning to forcibly abduct Chen Qian, but was beaten to death by Gao Feng. At the time, it drew no attention from anyone. After all, as a hospital director, Shi Huairan often stayed out all night under the pretext of social engagements. Over time, his wife, unable to control him, simply gave up trying. And for Brother Dao, a man entrenched in the underworld, even less concern was shown. On May 28th, Shi Huaiyi, then the director of the provincial health department, arrived at Shi Huairan's home. Sister-in-law, where's my brother? Hasn't he returned yet? I called him over a dozen times yesterday, but couldn't reach him. I left messages, but he didn't reply. Called again this morning, still no answer. Do you know where he went? Zhao Limin handed him a pair of slippers, stood beside him, wiped a tear, and said, he's probably off chasing some vixen again. Frankly, he'll one day die in another woman's bed. Shi Huaiyi touched his nose awkwardly, trying to defend his brother. Sister-in-law, my brother is just playing around, but he truly loves you. How many men, once they have money and power, divorce their wives? Has my brother done that? The director's wife is none other than you. Zhao Limin replied with a bitter laugh. By that logic, should I be thanking your esteemed director? Sure. Why aren't all men the same? The moment they have money and power, they turn corrupt, dreaming of having multiple wives and concubines, a harem of 3,000. She continued, I also know that among men there's such talk. A wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as a secret affair, and a secret affair is not as good as one that remains undiscovered. Homegrown flowers aren't as fragrant as wild ones. And they take pride in keeping the red flag unfallen at home, while colorful flags flutter everywhere outside. As public servants of the people and highly educated intellectuals, is this how you serve the people and transmit universal values? I've tolerated him for over 10 years. Now your nephew is in college, and I don't need to put up with him anymore. When he gets back, I'm filing for divorce. Tell your brother for me. Anyone can be the director's wife if they want it. This old woman isn't interested. Seeing that Zhao Limin also didn't know Shi Huairan's whereabouts, Shi Huaiyi offered a few words of comfort and hastily departed. A trace of unease stirred in his heart. Could my brother have truly died in some woman's bed? Or perhaps he was killed by some righteous man. Otherwise, there's no reason he wouldn't answer calls or reply to messages, is there? Sitting in the car, he thought for a moment, then called a friend at the public security department. Hey old Lou, I need a small favor. Help me look up the recent call records for this number. Yes, it's my brother. The number is 1866. He's been out of touch for 3 days. Alright, sorry to trouble you. I'll treat you to a meal later. Half an hour later, Shi Huaiyi received a call from Lu Kairui. His expression gradually darkened as he muttered to himself. Chen Qian, a doctor at the hospital. Shi Huaiyi made several calls and learned Chen Qian's address. Then he said to the driver, take me to the Shanwan Villa district. Meanwhile, on the road from the third base to the Shanwan Villa district, 2 military trucks were carrying 5 RPG rocket launchers and 100 rockets heading toward Gao Feng's home. Calculating the timing, they would arrive at the same time as Shi Huaiyi's vehicle. Approximately 25 minutes later, Shi Huaiyi's vehicle arrived first. With a grim expression, he stepped out and walked toward Gao Feng's house. Seeing that Gao Feng's villa had been reinforced into a steel fortress, he scoffed. A perfectly fine villa turned into this. No aesthetic sense whatsoever, truly vulgar. Could Chen Qian's husband be some kind of pervert? If he is my brother, might genuinely be at a disadvantage in his hands. He located the main gate and was about to knock when he saw 2 military trucks pull up beside his car and a squad of soldiers jump down. Shi Huaiyi couldn't help but lower his hand and silently stepped aside. From the first truck jumped a police officer wearing the rank of second-class inspector. It was exactly Zhu Hongyi. He walked straight toward Gao Feng's front gate. As he passed Shi Huaiyi, he deliberately stopped and asked, are you here to find Gao Feng as well? Unaware of Zhu Hongyi's purpose, Shi Huaiyi vaguely replied, yes, I'm looking for him to ask a few questions. Hearing that he was looking for Gao Feng to ask questions, Zhu Hongyi didn't pay it much mind, simply acknowledged with an, oh, and knocked on Gao Feng's door. Before coming, he had spoken with Gao Feng on the phone and knew he was home. Hearing the knock, Gao Feng walked out and warmly greeted Zhu Hongyi. You're here, little brother. Zhu Hongyi first politely said to Gao Feng, brother Gao, please wait a moment. Then with a solemn expression, he said to Shi Huaiyi, sir, we are executing a classified military mission. Please step aside for now. Shi Huaiyi was somewhat displeased. He revealed his identity, pointing at Gao Feng as he said, "I am the director of the Provincial Health Department, a national department-level official. Why should I step aside while he doesn't? Look at you wearing a police uniform, only a second-class inspector. When did the police system start meddling in military affairs?" Seeing that Shi Huai not only refused to cooperate, but also hurled a serious accusation at him, Zhu Hongyi was quite displeased. He said, "Even if you are the director of the Provincial Health Department, you are still expected to cooperate with us. We are executing a classified military mission personally ordered by the highest authority of the third base. Gao Feng is a key figure in this secret mission. He does not need to step aside. I now formally warn you, if you refuse to cooperate, I will take necessary measures." At this point, Zhu Hongyi also understood. Gao Feng didn't know Shi Huai, and this Shi Huai's visit to Gao Feng certainly wouldn't be for any good reason. In the past, he might have given Shi Huai some face, but with the apocalypse imminent, a health department director meant very little. In his eyes, even a life-saving doctor was more important. Moreover, he harbored hostility toward Gao Feng. After Shi Huai left, Zhu Hongyi saluted Gao Feng with a military salute and said, "Comrade Gao Feng, the RPG the commander promised you has been transported over. Please check it." Gao Feng gratefully grasped his hand and said, "Thank you so much. Please help me thank your commander, and also thank you for personally escorting these supplies." After saying this, he rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. "Take me to see them quickly." This was the first time Zhu Hongyi had seen Gao Feng like this, completely different from his usual composed demeanor. He couldn't help but think, it seems the commander's gift is very thoughtful. I'll ask later to see if I can get more useful intelligence from Brother Gao. So he first said to Gao Feng, "Brother Gao, don't be impatient. I'll have Squad Leader Qi and the others help move these supplies down. After they're unloaded, you can look at them at your leisure. Squad Leader Qi will also teach you how to use them after finishing the unloading. Where should we put these supplies?" Gao Feng smiled and said, "That's fine too. I was too impatient. Have them put everything in the living room." Zhu Hongyi shouted to Squad Leader Qi, "Squad Leader Qi, you may begin moving them." Brother Gao said to put everything in the living room on the first floor. A soldier 172 centimeters tall with ordinary features, but a posture as straight as a blade shouted back, "Received. Wei Hai Zhang Jun, the two of you step out. Set up a perimeter control line 100 meters on each end of this road. The rest of you comrades follow me and move all the launchers and ammunition to this villa within 10 minutes. Place them stably in the living room on the first floor." The soldiers chorused, "Received, Squad Leader." After 15 seconds, once Wei Hai and Zhang Jun signaled they had completed the security perimeter, Squad Leader Qi led the remaining soldiers in quickly transporting the equipment. They moved with remarkable speed, finishing in under 10 minutes. At this time, Squad Leader Qi arrived before Gao Feng with the final launcher and rocket projectile. After standing at attention, he announced loudly, "Qi Lianxing of the 3rd N Times Base Guard Company's 1st Platoon, 1st Squad, reporting 5 rocket launchers and 100 rocket projectiles have been transported and positioned. Now please allow me to demonstrate how to use them." Gao Feng quickly agreed. "Squad Leader Qi, please explain. I'm all ears." Zhu Hongyi also stepped forward with keen interest. As a police academy graduate, he rarely encountered weapons of such destructive power as the RPG. Since Zhu Hongyi was now considered one of their own, Squad Leader Qi did not ask him to withdraw. He picked up the launcher and began explaining patiently. "The RPG we transported is a replica of the Russian RPG, 29 rocket launcher capable of penetrating 80 centimeters of steel plating. The rocket projectiles configured for you have a caliber of 105 millimeters, weigh 7 kilograms, and a maximum range of 500 meters. It is a powerful tool for assault and anti-tank warfare, the king of infantry weapons. The RPG is composed of 2 main parts: the grenade loaded with propellant at the front and the launcher at the rear. The grenade is divided into 3 components: the safety cap, the warhead, and the propellant. The safety cap is very simple. It's the cover at the tip. Before use, after loading the grenade into the launcher, simply unscrew it. Warheads include standard-shaped charge rounds, tandem warhead-shaped charge rounds, and fragmentation grenades, among other conical rocket projectiles. The ones configured for you are all tandem warhead-shaped charge rounds. The propellant has a range-extending motor at the front which can continue to provide thrust after the propellant is exhausted. The launcher generally consists of the launch tube, sighting device, hand grip, firing mechanism, and protective plate. Before firing, we need to press down the hammer on the grip until it clicks into place. When firing, simply pull the trigger. The trigger will push open the hammer's locking block, and the hammer will rapidly strike the firing pin, igniting the rocket projectile's primer and propellant. The high-temperature, high-pressure gases generated will propel the rocket projectile outward, completing the launch. Note: directly inserting the rocket projectile into the launch tube is ineffective. It must be screwed together with the propellant first. Without propellant, it lacks sufficient power. At the front of the launch tube, there is a positioning notch. Only by aligning the rocket projectile with this notch can it be properly installed. Otherwise, the firing pin cannot strike the primer. I'll slow down as much as possible and demonstrate the operation once. Watch carefully. Squad Leader Qi Lianxing explained very patiently and meticulously. Gao Feng and Zhu Hongyi listened very seriously and with great focus. After squad leader Qi Lianqing finished explaining, twice Gao Feng reviewed the procedure in his mind, and said, Squad leader, Qi, let me try to summarize it concisely. Please check if I'm missing anything. I've summarized that to use this RPG, the first step is to take out the booster and screw it together with the grenade. The second step is to place the grenade with the booster attached into the launch tube. The third step is to open the safety cap and aim at the enemy. The fourth step is to wave goodbye to the enemy and send him to meet Yama. Right? Qi Lianqing praised, you've got it exactly right. The procedure is completely correct. Gao Feng said, it's all thanks to you, squad leader. You taught it so well. Qi Lianqing smiled and said, you're too modest. President Gao, since your business here is concluded, I'm ready to return to the base and report. With the approaching apocalyptic catastrophe, we have many urgent matters to attend to. Gao Feng tried to persuade them to stay. You and your comrades should stay for a meal before leaving. You came in such a hurry and left just as hastily without even having a drink of water. I feel terribly remiss. At this moment his old friend Zhu Hongyi said, Brother Gao, we truly are sorry. It's not that we want to slack off, nor are we trying to be disrespectful. It's just that there are many matters at the base right now and our time is tight with heavy tasks. We simply cannot stay. Seeing that he couldn't persuade them to stay, Gao Feng had no choice but to agree to their departure. Before leaving, Zhu Hongyi pulled Gao Feng aside and whispered for a while, trying to gather some intelligence about the apocalypse from Gao Feng. However, Gao Feng disappointed him this time, having no special intelligence to share with Zhu Hongyi. Zhu Hongyi, please believe me. In the face of the apocalyptic threat, I won't hold back on intelligence. The several Maya prophecies have already explained things quite thoroughly. That's all I can remember, the rest I've forgotten. Zhu Hongyi, take care. I hope someday we have the chance to fight monsters together. Gao Feng embraced Zhu Hongyi and shook hands with Qi Lianqing and the 8 soldiers one by one to say goodbye. Qi Lianqing sent a message to Wei Hai and Zhang Jun informing them that the team had finished here. Zhang Jun replied quickly and ran back. However, through the walkie-talkie, he heard chaotic noises coming from Wei Hai's side. It seemed someone was arguing with him. Qi Lianqing waved his hand decisively and said, Wei Hai may have encountered some trouble. Let's go take a look together. Rewind to 5 minutes earlier. Wei Hai was carrying out guard duty. Suddenly, several middle-aged women from the neighborhood came over carrying small speakers. Seeing the road barricaded by Wei Hai, the leading woman, a 50-something, named Ma Dongmei, stepped forward and said, Young man, why have you blocked the road? Wei Hai replied, Auntie, we are carrying out a mission. It should take around 10 minutes. Please wait a little longer. We are truly sorry for the inconvenience. Ma Dongmei said, that long. Young man, you seem like a nice enough fellow. Couldn't you make an exception and let us aunties through? I'm a resident of this compound, not a bad person. We're only heading to the square up ahead. At that, the other aunties chimed in, yes, young man, we're only going to the square ahead. Just make an exception for us. Wei Hai said, Auntie, I really can't do that. We are on a mission, so I can't let you through. Just wait a few minutes, that should be done soon. Ma Dongmei said, young man, don't be so rigid. The other aunties joined in exactly. If you act like this, you'll never find a wife. Let us through, and I'll introduce you to a beautiful young woman. Wei Hai said, Auntie, I really can't. Please don't make this harder for me. Our unit has rules. If I abuse my authority while on duty, I'll be disciplined, and you'll be implicated as well. Ma Dongmei said, don't try to scare me. My heart is weak. If I get so frightened that something happens to me, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Besides, we're only passing through. It's not as if we're interfering with your mission. You do your mission, and we'll dance our square dance. Isn't it fine if we simply don't interfere with each other? It's not as if we're dying to know what you're doing. With that, she made ready to lead the others through the blockade. Seeing this, Wei Hai spread his arms and blocked her path. Ma Dongmei, finding their way barred, accused him, what do you mean by this? Are you going to hit me? As she spoke, she pressed her body toward Wei Hai. Go on, hit me. Hit me. You might as well bully this old woman to death. Wei Hai had no choice. Raising both hands, he said, Auntie, I wouldn't dare strike you. Just wait another 5 minutes. I estimate by then the squad leader and the others will have finished the mission. Please just wait 5 more minutes. Ma Dongmei said, why should we wait so long? This is the only road from here to our dance spot. Why did you have to block this particular road? You're the ones blocking the road, yet you make it seem like we've done something wrong. Our time is precious too. The other aunties joined in, that's right. Our time is precious too. What right do you have to make us wait for you this long? The later we start, the later we finish, and that cuts into the time we have to cook dinner. One thing leads to another. What if my precious grandson, or granddaughter or son, goes hungry? Wei Hai said, well, you could just dance 5 minutes less. He might have been better off not saying that. The words were like poking a hornet's nest as the neighborhood aunties surrounded Wei Hai and burst into curses. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? We worked ourselves to the bone raising your generation, enduring so much hardship and suffering. Now just because we want to dance, you put up every obstacle imaginable. We're not allowed to dance on the basketball court because the young people need to play ball. We're not allowed to dance in the neighborhood because it disturbs the students. Now that we've finally found a place where we can dance, you have to block that too. They say respecting the elderly and caring for the young is a traditional virtue of Longwa. Where has your virtue gone? You look like a decent, upstanding young man. I was even thinking of introducing you to the daughter of the cousin of the uncle of my younger sister's daughter's classmate. Huh, I must have been blind. I never thought you'd be such an unreasonable person. Any girl who ends up with you will have disastrous luck. You don't have the slightest respect for the elderly. How pathetic. You wear a military uniform, yet you don't understand what it means to serve the people. You're unworthy of being a soldier of the people. As a soldier, obedience to orders was his duty. Wei Hai could not defy military orders, or casually let the neighborhood aunties cross the cordon. Facing the aunties' baseless accusations and abuse, he felt wronged and angry, yet he could only endure it in silence. Seeing that Wei Hai looked easy to push around, Ma Dongmei's eyes darted, as she thought, it seems this little soldier doesn't dare to do anything to us. Although the officials keep saying the apocalypse is coming, they're still sticking to the rules. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to keep wasting my time with him. Even if I force my way across, he won't do anything to me. So Ma Dongmei led the way and pressed into the cordoned-off area. Wei Hai panicked and grabbed Ma Dongmei's arm. Auntie, you can't go over there. Please wait just 2 more minutes. In 2 minutes I'll contact the squad leader and ask if it's clear to let you through. That sudden tug used a bit too much strength and inadvertently hurt Ma Dongmei's arm. At the same time, the momentum made her stumble forward. This time Ma Dongmei wasn't having it. Taking advantage of the motion, she plopped onto the ground, kicked off her shoes, messed up her hair, and shrieked at the top of her voice, "He's hitting someone. A soldier is beating someone. Is there no law anymore? Help! A soldier is hitting an old woman." Seeing this, some of the other aunties went to support Ma Dongmei, while others pointed at Wei Hai and yelled back. Back! Although they did not dare use force, Wei Hai was already on the verge of being overwhelmed. Fortunately, at that moment Shi Lianxing got through to him, and said that the RPGs had all been transported, and the blockade could be lifted. Wei Hai quickly told the aunties they could pass now. But by then how could they possibly allow Wei Hai to leave so easily? Several aunties spontaneously formed a semicircle blocking Wei Hai's way, and said, "Call your leader over here to take you away. You can't leave this easily after striking someone." Exactly. The people's soldiers serve the people. Is this how you act as a people's soldier? Unless you give us an explanation today, you're not going anywhere. Our sister Dongmei is such a warm-hearted, wonderful woman. How could you treat her so rudely? We demand an explanation for her. Yes, we'll demand justice for sister Dongmei. Wei Hai, utterly helpless, could only stand there and wait for Shi Lianxing to realize something was wrong and come to his rescue. He had finally witnessed firsthand how formidable these square-dancing aunties could be. He no longer dared to have the slightest physical contact or verbal confrontation with them. He had once heard a story: a group of square-dancing aunties fighting with some young men over the basketball court beat one of the young men to death. In the past, he hadn't believed it. He thought the elderly were too old to pose much of a threat. But now he understood their fighting ability might no longer match the peak of their 20s or 30s, yet no one dared to provoke them. Throwing tantrums, rolling on the ground, feigning madness, playing the fool, and ignoring public opinion. Ordinary young people truly can't do such things. The incident of Wei Hai being surrounded finally ended in victory for Ma Dongmei and her group. Squad leader Chi apologized to Ma Dongmei and the others in front of everyone on Wei Hai's behalf and announced that Wei Hai would be confined to barracks once they returned to camp. Only then did the neighborhood aunties feel satisfied. Watching them swagger away like victorious hens, Wei Hai's tears welled up in his eyes. Squad leader, you didn't need to apologize to them on my behalf. I have no objection to being confined, but you did nothing wrong. Why should you bow your head to them? Shi Lianxing patted him on the shoulder and said, "This is a trivial matter. Don't take it to heart. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Why bother wrangling with a few aunties? Don't worry about the confinement. That was just to fool them. You didn't do anything wrong, so we can't treat you more harshly just because you're a soldier of the people. And we can't indulge them without limit just because they're old. Their behavior is disgusting, but they haven't broken the law, so there's no way for us to restrain them. The apocalypse is coming. When it does, order won't be as stable as it is now, and someone will teach them how to behave." Wei Hai said, "But once order falls apart, won't they be even more in their element?" "You're right," Shi Lianxing said. "But if they ever fall into your hands, you can teach them how to be good people." Under Shi Lianxing's persuasion, Wei Hai finally felt a bit better. After that, Zhu Hongyi and Shi Lianxing led Wei Hai and the others back to the third base. Perhaps because the end of days was approaching, public order in Shanxing was gradually deteriorating. There were always those who wanted to get something for nothing. There were always those who wanted to fish in troubled waters. On the evening of June 4th, less than 1 day remained before the officially announced arrival of the apocalypse. Outside the Shanwan Villa district, a wielding divine van was parked on the roadside. If anyone looked closely, they would notice the tires were pressed a little flat. When night fell, the rear door of the divine van opened, and 16 burly men emerged one after another. Counting the 2 in the driver's and passengers' seats, a small van had somehow squeezed in 18 adult men. Their clothes were not even the slightest bit rumpled. No one could figure out how this was done. It truly deserved the title of divine van. Even if someone said it contained a pocket dimension for living people, there were probably people who would believe it. After the 18 men got out of the van, they divided into 6 groups of 3. Judging by how smoothly they split up, it was clear they had rehearsed many times and planned this long ago. All dressed in black, they silently blended into the villa complex like 6 black clouds in the night. What about the villa's security guards? After learning that the apocalypse was about to arrive, they had all run back to their own homes. No matter how the boss of the third-party human resources outsourcing company threatened or bribed them, they were unmoved. As they put it, they would rather die together with their loved ones for the sake of company. When the apocalypse came, they wanted to spend their final moments with their families. With no security guards around, the 6 black clouds formed by the 18 burly men drifted smoothly into the depths of the villa district. They each selected an occupied villa as their target, quietly lurking in corners that the villa's surveillance cameras could not reach. They waited for the lights to go out, then waited another half hour. Once they estimated the owners were sound asleep, the 6 black clouds began to move. If those homeowners had seen these 18 faces, they would certainly remember one of them. He was one of the delivery workers who had delivered goods to them. Gao Feng's villa had not originally been part of the plan, but because of its unique design, clearly built to the standard of an apocalypse fortress, it attracted the attention of one of the groups. This group was the strongest of the 6. Its leader Ma Xian was the undefeated legend of Shanxing's underground boxing world with a record of 108 wins, 2 draws, and 0 losses. The deputy leader Niu Sun was incredibly skilled with a pair of butterfly knives. His proficiency rivaled Captain Jack's. Of course, he did not know Captain Jack, nor had he heard the story of Captain Jack and Gao Feng. Otherwise, he would never have dared to attack Gao Feng's villa, even with 10 times the courage. The group member Sima Nanbei claimed that he could open any lock. Sima Nanbei's lock-opening skill had factored heavily into their choice of Gao Feng's villa. Because Gao Feng's villa was built like a bunker, they couldn't tell from the lights whether the owner was asleep. So to be prudent, Ma Xian and the others waited until the other 5 groups had started moving before they crept up to the front door of Gao Feng's villa. Sima Nanbei took out a thin piece of iron wire and began fiddling with the lock. He was extremely patient, just as patient as his ancestor had been when seizing a country. The front door lock of Gao Feng's villa was a Super B-grade lock. The key had double-sided double-row bullet-shaped grooves and an additional blade on the side. It used a sidebar lock cylinder, and according to the Ministry of Public Security, it could not be opened by technical means, even in 270 minutes. The odds of key interchange were almost zero. If brute force twisting tools were used, the internal mechanism of the lock cylinder would be damaged, causing it to self-destruct and lock tight. But Sima Nanbei lived up to his title of being able to open any lock. In only 10 minutes, he opened the Super B-grade lock that was said to be impossible to open by technical means within 270 minutes. The 3 men slipped into Gao Feng's home, locked the front door behind them, and began to search from the first floor upward. Their objective for this operation was clear: what the organizer jokingly called the cuckoo takes over the magpie's nest plan, also known as the cuckoo plan. Their purpose was not to steal the wealth and supplies inside the target villas, but to carry out the even more sinister cuckoo plan. The organizer was a food delivery worker. After the authorities announced the coming of the apocalypse, many owners of villas in Shanwan Villa District bought a great deal of supplies. After learning how abundant their supplies were, the delivery worker began to have wicked ideas. He secretly noted roughly how many supplies each villa had purchased, then went out to find some bosses in the underworld and talk them into joining him. On the night before the apocalypse, they would sneak into the villas, tie up the owners, or simply kill them, then secretly occupy the houses and ride out the apocalypse inside them. That was the cuckoo plan he had devised. After entering Gao Feng's villa, Ma Xian, Niu Sun, and Sima Nanbei did not find supplies hoarded in the villa. The RPG rockets Long Outyin had gifted him had all been put into his pocket dimension this afternoon. The apocalypse would officially begin at noon tomorrow, and visitors were nearly impossible. So Gao Feng stopped pretending. This afternoon, he put all the supplies he had in the villa just for appearances into his pocket dimension. Ma Xian said, "Strange. Where did this family's supplies go?" Niu Sun replied, "Forget about that. Once we've got the people in this villa under control, we'll still find out where the supplies are. Look at the steel plates added to the exterior walls, thicker than a turtle shell. I don't believe they didn't stock supplies. They must be upstairs or in the basement. Judging by how afraid of death this homeowner is, he must have stored a huge amount of supplies." Niu Sun went on, "He could never have dreamed that our Sima Nanbei would open the Super B-grade lock on his front door in just 10 minutes. I can't wait to see the look of astonishment when he wakes up with a start and sees us. That will be a lot of fun." Noticing that Ma Xian and Niu Sun's commotion was rather loud and worried about waking the villa owner and causing unnecessary trouble, the perpetually cautious Sima Nanbei spoke up. "Brother Ma, brother Niu, aren't we being too reckless? Aren't you afraid of waking the homeowner?" Niu Sun replied, "The apocalypse is coming tomorrow. How can we not be bold? Besides, with your brother Ma and me here, what could possibly happen even if we wake them? With brother Ma's fists and my blade, we'll teach them a lesson in no time. What's there to fear when we're here? Plus, we have the signal jammer that Sign provided, so there's no need to worry about the villa owner having any chance to call for help from the outside." At this point, Niu Sun seemed to recall something amusing and turned to discuss it with Ma Xian. "Brother Ma, what do you think about waking up the villa owner? I want to see him on his knees begging for mercy. Anyone who can afford such a grand villa and still has time and money to install turtle shells outside is either a dishonest merchant or a corrupt official. He's likely exploited us common folk plenty in the past." Ma Xian thought to himself, "Who are you to call yourself poor? Nevertheless, he voiced his support for Nyosen's plan. Nyosen seemed to have another thought and grinned lecherously. I hope this villa has a young, beautiful mistress. If so, the three of us will be in for a treat. After saying this, he took a deep breath and remarked, how wonderful is the apocalypse. Even the air feels free. Ma Xian responded, Nyo-san, that expression of yours is rather vulgar, like a gorilla in heat. Nyo-san pretended to be wronged and said, Brother Nyo, you're making fun of me. I'm so heartbroken. Ma Xian retorted, heartbroken my ass. Alright, when we find women you go first, and the brothers can enjoy what's left. As for men, keep them alive to watch the live broadcast. It should be quite entertaining. We can kill him off later when we tire of his noise and inconvenience. When the apocalypse arrived, 18 burly men who had invaded the Shanwan Villa district became demons indulging in the darkness within. Ma Xian and his group arrived slightly later at Gao Feng's villa, so they hadn't made their move yet. Meanwhile, the other 5 invading groups had already begun their merciless slaughter and torment of the villa owners' families. As Ma Xian had predicted, all the men were killed and the women, ranging from middle-aged matrons in their 40s to teenage girls in their teens. None escaped the invaders' grasp. If Gao Feng lacked the spatial ability he had awakened in his past life, along with his accumulated combat experience and the formidable weapons stored within his space, his family would share the same grim fate as the owners of the other 5 villas. However, Gao Feng had already awakened his spatial abilities, possessed an endless supply of heavy weaponry, and after 15 years in the apocalypse, honing his reflexes and combat skills through countless brushes with death, dealing with these 3 puny threats was effortless. Their only misfortune was poor timing. They'd chosen the wrong target. Upon hearing Ma Xian wasn't competing with him, Nyo-san was overjoyed and silently prayed that this villa must have a beautiful mistress, ideally twins too. He raced up the stairs with eager anticipation, but the moment he stepped onto the final stair, a gun barrel pressed against his face. Gao Feng's gaze turned cold with mockery as he asked, surprised. Shocked, Nyo-san recoiled in terror, and upon spotting the shotgun in Gao Feng's grip, he immediately raised his hands and froze. His mind raced, damn it. Isn't gun ownership banned in Dragon Country? How does this guy still have a firearm? This proves he's either a shady merchant or a corrupt official. Nyo-sen's thoughts flashed rapidly. He was certain he could take down Gao Feng if given just 2 seconds of opportunity. In his estimation, Gao Feng was nothing more than an ordinary person who might not even know how to operate a firearm. Hadn't that barrel been pressed to his head, he would have risked it anyway. Now trembling with fear, he could only beg for mercy from Gao Feng. Big brother, spare my life. Moments later, Ma Xian and Sima Nanbei made their way up the stairs. Spotting Nyo-san frozen at the landing with his hands raised in surrender, Ma Xian initially thought he was pulling a joke and laughed, scolding him. Nyo-san, what the hell are you playing at? But Nyo-san dared not respond, instead locking eyes with Gao Feng in silent entreaty, pleading once more, big brother, please spare me. Nyo-san was deliberately feigning weakness to distract Gao Feng's attention. Then, noticing that Ma Xian and the others' arrival had caused a momentary lapse in Gao Feng's focus, Nyo-san recognized it as a perfect opening. Adrenaline surged through his veins as he drew both butterfly knives from his waistband in a single second, right hand parrying, while his left lunged forward with the blade aimed at Gao Feng's carotid artery from a cunning angle. Nyo-san believed that with merely another fraction of a second his blade would find its mark. That fraction of a second never came. The familiar spray of warm blood across his skin never materialized, denying him the exquisite satisfaction he'd anticipated. Instead, a searing agony erupted between his legs, as though he'd actually heard the sickening sound of shattered testicles. Research indicates that female childbirth pain reaches 57 units, equivalent to 20 fractures combined, while male testicular trauma can spike to 900 units, comparable to over 3,000 fractures or 160 births. Nyo-sen's hands dropped the butterfly knives with a clatter as he collapsed, silently curled around his groin, gasping through clenched teeth. Witnessing this, Ma Xian finally realized Nyo-san wasn't joking. He roared in fury, "You damn fool, daring to ambush my brother." He bounded forward with swift strides, while Sima Nanbei held position ready to abandon his comrade and flee at a moment's notice. Gao Feng, observing Ma Xian charging barehanded, remarked with amusement, "Well, a martial arts expert indeed. Let's see what level these modern fighters actually operate at." With that, dismissing Nyo-san as an impediment, he delivered a precise kick to the man's temple, sending him unconscious. Amateurs notice spectacle, experts recognize skill. Gao Feng's footwork demonstrated such controlled force and pinpoint accuracy that Ma Xian felt a chill. This was undeniably a master. Ma Xian mentally weighed their respective capabilities and, lacking confidence in victory, decided retreat was the wiser path. He said, "Friend, please show mercy and spare my brother. We'll repay this debt tenfold someday." Our intrusion today was born of desperation. With the apocalypse upon us and my brothers lacking sufficient supplies, we came only to borrow provisions, never intending to provoke you. If you show generosity and release my friend, we'll owe you a life debt. You're clearly skilled, but in this new world, allies prove more valuable than enemies. That sound reasoning, isn't it? Gao Feng recalled something amusing and smirked crookedly, saying, "Spare your friend. After you've crossed the crooked mouth war god. That's hardly convenient. If you think I'll let him go, ask these iron fists of mine if they agree." With those words, he lightly tapped his fists together, and an invisible aura of dominance radiated outward. Ma Xian said, "Friend, I am Ma Xian. I have gained some reputation in the Shanshan underground boxing ring known as the unbeaten war god. I have fought 110 times with a record of 108 wins, 2 draws, and 0 losses. Have you thought it through?" It was not out of kindness that Ma Xian was unwilling to conflict with Gao Feng. Rather, it was the way Gao Feng had efficiently dealt with Niu Sun along with that devastating kick that left Ma Xian uncertain of his chances against him. When Gao Feng announced his own title, the Crooked Mouth War God, this sent a chill through Ma Xian, who had watched a few episodes of the web drama Return of the Son-in-Law. The protagonist of that drama was none other than the Crooked Mouth War God, a man renowned for his skill in crushing arrogant opponents and defeating all who challenged him. His own epithet of unbeaten war god suddenly seemed to cast him squarely in the role of the villain destined for humiliation in novels. Moreover, his conduct that night was precisely the kind of villainous behavior such characters were known for. That was why he had boasted of his underground boxing record, attempting to dissuade Gao Feng from fighting him. However, upon hearing his record, Gao Feng did not retreat at all. Instead, he grew even more electrified. Ma Xian felt even less confident about winning. Desperate to avoid combat, he began lecturing on the law. "Friend, this is all a misunderstanding. We truly only came to borrow supplies with no other malice. The laws of our nation do not advocate private vengeance. While we may have erred in breaking into your home, what you did to my friend by crushing his testicles is far more grievous. You can report us to the authorities for attempted theft, but you cannot resort to vigilante justice. What you have done to my friend already constitutes intentional injury. I give you 2 choices. The first is to involve the authorities. The outcome will simply be minor penalties for us while you face charges of intentional injury causing serious harm, a minimum of 3 years in prison. The second option is a private settlement. Compensate us with supplies worth 200,000 and my brother's injury will be let go." Gao Feng sneered. "You may be plain looking, but you certainly dream big. Setting aside whether your twisted interpretation of the law holds any validity, you chose to strike tonight specifically because you knew the apocalypse would dawn tomorrow, leaving the authorities too overwhelmed to pursue you. Correct? You claim you only wanted to borrow supplies with no ill intent. Do you take me for a fool? If you hadn't sensed that I was too tough a nut to crack, would you have been so polite? Had you succeeded, I fear death would have been the best outcome for my family. Far worse things could have happened. As for involving the authorities, attempted theft carries a maximum sentence of 3 years. Do you really expect me to show mercy?" Ma Xian was no fool and immediately understood Gao Feng's meaning. Seeing that combat was unavoidable, he quickly steadied his nerves and said to Gao Feng, "If you want to fight, then fight." That was more like it. Gao Feng nodded approvingly. "With such spirit, you won't disgrace the title of unbeaten war god of the Shanshan underground boxing ring. Since that is the case, I shall grant you a dignified death." Ma Xian grinned wickedly. "Who dies here is yet to be seen." With that, he adopted a boxer's stance, advancing in small steps and probing with jabs. Ma Xian's reputation in the Shanshan underground boxing circuit was well earned. His attacks were sharp, his defense solid, and his overall game left few openings. Yet unfortunately for him, his opponent tonight was Gao Feng, a reborn individual blessed with spatial abilities who had mastered their use and survived countless life and death battles in the apocalypse. In his past life, during the 5 years Gao Feng fought alone, nearly all his opponents were espers. Though their techniques paled in comparison to Ma Xian's, most surpassed him in physique strength and speed. Combined with Gao Feng's keen perception of spatial shifts, Ma Xian's attacks barely managed to graze him, while Gao Feng intermittently delivered devastating counterblows. Sima, then noticing the tide turning, secretly retreated to the first floor. Taking advantage of Gao Feng and Ma Xian's preoccupation with their duel, he slipped out the door and fled. Gao Feng paid him no mind, continuing his assault on Ma Xian. 3 minutes later, he brutally battered Ma Xian to death with his bare hands. Wiping the blood from his fists, Gao Feng felt a lingering dissatisfaction. Gao Feng stored Ma Xian's corpse within his spatial dimension, went upstairs to inform Qin Qian, and then carried the unconscious Niu Sun down to the first floor in one hand. Seeing the front door was left ajar, he shook his head and muttered to himself, "That little thief had no manners. Next time I see him, I'll make sure he remembers." With that, he securely locked the door behind him, then used measured pressure to rouse Niu Sun. "Hey, who are you, and where do you come from?" As soon as Niu Sun regained consciousness, he felt a searing agony between his legs and began grimacing and groaning in pain. Gao Feng took up a butterfly knife he had picked up and slowly dragged it from Niu Sun's head down to his groin, letting the blade rest there. "Won't talk? Fine, I'll simply remove the source of your pain." Niu Sun shot Gao Feng a venomous glare and spat out, "Just kill me." Gao Feng replied, "I didn't take you for someone so loyal. Too bad your 2 companions ran faster than hares and abandoned you here." Niu Sun took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. "Impossible. If they dared flee, our strategist would never forgive them." Gao Feng said, "How naive. The apocalypse comes tomorrow. Do you really think your strategist can keep tabs on them? Everyone is fighting to save their own lives. They couldn't defeat me. If they stayed, did you expect me to invite them to dinner? Neo-san sneered. I advise you to let me go. They must have gone to fetch our strategist for reinforcements. Let me let you in on the truth. When our strategist arrives, not only will you be finished, but your entire family will suffer as well. Gao Feng asked, should I simply take you along as a warm-up act then? Neo-san was momentarily speechless. Gao Feng continued, tell me about your strategist. If the information is valuable, I may consider letting you live. Neo-san asked, are you keeping your word? Gao Feng replied coldly, you have no choice. Neo-san said, murder is a crime punishable by death. For a wretch like me, you needn't sacrifice your promising future. Gao Feng retorted, brother, the apocalypse arrives tomorrow. Do you truly believe law and order still exist in this world? You don't believe it either, do you? Otherwise, why would you break into my home in the middle of the night? As he spoke, he pressed the knife firmly against Neo-san's trousers. Feeling the cold point of the blade against his skin, Neo-san fell silent once more. After a long pause, as though resigned to his fate, he said, then I'll tell you my strategist's secret, but you must spare me. Gao Feng said, as long as the information proves valuable, I will take you to a location rich in supplies. How much you can carry will depend on your own ability. Upon hearing this, Neo-san immediately recounted every secret he knew about the strategist without holding anything back. According to what Neo-san said, the one called the strategist was a food delivery worker. When the authorities officially acknowledged the Maya prophecy and announced the impending apocalypse, he sought out the leader of Neo-san's gang and through some unknown means convinced him. The leader then assembled over a dozen core members and formulated a cuckoo, replacing the Sparrow plan, the Cuckoo Plan. Later we discovered he was a superpowered individual somewhat reminiscent of Ant-Man, capable of lifting objects 6 times heavier than his own weight, and his body was as resilient as an ant's. After convincing the boss, he didn't remain with the gang. Instead, he joined a food delivery company. Apparently his performance after joining was outstanding. Now it makes sense. He must have persuaded wealthy residents in your residential compound to stockpile massive amounts of supplies in preparation for the apocalypse. I once read a novel similar to this scenario titled, As the Apocalypse Approaches, You Hoard Food, While I Hoard Guns. The strategist's approach mirrors that of the cunning protagonist in that story. After hearing Neo-san's account, an image of a portly figure materialized in Gao Feng's mind. In his previous life, they had collaborated once, not quite friends, but certainly not enemies. His name seemed to be Duan Zhenghai, hailing from a neighboring province. The ability he awakened was precisely like that of an ant, super protection and super strength. Yet why had he followed me back to 15 years ago? When I performed the time reversal, I had clearly surveyed my surroundings and found no other presence. Could he have obtained some kind of concealment treasure secretly trailing by my side, perpetually prepared to strike? No wonder my time reversal failed. So it was deliberately sabotaged. Gao Feng couldn't help but recall the specifics of his time reversal technique. Under normal circumstances, he returned to the past in his original form, and with his 95% success rate, the probability of his physical form vanishing and the laws of time collapsing was exceedingly slim. Turns out it was destroyed by this cunning fox. Gao Feng's gaze turned ice cold. He cared nothing for Duan Zhenghai's intentions. Sneaking into his time reversal range without consultation and interfering with his technique constituted an unforgivable transgression. This was no different from the scenarios in traditional martial arts novels, where one's cultivation is interrupted by an enemy, easily leading to deviation or even death. Thus Gao Feng resolved to find Duan Zhenghai. Whatever excuse he might offer, killing him would solve the problem. Otherwise, with someone who had also survived 15 years in the apocalypse, awakened special abilities, and clearly harbored malicious intent, Gao Feng would never feel secure. Gao Feng inquired, where is this strategist you mentioned? Neo-san replied in astonishment, you're going to seek out the strategist voluntarily. He's incredibly formidable. Nevertheless, he continued, I cannot oppose your decision. Opposing would be futile anyway. But you promised me you'd take me somewhere with abundant supplies. You cannot go back on your word. Gao Feng found it amusing inside. Someone actually rushing to meet their death. He said, of course I won't deceive you. Tell me where the strategist is currently, and I'll first take you to that place overflowing with supplies. Neo-san said, swear an oath, otherwise I fear you might renege. Gao Feng feigned hesitation, then swore, if I fail to take you to the place teeming with supplies after you tell me where the strategist is, may I be struck by lightning and die a wretched death. Having said this, he added resentfully, that should satisfy you now. Don't try any tricks on me, or I'd rather forego your information. I will castrate you. Only then did Neo-san dismiss his doubts, and said to Gao Feng, he's actually right here in your residential compound. We came with a total of 18 people. The strategist's plan is to make your entire villa district our base for surviving the apocalypse. We divided into groups of 3, with each group conquering 1 villa per day. Men are either enslaved or killed. Women, as long as they're not too old, are kept. You should understand their purpose. The strategist told us the apocalypse will last an extremely long time. Keeping women serves multiple purposes. They can relieve boredom in peacetime, be traded with other factions for food if we ever face shortages, or even consumed as 2-legged sheep in desperate times. Hearing this, Gao Feng fell silent. Throughout the thousands of years of human history, during times of chaos, the horrific practice of burning human bones as fuel and cooking human flesh had occurred all too frequently. Records of two-legged sheep were not uncommon. No wonder the ancients said it was better to be a dog in peaceful times than a person in chaotic ones. Neo-san, unaware of the turmoil in Gao Feng's heart, continued, "In the strategist's view, besides our 18 elite members and the women in the villa district, only those possessing agricultural cultivation skills are permitted to live." Before leading our assault on the villa district, he brought along abundant quantities of grain and vegetable seeds. According to his thinking, during the third phase of the apocalypse, once the ice melts and the floods recede, we would need to learn grain cultivation in addition to scavenging for supplies outside. But since you were able to defeat me, you likely hold some value in the strategist's estimation. If you contribute your supplies and let the strategist distribute them centrally, and I put in a good word for you, you and your family might receive protection. Brother, I know you're a formidable fighter, but surviving the apocalypse alone is incredibly arduous. With an organization backing you, things are different. Others would think twice before making a move against you. Gao Feng nodded and asked, "Anything else?" Neo-san shook his head. "Nothing more." The strategist went to Villa number 1. "I've told you everything I know. When will you take me to get the supplies? Can I use a cart?" Gao Feng laughed and said, "Whatever you prefer. I'll take you right now. Take as much as you can carry. I have several carts there. If one isn't enough, take several." Neo-san grinned foolishly. "That's wonderful. Given how meticulous you are, I'll surely speak well of you to the strategist. We've become friends through our fight. Brother, that kick you landed was vicious. My privates still ache. I should state this beforehand. If I'm disabled, you're obligated to give yourself to me. To be honest, I'm actually bisexual. If I can't be a man anymore, being your woman wouldn't be bad either. You're quite handsome. I like you." The way Neo-san looked at him made Gao Feng's skin crawl, goosebumps rising on his arms. He quickly said, "Enough chatter, let's go." With that, he moved his right hand in a slow gesture and swiftly confined Neo-san within his dimensional space. In his quest to be a promise-keeping individual of integrity, Gao Feng did not place Neo-san lying shoulder to shoulder with the others already in his dimensional space. Instead, he positioned him inside the basket of a supermarket trolley, facing rows of supplies stacked neatly and in perfect order. Silently, he thought, "I've brought you to a place abundant with supplies. How much you can take is up to you. You have one day. Don't hold back. Take as much as you can." A few minutes earlier, as Gao Feng was engaged in combat with Ma Xi and Sima Nanbei, saw the tide turning against them and immediately fled. He sprinted out of Gao Feng's villa, making for Villa No. 1. Villa No. 1 had been the target of strategist Duan Zhenghai. By now, he had already seized control of the property and was indulging in the intimate services of Zhao Minmin, widow of Mountain City real estate magnate Qian Haiyang. Qian Haiyang lay lifeless in a silk robe sprawled on the floor. His head had been twisted a full 180 degrees, his eyes bulging slightly, fixed eternally upon the ceiling. Zhao Minmin had been Qian Haiyang's secretary in her early 30s. Years ago, she had borne him a daughter and lived a gilded existence like a canary in a golden cage. Earlier that year, she had finally endured long enough for Qian Haiyang's first wife to pass away, believing her suffering was over, only to find the apocalypse arrive all too soon. That very night, her protector Qian Haiyang had been slain by a group of intruders who breached their home. She had hidden in the bedroom, attempting to call the police, but discovered her phone, normally displaying full bars, refused to connect, and the home Wi-Fi had been severed from the network entirely. Overwhelmed by despair, she clutched her 6-year-old daughter and shivered in the corner of a wardrobe. Yet the trio led by Duan Zhenghai found the mother and child all too quickly. Duan Zhenghai showed off, single-handedly hoisting the 140-plus pound corpse of Qian Haiyang and carrying it before the weeping pair, then, with a thunderous thud, hurled it onto the floor beside the bed. Zhao Minmin's heart ached with sorrow. Though she had initially been drawn to Qian Haiyang for his wealth, he had treated her and her daughter kindly, and over more than a decade together, genuine affection had taken root. But standing opposite her were 3 grown men. Qian Haiyang was dead. What could a fragile woman with a 6-year-old daughter possibly do? What could she do at all? She dared not fight to the death, for she knew even her strongest struggle would harm none of the 3 men before her. If she provoked them, what terrible fate would await herself and her daughter? She pressed her hands firmly over her daughter's eyes and whispered, "Be a good girl, listen to mother. Do not open your eyes." Then, turning to Duan Zhenghai, who stood at the center, she dropped to her knees and begged, "Esteemed hero, my daughter is still so young. I implore you, spare her. I will do whatever you ask." Zhao Minmin was a clever woman. Having witnessed Duan Zhenghai single-handedly lift Qian Haiyang's corpse, she quickly discerned his love of showmanship and his hunger for admiration. Yet she knew that mere passivity would not buy their mercy. She resolved to sacrifice herself to curry favor with the man who appeared to be their leader. Men like him were the easiest to manipulate. Just offer a few flattering words, provide some tangible sweetness, let him believe she belonged to him, and he would fight to the death for her. So, shielding her daughter's eyes from Qian Haiyang's corpse, she slowly approached Duan Zhenghai and whispered into his ear with a fragrant breath, "Hero, you have slain my man. You must make amends by giving yourself to me and becoming my man. Duan Jinghai, a virgin in both his present and past lives, had never encountered such a scene. His face flushed crimson as he stammered, "Very well. I killed your man. I shall compensate you by giving myself to you." Zhao Minmin continued, "Might we not now attend to the duties that man and woman ought to share?" Duan Jinghai hastened to reply, "Yes, I shall obey you." Zhao Minmin said, "My daughter is only 6, too young still. When she grows to 18, would you allow the two of us to serve you together?" Duan Jinghai nodded eagerly, "Yes. Yes. Yes." His heart swelled with joy. He never imagined this beautiful woman would be so accommodating and perceptive, already arranging matters a dozen years hence. He glanced at Zhao Minmin's daughter, delicate as a porcelain doll, and knew she would grow into a breathtaking beauty. This ignited a fierce heat within him, a man who in his previous life had consumed countless adult films. He eagerly anticipated the day this young girl would come of age. Little did he know this was Zhao Minmin's delaying tactic, for she had already noticed the other two men fixating upon her daughter. Zhao Minmin's warmth, initiative, and seductive charm proved utterly irresistible to Duan Jinghai, a tongue-wagging warrior, yet a maiden in both lifetimes. He turned to the other two and commanded, "Keep watch over this little girl. Do not lay a hand on her. My lady and I shall retire to the bedroom for a private exchange. Tomorrow, once we have conquered the other villas, I shall make arrangements for you as well." The two gang members who had witnessed his methods and cruelty dared not object. They obediently led Zhao Minmin's 6-year-old daughter downstairs to play in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Zhao Minmin blushed and labored to please Duan Jinghai in the bedroom. Sima Nanbei arrived, and Nocta, a gang member, opened the door and asked in astonishment, "Sima, what brings you here? You look thoroughly flustered. Has something happened? Where are Ma Xin and Yo-sun?" Sima Nanbei replied, "We encountered a formidable master at that villa. Neither Ma Xin nor Yo-sun could match him. I seized the moment when he was engaged with Ma Xin, unable to attend to others, and made my escape. That man is far too powerful. I suspect only the strategist could subdue him. That is why I have come to find him." The gang member who had opened the door replied in disbelief, "Your team's strength is so considerable. How could you possibly be no match?" Sima Nanbei said, "I am no expert in combat, but that man's footwork was unnervingly bizarre. For nearly a full minute Ma Xin could not land a single strike. He could only endure blows. I realized Ma Xin was hopeless and slipped away to fetch reinforcements." The gang member evaluated, Brother Ma was never known for speed, so facing such an opponent, he could indeed be suppressed. But Brother Nyo is also formidable, renowned for his velocity. His butterfly knife work is so swift I can barely follow. Was he unable to fare any better? Sima Nanbei replied, "Do not speak of it. Nyo-sun went upstairs first. We lagged only a dozen seconds behind him, yet he never even managed to send a warning before being kicked to the ground in a single blow." The gang member said, "Brother Nyo cannot be so inadequate. Did you overlook some detail?" Sima Nanbei pondered carefully, then suddenly cried out, "Good heavens." He recalled Nyo-sun raising both hands in surrender before being struck down. At the time he had not considered the implication, but now reminded by another, he was certain the villa's owner was armed with a firearm. Given Nyo-sun's prowess, surrender was only possible if caught entirely off guard with a gun pointed at him from close range. The villa owner possessed a firearm. Under these circumstances, Sima Nanbei now harbored doubts about whether the strategist could defeat Gao Feng. He had sought out the strategist precisely because of his extraordinarily formidable defensive abilities, but whether those powers could withstand bullets, he could not say. After waiting 2 minutes, Sima Nanbei saw Duan Jinghai appear at the second-floor staircase. Blame not his haste, for novices all are hasty in such matters. Clad in different clothing, he bore a striking resemblance to the deceased Qian Haiyang at first glance. He first addressed the two gang members. "Take that little girl to her mother, then carry the man's corpse from this room and dispose of it. Once done, I shall lead you to the next villa to find women. I never neglect my own people." Upon hearing his words, the two gang members, overjoyed, escorted the little girl to find her mother. Only then did Duan Jinghai turn to Sima Nanbei and inquire, "Are you not that thief? Why have you abandoned your comrades to seek me out? What business do you have?" Duan Jinghai's soul-piercing triple question left Sima Nanbei completely bewildered as he was about to speak. That word, thief, carried a naked contempt. Sima Nanbei suppressed the shame and indignation in his heart, replying, "Military advisor, it's me, little Sima. My teammates encountered a formidable expert in a villa. He moves incredibly fast, and he has a gun. Both Ma Xin and Yo-sun have been subdued." Duan Jinghai had just experienced his first time in life, or more precisely, a first time that ended before it even began. Upon hearing the words, incredibly fast, he couldn't help but blush, instinctively blurting out, "What do you mean incredibly fast? Isn't being fast the norm? I heard everyone's first time is pretty much the same." Sima Nanbei was stunned into a daze, thinking, "What kind of improper words are these? Is this something I'm supposed to hear? Will I be silenced?" Fearing Duan Jinghai might misunderstand, he quickly explained, This. I was talking about that oddly decorated villa. There's an expert living inside that even Ma Xin can't defeat. His attack and movement speed is incredibly fast, which happens to counter Ma Xian perfectly. Moreover, he has a gun. Neo-san was subdued by the gun when he wasn't paying attention. I was near the door, so I had the chance to escape and report this information to you. Duan Zhenghai coughed twice, pretending to clear his throat, and said, I see, I understand. You together with Lu Chang and Su Feng pick another villa nearby and seize it. I'll go meet this expert you're describing. By the way, are Ma Xian and Neo-san alright? Sima Nanbei replied. When I left, Neo-san had been kicked unconscious by that person. Ma Xian was fighting him. Although he has a gun, he hasn't used it. Perhaps he doesn't want to kill. Duan Zhenghai sneered. What a saint. That makes it even easier. We're in the apocalypse now, yet he still insists on following pre-apocalypse laws and regulations. Let me show him how to be a proper person later. Sima Nanbei hastily flattered, the military advisor is mighty. The military advisor is awesome. Being able to serve under the military advisor is the greatest fortune of my life, Sima Nanbei. He was about to continue with more sycophantic words when Lu Chang and Su Feng happened to come downstairs after sending off the little girl carrying Qian Haiyang's corpse. Duan Zhenghai waved his hand, interrupting Sima Nanbei, and said, You three find another villa to stay in. From now on, this villa will be for Minmin, the mother and daughter, and me. Don't disturb me unnecessarily. As for Director Zong, after I deal with the residents of that oddly decorated villa, I'll naturally go to villa number 2 to greet him. How dare Sima Nanbei and the other two have any objections? They carried Qian Haiyang's corpse out the door to dispose of it. After they left, Duan Zhenghai turned and went upstairs, saying to Zhao Minmin, the understanding elder sister, Minmin, I'm going out to handle some business, and we'll be back soon. Put our daughter to sleep first. When I return, we'll have an in-depth exchange throughout the night. Zhao Minmin said gently. Duan Lang, go ahead. Minmin will be waiting for you at home. Duan Zhenghai was overjoyed upon hearing this, playfully ran forward, kissed Zhao Minmin, and then left. Zhao Minmin's gaze was soft, appearing like an affectionate young couple with Duan Zhenghai. However, the nails digging deep into her palms betrayed her true inner thoughts. With the sound of the villa gate closing, Zhao Minmin's expression instantly turned ice cold. She quickly gathered her daughter barefoot and ran through the villa with her phone, searching for signal. She didn't dare to run away. As a weak woman carrying a 6-year-old girl, how far could they possibly go? Only by contacting the outside world, friends, or the pre-apocalypse authorities could the mother and daughter possibly be saved. She refused to believe that the Dragon Nation's authorities would abandon them. Yet there was still no signal on the phone. Even when she went to the villa's rooftop, it was useless. She understood these beasts must have obtained large-scale signal jammers from somewhere. The network and communication signals in this area were blocked. She didn't rashly call for help from the neighbors around her. Instead, she observed the neighbors' movements from the rooftop. Then she discovered with despair that several neighboring households had been invaded as well. She slid powerlessly down the wall beside the parapet, sobbing bitterly. Her daughter, frightened by her, clung to her and wailed loudly. Her daughter's cries snapped her back to her senses. She quickly covered her daughter's mouth with her hand, climbed up, and carried her downstairs while gently soothing her daughter's emotions. Looking at her daughter's youthful face and feeling the soft, tiny body in her arms, Zhao Minmin made a silent vow. She would definitely survive the apocalypse with her daughter, no matter what. She repeatedly whispered in her heart, Haiyang, I'm so sorry for you. Speaking of the survivors from the previous life, if we were to name the undisputed master of sneak attacks, no one would dare claim first place except Duan Zhenghai. That's right, not even Gao Feng. In the early stages, Gao Feng had only awakened spatial abilities. His attack power was insufficient, but his survival ability was top-notch. If he couldn't win, he would simply run. But whenever his enemies showed even the slightest carelessness, he would come back to harass them. A perfect sneak attacker. Once he later awakened temporal abilities with the combination of time and space, he became invincible. There was no need to develop secretly anymore. He no longer needed to be a sneak attacker. However, Duan Zhenghai was different. He awakened strength and defense abilities, making him a proper tank and shield for any team. But he was extremely afraid of death and didn't want to rush to the front lines as a shield. So he didn't join any team, choosing instead to act alone, just like Gao Feng. Gao Feng had temporal spatial abilities. No matter if it was zombies, monsters, or awakened ones, anyone who dared provoke him would be wiped out. But Duan Zhenghai was different. Among zombies, monsters, and awakened ones, at least half could easily defeat him. Nevertheless, he often stayed not far behind powerful zombies, monsters, or awakened ones doing some opportunistic scavenging. It wasn't particularly dangerous. In the previous life, he was fortunate enough to cooperate with Gao Feng once. Since then, Gao Feng had been added to Duan Zhenghai's following whitelist, ranking extremely high. Perhaps it was because Gao Feng was also a lone operator like him, and as long as one didn't provoke Gao Feng proactively, Gao Feng would turn a blind eye to his vulture-like behavior, letting him scavenge a bit. In the previous life, Duan Zhenghai followed Gao Feng closely for more than 80 of the last 3 years. When Gao Feng activated the temporal reversal, Duan Zhenghai thought Gao Feng had triggered some teleportation formation. So at the most critical moment, when the light emitted by the temporal laws was at its brightest, he charged from not far away and plunged headfirst into the light. He accidentally disrupted Gao Feng's temporal reversal, causing Gao Feng's form to dissipate, the temporal laws to collapse, with only consciousness and spatial abilities returning to his 15 years younger self. However, Duan Zhenghai was teleported to 15 years ago in his original body. The price he paid was the disappearance of a protective suit with stealth capabilities of unknown grade. Duan Zhenghai rushed up to the front of Gao Feng Villa, just as Gao Feng opened the door and came out. He was certainly not going out to take out the trash. Seeing Duan Zhenghai, Gao Feng noticed that he had not become any younger. He looked exactly the same as he had in 2050. It really was that cunning schemer's doing. Judging by his manner, though, he had not recognized him. Since Duan Zhenghai had not recognized him, Gao Feng was in no hurry to finish him off. He wanted to see what had prompted Duan Zhenghai to come looking for him. Had Duan Zhenghai come to stand up for the man who fled and reported to him? Or did he have some other aim? Both men had supreme confidence in their own strength. The atmosphere between them froze for an instant. Duan Zhenghai, whose mind was set on hurrying back for an intimate exchange with Zhao Minmin, spoke first. Hey, did you use underhanded means to defeat my two subordinates? Gao Feng looked at him with an enigmatic half-smile. Underhanded means. Winning is winning. Why must you split hairs over how? Should I rely on my fists or my mouth? Ever since Duan Zhenghai came to Shanqing, he had always been the one to talk others down, never had anyone talk down to him. He laughed in sheer fury. In all my years, I've never met anyone as arrogant as you. It seems you do have some real skill, but now that you've met me, you won't stay arrogant much longer. Gao Feng said, but today you've met one. If you really have what it takes to wipe that arrogance off my face, then you'd better perform well. Don't disappoint me. Duan Zhenghai said, then open your dog eyes wide and watch closely. When he finished, he took a deep breath. His muscles bulged all over, and his entire body grew proportionally by 50%. The ordinary, slightly plump 30-year-old, who had stood 1.7 meters tall, turned into a 2.5-meter giant with muscles coiled like ropes. After transforming, he clenched his fist and drove it toward Gao Feng. Gao Feng dodged sideways, yelling, crap. You're launching a sneak attack. You can't even play fair. You little piece of trash. You don't have any real strength. After Duan Zhenghai transformed, his clothes split apart into strips of cloth hanging messily on his body. The only thing still shielding his private parts was a pair of highly elastic briefs. His skin carried a dark brown-black sheen, and from a distance, he bore a passing resemblance to a giant ant. When his punch hit nothing, he changed it into a sweeping strike, but Gao Feng dodged it once again. His fist smashed into a car parked at the roadside. The car caved in with a large dent, tumbled 7 or 8 spins through the air, and landed more than 10 meters away. The strength he displayed clearly far surpassed what Niu Sun had described, but Gao Feng did not care in the slightest. All he needed was a single thought to whisk the giant ant into a pocket dimension and suffocate him to death. It wasn't that he couldn't, it was that he didn't want to. Gao Feng had gone a month without meeting a worthy opponent. In the 15 years of apocalyptic survival in the time before Chen Qian and Wan died, Gao Feng had not wanted battles and had hated them. In the 5 years after Chen Qian and Wan passed away, though he held on to a sliver of sanity and did not become a murderous fiend, he preferred to abandon his time-space abilities when dealing with those who provoked him, venting the pent-up emotions in his heart through fist-to-flesh combat. Those who provoked him were eventually beaten to death, their deaths miserable, and their faces mangled beyond recognition, so badly that even their own mothers could not tell who they were. In those final 5 years, battle allowed him to grow stronger quickly. The anchor that kept him clinging to that sliver of sanity was to grow stronger, and then through that strength find a way to bring Chen Qian and Wan back to life. 5 years had forged fighting into a habit. Now in this new life, he had fulfilled the ultimate dream of his previous one. But if a thorough, satisfying battle could also be had, that would be wonderful as well. After testing Duan Zhenghai's attack patterns a few times, Gao Feng stopped dodging. Tempered by his time-space ability, his physical body was by no means weak. In fact, it was slightly stronger than the giant ant before him. When he exchanged a fist with Duan Zhenghai and discovered that the man had not taken much damage, stars danced in Gao Feng's eyes. Before the apocalypse, unawakened human flesh was too weak. A ring expert like Ma Xian could endure only 1/10 of Gao Feng's strength. It had only been to learn and study Ma Xian's technique that Gao Feng reluctantly played with him for a few minutes. He had not dared to use force for fear of accidentally punching the man to death and leaving himself no one to enjoy. Now with this giant ant before him, Gao Feng went all out. He raised his speed to the limit, circled around at full power, and threw 6,666 punches in a single minute. About 8 times faster than Ian Bishop, the Guinness World Record holder for the fastest punching. Stop. Having taken that many punches in a minute, the giant ant Duan Zhenghai could no longer endure it. His armor-like skin had been broken in many places, one of his eyes had swollen up, and he frantically called for a halt. But Gao Feng was enjoying the beatdown too much to care. It stops just because you say so. What about my dignity? With that, he raised his fists and continued battering Duan Zhenghai. Spare me, sir. Spare me, hero. Spare me, dad. At this point, Duan Zhenghai could no longer afford to think about face. As the #1 schemer of his past life, he knew that since he had kicked an iron plate, he must not stubbornly keep fighting or run his mouth. He curled on the ground, hugged his head, and begged at the top of his voice. This trick had never failed him. As for face, if there was a chance later, he would not mind taking it back. If there was no chance, then so be it. In the apocalypse, face was not worth a mouthful of moldy bread. Seeing the giant ant lying on the ground after the beating he had delivered, Gao Feng found it awkward to continue striking. He gradually stopped, spat, and said, "A grown man like you, truly shameless, copying kids' fights, lying on the ground when you lose. Weren't you the king of trash talk just now? You said I was arrogant and claimed I used underhanded means to beat your men. Let me ask you, are you convinced now?" Duan Zhenghai lay on his side with both hands shielding his face. "Spare me, sir. Spare me, hero. Spare me, dad. I'm convinced. I had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai, and yet I provoked you. I deserve to die." After saying this, he slapped his own cheeks with force, the sound loud and crisp, giving Gao Feng more than enough face. His whole performance diluted much of the murderous intent in Gao Feng's heart. Gao Feng asked, knowing the answer all too well, "How did you turn into a giant ant? Are you an alien?" Duan Zhenghai said, "I'm not an alien. I'm a surviving human from 15 years in the future." Gao Feng said, "Rubbish. Time travel was proven to be a paradox by our scientists. If you came from the future, then where is the you of this world?" Duan Zhenghai said, "The me of this world is in a neighboring province. I haven't seen him, and I haven't decided how to see him. I don't know what would happen when we met. Maybe I would disappear." Gao Feng did not follow up on that question. Instead, he changed his approach. "Then how did you get here from the future? Did you take a time-space shuttle? And do you remember the recent lottery numbers?" He buried the question he truly wanted to ask among the others, and let it slip casually, hoping that Duan Zhenghai's answer would tell him whether the man was deceiving him. Duan Zhenghai gave a wry smile. "What use would I have for remembering lottery numbers from 15 years ago? I didn't come back 15 years in some time machine. I came here by following an especially formidable ability user from our era. I'm used to staying close to the strong, but he was used to walking alone and wouldn't take me in. I followed him in secret anyway. I had a garment-type magic treasure that could conceal my form. One day I saw a dazzling light radiating around him. I thought he had found an entrance to another world and wanted to escape the apocalypse with him, so I charged into it after him. As I charged in, I noticed another figure from another direction rushing into that light at the same time. Later, my magic treasure shattered and disappeared, and I ended up in this city for no reason. And after that, I lost all trace of that powerful man and the other person." Gao Feng was stunned. There was actually another person involved. No wonder his time reversal had overloaded. No wonder he had met with an accident causing the law of time to shatter. So this giant ant called Duan Zhenghai hadn't deliberately tried to harm him after all. The killing intent in Gao Feng's heart diminished once more. He continued asking, "Did you never consider finding those two?" Duan Zhenghai said with grief and indignation, "I suffered through 15 years in the apocalypse. Do you know how I survived those 15 years? I couldn't eat well or sleep well every day. I had to guard against being bitten by zombies, against being devoured by monsters, and even had to be wary of other humans. Now that I've finally crossed over to an era of abundant resources and a peaceful, safe era that I want to enjoy myself too. Returning to this paradise-like era, I burst into tears. Then I found the largest society in Mountain City, the Invincible Divine Fist Society, and fought their leader. After I beat him, he started providing me with good food and comfortable living. However, as repayment, when posts about the apocalypse appeared online, I sought out their leader Zhong Yunshan again, making them take the apocalypse warning seriously. Together with their leader, we worked out the cuckoo plan. Zhong Yunshan was a man of honor. Besides spending some money to purchase large quantities of seeds, he distributed the rest to ordinary society members, letting them return to prepare supplies for the apocalypse. He brought 16 elite members and followed me to this villa district. Several articulate elite members and I took jobs in advance at the largest food distribution company nearby, responsible for promoting and delivering food to this villa district, as well as gathering intelligence. The first villas we infiltrated were scouted beforehand. They were all occupied by high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants. As for finding those two you mentioned, this vast sea of people, where am I supposed to look? Wouldn't it be better to spend that time enjoying myself? He curled his lips and, speaking like a veteran, patiently advised Gao Feng, "Boss hero father, you're formidable in combat, but the world isn't just about fighting and brawling. How about you keep me? I'm strong and excellent at transporting supplies. As the saying goes, a fence needs 3 posts and a hero needs 3 helpers. Unity is strength. Though we mingle in the underworld, we revere the strong and obey them. In the apocalypse, we'd be excellent helpers." If Gao Feng hadn't traveled back from 15 years in the apocalypse, he might have been persuaded and agreed. But Gao Feng clearly noticed some loopholes in the other man's words. First, feeding so many strong men required considerable supplies daily. If they weren't fed, well, they could easily turn against him. Though Gao Feng wasn't afraid, it would still be troublesome. Second, when the monsters appear and spiritual energy transforms the world, when survivors universally awaken abilities, the differences in physical strength between men and women become meaningless. The difference in abilities is what creates a massive divide. Take Gao Nuanyuan as an example. She awakened her super strength ability before age 10 and could lift Gao Feng, who hadn't yet awakened, high into the air with one hand, then catch him safely. During the boring apocalypse days, the father and daughter often played this throwing game together. Fortunately, Gao Nuanyuan only gained increased strength. Her weight was still under 50 Jin, so Gao Feng could still hold her. Third, Gao Feng had a spatial ability. He didn't need Duan Zhenghai's help. No matter how heavy the supplies, it was merely a thought and a gesture away. Fourth, while some neighbors in this villa district had done disgusting things in the previous life, due to selfishness, there were also kind people who had helped the Gao family in the past life. Among these kind people was Zhao Minmin from Villa Number 1. So when Gao Feng heard Niu's son say the strategist, the giant ant Duan Zhenghai, was at Villa Number 1, he prepared to go rescue them. This happened to bring him right to his doorstep. Since he was going to deal with them anyway and didn't want to search villa by villa, Gao Feng said to Duan Zhenghai, "If you want me to let you go gather your people at my doorstep, I have rules I want to explain to them. I'll give you 5 minutes." Duan Zhenghai quickly got up and said, "I'll go right away." With that, he ran off like the wind. He first found Sima Nambe and 2 others who were picking a lock outside a villa. Telling them to stop their work, he had them split up to notify people in other villas to gather in front of Gao Feng's villa within 5 minutes. After instructing the 3, he sprinted to the entrance of Villa Number 2. Unable to wait for Zhong Yunshan to open the door, he leapt up, landing on the second-floor master bedroom balcony, and shattered the glass to rush inside. When Zhong Yunshan and his men heard the commotion, they rushed up from the first-floor lobby, weapons in hand. When they saw the intruder was Duan Zhenghai, they urgently asked what had happened. Zhong Yunshan was clever. He knew that unless something serious had occurred, Duan Zhenghai wouldn't appear at this villa in this form. Duan Zhenghai said, "Move immediately to that villa with the strange appearance. Gather everyone from the other villas, and don't delay for even a moment. I have an urgent announcement to make." Seeing Duan Zhenghai's serious expression, Zhong Yunshan immediately left with 2 trusted subordinates. Without any delay, Duan Zhenghai leapt down from the second floor, maintaining his giant ant form, and ran off in the opposite direction. During the battle with Gao Feng earlier, he hadn't had time to think. Later, when the battle stopped and he was answering Gao Feng's questions, he noticed the hidden thread buried among Gao Feng's many questions. Combined with the fact that Gao Feng had beaten him so completely that he couldn't fight back at all, he guessed that Gao Feng must be one of those 2 people. Which one he couldn't determine. However, it didn't matter who it was anyway. He simply couldn't win. So he thought about running away. He had survived 15 years in the apocalypse. This wasn't just talk. His grasp of timing was more accurate than anyone else's. When Gao Feng told him to gather his people, he knew his chance had come. So he pretended to cooperate. He really did gather everyone like Zhong Yunshan and the others, but his purpose wasn't pure. He wanted to create chaos so he could slip away more easily. Gao Feng gave him 5 minutes. He spent about a minute stirring everyone up, then used the remaining 4 minutes to flee at full speed. He knew that as long as he escaped from Gao Feng, he could live quite comfortably after the apocalypse began. If he didn't escape, he might be settled with accounts immediately meeting a pitiful end. As for Zhao Minmin inside Villa Number 1, he was already powerless to help her. Women were nice, but one needed to be alive to enjoy them. He wasn't about to sacrifice his life for a mother-daughter pair. Duan Zhenghai was frightened into fleeing by Gao Feng. Before running, he completed the task Gao Feng had assigned, tricking Zhong Yunshan and his group. Gao Feng stood at the entrance of the villa. As members of the society came over one after another, they saw an unfamiliar handsome man of extraordinary bearing standing there calmly, and they greeted him one by one. Many guessed that he was a new member scouted by the strategist, and that the strategist had summoned everyone precisely to introduce him, so that in the future they would not fail to recognize one of their own. Even Sima Nambe thought the same. In just over 10 days, the strategist had given him too many shocks. In his heart, a conviction had already taken shape. Whenever the strategist made a move, victory followed. When 5 minutes arrived, 15 people were standing neatly before Gao Feng. When 6 minutes arrived, the strategist still had not come. Someone noticed that Ma Xian and Niu's son were also missing, and a restless stir began to run through the crowd. Gao Feng's brows knitted together. He had already guessed that Duan Zhenghai might have escaped. Seeing Gao Feng's frown, Zhong Yunshan frowned as well and asked, "Little brother, are you a new teammate the strategist has recruited? Do you know what the strategist had us gather here for?" Gao Feng paid no attention to Zhong Yunshan. Too much time had slipped by. At Duan Zhenghai's speed, he could be very far away by now, and given his wariness, he would not easily reveal himself to Gao Feng. Zhong Yunshan felt his honor wounded by Gao Feng's cold disregard. After all, everyone present was his own subordinate. He was after all the president of a society. Even if this man was a special talent recruited by the strategist, he had no right to look down on everyone like this. A man like this, to judge from his face and demeanor, was clearly a pampered young master born into a wealthy family, who had never known the mortal world's hardships, never tasted society's beatings, and understood nothing of human relationships. He sneered inwardly. Could this young master really be so naive as to believe the apocalypse was still an age when his parents could summon the wind and rain? His tone turned unkind. This old man is Zhong Yunshan, president of the invincible Divine Fist Society. And what might you be called, little brother? Gao Feng was already vexed over letting Duan Zhenghai slip away through his own carelessness. Hearing Zhong Yunshan's words made his mood even worse. He shouted, "Enough noise." Raising his hand, he drew all 15 invincible Divine Fist Society elites standing before him, Zhong Yunshan included, into the other dimensional space where they went to reunite with Ma Xian and Yo Sun. After putting away the elites of the invincible Divine Fist Society, Gao Feng stood still and thought for a moment. In the end, he gave up the idea of hunting Duan Zhenghai down. He recalled that both Nyo Sun and Duan Zhenghai had mentioned grain and vegetable seeds, so he went into the other dimensional space to carefully inspect their corpses. There was nothing to be found. It's probably either in Villa 1 or Villa 2. I'll go take a look and at the same time reassure the survivors in the villas that the bad guys have been driven away. If Xiao Minmin in Villa 1 is still alive, I'll see whether I have a chance to repay the favor I've owed since my previous life. With that thought, Gao Feng prepared to head toward Villa 1. Suddenly a delighted cry halted his steps. "Brother Gao Feng, I've finally found you." The speaker's Mandarin was not quite standard. Her tone and cadence were a little like the voice of Yamada Mitsuko in Li Jiejie's new Fist of Fury. Gao Feng turned around in confusion thinking, "I've never heard my parents mention any romantic history in Japan. How could I possibly have a Japanese sister?" Then a gust of fragrant wind swept over, and Lisha flew into Gao Feng's arms like a young swallow returning to its nest. Gao Feng sidestepped instinctively. Lisha missed, and carried by her momentum stumbled forward a few steps before nearly making intimate contact with the ground. Then Gao Feng caught her with one hand. For an instant the picture froze. Ming Muzi some distance away had intended to record Lisha and Gao Feng's embrace with her phone, but she accidentally captured this embarrassing yet beautiful scene. Seeing Lisha frozen in a daze, Gao Feng gave her a slight pull. She spun around twice and stumbled into his embrace. Ming Muzi watched this final scene, one hand over her mouth, tears of excitement glistening in her eyes. She and Lisha had left their hometown and crossed the ocean, all to find Gao Feng. She never expected that their reunion would be this beautiful. Hoping that her best friend and Gao Feng would continue to develop sweetly, she never once stopped recording. But the imagined scene of a prince kissing a princess did not appear. Gao Feng helped Lisha to her feet and asked with puzzlement in his eyes, "Do we know each other? Or did our elders know each other?" Looking at his stunning face, so close to her, Lisha's heart nearly melted. Her eyes filled with little stars, and she answered softly, "Have you forgotten, brother? We met in Japan not long ago." She looked as if she were about to cry. "Brother, have you forgotten Lisha by Shinhu County?" Sensing that the atmosphere was turning wrong, Ming Muzi hurriedly stopped recording and came over to support Lisha. "Brother Gao Feng, you don't know this, but ever since that meeting in Shinhu, Lisha fell in love with you at first sight. Knowing the apocalypse was coming, she said she had to see you again, no matter what, or she would die with regrets. As they say in your Dragon Nation, this is a love planted deep in her heart." It was a first encounter in Shinhu County, and one glance at Gao Feng was enough to seal her fate forever. "There's one question Lisha doesn't dare ask, so I'll ask it for her. Do you think she is pretty?" Gao Feng was moved that simply because they had given him one extra look in the crowd, they had traveled all this distance to find him. So he took a serious look at Lisha and replied sincerely, "Very beautiful, innocent, and adorable. We may not be brother and sister by blood, but since you've come all this way, I'm willing to accept you both as my sisters." Ming Muzi felt that Lisha was being shortchanged and wanted to continue asking, such as, "Are you married? And if you are, would you mind having one more girlfriend?" And similar questions. But Lisha was so happy she felt like she was about to float. "Really, brother? That's wonderful. In this apocalypse, I only want to be with you. I only want to see you every day. I don't care what my identity is." Gao Feng corrected her again. "Your name is Lisha, right? As for me, I'm very grateful that you like me and trust me so much that you would travel this far to find me. But I'm already married. I love my wife deeply, and we have a lovely daughter. If you truly see me only as an older brother, I'd be more than happy to have two adorable younger sisters. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to be your brother." Lisha nodded like a pestle pounding garlic. Lisha understands. Lisha will keep the distance a younger sister should keep from her brother and won't make sister-in-law angry. Gao Feng glanced at the luggage they had left in the distance. "I see you have a lot of things. How about this? In a little while I'll go look through the two villas ahead. You can come with me, and we'll see if anyone can put you up for the night. After all, the apocalypse arrives tomorrow. You can't be without a place to stay." Lisha blinked her lovely eyes. "Can't we stay at your house, brother?" Gao Feng quickly waved his hands. "My house is out of the question. Apart from my wife and daughter, no women are welcome in my home, aside from my wife's best friends and our own relatives." Lisha said, "Ming Muzi and I are the sisters you just acknowledged. That makes us family too." Gao Feng's head suddenly ached. He had never imagined that one moment of soft-heartedness would make him dig such a big trap for himself. He could only smile awkwardly and say sworn sisters don't count. Let us return to Xiao Minmin. After despairingly realizing from the villa rooftop that escape with her daughter was impossible, she made up her mind to survive alongside her daughter. She would do everything in her power to please Duan Zhenghai, even though he had just killed her husband. Previously she had been playing games with him, but now she had accepted her fate and abandoned any thought of escape. From the rooftop to the second-floor bedroom, she quickly adjusted her mindset, walked to the wardrobe, and selected a seductive sheer silk nightgown to change into. Then she sat before the vanity and carefully applied her makeup. She could tell that Duan Zhenghai was inexperienced and that he truly desired her. He was powerful. All she needed to do was yield herself to him alone and serve him well, and she could survive with her daughter. This was already the best possible outcome. Looking at her alluring reflection in the mirror and recalling how Duan Zhenghai had surrendered before even removing his clothes, she blushed and thought, if he returns and sees me dressed like this, how long can he possibly resist? She just hopes he is not all show and no substance. A man quicker than Lao Qian in every way. Zhao Minmin was in her early 30s. Though her husband Qian Haiyang was past 50, he exercised regularly and maintained a robust physique, easily keeping pace with her desires. Their marriage, despite the age gap, had been deeply loving. While Zhao Minmin lost herself in idle thoughts at her vanity, she failed to notice the commotion outside. The men who had invaded the neighboring villas were emerging one by one, making their way toward Gao Feng's villa entrance. After about 7 or 8 minutes, a doorbell startled Zhao Minmin from her reverie. He's back. The thought of what might happen next made her blush and feel flustered. But she dared not linger for a moment. Barefoot, she hurried downstairs, terrified of angering him. At the doorway, she steadied her breathing, bracing herself for being swept into his arms, and then opened the door. Instead, she saw a man, 185 meters tall, devastatingly handsome, standing there with his lips slightly parted, staring at her transfixed, clearly stunned by her attire. Aunt! Zhao Minmin gasped and slammed the door shut with a bang. But then something struck her. Ignoring her embarrassment, she hastily threw the door open again and pleaded urgently with Gao Feng. You must leave immediately. When that man returns, he will kill you. Only then did she notice 2 pretty young women with luggage standing behind Gao Feng. Panicked, Zhao Minmin said, I recognize you. You're Chen Qian's husband, aren't you? Take these 2 girls home at once. Lock the doors tightly. A gang of devils has invaded this villa district. One particularly dangerous man broke into my home and beat my husband to death. Staying here is far too dangerous. Go home and hide. At that moment, Lisa peeked out from behind Gao Feng's broad shoulders with her adorable face and said, Sister, don't worry. Brother Gao Feng is incredibly formidable. The bad men you mentioned have all been driven away by him. Now it was Zhao Minmin's turn to be utterly stunned. She looked at Gao Feng in disbelief and asked, Is this girl telling the truth? She wouldn't be deceiving me, would she? Gao Feng's sunny, handsome appearance stirred an inexplicable sense of trust in Zhao Minmin's heart, and she found herself turning to him for confirmation. Gao Feng nodded, a slight blush on his face. Reluctantly tearing his gaze away from Zhao Minmin, he looked into her eyes and replied firmly, That's right. I drove them all away. As if to prove his words, he pretended to draw a handgun from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Minmin, saying, I have a gun. A military friend gave it to me. They fled because they feared my weapon. I have 2 pistols. The smaller one is yours for self-defense. Zhao Minmin quickly waved her hands and said, No, this gift is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. The authorities had declared the apocalypse had arrived. In such chaotic times, weapons were as crucial as food. Gao Feng grabbed her hand and pressed the gun firmly into her palm, commanding, Take it. I have another one kept at home for my own use. Watching this, Lisa's eyes sparkled with admiration from behind Gao Feng. She thought, Brother Gao Feng is so domineering. I absolutely love the CEO vibe. Gao Feng continued, Besides, I'm not giving this to you without reason. I need your help with something. With Gao Feng holding her hand and their bodies close, a gentle breeze swept in from outside, lifting her skirt and carrying his masculine scent straight to her heart. Her heart pounded wildly. She lowered her head slightly and asked softly, What is it? I will help however I can. Gao Feng released her hand and stepped aside, revealing Lisa and Ming Muzi behind him. He said to Zhao Minmin, These 2 are my newly recognized younger sisters. They come from Japan. With the apocalypse arriving tomorrow, they have nowhere to stay and will be in grave danger. My home is not suitable, so I was wondering, would it be convenient for them to stay at your place? Rest assured, whatever supplies they consume, I will replenish, more than enough to cover it. When Gao Feng released her hand, a pang of loss struck Zhao Minmin's heart. I truly envy Chen Qian, having such a gentle, considerate, and handsome husband. Hidden behind a composed expression, Zhao Minmin no longer held back from Gao Feng. She openly displayed her figure for him to see. She gave Gao Feng a charming sidelong glance and teased, Am I such a stingy person? You drove away the attackers for us, avenged my husband, and gifted me a pistol for protection. Not to mention letting my younger sister stay here. If you were asking me to give myself to you entirely, I would agree. Her words carried a hint of testing. Gao Feng rubbed his nose and smiled awkwardly from the side, saying, Then thank you, Sister Min. Seeing that Gao Feng neither agreed nor formally refused, Zhao Minmin was in high spirits. She threw the door wide open and said to Lisa and Ming Muzi, Welcome my 2 younger sisters from afar. Lisa and Ming Muzi quickly expressed their gratitude. Gao Feng and Zhao Minmin helped them carry their luggage into Villa No. 1. Since Lisa wished to stay with Ming Muzi, Zhao Minmin arranged for them to share a guest room on the 2nd floor, directly adjacent to the master bedroom. Once Lisa and the others were settled, Gao Feng asked, "Sister Min, did you happen to notice whether the intruders brought any seeds, grain, or vegetable seeds?" Zhao Minmin nodded and said, "When they arrived I was playing with Lao Qian and Duo on the first floor. I saw one of them carry in a burlap sack and set it down near the dining area. I almost forgot until you mentioned it. Let's go down and check. Those might very well be the seeds you seek." Gao Feng followed her downstairs and indeed found a burlap sack filled with seeds sorted into smaller bags containing over a dozen varieties of fruit, vegetable, and melon seeds. Gao Feng lifted the sack and was about to bid farewell to the three women when Lisa ran over holding an exquisite box. "Brother Gao, please wait. Lisa has a treasure she wants to give you." Hearing Lisa's shout, Gao Feng halted his steps and turned to look back. Lisa rushed over with an exquisite box, holding it up like a precious offering, and said to Gao Feng, "Brother, I have a treasure in this box. My intuition tells me that you would definitely recognize it, and it should be useful to you." Gao Feng asked curiously, "What treasure is it?" After all, in this apocalyptic world, gold, silver, jewelry, antique art, and curios had long become worthless. Gao Feng simply could not fathom what useful treasure Lisa could possibly produce. Even the legendary three sacred treasures of Japan, the Yada mirror, the Yasakani Magatama, and the Kusanagi sword, held little interest for Gao Feng. In his previous life he had never encountered any of these legendary items, nor had he ever heard of anyone possessing them. Lisa extended the box toward Gao Feng and said, "The gift has more ceremonial meaning when you open it yourself. Brother, just open it and see." Gao Feng pretended to be afraid, trembling as he reached his hand toward the box, and asked, "You wouldn't have hidden a big frog inside to scare me, would you?" Lisa giggled at his words and said, "No way. How could Lisa possibly scare brother? There really is a treasure inside. I found it on the beach of Shinhu about a month ago." Gao Feng suddenly widened his eyes, gazing at Lisa with utter disbelief, and asked, "Are you the goddess of luck herself? If I haven't guessed wrong, what's in this box is the only supreme treasure in this world. Used with the correct method, it can awaken abilities in a person." He gazed at Lisa with burning intensity and asked, "So do you still want to give it to me now, eh?" Lisa did not hesitate for a moment, her tone resolute as she said, "Brother, stop testing my resolve. Even if it were 1,000 times more precious, I would not hesitate to give it to you." Then she confessed to Gao Feng with deep affection, "Brother, setting aside such material things, if you simply nod your head one day, everything about me inside and out would be yours." Fearing that Gao Feng might distance himself from the pressure, she quickly added, "But brother, don't feel pressured either. If you and sister-in-law aren't ready to accept me, that's completely fine. I will be a good little sister to you both." At this point, Gao Feng was genuinely moved. He had traversed through time for Chun Qian and Nuanyuan. He only wanted to live peacefully with them in this apocalyptic world. He had never intended to build a harem using his abilities. Never could he have imagined meeting someone like Lisa, such an extreme lovesick fool, who fell hopelessly in love with him simply because she glanced at him once in the crowd. She had traveled thousands of miles to come. She did not calculate gains or losses, willing to give even priceless treasures unconditionally to him. Moreover, she was incredibly cute, somewhat resembling Japan's beloved goddess Hashimoto Kanna, though Lisa was slightly taller, around 160 centimeters. Ming Muzi slowly descended from the second floor. Seeing Lisa's sycophantic behavior, she helplessly covered her face and murmured to herself, "A sycophant, licking a dog until there's nothing left to lick." Zhao Minmin watched nearby, her eyes wide with astonishment. What's wrong with this Japanese girl? Is she extremely lovesick? They say women with such obsessive love always come to tragic ends. With this thought, she glanced at Gao Feng, who seemed lost in contemplation, and thought, "My male god, please don't be a heartless womanizer who intentionally hurts Lisa. If someone must get hurt, let it be me." At this moment, Gao Feng was somewhat dazed. His thoughts drifted far away, and he thought of the women of Longhua. He was fortunate. He had found Chun Qian, who shared his true feelings. Although she had asked for a bride price when marrying him, it was not excessive, 188,000, which Gao Feng could afford. However, starting from some year, a wave of dowry competition swept through Longhua. Marrying off daughters was like selling them. The bride price escalated from a few thousand yuan to tens of thousands, then hundreds of thousands, even reaching into the millions. Having a dowry was not enough. For marriage, one had to hold banquets at luxury hotels, the wedding cars had to be an extravagant motorcade, and the groom's family also had to provide a wedding apartment. To make matters worse, an engaged couple living together demanded the female's name be added to the property certificate before marriage, and an additional 100,000 yuan as bride price. When the groom refused, the woman accused him of rape. When Longhua had just risen from the ruins, women were still very simple and pure. Why did it change so drastically in just a few decades, becoming so mercenary? Gao Feng also recalled a distant relative, his maternal great-aunt and great-uncle. When great-uncle was 75 years old, he suffered a stroke and became paralyzed, confined to his bed. Great-aunt did not abandon her husband. Day after day, year after year, she cared for him, changing his clothes, bathing him, and on sunny days, pushing him outside for walks and visiting relatives. She worked until 1 or 2 in the morning every day. From the age of 74, she continued until she was over 80. Gao Feng had visited them once and helped for half a day. Even with his strength as a robust young man, moving great-uncle from wheelchair to bed was an exhausting endeavor. That half-day, he worked very hard. He did not know how his great-aunt had persevered. Before leaving after struggling for a long while, he could not help but ask, "Great-aunt, you work so hard alone. Why don't you hire a caretaker?" Great-aunt replied, "I hired one for more than half a year in the middle. Male caretakers are strong but rough in their work and can't wash clothes or cook. The help they provide is limited, so I still had to serve 2 people. Female caretakers can wash clothes and cook, but they cannot take care of your great-uncle. He's like this, unable to care for himself. It's not appropriate for a female caretaker to do that. We've been husband and wife through it all. I must give him his final dignity." Hearing this, Gao Feng fell silent. He stopped persuading her and silently embraced his aunt's somewhat hunched frame. He said, "Great-uncle must have saved the entire Milky Way galaxy in his past life to have married you." Great-aunt patted Gao Feng's back and said, "It's not that exaggerated. Our generation is different from young people nowadays who divorce at the slightest disagreement. In the old days, transportation was slow, and we chose one person to last a lifetime. Since we are lifelong companions, we don't make a habit of abandoning our other half midway. How could we share the sweet, but not the bitter? Not only me. Many people of our generation think this way and act accordingly. Now your young people move too fast. Love comes quickly and goes just as fast. We think it's not good, but no one listens to us anymore." Gao Feng said, "Great-aunt, both Qin Qian and I will listen to you. We will learn from you and become a couple who can share joy and hardship together." Great-aunt smiled kindly and said, "You are all good children." Great-aunt is very relieved. Marriage should be like this. This society and people's hearts need to be set right. I hope there will be more and more good children like you. Gao Feng thought of a distant relative, his maternal great-aunt and great-uncle. When great-uncle was 75, he suffered a stroke and became paralyzed, confined to his bed. Great-aunt did not abandon her husband. Day after day, year after year, she cared for him, changing his clothes, bathing him, and on sunny days, pushing him outside for walks and visiting relatives. I indeed helped for half a day with my cousin, simply moving great-uncle from wheelchair to bed. The 2 of us lifting together, we were already sweating. Perhaps we didn't use the right technique, but we were robust young men nonetheless. Great-aunt is over 80 now, doing all of this alone most of the time. You can imagine how difficult it has been for her. Before great-uncle fell ill, she excelled in the 4 arts, Qin chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her courtyard was filled with various flowers and plants. Since great-uncle's illness, she has abandoned many of her hobbies, and the flowers and plants in the courtyard have also diminished greatly. She is a magnificent woman. How fortunate great-uncle was to marry her. Gao Feng was deeply conflicted. Lisha's relentless assault left him nearly overwhelmed. The deepest trick in this world is sincerity, and the most irresistible thing is a genuine heart laid bare before your eyes. Had Lisha been a master of flirtation or carried some hidden agenda, Gao Feng would have kept his distance without hesitation. But this pure, passionate love of hers, coupled with her strategy of retreating to advance, it left Gao Feng completely at a loss for how to break free. All he could do was refuse Lisha's gift, then hurry back to his own home. From now on, unless they found themselves in danger, Gao Feng had no intention of seeing them again. Gao Feng took the box and said to Zhao Minmin and Ming Muzi, "Sister Min and Ming Muzi, I'm sorry, but could you please step away for a moment? I have something to discuss with Lisha privately." The 2 shrewdly withdrew, and Lisha immediately tensed up. This was the first time they would be alone together. Her cheeks flushing slightly, she thought to herself, "Is Gidge going to pin me against the wall? When I kiss him, should I close my eyes or keep them open? Where should I put my hands? Oh, how embarrassing." Lisha. Just as Lisha was lost in her wild fantasies, Gao Feng called her back to reality. Lisha turned crimson, her beautiful large eyes blinking as she gazed at Gao Feng and softly murmured, "Gidge." Gao Feng saw her like this and felt his heart race despite his efforts to remain calm. Good heavens, who could bear such a gaze? Those eyes were practically radiating longing. Even a consummate monk like Fahai himself would be unable to withstand it. He would surely renounce his vows on the spot. He feigned a couple of coughs, and Lisha immediately asked with concern, "Gidge, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I happen to be studying nursing. I could take a look at you." Gao Feng waved awkwardly and said, "I'm fine, just clearing my throat." Gao Feng opened the box Lisha had given him, and sure enough, nestled inside was an egg-sized crystal shimmering with brilliant light. He lifted it out and carefully sensed the energy contained within, discovering it was a crystal of dark attribute. He said to Lisha, "Listen carefully, Lisha. What you have in this box is a crystal that can awaken special abilities in ordinary people. If I had to guess, it was left behind by some unfortunate soul who met an untimely end. This crystal is of dark attribute. As for what kind of ability it might awaken, it's hard to say right now. You'll only know after absorbing it. However, with your current physical strength, you won't be able to absorb this crystal. If you force it, you risk your body exploding. There's far too much energy contained within." Lisha said, "This is a gift Lisha wanted to give Gidge. Gidge should be the one to absorb it. Why does it sound like Gidge intends to return it to Lisha?" Gao Feng said, "Originally, I wasn't planning to share this secret with anyone. But you've sacrificed so much for me, and I believe you wouldn't harm me, so there's no harm in telling you. The truth is, I came from the future. I share the same origin as the crystal's previous owner. I have my own crystal too, and I cannot absorb his. Here Gaofeng told a small lie. He deliberately misled Lisha, claiming he couldn't absorb the crystal all so that Lisha herself would absorb it. Gaofeng continued, it's fine that you can't absorb it now. Just don't keep it in the box anymore. It's incredibly sturdy and won't break even if dropped. You three should take turns holding it and playing with it just like how people play with walnuts or prayer beads. It will continuously emit faint energy to slowly transform your bodies. In 5 weeks, when the spiritual energy of the world changes, and you have developed some energy of the same attribute within you, I'll teach you how to quickly absorb it. If you keep it in the box, all the emitted energy will be absorbed by the box itself. That would be such a waste. If you never absorb it after half a year at most, all the energy within will have dissipated and vanished into the world. Lisha stared at Gaofeng with her beautiful eyes, but regarding the matter of the crystal, she had almost entirely failed to listen. Her attention was completely captured by his words. The truth is I came from the future. She wore an expression of just as I thought, and the moment Gaofeng finished speaking she responded, my judgment of people is indeed spot on. When I first laid eyes on Gidge in Xinhu County, I knew you were different from all other men on this planet. Although Gidge is very handsome, I'm no shallow flirtatious girl who would be foolishly drawn to your looks alone and travel thousands of miles just to find you. Rather, I had this inexplicable feeling deep within. You're different from other men. You're the one I was destined to find. My sixth sense has always been incredibly accurate. As if remembering that Gaofeng was already married, her emotions dimmed for an instant, and she said, I just never expected that Gidge being so young would already be married. And you even have a child. Gaofeng smiled awkwardly and said, I'm 35 this year. I got married at 28. That's considered late marriage anywhere you go. Lisha lifted her head in surprise, gazing at Gaofeng as she said, so Gidge is an uncle already. But my grandmother once told me the older a man gets, the more he knows how to cherish the people he loves. Lisha won't stop liking Gidge just because he's older. Besides, Gidge is still so handsome. Gaofeng was speechless. This lovesick girl really can't get it through her head, can she? He asked, so Lisha, how old are you? Lisha said, the first time I saw you in Xinhu County, it was exactly my 18th birthday. So I think you're a gift from heaven. Gidge, don't you think we have quite the fate? Gaofeng was speechless again. He said, Lisha, couldn't you start calling me uncle from now on? You're still so young, I'm almost old enough to be your father. And our age difference is too great. Please don't have those kinds of feelings for me anymore, alright? Lisha's heart filled with emotion. Gidge is truly too good. What a gentleman. If it were any other man, he would have shamelessly tried every trick in the book to get with her. But Gidge didn't do any of that. Instead, he found reason after reason to refuse her. She really hadn't misjudged this man. Lisha gazed at Gaofeng intently and said, Gidge, although you're a year older than my father, I don't care. When I love someone, I don't care about their wealth or their age. In our Nijong, people always say that if it's true love, it can transcend even gender and species. How much more so when you're such a handsome man? Gaofeng froze. He thought, this is acceptable too. You Nijong people really know how to push boundaries. I can understand love transcending gender, but love transcending species. What on earth is that? His mind suddenly conjured up images of an adult film he had once seen, and he imagined the female lead as the Lisha before him. A shiver ran through his entire body, and he hastily banished that fleeting image from his thoughts. He dared not linger any longer. Swiftly he thrust the box in his hands into Lisha's grip and said quickly, remember what I told you. Take it out and play with it often. I'll come back later to teach you how to absorb it. With that he opened the door and ran out without looking back. After escaping Villeneuve, one with the burlap sack slung over his shoulder, Gaofeng took advantage of the cover of no one noticing, tossed the sack into another dimension, and then made his way toward the other villas. He wanted to check the remaining villas to see if there were any more burlap sacks. Oh, no seeds. He politely knocked on the doors of those villas that had been invaded, informed the survivors inside each one that he had driven the bandits away, and asked if they had seen any seeds. Of the other 5 villas, 2 had only women and children at home. The men were either unable to return or had been killed. In the other 3, the male residents were bound and battered black and blue, but they had survived. When the gang had departed, the women and children inside likely dared not untie them for fear of provoking the intruders. When they opened the door for Gaofeng, fear still lingered on their faces. Upon seeing Gaofeng, a trace of confusion crossed their faces, though none warned him to leave the way Zhao Minmin had. Gaofeng had no choice but to speak up. Hello, I'm not one of them. Those men have been driven away. I'm here to retrieve what they left behind. Did you happen to see them carrying a burlap sack inside? Someone replied, I don't know. Look for yourself. Another regarded him warily and said flatly, no. Then came the sharp sound of a door slamming shut and being locked. At Villeneuve. For when Gaofeng knocked, a woman in her 20s with striking features opened the door. After Gaofeng explained his purpose, an elderly woman burst from inside the house, crying out to him, You're from the authorities, aren't you? Why did it take you so long to come? Give me back my son. Give me back my husband. She shrieked and lunged toward Gaofeng, but her daughter-in-law restrained her. Enraged, she whipped around and slapped her daughter-in-law across the face, cursing viciously, You shameless whore. My son died protecting you, beaten to death by those cursed bandits. Give me back my son. You're in league with those damn thieves. Turning back to Gao Feng, she cried, Sir, I want to report this slut. She conspired with those murderous beasts and caused the deaths of my husband and son. The daughter-in-law was knocked to the ground by the blow, her hair disheveled. Clinging to her mother-in-law's leg, she wailed pitifully, Mother, I had nothing to do with Ajay or father-in-law. I don't know those beasts. The old woman struck her daughter-in-law's head with her hand and declared, I'm not your mother-in-law. I never had a daughter-in-law like you. Let go of me. Give me back my son. The daughter-in-law continued weeping, Mother, please calm down. I'm a victim too. If it weren't for Zero, I wouldn't want to live either. He's so young. He's already lost his father and grandfather. He can't lose his mother and grandmother too. Cheer up, Mother. Zero is your own grandson. He needs you. Every grandmother holds her grandson close to her heart. At the mention of her grandson, the old woman finally regained a shred of reason, though she still looked at her daughter-in-law with disgust, and said, But you're already tainted. The daughter-in-law pleaded, Mother, you must believe me. Those men didn't succeed. I had to give up resisting to protect Zero, but they had only just torn my clothes when someone called them away. They hadn't had the chance to do anything else. The elderly woman studied her daughter-in-law with suspicion at first. Years of living together had taught her to read the truth. Once she was certain her daughter-in-law wasn't lying, sudden shame flooded the old woman's face. With a wail of "Io," she collapsed onto the ground and burst into tears, her cries echoing through the air. Oh heavens! What sin have we committed? How can a frail old woman like me bear to live after this? Her daughter-in-law grew panicked, wondering what new drama her mother-in-law was staging now. Mother, what's wrong? She asked. The old woman hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. It turned out that among the 3 invaders who had breached the villa, one man in his 40s had noticed the elderly woman. Though past 50, she still carried an alluring grace, and he had set his sights on her. Never expecting his daughter-in-law to remain untouched, yet finding his own virtue compromised in his twilight years. After understanding the full story, her daughter-in-law felt a mixture of amusement and sorrow. Alas, tomorrow would bring the apocalypse, and her son with Ajay was barely 2 years old. With her natal family miles away, she had no choice but to continue living under the same roof as this shameless old woman. Though the old woman treated her poorly, she was genuinely devoted to her grandson. Having witnessed quite the spectacle from the doorway, Gao Feng waited until both women had composed themselves before asking, Are you both all right now? Blushing, her daughter-in-law apologized. I'm sorry, sir. Forgive the embarrassing scene. Gao Feng waved his hand and said, I'm no official. I'm here for 2 reasons. First, to tell you that the men who harmed you have been driven away and won't return. Second, I'm looking for something. The agricultural seeds those men brought into the compound. They did bring a burlap sack to my home, her daughter-in-law said. I'll take you to get it right now. As she spoke, she stepped aside to let Gao Feng enter. But before he could lift his foot, the old woman blocked his path. Who do you think you are? My son and husband risked their lives for these things. Do you think you can just take them? You shall not take them. She then turned to scold her daughter-in-law. I'm not dead yet. Wanting to run the household already. If you want to manage things, you should know how to bring resources and not foolishly give them away without gaining anything in return. How will Zero eat and live if you keep this up? She then turned back to Gao Feng and declared, If you want the seeds, trade for them. Rice, wheat, ham, sausages, canned meat. Any long-lasting food, I'll accept 1 gene for 1 gene. Gao Feng glanced at her disdainfully, then gave her a light push that sent her stumbling several meters backward. The old woman fell to the ground and began to wail, ready to curse Gao Feng's ancestors through 18 generations. But a single killing, intent-filled gaze from Gao Feng silenced her instantly. She felt his murderous intent pressing down on her like a physical weight, and a suffocating dread enveloped her entire being. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Whether she would wake up depended entirely on Gao Feng's mood. And clearly Gao Feng's mood was far from good. Her daughter-in-law merely cast a casual glance, and didn't bother checking on the unconscious woman, instead continuing to lead Gao Feng toward where the seeds were stored. Before long, Gao Feng had acquired another bag of seeds. Excluding Villa No. 6, which he couldn't enter, Gao Feng had gathered a burlap sack full of seeds from each of the other 4 villas. Having been turned away and nearly struck by a door to the face, Gao Feng wasn't about to let such insolence slide. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Gao Feng had no patience to indulge anyone. Except for his deceased parents, Qin Qian and Wan Wan, he would not let anyone who had wronged him go unpunished. After carrying a sack of seeds away from Villa No. 4, Gao Feng advised the daughter-in-law to keep doors and windows closed during the apocalypse and stay safe, then headed toward his own home. Passing Villa No. 6, Gao Feng's figure vanished for a minute. When he reappeared on the road, all the lights in Villa No. 6 had gone out and several corpses had materialized in his otherworldly space. Upon returning home, Qin Qian warmly embraced him and urged him to take a bath. Gao Feng noticed that after turning 30, Qin Qian's desires had somewhat intensified, but he was more than pleased with the arrangement. The necessary precautions, however, still had to be taken. After all, raising an infant during the apocalypse would be an immense burden. Though he could provide for her and possessed sufficient ability to protect her, he could not guarantee safety from all accidents. The butterfly's wings had already flapped, who knew what hurricane might follow. Fortunately, the supplies he had procured during his $0 shopping spree in the United States were plentiful and diverse. After his shower, he selected from hundreds of options a strawberry-flavored ridged and thickened prophylactic, exactly Chen Xian's preference. Some things cannot be pursued solely for one's own pleasure. Satisfying one's partner is equally important. A content companion cooperates more wholeheartedly, thereby bringing even greater joy. Gao Feng had deduced this through practice. Perhaps it was because Zhao Minmin's unintentional words had stirred something within him. Perhaps Lisa's repeated provocations had ignited a fire. Perhaps the fact that he had not simply ignored Lisa, but instead brought her and the others to reside in Villeneuve. 1. A gesture resembling keeping a mistress in splendor filled him with guilt toward Chen Xian, or perhaps because tomorrow the apocalypse would arrive, making tonight the final night of peace. Gao Feng's performance that evening was exceptionally outstanding. Chen Xian was thoroughly overwhelmed, pleading for mercy again and again. Fortunately, Nuan already slept in a separate bed and possessed extraordinarily sound sleep. That night neither of them found sleep. As the evening deepened, a wild fervor surged within Chen Xian, and she proactively launched her own assault upon Gao Feng. In that moment, she resembled the goddess of liberty from Eugene Delacroix's renowned masterpiece Liberty Leading the People, her chin raised high, galloping furiously forward. Only when the alarm clock rang did they gradually come to terms with each other, deactivating their battle mode and embracing in peaceful tranquility. The alarm had not been set because they needed to commute to work or because Nuan had school. With the apocalypse upon them, the entire world bid farewell to the evil 996 schedule, or even the more inhumane 007 grind. In his previous life, some working-class individuals had actually praised the apocalypse for finally freeing them from exploitation. Little did they know that the era of fairness they envisioned would never come to pass. During the first phase of the apocalypse, how many unsuspecting delivery riders, couriers, salespersons, construction workers, and farmers, outdoor laborers bearing the weight of their family's sustenance, had to brave the scorching sun and continue working. Then they perished from heat stroke, racked with excruciating discomfort. Meanwhile, the privileged elite either sheltered in air-conditioned rooms or boarded airplanes and helicopters to flee toward the poles for respite. There were no reports of delicate young masters and ladies perishing during the first phase of the apocalypse. Gao Feng had set the alarm only because Chen Xian wished to witness with her own eyes how the apocalypse would arrive. Gao Feng acquiesced. After all, on the first day of solar eruption, temperatures would not rise so rapidly. Gao Feng woke Nuan from her blankets, dressed her, and together with Chen Xian drove toward Jiaxing Tower outside Mountain City. Mountain City was renowned as the city that never sleeps. Even at 4 in the morning, the streets teemed with vehicles. But with the apocalypse descending, the avenues fell into an eerie silence broken only by the faintest whisper. Even Gao Feng's AIWM-9 managed to awaken those with light sleep. Someone stood at their window gazing at the swirling leaves and remarked, "Is this person deranged, seeking one last wild thrill? Should I follow his example?" The empty streets are perfect for a joyride. Where there was temptation, there was action. Soon afterward, the rumble of car and motorcycle engines gradually echoed through the city, few in number, yet enough to breathe final vitality into the lifeless metropolis. An hour later, the Gao family ascended Jiaxing Tower. Inside hung a copy of Li Bai's celebrated poem Night Lodge at a mountain temple, a tower of 100 feet towers precariously high. One could pluck the stars by hand, yet daring not raise one's voice, lest one startle the beings of heaven. They made their way to the eastern side of the tower and quietly gazed down upon the city below, awaiting the first rays of dawn. At 5:18 a.m. Mountain City time, the sun began its eruption. When the sun rose in the east, Chen Xian noticed that it appeared larger than usual, its light no longer a gentle orange-red gradually brightening, but instead harsh and intense from the very first moment, akin to midday. The warmth of past mornings was gone. The sunlight struck from its inception with piercing intensity like the blazing zenith of noon. High-energy charged particles and coronal mass ejected from the sun swept toward the forests alongside those first rays. The birds within were startled by the sudden shift, fluttering wildly in confusion. Before long, led by experienced elder birds, they abandoned even their nest-bound chicks and hurried northward. Even the owl that had not slept all night staggered from its tree hollow and took wing. Sunlight fell upon the pond, and the frogs and fish, nature's most sensitive earthquake predictors, stood bewildered. Fish leaped frantically at the water's surface as if crying out, "Help! Someone save me! If not, I shall become boiled fish." Frogs bulged their enormous eyes and croaked ceaselessly, preparing to migrate en masse to a nearby underground karst cave. Sunlight fell upon human civilization. While dispelling darkness, it also destroyed shortwave radio signals and inflicted catastrophic damage upon Earth's satellites, communications, power grids, and navigation systems. Those accustomed to streaming dramas and gaming online on their phones were ushered into their darkest hour. Many netizens, enraged after staying up late gaming or downloading explicit content, viciously smashed their keyboards. The internet-free era had arrived. Because this solar eruption appeared without warning, even creatures with keen senses remained entirely unaware. Humanity's most advanced detection instruments proved useless. Consequently, the science-reliant modern world, aside from Dragon Country North Bar and a few other nations along with a small minority elsewhere, was caught completely off guard by the solar eruption. Panic spread through the unprepared populations. Massive turmoil began to brew in that very moment. In the United States, the 5 supreme leaders of Capitol Hill convened together. On the table before them lay 2 documents: Gao Feng's interpretation of Mayan prophecy and details of the New York City massive theft case. Across from them, the New York City Police Commissioner and Dr. and Zhuai were undergoing intense questioning. Dr. and Zhuai's face had long since lost its characteristic poise and confidence. The police commissioner, meanwhile, was drenched in cold sweat from the 5 Supremes' interrogation. Working backward from results, the 2 documents before the Supremes pointed directly to Gao Feng, and the implications were glaringly obvious. The Central Supreme slammed his desk with thunderous force. "Are you all incompetent fools? Don't you browse the internet? The criminal's evidence was sitting right before you, and you couldn't see it." What they failed to acknowledge was that half a month prior, when someone had reported Gao Feng's Mayan prophecy interpretation to them, they had dismissed it with derision, regarding it as the idle scribblings of a madman. Mi Jin was a truck driver, but he had lost his job not long ago, because the company he worked for had gone bankrupt. His former employer, the Daipiao Liang Cold Chain Logistics Center, had compensated him with 2 months' salary. Overjoyed, Mi Jin gave himself an extended vacation, planning to rest for a month or so, spend the money, and then look for a new job. After all, he had skills and was willing to work hard. He wasn't afraid of not finding a job. Eat, drink, and be merry. As a native-born citizen of the beautiful country, he had never been one to save money. And so Mi Jin enjoyed a carefree month until the evening of June 4th. Due to the time difference, it was already dawn on June 5th in Mountain City. He stepped out of his home intending to head to a nearby bar and sweet-talk some women. Suddenly, dozens of people burst out from the nearby streets and surged toward a small supermarket beside the bar. The supermarket owner was from the Kimchi country. Seeing the onrushing crowd, he immediately panicked. He hastily ran out from behind the cash register, trying to shut the store door, but it was already too late. The crowd barged violently through the door, quickly scattered to every corner of the store, and began frantically stuffing supplies into their bags. Ham sausages, instant noodles, bread, milk, and bottled water were the first to be stripped from the shelves. Then came cigarettes and liquor, followed by cloths, wash basins, scouring pads. Like a swarm of locusts sweeping through the crowd, emptied the small supermarket of every last bit of supplies. The owner anxiously stamped his feet on the sidelines, but he dared not stop them. The crowd seemed chaotic, yet they never fought one another over any item. If anyone dared to obstruct any single one of them, they would all gang up on the obstructor. They swept past Mi Jin with a roar on their way in and swept past him with a roar on their way out. They arrived with empty bags. When they left, nearly everyone's hands and bags were overflowing with goods. They dashed around the street corner ahead, where a small truck was parked. The crowd hastily dumped the contents of their bags and hands into the truck, then raced off toward the next target. The truck slowly drove off, keeping a certain distance from them. Nearly the same thing was happening simultaneously in all 50 states of the beautiful country. Just as they disliked saving money, they also disliked stockpiling food. The middle class believed that a beautiful quality life depended on fresh ingredients, and hoarding food meant risking eating expired products. At most, they would buy 2 or 3 days' worth of snacks, meat, and fresh produce. As for the vast assetless population, they simply didn't have enough money to stockpile. So when the sun's high-energy charged particles and coronal mass ejections reached the far side of the Earth, disrupting global satellites, communications, and networks, the assetless masses were electrified. Because it meant they could launch their $0 shopping spree. With communications and networks down, the likelihood of being pursued later by the beautiful country's authorities shrank dramatically. Shopkeepers couldn't call the police in time, which added even more security to the operation. Most of them had no idea the apocalypse had already arrived because the authorities had not uttered a word, and also because not long before, the beautiful country's chief scientist, the world's foremost cosmologist Professor MacArthur, had shown his face on YouTube to refute the rumors, calling the claim that the Earth would go dark pure nonsense. They were simply making a natural choice driven by the plunderer's instinct buried deep in their bones, and the criminal genes embedded in their DNA. Their instincts were sharp. And so on that day, in nearly 30,000 towns across all 50 states of the beautiful country, large-scale, $0 shopping incidents erupted, converging into a towering wave. Yet the authorities of the beautiful country, which should have made at least some response, were eerily quiet. There were 2 reasons. The first was that their laws imposed only minimal penalties for acts of $0 shopping. With communications and networks paralyzed, dispatching a massive police force to maintain social order was both extremely difficult and highly unwise. The second reason was that their top brass were embroiled in a bitter argument. The faction led by the Big Five on Capitol Hill insisted that Gao Feng's Mayan prophecy should be taken seriously and that the authorities should prepare contingency plans in accordance with the prophecy. But the conglomerates argued that Gao Feng's Mayan prophecy was utterly groundless. They believed that Professor MacArthur, the beautiful country's chief scientist and the world's foremost cosmologist, had the more reliable explanation. They held firmly to the belief that the sun would continue burning for another 6 billion years. When the second day dawned and a sun larger than usual rose over the beautiful country, Professor MacArthur still refused to relent. This is nothing but a normal solar phenomenon. You know what a solar flare is. It won't last long. When the third day dawned, Professor MacArthur appeared in the Maple Country claiming he was investigating the cause of the abnormal climate warming and eventually reached the conclusion people in the Dragon Country enjoyed stir-frying their dishes and by using so much fire they had baked the earth. Only he himself knew that he had actually fled to the Maple Country to escape the heat. When the fourth day dawned, Professor MacArthur could no longer remain in the Maple Country either. The air conditioner had once again lost its cooling ability due to the blazing outdoor temperature. When the fifth day dawned, Professor MacArthur appeared in the Arctic. Gazing at the nearly melted glaciers of the Arctic Circle, he finally bowed his noble head. When the sixth day dawned, Professor MacArthur in the Arctic stripped off his wool sweater, changed into beach shorts, and sat dejectedly on an icebreaker, sipping expensive red wine. He could no longer lie to himself. His worldview was rapidly collapsing. He had no idea what had happened to the sun or why it was behaving in such an aberrant manner. He felt that his self-proclaimed titles, the beautiful country's chief scientist and the world's foremost cosmologist, were a bitter mockery. This reminded him of a Dragon Country novel he had once read, The Farmer's Hypothesis in the Three-Body Problem. On a farm, there was a flock of turkeys, and the farmer came every morning at 11 o'clock to feed them. A scientist among the turkeys observed this phenomenon for nearly a year without a single exception, and so it discovered a great law of its universe. Every morning at 11, food descended. On Thanksgiving morning it announced this law to everyone, but at 11, that morning no food came. Instead the farmer entered and caught them all for slaughter. Perhaps he himself was that self-righteous turkey scientist. Knowing nothing about the universe, or even the solar system, he had actually presumed to call himself the world's foremost cosmologist. When the seventh day dawned, Professor MacArthur stood in the Arctic, yet he felt as though he were living in a desert in June, as if the air he inhaled carried the smell of barbecue. He had no doubt whatsoever that if it grew any hotter for even one more day, humanity would be wiped out forever. He could only pin his hopes on Galfang's prophecy coming true. Although he had already come to believe it almost completely over these 7 days, the sun actually going out was still something he found utterly inconceivable. A few hours remained until noon, and his heart was a jumble of anxiety with a hint of anticipation and a tremor of fear. If the sun truly went out on the seventh day, the end of the seventh day in the Dragon Country coinciding exactly with noon on the seventh day in the beautiful country's time zone, Professor MacArthur would worship Galfang as a god. On the icebreaker, Professor MacArthur frequently lifted his wrist to check the time. He had never before felt that time dragged on as painfully slowly as it did today. It was more agonizing than those tedious ideological education classes he endured during his student days. His expression was fraught with anxiety, his body restless. His normally well-groomed pale golden hair was now dry and frayed, disheveled, like late autumn weeds. His complexion had grown sallow, lips cracked, and cheeks hollowed out, making him unrecognizable from his usual rounded face, with its hint of baby fat. Time ticked away minute by minute until noon finally approached. Professor MacArthur's breathing grew ragged, and his tension made him unsteady on his feet. He gripped the ship's railing with white-knuckled desperation. Beneath the scorching noon sun, he stood motionless on the deck, watching the second hand of his watch as he counted down the final 10 seconds in silence. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He exhaled a long breath. The sun still shone. The tension that had gripped him for days finally eased, and a heavy weight lifted from his heart. As long as the sun remained, his faith in science would endure. He was no turkey scientist. At this moment, the scorching sunlight appeared gentle and lovely to Professor MacArthur's eyes. The corners of his mouth turned upward. His scientific convictions remained unshaken, rendering human suffering from the relentless heat merely incidental. His parched spirit felt refreshed like a spring of clear water, and he thought he could endure anything. Ha ha ha. He laughed unrestrainedly, patting the railing. What a worthless prophet. How wrong he was. That damn charlatan almost shattered my scientific conviction. I told you so, the sun is a young star. How could it possibly just go out? As if to prove him wrong, his words had barely left his mouth when the sky plunged into complete darkness. The sun had actually gone out. The color that had just returned to Professor MacArthur's face drained away instantly. Blood erupted from his mouth, and as though all strength had been sucked from his body, he collapsed onto the deck. He stared blankly at the direction where the sun had been, straining his eyes, hoping it would reignite. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, he murmured. He tried to rise, hoping to draw closer to the sun, but a massive wave struck the hull, sending the vessel into violent rocking. Professor MacArthur tumbled like a rolling gourd across the deck. His dried hair whipped wildly in the wind, his appearance utterly wretched. With a sudden impact, his head struck the ship's side, and he lost consciousness. Before losing consciousness, his mind echoed with one thought: I am a turkey scientist. No one noticed him unconscious on the deck as chaos erupted below deck with the sun extinguished. Children wailed in terror at the sudden darkness while believers and elders bowed their heads in prayer, beseeching God for protection. Crew members quickly switched on the lights, and as illumination returned the children's crying gradually subsided though the adults began their anxious heated discussions. Oh God, where did the sun go? Has the apocalypse truly come? Wasn't it said the climate anomalies were temporary? Didn't they say temperatures would soon return to normal? Where is MacArthur, that old swindler? Didn't he claim the temperature rise came from Chinese cooking? Could they cook the sun away with that capability? Where's the sun? Where's that old liar MacArthur? He promised to bring us home. Where is he? Find that old swindler MacArthur and throw him to the sharks. Fury swept through the crowd as people began searching for Professor MacArthur. I saw him go to the deck. A middle-aged woman with braided hair and a pockmarked face shouted. This woman was Greta Thunberg, whose name might be unfamiliar to some, yet over a decade ago, she had earned the distinguished title of Environmental Girl. She had once gone viral on social media, gaining fame by criticizing developing nations like China for their climate change stance. Yet when America and its allies failed to address environmental issues or engaged in deliberate destruction, such as Japan's discharge of nuclear wastewater into the Pacific over a decade ago, this environmental activist remained infuriatingly silent. When the apocalypse struck, she was visiting at Professor MacArthur's home. In an act of humanitarianism, he took her along during their evacuation northward. She had been treated like his own daughter, accompanying him everywhere. Yet now she was the first to strike at him. Perhaps like the others on board, she believed Professor MacArthur had deceived her. Several burly men stepped forward from the enraged crowd, volunteering to leave the cabin. The captain ordered crew members to activate searchlights to illuminate their path. Others pressed against the cabin windows to watch, while those who missed the best vantage points eagerly demanded updates on what was happening outside and whether the old swindler had escaped or been captured. Those by the windows patiently provided live commentary to the crowd. Greta pushed through the crowd and spotted Professor MacArthur tumbling across the deck like a tattered rag. Her gaze held no compassion, only fury and disdain. Throw him into the sea. Greta shouted, raising her right hand to incite the crowd as she had done countless times before. True to form, those in the cabin were whipped into a frenzy by her words, shouting their agreement. Exactly. Toss the old swindler into the sea. The chant spread rapidly as more voices joined in. Someone in the crowd murmured that he was the chief scientist of America, warning they were breaking the law, but his voice was lost in the mob's agitation. Several burly men exchanged glances and nodded in unison before hoisting Professor MacArthur and hurling him overboard like discarded cloth. Well done. Greta cheered first, and soon the crowd in the cabin joined in, as though they had collectively vanquished the demon that devoured the sun. The jubilant mood momentarily eclipsed the terror of the sun's extinction. Those who had cast MacArthur overboard were hailed as heroes and escorted back into the cabin. 7 days earlier, after watching the sunrise, Gao Feng and Chun Qian drove back home. Knowing that the temperature on the first day was still tolerable, Gao Feng did not drive very fast. Perhaps in his heart he felt that by slowing down he could postpone the apocalypse. An hour later they arrived at their residential compound. By then Wan had already fallen asleep. Gao Feng parked the car, went to the back seat, picked up Wan, and returned home with Chen Qian. With the fierce wind and torrential rain from last night, plus nearly 2 hours of driving, both Gao Feng and Chen Qian were somewhat exhausted. After settling Wan down, they also caught up on some sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Gao Feng did not know how long he had slept when he was awakened by a burst of urgent knocking at the door. He glanced at the time. It was already 10 in the morning. Shuffling his feet in slippers, he opened the bedroom door and went out. He first checked Wan's room and found her already dressed, quietly reading comics in her own room. Gao Feng walked over and picked her up, asking, "Honey, I'm sorry Daddy and Mommy overslept. Are you hungry?" Wan shook her head and said, "I'm not hungry. I had bread and milk." "Daddy, hurry up and open the door. Someone has come to see you. Don't keep them waiting too long." Gao Feng gave her a kiss, set her down, and said, Wan is such a good girl. You keep reading and Daddy will go see who's looking for me." Gao Feng went downstairs, opened the front door, and found an old acquaintance, Zhu Hongyi. Upon seeing Gao Feng, Zhu Hongyi immediately rendered a standard military salute and said, "Comrade Gao Feng, I have been entrusted by the Supreme Leader to present you with the Medal of the Republic to commend your great contributions to the people of our motherland during this catastrophe." After saying this, he shifted to a more relaxed tone and said to Gao Feng, "The Supreme Leader is at the first base, too far away to come. Chief Long wanted to personally confer the medal on you, but he is too busy with affairs to get away. Since we are familiar with each other, he sent me. Brother Gao, here is the medal. Please keep it safe." After saying this, Zhu Hongyi respectfully presented the medal to Gao Feng with both hands. Gao Feng accepted it with both hands and said, "Please convey my thanks to the Supreme Leader and Chief Long. And thank you for taking the trouble to come all this way. Is everything going well at the base?" Zhu Hongyi said, "It's a bit crowded, but everything else is fine. This time we have you to thank. If not for your early warning, the hundreds of millions of people in the central and eastern regions could never have evacuated to safe areas in just 2 or 3 days. Once chaos breaks out, there'll be big trouble. Who knows how many people would die. Although it's only the first day now, the Supreme Leader, the Elders Council, and the think tank have become deeply convinced of your prophecy. You are a great hero of the people. Gao Feng waved his hand and said, I'm not that great. I was just lucky enough to receive a dream from my ancestors. After a moment's thought, Gao Feng warned, in the days ahead, besides guarding against the scorching heat, you must also be on guard against all kinds of natural disasters. The continuous high temperatures will melt the polar glaciers and disrupt the ocean currents. Then torrential rains, flash floods, typhoons, and other natural disasters will strike frequently. At the latest, by the third day, these disasters will begin playing out all over the globe. With advanced preparations, the heat won't claim many lives, but the ensuing heavy rainstorms, flash floods, typhoons, and other natural disasters are the most terrifying. Zhu Hongyi said, we've already thought about these scenarios and drawn up emergency plans. It's just that nature's might is overwhelmingly powerful, and I'm sure many of our comrades will lose their lives. I'm ready to make that sacrifice at any moment. As he spoke, a surge of heroic pride welled up in his heart. What is a mere great flood after all? Think of our ancestor Dayu thousands of years ago. With such crude flood control tools, he still accomplished immortal feats. We, the children of the Dragon Nation, have fought against floods with wit and courage for thousands of years. How could we ever be afraid? How could we retreat? How could we yield? A trifling sacrifice is nothing to us. We are not afraid. In the face of difficulty, millions of our people's soldiers will charge to the front. Mountains can be flattened and seas can be filled. Deeply stirred by Zhu Hongyi's words, Gao Feng said, if you run into any difficult problems, remember to tell me. Perhaps I can also contribute a humble share of strength to our country and its people. Yes, it was that damned sense of national belonging and pride stirring within him. In the past, he had only wanted to live on in obscurity with Chun Qian and Wan Wan. Even after being reborn, what he thought about most was building a fortress and hoarding supplies. Then he would hide away, eking out an existence until he could no longer. Faced with the unprecedented trial of the apocalypse, his response was to evade, never once thinking of fighting back. In this life, although he had casually alerted the authorities, he had never considered using his abilities to help anyone else. But just now Zhu Hongyi had told him in a voice that resounded like thunder what it truly meant to be a member of the Dragon Nation. A real Dragon Nation citizen never humbles himself or compromises. A true child of the Dragon Nation is unyielding in spirit, daring to sacrifice, daring to struggle, daring to vanquish every difficulty. Behold, our fire was not bestowed by God nor stolen by Prometheus. It was struck into existence by Swearin when he drilled wood to make flame. Confronted by the same flood, Noah could only escape by following God's command, whereas our ancestor Dayu passed by his own home 3 times without entering, leading everyone to conquer the flood through human strength. The Western nations regard the sun as their supreme deity, yet our fascinating ancestors found too many suns too hot and bothersome, so they drew their bows and shot down the 9 extra ones. Yugong could move mountains, Yi Jingwei could fill the sea, Xingtian brandished shield and axe, all incarnations of an indomitable spirit. Thereupon Gao Feng solemnly told Zhu Hongyi, Comrade Zhu Hongyi, please convey this to Chief Long. Whenever you have a task to dispatch, I will never dare to decline. Moved by these words, Zhu Hongyi gave Gao Feng a big embrace and said, Heaven knows how long Chief Long has been waiting for you to say that. Brother Gao, you have no idea how much Chief Long admires you. He said that even if every human being on Earth died, you would still survive. My. You have no idea how utterly incredible it is to hear such words from Chief Long. He is the unparalleled soldier king of the new century. Gao Feng felt that he had been tricked by Zhu Hongyi and thought to himself, could it be that all those bold, impassioned words you just said were merely an act for my sake? Yet he was relieved in an instant, for he knew that even if Zhu Hongyi had not spoken those words when truly faced with difficulties, he would still rush ahead of the people and unhesitatingly make the ultimate sacrifice. These most beloved people. In the previous life, that was what they did. In this life, they would do it again. So what was there for Gao Feng to mind? Zhu Hongyi soon took his leave. After he was gone, Gao Feng went to the kitchen, tied on an apron, carefully selected a few ingredients from his dimensional space, and began to make breakfast. Pumpkin millet porridge, scallion egg pancakes, heart-shaped fried eggs, homemade tomato and wagyu beef sandwiches, and a platter of fruit. Drawn by the aroma, Nuanyuan ran over, drooling, rubbed her belly, and said, so fragrant. Just smelling this makes my stomach growl again. Gao Feng took off his apron, scooped her up in his arms, kissed her cheek, and said, then let's go wake Mom up and have breakfast together. Nuanyuan nodded obediently. 15 minutes later, Gao Feng, Chen Xian, and Nuanyuan sat around the table as a family of 3, chatting and laughing as they savored the delightful breakfast. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of knocking came. Nuanyuan asked, Daddy, who's there this time? Gao Feng set down his chopsticks and said with a smile, I have no idea. Let Daddy go check. Thump, 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 thump. The visitors seemed to be in a great hurry. Gao Feng opened the door and found several unfamiliar elderly men and women wearing red armbands. Gao Feng asked, hello, who are you looking for? The woman standing at the front said, we're from the Community Owners Committee. We've come to notify you of something. Gao Feng asked, a little puzzled, what is it? The woman said, the higher-ups have announced that Doomsday is coming. You know about it, right? Gao Feng thought to himself, how could I not know? I was the one who warned everyone, and just now the authorities presented me with the Medal of the Republic. He replied with an impassive look, yes I know. Thank you for taking the trouble to come all the way to tell us. Ahem ahem. The woman gave a dry cough, then corrected him, we didn't come for that. We came to tell you that since you know Doomsday is coming, you should realize that the harder the times, the more we need to stand united, right? Gao Feng didn't know what she was up to, but seeing that what she said made sense, he nodded and agreed, you're right. Seeing Gao Feng looking like an honest man, the woman was secretly pleased. Her tone softened a little. You're a reasonable person. That's very good. Ever since we learned Doomsday was approaching, the committee members have been so worried that we can't eat or sleep at night. We've spent these days discussing how to lead everyone through the apocalypse. We racked our brains and came up with more than a dozen plans, but none of them quite satisfied us. In the end, we arrived at one conclusion: unity. The elderly men and women behind her chimed in, as if on cue, that's right, unity. The woman continued, we must unite closely together, learn from our forebears, and use the spirit of unity to overcome every enemy that looks unconquerable. Gao Feng did not sense in these elderly people the same sincerity and fervor he had sensed in Zhu Hongyi. From their eyes, he saw only deception and calculation. He said nothing, but behind him came the sound of enthusiastic applause. It turned out that Chen Qian and Nuanyuan had walked over. Moved by the woman's speech, the mother and daughter could not help clapping. Chen Qian said, Annie, you're absolutely right. In the face of natural disasters, we should unite, just as we did during the great floods of 1998, the Wenchuan earthquake, and the mountain fires in Yunnan. The woman's eyes wavered, and she said with some guilt, yes, right, exactly. We should be as united as we were back then. Unwilling to let the woman keep deceiving Chen Qian, Gao Feng asked, then Annie, how exactly do you want to unite us all to face this catastrophe? The woman coaxed, first we need to take a survey of all the households in the community. How many adult men, how many adult women, and how many elderly and children need care? Then we need to record the condition of each household's hoarded grain and other supplies. After the survey, everyone must hand over grain and other resource-type materials to the owners' committee, and the committee will allocate them in a unified manner according to the situation, lest you people accustomed to extravagance in peaceful times find yourselves unable to adapt when suddenly thrown into doomsday. As they say, it is easy to go from thrift to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to thrift. You young people haven't suffered hardship, you're used to luxury. To make you endure bitter days all at once, that would be impossible. With the owners' committee making unified arrangements and rationing supplies at the minimum standard, our limited resources can be put to the fullest use. At that point, even Chen Qian understood what the committee woman had in mind. Before Gao Feng could open his mouth, she said, Annie, the authorities announced the coming of Doomsday a long time ago. Everyone bought supplies according to their own actual circumstances. If some people didn't believe it and didn't stock up enough, they have only themselves to blame. They can't expect others to give them excessive relief now. As for the unified distribution of supplies you mentioned, I don't think it's a reasonable arrangement. Why should the supplies we worked so hard to prepare go to benefit those who are disobedient and lazy? The elderly folks looked as if their thoughts had been exposed. A little embarrassed and irritated, they said, Girl, why are your words so unpleasant to the ear? What do you mean by lazy and disobedient? Don't you know that everyone's situation is different? Elderly people have trouble moving around and can't carry heavy things. Isn't it normal that they couldn't snatch up many supplies? Chen Qian looked at the old man who had spoken. She had some impression of him. This old man was in his 50s and enjoyed going to the nearby park to do ballroom dancing. Once when she passed by that park, she saw this man dancing with 3 women at once. The 4 of them were striking very difficult poses. The man stood in a solid horse stance with the 3 women hanging on him, one on his left arm, one on his right arm, and one clinging to his back. That did not look like someone with mobility problems. It was likely that he had been too busy seizing the day and dancing in the square to pay any heed to the official warnings. If there truly were elderly grandparents with mobility issues, Gao Feng and Chen Qian would gladly help them. But as for these people, Chen Qian said, Grandpa, I'm sorry. Our family bought very few supplies, just 2 bags of rice and a few vegetables. We won't cause the organization any trouble. Otherwise, the organization might take 2 bags of rice from us and give back 3. We'll eat sparingly and try to survive the apocalypse on our own. The woman said, Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You say 2 bags of rice, and it must be 2 bags. I can see you've made your house into a turtle shell. How could you have stocked so little? Hearing this, Gao Feng no longer wished to wrangle with them. He said coldly, What? Don't tell me you want to come in and search. Maybe the elderly folks were used to being overbearing in everyday life. They said, if you have nothing to hide, what harm would it do to let us take a look? If your family really only has 2 bags of rice, we'll make the decision and give you 1 bag. Gao Feng's response was merely a few indifferent words, not interested. Scram. After Gao Feng finished speaking, he didn't even glance at the elderly men and women before slamming the door shut with a bang. Hey, how can you behave like this? The middle-aged woman at the door nearly had the door slammed in her face. Furious, she kicked the door, but it didn't budge an inch. Instead, she nearly bounced back and fell to the ground. The elderly man behind her reacted swiftly, darted forward, and caught her. Xiaoyan, don't get angry over someone like him. Let's try another house. The compound is big enough that someone will surely believe us and hand over the supplies. At that moment, another middle-aged woman said, Sister Yun, I just noticed that you may have softened your tone near the end, which made that little bastard suspicious, and that's why they changed their attitude later. That little bastard was almost convinced at first. So when we go to the next house, we must absolutely not speak to them in such a kind and friendly manner. These people are contemptible to the bone. If you're polite to them, they think you're easy to manipulate and can be defied. If you treat them sternly, they'll be trembling inside and won't dare to resist your words. The middle-aged woman called Sister Yun nodded in agreement. The group of 4 then left Gao Feng's house and headed toward the other villas. Unlike Zhong Yunshan and his group, they only dared to run their scam among the few outer villas. The villas deeper inside were automatically ruled out, because they knew that the owners of those inner villas were all rich and powerful. With their influence, a single phone call was enough to shatter their scam. Try to snatch food from their mouths. Those were the sort who devour people without spitting out their bones. If they dared to provoke such people, they would be asking for great misfortune. Unless the 4 of them had guns or blades. On the first day, the temperature hadn't risen to the point where people couldn't go out. Around the compound, besides the 4 elderly people walking along, there were also people hastily rushing out to restock supplies. Since the apocalypse had already been confirmed by reality, prices rose with terrifying speed. In a small supermarket near the compound, many goods were placed on the shelves as lone remaining units, with prices jaw-droppingly soaring hundreds of times higher. Instant noodles sold for 1.0 yuan a cup. Those thin corn ham sausages were 300 yuan each. Mineral water was 500 yuan a bottle. A chocolate was 3.0 yuan a bar. The most exaggerated of all were sweets. Lollipops that ordinarily cost half a yuan now fetched the same price as instant noodles, and white sugar was 5.0 yuan per gene. Yet even so, the supplies in the supermarket were quickly snapped up. The owner was so regretful that he slapped his thigh, feeling he had priced the goods too low. He cried out inwardly, "Why do I feel like I've lost hundreds of millions?" He stuffed the cash he had collected into his clothes, grabbed a large woven bag, and ran home. Before the apocalypse began, thanks to the convenience of running a supermarket, he had stockpiled 2 entire rooms of supplies at home. Seeing prices skyrocketing now, he was ready to carry another bag of supplies over to sell. As for the selling price of these goods, he decided to double it once more. As an astute businessman, how could he let a mere apocalypse frighten him into abandoning such an opportunity to make money? He remembered a famous Westerner once saying, "With 20 profit it stirs into action. With 50 profit it ventures recklessly forward. For 100 profit it dares to trample on all human laws. For 300 profit it dares to commit any crime, even the risk of hanging." The supermarket owner knew that the "it" in this passage referred to capital and capitalists, in plain terms people who did business. So if he calculated carefully, when a cup of instant noodles that cost less than 2 yuan wholesale was sold for 2.0 yuan, just what kind of horrifying profit was that? A 100,000% profit. 1,000-fold. Enough to be hanged more than 300 times. Was the apocalypse terrifying? No. Not only did the supermarket owner not find it terrifying, he actually found it utterly adorable. As for those who thought money would become a pile of scrap paper in the apocalypse, the supermarket owner did not see it that way. He was gambling that the nation of Longwa, just as it had been over the past 5,000 years, would always have someone descend from the heavens to save it, no matter how great the difficulties, even in utter despair. Although he had left school before finishing middle school and made his way in the world, he held a mysterious faith in Longwa. His knowledge was shallow, but his interest in history was profound. Many people said that Longwa was a country that had suffered much, but he believed that this nation, which was itself like a civilization, had been blessed by the gods. They could always create miracles. Or rather, they themselves were miracles. He hurriedly loaded an entire woven bag of food at home and rushed back to the supermarket. Before long, the goods, now at double prices, were wiped out once again. He trembled with excitement and decided to make another trip home to transport supplies and to double the prices one last time. These people have truly gone crazy. Is the apocalypse really so terrifying? I think the weather is only about 10 degrees hotter than usual. Is there really a need to hoard so frantically? What's the point of worrying about all that? I've stockpiled 2 full rooms of supplies. Even if I sell a small portion of them, it'll be enough to last me for years. And if a true apocalypse comes, I might not live long enough to see the supplies run out. The saddest thing of all is when a person dies before using up the supplies and leaves them for someone else to enjoy. I have no children and no wife. I've been single for 30 years. Maybe I can rely on these supplies to finally say goodbye to being single. Thinking of this, the supermarket owner suddenly felt that his earlier decision to stockpile so many supplies was astonishingly wise. Could he be the chosen one? Was he going to rise to prominence in this apocalypse by relying on 2 rooms of supplies? At that moment, he couldn't help but regret that he had been too busy making money all along to use his spare time to read novels. A free novel reading app cost no money. He could have simply downloaded one onto his phone. If he had read a few apocalypse novels in ordinary times, he wouldn't be utterly confused now, not knowing what his next move should be. Damn it. At the critical moment, the network has been affected again, and I can't get online. What on earth am I supposed to do? Could my dream of being the protagonist really be cut off just because I didn't download an app? To hell with that. I refuse to believe I can't become the protagonist without reading guides. Protagonists all have plot armor. Even if I got so bored that I buried myself, I probably wouldn't die. No rush. Wait until I sell this batch of supplies and make one final round of money. Thinking this, the supermarket owner hurried to the shop with a large woven bag of goods like a diligent little bee. He had just set out the goods when he saw the four-person alms-begging group appear at the door. The supermarket owner smiled and asked the old man walking in the center, "Hello, what would you like to buy?" With a single glance from the old man, one of the middle-aged women stepped forward. This time the woman making the move was a different one, not the same person who had stood outside Gaofeng's doorway. She declared, "We are committee members of the Neighborhood Owners Association from the adjacent community. Having received complaints from residents, your store is suspected of illegal activity and will be investigated and penalized." It was only then that the supermarket owner noticed their stern expressions and the red armbands on their sleeves. He retorted, "Don't think you can fool me just because I haven't had much schooling. Since when does the Neighborhood Owners Association have enforcement authority? Don't think you can run rampant just because you wear red armbands, claiming I'm breaking the law. To my eyes, you're the ones breaking it." Hearing this, the woman grew indignant, hopping and cursing, "You heartless profiteer, you unscrupulous merchant. While the nation is in crisis, you gouge prices and hoard goods. Are you saving up all that money to bury yourself? How can you stomach such blood-soaked money? Aren't you afraid you'll have the luck to make the money, but not the luck to spend it?" The supermarket owner, growing furious at her rant, snapped, "Watch your mouth. What do you mean, unscrupulous merchant and heartless profiteer? Do you realize how scarce supplies are now? I went through hell to grab these goods and selflessly share a portion with my neighbors. What's wrong with that? What do you expect me to just give it all away for free? I'm a businessman, not a charity. Do you even understand business? There's no selling without buying. Look at the mud on the roadside. If I gave it to you for free, would you even take it? Of course not. So my prices simply follow the market. You can't blame me." Hearing his excuses, a woman who seemed somewhat knowledgeable about the law stepped forward, selflessly share. More like hoarding and profiteering. You should know the state has strict laws against this. If the authorities find out, you'll be convicted of illegal business operations and punished severely. The supermarket owner secretly turned on his phone's voice recorder and asked, "So what exactly do you want?" The woman who had spoken first replied, "It's simple. Hand over all your supermarket supplies to the Owners Association for unified distribution, and we won't investigate you." The supermarket owner sneered, "So this is what you were really after? I knew there was something behind all that righteous talk. You want my supplies. You keep claiming I've broken the law, but aren't you the ones impersonating government officials to swindle people for your own illegal gains? That's a serious crime too, isn't it?" The first woman retorted, "Nonsense. How could we possibly be breaking the law? Don't slander us." The owner replied, "Slander you? Weren't you the ones who came in saying you'd investigate my supermarket, and then said you'd drop it if I handed over my supplies? Come on, tell me. Is that or is that not impersonating government officials?" The first woman shot back, "Then go ahead and sue us if you're so capable. There's one of you and four of us. Let's see whether the judge believes you or us." The supermarket owner curled his lip in contempt. "At your age, you've wasted your life. The law relies on evidence. It's obvious you four are in cahoots. If a judge sided with you just because you outnumber me, he'd have studied law for nothing all these years." As he spoke, he noticed someone hurrying from the residential compound straight toward the supermarket, so he said, "If you're not buying anything, move aside and stop blocking my business." The first woman stamped her foot and thrust her hands forward. "You still want to do business today? Dream on. Let me tell you, we're here to fight you today. Either shut up shop and go home, or take your punishment obediently." The supermarket owner couldn't be bothered to engage in another pointless argument. Ignoring her provocation, he composed himself and prepared to receive his customer. Then he watched as the approaching customer was stopped by the other two women. The woman, who seemed to know a bit of law, said, "Young man, the owner of this supermarket is suspected of price gouging and hoarding supplies, which has already violated the law. Don't aid an evildoer and become an accomplice." The young man casually sidestepped the two women and said, "This is the apocalypse already. Everyone's hoarding like crazy. When you find someone who still has things to sell, you treat him like a god. And you're saying he's breaking the law. Between buyer and seller, one is willing to buy, the other willing to sell. Why are you sticking your nose in? You've got way too much time on your hands. Stop trying to shackle us with peacetime laws and regulations. If you make me miss out on buying supplies, I'll come to your house and eat every single day." The woman didn't dare stop him again, afraid he really would show up at her door. The group of women had recently been practicing a dance with the old man from next door, which had delayed their supply runs. They hadn't stockpiled much food at home. Moreover, they didn't quite believe the apocalypse would truly come and felt the authorities were making a mountain out of a molehill. In everything, they looked up to the beautiful country. They were diehard beautiful country fans hiding among the masses. In their hearts, the beautiful country was the benchmark of all that was good, the lighthouse of freedom and the hope of humanity. As for the dragon country that had given them birth and raised them, it was benighted and backward. Even after decades of hard pursuit, when the dragon country had finally caught up to the beautiful country in their eyes and hearts, that development had been obtained only through cruel exploitation of its own people. If anyone ever praised the dragon country, they would first try to talk them out of it. If persuasion failed, they would dismiss the person with "you're hopeless. You've been brainwashed too thoroughly." Such was their final verdict. These were the kind of people who picked up their rice bowl and ate, then set it down, and cursed the ones who had fed them. With no one blocking him, the young man quickly picked out the supplies he wanted and paid without hesitation. As he passed the women, he kindly advised them, "This is the apocalypse already. Stop wasting your time here. Better use that time to figure out where you can buy cheap supplies and make more preparations. I hear that in 7 days a little ice age is coming. If you don't stockpile enough food, those days are going to be very hard to get through." The woman shot him a resentful glare, but said nothing. The young man shook his head. Fine good intentions wasted on ungrateful people. With that, he strode away. The old man and women glanced at what was left in the supermarket. Only half of the goods remained, and grew anxious. At the old man's command, they prepared to resort to force. The supermarket owner naturally refused. These goods were all money. Even yesterday, he had been doing business properly, raising prices by just 3 to 5 yuan per item. It was only today, when he saw the sun growing larger, the weather heating up, and phones and other communication devices failing, that he realized the apocalypse had truly come. He had also keenly sensed that his golden opportunity to make a fortune had arrived. In just half a day, he had earned several million yuan with profit margins hundreds of times over. In peaceful times, who could have imagined such a thing? So without hesitation, he grabbed a broom and stood guard at the supermarket entrance, bellowing, "Who dares try it?" The old man's sharp eyes spotted half a brick near the storefront. He signaled the women to distract the owner, then secretly picked up the brick. While the owner wasn't paying attention, gritting his teeth, he viciously slammed it against the back of the owner's head. After knocking the supermarket owner flat with a brick, the old man casually tossed the brick aside. Leading the 3 aunties, he stepped over the owner's prostrate body, picked up the large woven sack the man used to haul goods, and began filling it with supplies. Since the supermarket owner had already sold half a bag of supplies to the young man, just before the woven sack was only half full when there was nothing left to stuff into it. The old man looked around the supermarket and stuffed every item he could see and deemed useful into the woven sack. Suddenly, while rummaging about, he caught sight of a dagger gleaming with cold light. He took it out and made a few casual flourishes, and a dreadful idea was born in his mind. He recalled the humiliation at the gate of Gao Feng's villa. The 4 of them had gone to his door to beg for alms, only to be ignored. Worse still, Xiaoyan, his favorite dance partner, had nearly had the door slammed in her face. At the time, confronted with Gao Feng's towering frame, he had burned with anger, but dared not say a word. Now, with a dagger in hand and the element of surprise, perhaps Gao Feng too would be knocked down by him, just like the supermarket owner. He felt he was back in his element. No sooner said than done. Silently, he put away the dagger, slung the woven sack over his shoulder of his own accord, and said to the 3 aunties, "Let's go to one more place. We'll find a way to take down that family, and then we'll divide the supplies at their house." "Where are we going?" one of the aunties asked. The old man replied, "To the house where your sister Yun was humiliated." Sister Yun said, "I'm fine. But that family seems dangerous to deal with, especially the man. He's tall and burly. If we fight him head on, we'll suffer." The old man comforted her, "I can't stand to see any of you suffer. So we have to get this score settled. Xiaoyun, don't worry. Look, didn't we just knock down the supermarket owner? Compared with the master of that villa, he was only a dozen centimeters shorter, and he was still quite sturdy. No matter how high your martial arts, you still fear a kitchen knife. No matter how good your kung fu, a single brick lays you flat." After saying this, the old man mimicked Yuan from the movies and struck a cool pose, drawing cheers from the 3 aunties. The old man nodded with satisfaction. With the woven sack slung over his shoulder, he led the 3 aunties once again, stepped over the supermarket owner on the floor, left the store, and headed for Gao Feng's home. From beginning to end, no one cared whether the supermarket owner lived or died. The pitiable owner, before his fantasy of becoming a protagonist could even begin, he forever lost the right to dream, becoming one of the first to die after the apocalypse descended. What was Gao Feng doing at that moment? In the ground floor living room of his villa, he was huffing and puffing as he used a foot-operated air pump to inflate a massive inflatable swimming pool. The sofa chairs, TV cabinet, and everything else in the living room had already been put away into his extra-dimensional space. It was the first time Nguyen had seen Gao Feng display his ability, and she shouted, "Daddy is a superhero. Daddy is amazing." She was so excited that she clapped her hands red. While the father and daughter busied themselves in the living room, Chun Qian was not idle either. Wearing a pale yellow floral dress that ended just past her knees, she was making cold drinks for them in the kitchen. With a pool cold drinks, a beautiful wife at his side, and an adorable daughter delighting at his knee, Gao Feng was utterly content. Therefore, even though he had not found an automatic air pump, he cheerfully worked the foot pump to inflate the enormous pool. Drenched in sweat from the exertion, he simply pulled off his t-shirt and tossed it aside, revealing his powerful, well-defined upper body. Just then, Chun Qian finished making the cold drinks and came gliding over with graceful steps. Seeing the 8-pack on Gao Feng's torso, her pretty face flushed, and she could not help swallowing. Over the past month, she had watched Gao Feng become stronger and more perfect by the day, and her satisfaction in him had grown accordingly. In return, she had become increasingly gentle and affectionate. She placed the cold drinks on the dining table and said, "Honey Nguyen, come have a drink to quench your thirst." "Wow, mommy is the best." Nguyen shouted, promptly abandoned Gao Feng and ran to the dining table to drink, while Qin Qian went to the bedroom to fetch a towel for Gao Feng to wipe off his sweat. When she returned with the towel, she found that the father and daughter had already finished the drinks in their cups and gone back to work. "Honey, let me wipe the sweat off you." Qin Qian walked up beside Gao Feng. "Then I'll have to trouble my wife," Gao Feng said with a hearty laugh, rising to his feet. Gao Feng was 185 meters tall, and Qin Qian was 165 meters. When they stood together, and she looked straight ahead, her gaze landed exactly on Gao Feng's collarbone. Even though they had been an old married couple for years, Qin Qian was still enchanted by the faint masculine aura radiating from Gao Feng. With a faint blush, she meticulously wiped the sweat from Gao Feng's face, then his neck, then his body. Gao Feng, breathing in the delicate fragrance on Qin Qian, could not help feeling a stir of desire. But with Nguyen right there, all he could do was cup Qin Qian's face in his large hands and give her a gentle peck. "Daddy, I want kisses too." Seeing this, Nguyen also clamored for kisses and hugs. "Is our little Nguyen jealous?" Gao Feng laughed heartily, scooped her up, and kissed her on both cheeks. Qin Qian was laughing heartily as well. "Mommy kiss," Nguyen said to Qin Qian, and to show no favoritism, turned her face toward Qin Qian. Qin Qian also kissed her on each soft, delicate cheek. Overwhelmed by the tender scene, Gao Feng felt a sudden daze, afraid that it might all be just a dream. Thump, thump, thump. The urgent knocking sounded again at an inopportune moment. Disturbed again and again, Gao Feng's mood turned sour. Qin Qian was about to open the door, but Gao Feng stopped her. "Now that the apocalypse has arrived outside the areas fully controlled by the authorities, order will sooner or later collapse completely. It would be dangerous for you to answer the door. You too are my very life. If anything happened to you, how could I go on living?" Deeply moved, Qin Qian said, "But you are the most important person in my heart too. I won't let you suffer even the slightest harm either." Gao Feng took her hand and reassured her, "I have spatial ability. Ordinary people can't hurt me at all. So you have to listen to me on this." Only then did Qin Qian nod in agreement. Bang, bang, bang. Pound, pound. The visitor was extremely rude. The knocking soon turned into hammering on the door. Gao Feng's gaze turned cold. He picked up his t-shirt, put it on, and told Qin Qian to take Nguyen up to the second floor to hide. After the mother and daughter had gone upstairs, Gao Feng looked through the peephole and saw a middle-aged woman pounding hard on the door. Not far away stood a man and two women. Aren't these the four old-timers who came begging at the door earlier? Looks like they've made a haul. No wonder they've come back. I wonder which kind-hearted person gave them the nerve." Gao Feng noticed the woven sack slung over the old man's shoulder and mistakenly assumed that someone had given them supplies. "I originally meant to spare you, but since you insist on seeking death, don't blame me for what comes next. Who told you to keep disturbing me again and so rudely at that?" With that thought, Gao Feng suddenly flung the door open. The anti-slap hit nothing but air, and she nearly pitched headfirst into Gao Feng's arms. Gao Feng hastily sidestepped his right hand, brushing her aside as he actually drew her into his dimensional space. The elderly men and women standing nearby, their view blocked by Gao Feng, assumed he had flung the woman into the gate, so they all rushed over in a flurry. As they ran, they shouted at the top of their lungs, "He's hitting someone. Someone is bullying the elderly." The old man deliberately dashed on the side closest to Gao Feng, secretly gripping a dagger in his hand, planning to stab Gao Feng a few times unexpectedly when they brushed past each other. A disdainful smile curled at the corner of Gao Feng's lips. With a slight raise of his hand, he absorbed all three elderly people into his dimensional space, sending them to reunite with the first woman. That old man thought he was being stealthy, but as he ran over, his right hand was hidden behind his back and did not swing naturally with his stride, an obvious sign that he was concealing a weapon. How could this escape Gao Feng's eyes? Gao Feng had never shown mercy to those harboring malicious intent. Allowing them to die so quickly and cleanly was already an act of great compassion on his part. After sending them to their deaths, Gao Feng returned home, locked the front door, called Qin Qian and Nguyen downstairs, and continued inflating the swimming pool as if nothing had happened. For the rest of the time, no one came to disturb them. That day, across the entire world, except for a few countries like the Long Nation that managed to maintain relative order, chaos had broken out on a massive scale in other countries. The beautiful country erupted in an unprecedented wave of looting. Under the scorching heat wave, the wealthy elite began plotting a retreat northward, with Maple Leaf Country, Siberia, and the Arctic and Antarctic as their options. The commoners, meanwhile, joined massive protests. According to past conventions, the protests would last for several days, during which organizers would reap ample benefits before reaching a compromise with those in power. On the very first day, however, several participants suffered heatstroke from prolonged exposure to the sun. By the second day, after temperatures rose once more, the protests disbanded on their own. That was because the protesters could not withstand the blazing sun. The next day, global average temperatures climbed by more than 10 degrees again. People in tropical regions no longer went outside, and animals hid beneath tree shades, panic written all over their faces. Plants without legs had nowhere to flee, and and could only passively await death. 2 consecutive days of extreme heat caused a massive evaporation of seawater. The evaporated seawater turned into water vapor, rose into the sky, and accumulated into cumulonimbus clouds. The cloud layers grew thicker and thicker, with some spots exceeding 10,000 meters in depth. The relentless heat caused water from seas, lakes, and even glaciers worldwide to evaporate ceaselessly, providing the cumulonimbus clouds with an endless supply of moisture and energy. The water droplets condensing in the clouds continued to grow until they finally surpassed the limit the updrafts could support. By the evening of the second day, torrential rain began to pour down intermittently across the globe. People who had suffered through 2 days of scorching heat rejoiced, believing that the rain would bring down the temperature and end the apocalypse. However, they were too naive. Anyone who has boiled water knows that when water reaches boiling point, steam condenses on the lid and drips back into the pot, only to be heated and evaporated again by the flame. This violent cycle of evaporation and condensation continues until the water boils dry or the fire goes out. At that moment, the earth was like a gigantic pot filled with water, with the thick cloud layer acting as the lid and the sun as the heat source. Under the sun's violent eruption, the earth's thermal equilibrium was shattered. The vast amounts of water in rivers, lakes, seas, and glaciers evaporated into the sky, transforming the cumulonimbus clouds into thunderous rainstorms, which then unleashed torrential downpours. However, this liquid vapor transformation of water was insufficient to offset the heat that the sun kept adding to the earth. As the planet continued to warm in the following days, the rainstorms became heavier and their range expanded ever wider. If the earth had not been covered by thick clouds, the polar glaciers could have reflected part of the sunlight. But since the cloud cover enveloped the entire planet on the evening of the second day, the earth had turned into a giant steamer. Torrential rain was almost everywhere. Glaciers melted at an alarming speed. Terrestrial animals scrambled toward mountains and hills to escape the floods. Plants, immobile creatures, except for a handful of aquatic species like water hyacinth, mostly sank into the depths as the water level rose and were drowned alive. The era of the Great Flood had arrived. In the face of such monumental natural power, Gao Feng's spatial ability was nearly useless. He could only stay quietly at home with Chen Qian and Wan, the family of 3, waiting for the 7 days to pass. Their villa complex, Shangwan Villa area, was situated on high terrain, and the entire city of Shanxing also stood at a relatively high elevation. During those 7 days of his past life, it had been free of floods, which was why Gao Feng chose his own villa as a shelter in this life. The torrential rain lasted 8 full days. It fell from the evening of the second day until the evening of the third day, after the sun was extinguished. The global sea level rose by nearly 60 meters. The rising sea level drastically altered the current layout of the continents. The eastern and central plains of the Long Nation were completely swallowed by seawater, leaving only the upper halves of a few skyscrapers visible in international metropolises like Modu. Survivors from the Neon Land huddled together on the isolated islands formed by several mountain ranges. In Yuanyo City, the torch-bearing Statue of Liberty could not hold out long against the surging waves. Its foundation was soon washed away, and it sank to the bottom of the ocean. After 8 days, the Earth's land area had shrunk by nearly 2/3, and the population loss exceeded 70. This was largely because the populous Long Nation, having prepared in advance, had relocated the people from the eastern and central plains to inland regions. If the Long Nation and the North Stick had not made any preparations, just like the Western countries, the global death toll would have exceeded 80. Thanks to Gao Feng's early warnings and his detailed descriptions of each stage of the apocalypse, the Long Nation's authorities made targeted arrangements accordingly. These deployments, though not fully preventing casualties, minimized losses to the greatest extent possible. At the third base, Long Outyen looked toward the direction of Shanxing, clasped his fists in a distant salute, and murmured in his heart, "Sir, your achievements will tower above 1,000 ages." Gao Feng was unaware of Long Outyen's gratitude. At that moment, he was relaxing in the living room pool with Chen Qian and Wan. The water in the pool was shallow, just 50 centimeters, barely covering Gao Feng's knees. On ordinary days, it was used for children to practice swimming. Gao Feng placed 3 beach chairs in the pool, half in the water and half above its surface. The 3 of them, all dressed in swimsuits, were now lying comfortably on the chairs, munching on ice pops. The ice pops were goods that Gao Feng had stocked up on from a Walmart warehouse on the East Coast during the looting spree in the beautiful country. Since the outdoor temperature was too high, the air conditioner, unable to exchange heat, was useless. Gao Feng found 4 cooling fans from his dimensional space. Filled with ice, the fans blew cool air at them from 4 directions, making them immensely comfortable. Over the past few days, the world outside had undergone earth-shattering changes more thrilling than any apocalyptic blockbuster. Yet the life of Gao Feng's family of 3 remained as plain and monotonous as ever, just like today. Day 7 of the apocalypse, Villa No. 1. After 7 days and nights of close company, Lisha Ming Muzi and Zhao Minmin and her daughter had become good friends. At this moment, the 4 sat side by side on stools on the second-floor balcony, watching the torrential rain that had fallen without cease for 5 days. A tinge of melancholy lingered on every face. Zhao Minmin's daughter Qian Duodua spoke first. She sighed and said, "Alas mom, why does this rain keep pouring down? It's terrible. I haven't been out to play with my friends for over a week. And it's so hot that I'm nearly dying." Zhao Minmin comforted her, "Duobao, hold on one more day. It'll cool down tomorrow." Qian Duoduo asked, "Really mom?" Zhao Minmin answered, "It's true. Sister Lisha told me. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Lisha." Qian Duoduo turned to Lisha, who said softly, "Duoduo, your mom isn't lying to you. The temperature will drop tomorrow. A very, very capable brother told us so." Qian Duoduo clapped her hands happily. "That's great. Then can I go out and play with my friends tomorrow?" Lisha said, "Probably not. It's been pouring for days, so the water outside must be very deep. The other kids are all playing at home." Qian Duoduo pouted in displeasure and fell silent again, staring out at the heavy rain. Zhao Minmin watched her daughter's tender-face, anxiety for her future rising in her heart. Even though the authorities had announced the impending apocalypse and her family had stored up plenty of supplies, she was still afraid when it arrived with such ferocity before her eyes. She used to think that owning a house that could shelter her from wind and rain would bring her peace. But on the eve of the apocalypse, 3 thugs broke into her home and killed her husband right before her eyes. After that, she knew a house could never give her peace of mind. Later, Gao Feng handed her a gun. The moment Zhao Minmin gripped it, security flooded her heart. Yet the unending torrential downpour soon stirred anxiety anew. Moreover, from Lisha, she had learned information far more comprehensive than what the authorities had released. At the time, she had been completely dumbfounded, shocked beyond words. Is there no way left for people to survive? She had watched many apocalyptic movies such as Independence Day, Alien Neon Sinking, and 2012. She knew that humanity was utterly defenseless before the majestic might of nature. At such an apocalypse no less formidable than all those disasters combined, how could she and Duo survive? She was just over 30 in the prime of life, and her daughter was only 6. Her life had only just begun. Neither of them wanted to die, they yearned to live. Perhaps she could find a way to win Gao Feng over, and then she and Duo would have someone to rely on. But she cast an uneasy glance at Lisha and Ming Muzi, who were sitting on Duo's other side. She continued to think, but he's willing to send such beautiful young and foreign girls to stay with me. Do I still stand a chance? Unless Gao Feng has a taste for married women like Chao Mingda. It seemed that when she'd gone to the door in that embarrassing outfit, he had stared at her for quite a long time without blinking. Perhaps he really had that particular preference. At the thought, her face flushed red. And thinking of Gao Feng gradually calmed her heart, easing much of her worry. While she was lost in random thoughts, Ming Muzi suddenly said, "Sister Min Lisha, with this rain falling on and on, do you think our country will sink into the ocean?" Lisha replied, "I don't know. Brother's prophecy didn't mention it. But I've looked up data before. It says that if the polar glaciers completely melted, the sea level would rise by more than 60 meters. But our country is mountainous with an average elevation of over 300 meters, so it won't completely sink. However, our original continuous landmass would turn into a scattering of large and small islands, and huge numbers of people would die. Not just our country. With this torrential rain lasting so long, people in many countries and regions would perish in this disaster." Zhao Minmin sighed. "If this rain continues for another month or so, wouldn't it become the Great Flood described in the Bible?" Ming Muzi said, "There are similar records of that great flood in Sumerian civilization, Mayan civilization, and in the classic of mountains and seas of your Dragon Kingdom. In that disaster, humanity was nearly wiped out. Is history going to repeat itself? No, this time it will be even more terrifying. This time will also bring a little ice age, and even the sun will go out." Ming Muzi became more frightened the more she thought. She wrapped her arms around her legs and curled up in her chair. Lisha put an arm around her and said with a smile, "Ming Muzi, pull yourself together. Trust me and trust brother. We'll make sure you survive and live well through the apocalypse. I'm your lucky star. If you hadn't come with me to the Dragon Kingdom, you might already be at the bottom of the sea, turned into a mermaid." Though Qian Duo was still sad about not being able to go out the next day, she was all ears to the adults' conversation. Hearing Lisha say mermaid, she promptly asked, "Sister Ming Muzi, are you going to become a mermaid?" Ming Muzi was caught between laughter and tears. She tugged at the little girl's hand and said in a sing-song voice, "Little friend Qian Duo, the mermaid, Ming Muzi, sends you her greeting." As they say, a family with a child is filled with much more joy. The mood on the balcony lightened a little thanks to Qian Duo's question. To keep herself from thinking about those dreadful things, Ming Muzi played rock, paper, scissors with Qian Duo. Lisha smiled at the two of them, then turned to look at the curtain of rain outside, thinking, "Brother, are you doing well at home? Are you bored? It's been 7 days since we parted last time. It feels like a lifetime. You have a saying in the Dragon Kingdom, 1 day apart feels like 3 autumns. That is exactly how I feel now. What should I do? If I hadn't come all the way from Neon to find you, perhaps my longing for you wouldn't be this intense. But now we are within touching distance, yet I can't see you. Do you know how torturous this is for me? Before I set out, I was so brave. But why have I become so hesitant now that I'm close to you? Is it because you have a wife? How could I love so shallowly? It's the end of the world. Can't an outstanding, handsome, and perfect man like you have several wives?" Brother, oh brother, when we meet next time, I'll find a way to persuade you for the future of humanity. Please don't be bound by the etiquette and laws of the pre-apocalyptic world. Make a sacrifice and contribute your perfect genes. Achoo. Gao Feng sneezed for no apparent reason. Chen Qian threw him a teasing glance and said, put on some clothes. You walk around the house bare-chested all day. Soon you'll be a full-fledged exhibitionist. Gao Feng let out a sly chuckle. I know you love the view, so I'm giving you more of it. Chen Qian laughed and scolded him. You're asking for it. The child is right here. Gao Feng shamelessly pressed on. So, do you like it or not? No lying now. Chen Qian said, I don't. Gao Feng refused to take it at face value. Really? You really don't? Chen Qian said, really I don't. Gao Feng feigned heartbreak. Wah. I'm so sad. My wife doesn't love me anymore. He then said to Nuanyuan, Wah. Nuanyuan, I'm so sad. Mommy doesn't love me anymore. Gao Nuanyuan closed her book, let out a sigh, and said with exasperation, Dad, you're so childish. Then instantly switching expressions, she ran to Gao Feng with a doting smile, wrapped her arms around his head, and planted a kiss on each of his cheeks. She announced with authority, Mommy doesn't love you, but Nuanyuan loves you. Ha ha. Nuanyuan's theatrical antics made Gao Feng and Chen Qian burst into laughter. At the third base, the chief's office. Long Outyan slammed his fist down hard on the desk, his heart bleeding. He had just received the initial statistics within a mere 7 days. Even with his ample preparations, nearly 50 million people had died or gone missing. That was 3 times the death toll of World War I, almost on par with the casualties of World War II. Close to a 25% rate of death and disappearance. The economic losses were equally astronomical. Floods, flash floods, and mudslides ravaged his jurisdiction. Soldiers of the people flung themselves into disaster relief, wave after wave, barely resting since the 3rd day. And still they could not rescue everyone. Many soldiers laid down their lives amid the relief efforts. The population density in the base's jurisdiction was too high and the destructive force of the flash floods and mudslides too ferocious. The rain itself had not done much harm, but the mudslides and flash floods it triggered were on an unprecedented scale. Mudslides and flash floods swallowed villages one after another. People barely had time to flee. Turbid mountain torrents rolled down carrying rocks and trees with them. Before such an immense force, houses were as fragile as paper. Houses were knocked down, bridges were shattered, roads were washed away. Over half of the world-class transportation network that the Dragon Nation had painstakingly built over decades was destroyed, paralyzed beyond use. Underground fiber optic and signal transmission lines had also been swept away. Communication among the Dragon Nation's major bases had been severed entirely. And this was only the first wave of disaster. Long Outyan was vexed. It was the first time since joining the army that he felt such profound helplessness. He had no idea how the other bases were faring, but he suspected the news would not be good. Frustrated, he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and walked to the window. Staring at the relentless downpour, he cursed crudely, damn this f***ing weather. FCKU. On the African savanna, a mother antelope was leading her calf through the storm, desperately searching for cover from the rain. She was overjoyed to spot a huge cave opening on a nearby hillside. She scurried over with her child, then caught a scent filled with terror. A lion was in the cave. But she looked at the little antelope struggling with every step in the downpour and realized that if she did not find shelter soon the calf would die. And she herself was not at all certain she could survive this storm that might rage on for who knew how long. Soon she made up her mind. Using her body to brace her calf, she guided him step by step toward the cave. Catching sight of the animals approaching the male lion sheltering in the cave, Simba rose to his feet. The mother antelope's legs gave way. She knelt to the ground and let out a mournful cry. She said to the Lion King, please give my child a chance to live. I am willing to be your dinner. Only let him live. He is young and has little meat, not enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. Lion King Simba gave a roar meaning, fine, come over here yourself. The mother antelope pleaded once more, please grant me a little time. Let me nurse him one last time. Her words made Lion King Simba think of his own late mother. He turned his head and said, forget it. I am not hungry for now. You and your child may stay over there. When I get hungry you can come over. The mother antelope wept with gratitude, hurriedly kowtowing in thanks. Not long after, a few small animals came into the cave. The moment they saw the lion, they wanted to bolt. But when they saw the antelope mother and her calf safe in a corner of the cave, they summoned their courage and went inside. They shook off the water droplets from their bodies and quietly squeezed together with the antelopes. During all this, Lion King Simba occasionally turned his head to glance over, but said nothing. The little animals lavished him with flattery. Thank you, great Lion King. Long live the Lion King. Lion King Simba let out a low, deep growl. All of you, quiet. The small animals were cowed into silence. Before long, a warthog named Pumbaa came striding in with a swaggering gait, barging recklessly into the cave. Seeing several familiar faces inside, he greeted them warmly. Then to their horror, the small animals noticed that Simba, who had been lying on the far side of the cave, had risen to his feet. Standing at the cave entrance, Pumbaa had wanted to run, but seeing that none of the other animals were fleeing, he assumed that Simba had merely been lying too long and was simply stretching his body. Even when Simba walked up to him, and sent him crashing to the ground with one swipe of his paw. Pumba still had no idea why this was happening. He stepped into the cave with his left foot first, and when he shook off the rain, he flung water onto my face. After telling the agitated animals this, Lion King Simba picked Pumba up and carried him to a corner to savor his meal. So that's how it is. What a scare. It was a false alarm after all. That warthog Pumba deserved to die. How dare he violate the Lion King's rule by stepping in with his left foot? And how dare he fling rainwater onto the Lion King's face? A grave offense of disrespect. The small animals murmured among themselves, all agreeing that Pumba had brought this upon himself. Only the mother antelope noticed that Pumba had actually stepped into the cave with his right foot first. He had merely been too busy greeting old acquaintances, forgetting to pay homage to Lion King Simba first. The so-called left foot first was nothing but an excuse from this cunning lion. Outside, the heavy rain was pouring down. Not only were herbivores struggling to survive, so were the carnivores. By occupying this cave whenever he was hungry, he would simply find a suitable excuse to kill just one small animal. A flicker of hope would keep the others from fleeing or resisting. On the surface, he lived in harmony with the herbivores, which would keep attracting other passing herbivores into the cave for shelter. In this way, he would have an endless supply of food. She never imagined she would unknowingly do the lion such a great favor. She could only pray that with an ample food supply he would spare her and her child. With this thought, the mother antelope turned to gaze at the curtain of rain beyond the cave mouth, deliberately averting her eyes from the grisly, blood-chilling sight on the other side. At 00:15 on June 12th, according to Shanxing time, the sun suddenly extinguished. Humans in the Eastern Hemisphere, being deep in night, felt little disturbance. But those in the Western Hemisphere palpably experienced a fear rising from the depths of their souls. In their history, culture, and faith, the sun was supreme, eternal, luminous, and majestic. Yet today they watched helplessly as it abruptly died without warning. This was the collapse of faith, the fall of totems, the annihilation of culture. At the moment the sun went out, countless people shattered completely. Entire beings, body and soul, plunged into boundless darkness. Professor Makesayer, who had fled to the Arctic Ocean, was among them. When the sun extinguished, his faith in science crumbled. His mind was consumed by a single thought: I am a turkey scientist. He collapsed listlessly onto the deck, tossed about by towering waves, and struck his head against the ship's rail before falling unconscious. Then the furious crowd on the icebreaker threw him into the sea. Cast into the ocean, the biting cold of the seawater jolted Professor Makesayer back to consciousness instantly. Assuming he had accidentally fallen overboard, he endured the bone-piercing chill and began struggling and calling for help. Amidst the ferocious wind, torrential rain, and monstrous waves, his voice was negligible and his struggles appeared utterly powerless. Not that a frail human could stand a chance. Neither could the 30,000-ton icebreaker, which in this boundless ocean seemed as insignificant as an ant straying onto a basketball court. Affected by glacial melt, the seawater temperature was merely 2 or 3 degrees. The frigid cold and enormous waves rapidly drained his strength. Soon he could no longer struggle and began choking on water. Briny, icy seawater surged into his nasal passages and pulmonary tubes, inflicting excruciating burning sensations. He began coughing violently. But this was not solid ground. The coughing threw his limbs into disarray, causing him to inhale even more water and triggering fiercer fits. Soon his struggles ceased entirely, and he sank into the depths. 20-some seconds later, he floated back to the surface, already drowned, his face submerged in seawater, drifting listlessly with the current. Across the vast pitch-black Arctic Ocean, only the nearby icebreaker blazed with lights, its crew celebrating the overthrow of the demon Makesayer. The captain lowered the lengthy anchor chain and secured the vessel. Since violent storms raged everywhere, the location mattered little. He ordered the crew to produce the ship's finest wine and delicacies, preparing to celebrate with everyone. No one noticed that in the dark ocean, an unknown biological tissue, teeming with ancient viruses, was drifting toward Makesayer's body. Driven by wind and waves, the unknown tissue collided with Professor Makesayer's head. Subsequently, it shrank at a visibly rapid pace, some fragments dispersing in the seawater, while the majority entered his brain through his facial orifices. After roughly half an hour, Makesayer, who had lain motionless on the water's surface, suddenly convulsed violently throughout his body. After 2 minutes of spasms, his head abruptly and eerily twisted 90 degrees, locking onto the direction of the icebreaker. The transformed being seemed capable of thought. After staring blankly for a minute, he rotated his head forward, his eyeballs rolling frantically, as though adjusting to their function. Then, using both hands and feet, he swam toward the icebreaker in an extraordinarily grotesque posture. Approaching the hull, he extended his hand to climb aboard. But the ship's thick steel plates offered no grip. Even with his fingernails now sharpened like a cat's, long and razor-edged, they could only leave faint scratches on the painted surface. A resentful snarl erupted from his throat, a sound entirely inhuman, somewhat resembling the growls of zombies in horror films. He pressed his face back against the water and twisted his head a full 180 degrees, gazing upward at the colossal icebreaker before him. His heart throbbed with longing. On this ship lay the flesh and blood he had been severed from for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, within this body, Sayer's lingering obsession drove him to return, to witness what had transpired aboard, and understand why no one had come searching after he fell overboard. What of Geet? Others might not search for him, but he believed Geet would certainly come looking. Because she was a person of conscience, an environmental warrior willing to defy powerful forces and fight to the death alongside Longwa and other oppressive nations, all to preserve habitats for animals. She must have already noticed his absence, and was likely searching frantically everywhere. This gave him yet another reason to board the ship. With this thought, Sayer began circling the icebreaker, determined to find a place to climb aboard. Beyond a lingering obsession, the transformed Sayer had become an entirely new organism. He had inherited none of Professor Sayer's knowledge or memories, and possessed no understanding of the ship's structure whatsoever. Thus he moved in the wrong direction, heading toward the opposite side from the bow. Yet the icebreaker's prow stood even more imposing, constructed from reinforced concrete and anti-freeze steel. He could only silently continue swimming along the hull. Finally reaching the stern, he discovered a climbable spot. His arms twisted with audible cracking sounds. 2 fingers hooked onto the working steel cable dangling at the stern. His razor-sharp nails pierced into the cable's crevices, hauling himself up from the water with sheer force before scrambling up the cable and onto the icebreaker. Once aboard, he rotated his head, once more fixing his gaze forward. However, he remained on all fours, crawling ahead. Guided by his keen sense for flesh, he scrambled swiftly toward the cabin. Tap, 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 tap. Arriving outside the cabin, he twisted his head 45 degrees and peered inside. Inside, the cabin blazed with light. Geet and the burly men who had cast Professor Sayer into the sea stood encircled by the crowd. People raised champagne and wine, celebrating their feat. Whether from alcohol or pure excitement, the pimples on Geet's bloated, ugly face glowed crimson. Holding her glass, she declared loudly, "I knew it. I knew that demon Sayer was a colossal liar. He lured us here intending to sacrifice us to the devil. I exposed his true nature, and with the assistance of several brave warriors, we threw him into the sea. From now on, I will lead you back to civilization." Truth be told, environmental activist Geet, veteran of over 20 years of passionate speeches, proved remarkably persuasive. Her words earned thunderous applause. The crowd roared enthusiastically, "Return to civilization! Return to civilization! Return to civilization!" The sound waves crashed upon one another like successive tides. The sudden explosion of noise from inside the cabin startled Sayer outside. Like a spider, he scurried away with rapid tapping sounds. Once the clamor subsided somewhat, he tapped his way back. Then tentatively he struck the glass with his hand. His pointed nails scraped against the surface, producing a sharp squeaking sound that startled him once more, and he bolted away. An elderly man standing near the window heard the noise, turned to glance, and spotted a crack in the glass. Suspecting his eyes deceived him, he rubbed them vigorously, then leaned closer and looked again. Bang! A loud report echoed as the glass shattered. Sayer's arm, tipped with razor-sharp nails, lunged through the window. His fingers plunged straight into the old man's eye. Ah! The old man let out a piercing scream and was dragged out through the window by Sayer. What happened by the window occurred so swiftly that when people turned to look, all they saw was the shattered window and glass fragments scattered across the floor. Scorching wind carrying torrential rain rushed in from outside the window, drenching those seated near it. The world beyond was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, as if demons lurked within, poised at any moment to devour the unwary. Terror-stricken, those near the window retreated toward the center of the cabin, and the cramped space descended into chaos. "Hey, stop pushing. You're stepping on me. I'm not the one pushing you. I'm being pushed by others. Don't shove me, or I'll be crushed into a meat sandwich. Wait, let me take off my shoes first. My feet can suffer, but you can't step on my Chelsea boots." "What Chelsea boots?" "Oh no, my AJ, my brand new AJ." "Stop the noise." Greta, the environmentally conscious woman, climbed onto a table and bellowed with her robust voice. Her cry was so thunderous that it drowned out the cacophony within the cabin, as well as the howling wind, rain, and crashing waves outside. Even MacArthur, who had been feasting on the deck, was startled by her shout and nearly choked on his food. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Greta spoke. "Everyone, please settle down and listen to me. There are no monsters in this world. If there were any, they would be blown to smithereens under the attack of guns and cannons. We cannot let ourselves fall into disarray. We must unite as one. Now women, children, and the elderly should go to the lower accommodations to take shelter. The captain and I, along with the crew and brave souls willing to assist us, will hunt down the monster and destroy it." Under her mobilizing and soothing leadership, the passengers on board expressed their willingness to cooperate. Soon women, children, and the elderly returned to the residential area. The captain ordered the crew to bring out a large pile of firearms and distributed them among Greta and her group. America's permissive stance on weapons proved advantageous in such circumstances. Armed and ready, the group left 4 people to guard the cabin, guarding against any monster that might charge in through the broken window. They dared not approach the window to seal the opening. Instead, they kept their distance, aiming their guns. Should the monster dare to leap through the window, they would greet it with a hail of bullets. The remaining individuals followed the captain and Greta to the upper control room. There the captain activated the ship's searchlight intending to locate MacArthur with the bright beam, while crew members and volunteers riddled him with gunfire. However, MacArthur was extremely sensitive to light and moved with incredible speed. The moment the searchlight was switched on, he ceased eating and darted toward the shadows. Left behind was a corpse with its belly ripped open and half its head gnawed away. Oh shit. What the hell is this? The crew witnessed a humanoid creature crouching on all fours feasting on a corpse. When the light beam struck it, its head eerily twisted a full 180 degrees to stare back at them. Then it scrambled away on all fours like a spider, disappearing into the ship's dark corners with terrifying speed. Is it a beast? I think I saw it crawling on the deck like a giant spider just now. Could the glacier melting have unleashed some dreadful monster? Does anyone remember what the Mayan prophecy said? A zombie virus sweeping across the globe starting July 31st. Damn, don't tell me we've stumbled upon a primordial carrier of the zombie virus. But in the movies, don't zombies walk on two legs? Why is this one crawling on the ground? Have you all been paying attention? Its limbs resemble human hands and feet, and its hair looks remarkably like MacArthur's. What if it's MacArthur, that old trickster, back for revenge? Stop watching so many movies. There are no ghosts in this world. Then how do you explain that demonic thing just now? And did your teachers ever teach you that the sun would go out? Your grades weren't exactly stellar back in school either, so how did you become so book-brained? Better to have no books at all than to blindly believe everything you read. Otherwise, reality will slap you in the face. The eyewitnesses debated furiously. Due to the uncanny valley effect, a wave of panic gradually spread through the crowd. Inside the control room, Captain Miller wore a grave expression on his face. He personally operated the searchlight, sweeping it along the direction MacArthur had fled, attempting to locate his silhouette. However, dead zones existed near the cabin where the searchlight couldn't reach. Miller swept the light over every accessible area, yet still found no trace of MacArthur. He addressed the crew. Damn it, he's hiding right under our feet. He seems to fear the light. Split into teams of two wearing headlamps, exit through the side door on the lower deck and search in two different directions. Find him and drag him out. One crew member asked, Captain, what do we do once we find him? Capture him and sell him on land, or put him down right here. Captain Miller cursed, obviously put him down right here. Did you not see how vicious he is? You think you could spend the money even if you caught him and sold him? If he turns out to be something rare, killing him might still fetch us some value. That crew member grinned, sheepishly unbothered. He was an old sailor who had sailed with Captain Miller for years and knew his temperament well. A few scolding words were nothing unusual. This was how Captain Miller treated his own people. To outsiders, he presented himself as a genial, smile-faced tiger. For balance, 2 crew members and 2 volunteers were assigned to each team. They descended to the first deck cabin, donned their headlamps, and paired up. Carefully, they opened a side door and stepped out. Before departing, they decided their search directions through a game of rock, paper, scissors. The 2 crew members would form one team searching counterclockwise from the stern. The 2 volunteers would form another searching clockwise from the bow. With their weapons loaded, they held their rifles at the ready, breath held, and advanced cautiously. The volunteers' route would take them along the cabin's exterior, lit by the glow from within, so their nerves were not initially frayed. But the moment they ventured into the darkness mirroring the 2 crew members before them, their legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Outside the cabin, the storm raged with fierce intensity. Through the constant refraction of rain, the effective range of their headlamps and the searchlight was severely limited. The patter of rain striking the cabin and deck was deafening, drowning out even the sound of their own footsteps. They pressed forward, anxiously unaware of the figure lurking just ahead around the corner. The instant the first beam of headlamp light swept past, MacArthur's silhouette burst onto the deck, then curved around in a wide arc, sprinting behind them. The moment his form vanished into the area already searched by the 2 volunteers, Miller swept the searchlight across that very section once more. Captain Miller was perplexed. Where the hell is this damn creature hiding? The 2 search teams on the lower deck should be closing in on completion soon, right? Fortunately, the sun had already extinguished, no longer bombarding Earth with high-energy electrons, and some communication devices had become functional, radios on the ship being among them. He relayed his speculation to both search teams, urging them to exercise the utmost vigilance for the stretch of territory ahead. The creature is very likely lurking in some dark corner ahead of you. You must proceed with extreme caution and not let your guard down at the final moment lest the mission fail. Both teams acknowledged the captain via radio, confirming receipt and promising to stay alert. The search continued. Suddenly, one member of the volunteer team froze in his tracks. He gazed down at his own chest in disbelief, a strangled ha-ha sound escaping his throat. His rifle slipped from his fingers and clattered to the ground. Immediately, a torrent of blood gushed from his mouth and chest. The howling wind, relentless rain, and crashing waves drowned out all sound, so his teammates failed to notice anything amiss and continued walking forward in ignorance. A few seconds passed before he suddenly sensed the light around him dimming. His fingers found the trigger, and he spun around sharply, only to come face to face with a ghastly visage that nearly pressed against his own. The face bore a resemblance to MacArthur's, though bloated beyond recognition from the seawater. It held no trace of color, and its two eyeballs bulged out fully 2/3 from their sockets, as if they might plummet out at any moment. The eyelids were pitch black, as though the creature had not slept for several consecutive nights. His rifle was blocked to one side by MacArthur's body. Instinctively, he squeezed the trigger. The bullet struck the deck and sent a tiny spray of sparks into the air. Before he could react further, MacArthur's razor-sharp teeth tore 2 holes into his neck. His blood was greedily drained by MacArthur, and simultaneously something invaded his mind. Agonizing pain lanced through his head, while his body flickered between scorching heat and bone-chilling cold. He felt his canine teeth elongating into razor points, and his fingernails stretching rapidly. An overwhelming craving for blood and raw flesh consumed him. Then his original consciousness vanished entirely. MacArthur had transformed the 2 volunteers into inferior zombies. He commanded the newly converted ones to wait in place, then swiftly circled behind 2 crew members, following them at a careful distance. He intended to launch his attack from behind once the crew encountered the volunteers. The pincer maneuver. He had mastered this tactic tens of thousands of years ago. The simplest strategies are often the most effective. 1 minute later, Captain Miller's voice crackled through the radio. "Have you all rendezvoused?" "We've searched over half the route," replied crewman Bisley, "but we haven't spotted the other team." "Hey James, where are you two? Don't give me excuses about groin strains or cramped legs. This is serious monster hunting, not a game." Silence reigned in the radio. A chill of foreboding crept up Bisley's spine. He continued calling out, "Hey James, you there? Hey LeBron, are you listening?" Both of you respond immediately. Still nothing came through the radio. "James, LeBron, do you hear me? Answer now." Captain Miller waited 3 agonizing seconds with no response. He knew LeBron and James must be in trouble. His voice grave. Miller instructed Bisley, "Both of you return the way you came, but watch your backs. This creature isn't like mindless zombies that may possess intelligence, and it's more dangerous than we imagined." Bisley and his fellow crewmen acknowledged the order and stopped to coordinate. They would move slowly, backs pressed together, retreating along their original path. They agreed to call out with each step taken, ensuring they detect anything approaching from behind immediately. Then Bisley spun around abruptly. "Aunt!" A shriek of terror tore from his throat as he squeezed the trigger, repeatedly firing at the ground just 2 or 3 meters behind him. MacArthur had been strutting confidently behind them. Another 10 meters or so, then a turn, and Bisley and his companion would encounter James and LeBron, now transformed into zombies. Their shock would be perfect cover for MacArthur's ambush from behind. The plan was flawless, or so he thought. Who could have predicted these two would suddenly halt with one even whirling around? Caught completely off guard, MacArthur took a bullet to his body. Hearing the commotion behind him, the other crewman spun around, as well his headlamp swinging wildly, as he searched desperately for MacArthur's position. Unfortunately, the fierce storm outside severely limited the headlamp's reach, and the cunning monster had slipped beyond its illumination. Bisley quickly reported their location and encounter to Captain Miller via radio. "Captain Miller, we just encountered that creature. It looks exactly like the deceased MacArthur. Feels like some malevolent spirit has possessed him. But he fears bullets. I hit him just now and wounded him. Our current position is 45 degrees to the starboard bow. The monster fled onto the deck beyond our headlamp's range, requesting lighting support." Upon hearing Bisley's report, Miller locked the searchlight on the nearby area. But as if anticipating Miller's every move, the creature slipped once more into the light's blind spot. Miller radioed Bisley, "Sorry Bisley, we've lost the monster's trail again. You two head back. The searchlight will follow your path and provide escort. You've already done a great service by wounding the creature. Return and rest, recover your strength." Bisley responded, "Understood, Captain." This time Bisley still guarded the rear, but instead of walking forward, he retreated backward. His teammate Joseph covered their forward advance. They soon rounded the bow, and Joseph spotted James and LeBron standing motionless against the cabin wall, heads bowed, arms hanging limply at their sides. A sense of wrongness gripped Joseph. He nudged Bisley with his elbow, gesturing for him to look ahead. "Bisley, see that?" Bisley glanced over his shoulder. "We'll go around them," he declared, simultaneously reporting the situation to Captain Miller. Miller concurred with his decision. But someone had other plans. MacArthur had been trailing them through the shadows all along. Now that they were finally approaching his helpers, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? His earlier injuries still burned with vengeance. He had lived far too long to simply let such an insult pass. A sharp, piercing shriek erupted from his throat. The dormant James and LeBron instantly lifted their heads, baring their teeth and lunging toward the two men. Joseph fired several shots at the advancing James. Bullets tore through his body, yet James behaved as though utterly unharmed. He threw Joseph to the ground and went for his neck. Though ravenously hungry, James could only obey MacArthur's directive to transform. He sated his hunger with a few swallows of Joseph's blood before faithfully converting him into one of his own kind. Witnessing Joseph's fate, Bisley could no longer contain his terror. Abandoning all thought of attacking MacArthur, he summoned every ounce of strength in his body and fled with the greatest urgency of his life. MacArthur gave chase for a few steps, but his fresh wounds screamed in protest with each movement. Reluctantly, he halted. Beyond intense light and flames, he was nearly invulnerable. Yet he could be wounded, and though his injuries healed slowly, he could not ignore the pain. Since he feared pain, he created an army of undead warriors, his guards of the damned, who felt nothing. These soldiers could only be slain by decapitation. He had awakened from 10,000-year glacial slumber, descending upon this world with grand ambitions. From this very ship, he would forge a formidable army of the dead. Those with powerful constitutions would serve as warriors. The weak, however, held no such fortune. They were destined merely as sustenance. It must be said these hosts possessed truly exquisite flavor. Bisley burst into the cabin gasping for breath and shouted to those inside, "Quick! Seal the doors and windows now. They're monsters. Those things cannot be killed. James and LeBron have both turned into monsters." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately went to block the doors and seal the windows. Soon after, Captain Miller and Greta arrived with the control room team. Miller saw Bisley and asked, "Bisley, what has happened outside? Tell us in detail." Bisley then recounted everything that had just occurred. After hearing Bisley's account, Greta spoke first. She spread her hands and said, "Clearly this situation has exceeded our capabilities. In my opinion, communications have been restored. We should try contacting Capitol Hill, explain the situation there, and ask them to send warships and troops to assist us." Captain Miller pondered for a moment and said, "That idea is flawed. If they learn there are monsters on our ship, what's to stop Capitol Hill from sending missiles to eliminate us? We are not yet at a desperate point." Greta countered, "But your method has already cost us 3 lives. How many more do you intend to sacrifice? Furthermore, many distinguished guests are aboard this vessel, prominent figures from politics, business, and academia. How would they dare order a missile strike on us? How could they possibly do such a thing?" As she spoke, the blemishes on Greta's face grew redder, betraying her obvious agitation. Miller said, "Ms. Greta, please compose yourself. Based on Bisley's description, we know there are 2 types of monsters outside. The first type, let's call them Generation 1s, possess intelligence, move swiftly, and can be injured by gunfire. The second type, Generation 2s, are creatures transformed by the first generation. They are slower but stronger and feel no pain. The first type reminds me of the aliens from films, the second zombies. But regardless of which type, they seem to avoid light. We tried shooting them before, but it proved ineffective. I propose we use fire against them instead." At this, Greta raised her objection again, saying, "I object. Before we reach a proper conclusion, we should not sacrifice another life. It is pitch black outside, which puts us at a severe disadvantage. On top of the fierce wind and rain, a fire attack would be useless. If we split our forces, we'll end up sending people one by one, like the Calabash brothers going to rescue their grandfather, each falling in turn. The fallen will only bolster the enemy's ranks while the survivors face ever-mounting peril. What I suggest is that we all stay here in this cabin, guard the doors and windows, and wait for rescue. If you won't contact Capitol Hill remotely out of fear of missile strikes, we could sail back to AU's port and seek help there. Once we reach the harbor with the media watching, they won't dare launch missiles." Her proposal won the support of most volunteers. "Ms. Greta truly is a woman of the world. What a brilliant idea. Not long ago I saw news that New York City has sunk beneath the sea and the Statue of Liberty was toppled by the waves. In my humble opinion, the new Statue of Liberty should be sculpted in the likeness of Ms. Greta." As the volunteers voiced their support, the crew members remained silent, casting their eyes toward Captain Miller and waiting for his decision. Captain Miller said, "But have you considered, if we recklessly steer this ship back to land and Capitol Hill cannot find a solution in time, how many lives will be lost?" Greta stared into his eyes, gritted her teeth, and said slowly, "My dear Captain, stop hesitating. Look at us. Look at the crew behind you. If we stay here isolated and defenseless, or if we fight as you suggest, how many of us will die? When we're dead, no one will remember us, no one will thank us. So even if returning home costs 10,000 lives, as long as we survive, that's enough. This is the end times, there's no room for naivety. Moreover, once we near the port, I'll contact multiple media outlets and make this known to the world. Capitol Hill would never dare to act against us then." Finally, Captain Miller was persuaded and began preparing for the return voyage. The icebreaker slowly got underway. Due to the enormous waves, the speed could only be maintained at around 15 knots. Calculating the time, it would take approximately 40 days to return to the United States. Far away in the Arctic Ocean, Galfong knew nothing of what was happening. Though he knew the ancient virus frozen in the ice would be released during this phase, he could not determine whether it originated from Antarctica or the Arctic. But that did not matter. The virus threat was still far off, and he had already informed the Chinese government about everything that would happen. He trusted that China's officials with their capabilities would handle the zombie invasion better than in his previous life. In truth, in his previous life, China had already done remarkably well. Among the global survivors, less than 1% of Chinese survivors accounted for more than half. This time, with Galfeng's warning, at least China's total survivor count should be significantly higher. The relentless rain fell for 8 consecutive days. On the 9th day, as temperatures continued to drop, the rain gradually turned to snow. When goose-down snowflakes drifted from the sky, the heavens seemed to brighten slightly. "It's snowing." A child's voice rang out from somewhere, and the Mountain Bay Villa area suddenly quiet after the rain stopped erupted into lively chatter. Though outside was pitch dark, people still stepped out of their homes with flashlights, candles, or glow sticks in hand. The oppressive gloom that had weighed on them for over 10 days finally brought some laughter. Chinese people have a peculiar relationship with weather. They generally dislike rain, but hold a deep affection for snow, especially the children in the South, who rarely see it. Before the apocalypse, every winter young Southerners would form groups and travel north to ski, admire ice sculptures, visit morning markets, and savor local cuisine. Chongqing, located in southwest China, rarely sees heavy snowfall, and its residents seldom witness such a massive snowstorm. Even knowing it was part of the apocalyptic disaster, they could not hide their excitement. Let it snow. Let me be a child in the snow town once. I followed the official advice and prepared long ago. I specifically bought padded pants and a floral cotton jacket from the Northeast along with skis and a sled. It's a pity the sun has gone out. Otherwise, I wanted to try splashing water into ice and take some beautiful photos like that. I'm going to dig a tunnel in the snow. I wish the snow could pile up 10 meters high. My apartment is on the 4th floor. I want to jump out and plop right into the snowdrift. Mom wouldn't even find me. I hope the snow piles up quickly. I can't wait to have a snowball fight. Gao Feng and Qin Xian dressed Nuanyuan warmly and said, "Let's go. We're going out to watch the snow too." When the Gao Feng family stepped out of their home clad in down jackets, the door of Villa No. 1 also swung open. Zhao Minmin held Qian Duoduo's hand while Lisa and Ming Muzi walked with their arms linked, the four of them emerging from the house one after another. After stepping outside, they found quite a few people already gathered. At that moment, the entire residential area was peaceful and serene, showing no sign whatsoever of the several murders that had occurred here just days earlier. They turned on their flashlights and caught snowflakes with their bare hands, just like everyone else. Qian Duoduo, overjoyed, ran about chasing after the falling snow. Lisa suddenly proposed, "Let us go find Brother Gao Feng and enjoy the snow together. There is an old poem from our land that says if we share the snowfall this morning, we shall grow old together in this life. I do not know whether I can ever win my way into Brother Gao Feng's heart and grow old alongside him. But if not, then sharing a single snowfall with him would be enough to count as growing old together." Ming Muzi shook her head and muttered, "You are truly beyond saving." Nevertheless, she stepped forward and wrapped her arm around Lisa's shoulders, saying, "Come on, I will accompany you to find your brother Gao Feng." After speaking, she turned to Zhao Minmin and asked, "Sister Minmin, would you like to come along?" Zhao Minmin seemed lost and thought, her cheeks flushing red as she replied, "Yes, certainly." However, the darkness concealed her flushed face from others, and only she herself felt the burning embarrassment within. As if searching for a suitable excuse, she added, "They have a daughter at home as well, about the same age as our duo. They happened to meet not long ago in the compound, and the two little girls played together for a while. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, perhaps they can keep each other company." After listening to her finish, Lisa suddenly asked, "Don't you want to see Brother Gao Feng, Sister Minmin?" In Lisa's eyes, her brother Gao Feng was the finest man in the world, and any beautiful woman ought to be drawn to him. Moreover, she could sense that Sister Minmin harbored certain feelings for him, which made her all the more puzzled as to why meeting him required so many elaborate excuses. Flustered by Lisa's question, Zhao Minmin hurriedly stammered, "I do. I don't." Fortunately, Lisa's mind at that moment was entirely occupied by thoughts of her brother Gao Feng, and she simply longed to see him sooner, so she did not press further. Thus the three women, each harboring different thoughts, set off toward the Gao family villa with Qian Duoduo in tow. Meanwhile, Gao Feng was strolling along the community pathway hand in hand with Qin Xian, while Nuanyuan, just like Duoduo, happily chased snowflakes ahead of them. The scene was warm and romantic. Gao Feng had no idea that a fierce confrontation was about to unfold just around the corner. Watching the neighbors around him admire and play in the snow, thrilled by the heavy blizzard, Gao Feng found himself for the first time since his rebirth temporarily casting the words apocalypse to the back of his mind. Like an examinee who already knew every answer, there was not a shred of panic left in his heart. Suddenly, Nuanyuan, busy chasing snowflakes, failed to notice a neighborhood boy of roughly the same age and collided with him. Both fell to the ground, yet neither cried. Quickly they scrambled to their feet, brushed the dirt from their clothes, and continued running forward. Seeing his daughter's deep affection for the heavy snow, Gao Feng smiled and said to Qin Xian, "This little one is quite wild. Doesn't she remind you of yourself as a child? Were you this mischievous back then?" Qin Xian linked her arms through Gao Feng's and rested her head against his shoulder, replying, "I was far more troublesome than she is now. It was only after I met you that my nature changed, and I resolved to become a gentle, considerate, and affectionate woman." Gao Feng burst into laughter and said, "Who would have guessed? But looking at Nuanyuan, I can tell you must have been quite a delight as a child." Just as Qin Xian was about to continue her sweet words, she suddenly felt Gao Feng's arm go rigid. Then she heard an exclaimed voice filled with surprise, "Brother Gao Feng. It really is you. What a coincidence. We were just on our way to your house to invite you all to enjoy the snow together." Immediately afterward, a sweet-faced girl in her late teens or early 20s wearing a white down jacket came running toward them from a distance. Qin Xian lifted her head from Gao Feng's shoulder and smiled at the girl approaching them. Lisa stopped before the two of them bowed gracefully and said, "Sister, it is a pleasure to meet you." She then extended her right hand to Chen Qian and said, "My name is Lisa. Please take care of me." Chen Qian thought to herself, she calls him Brother Gao Feng, yet addresses me as sister rather than sister-in-law. How interesting. Keeping her composure, she smiled and extended her right hand to shake Lisa's, remarking on her youthful energy all the while. Secretly, she pinched Gao Feng's waist hard with her left hand, then said graciously, "I am Chen Qian. Lisa, you are very pretty." Gao Feng winced in pain, but dared not say a word. Delighted by the compliment, Lisa could not stop praising Chen Qian in return. "I have long wished to see the sister who has captured brother's unwavering devotion. Now that I meet her, I am struck by how breathtakingly beautiful you are. You possess the grace of fish sinking and geese forgetting to fly in the sky. No wonder brother remains so faithful and devoted to you." Chen Qian thought to herself, "This girl certainly knows how to flatter, but don't think I don't see through your little scheme." She said aloud, "You are not bad yourself, dear." Having said this, she released Gao Feng's arm and linked hers with Lisa's. Turning to Gao Feng, she said, "Go watch the children." Gao Feng retreats grudgingly, straining his ears to catch whatever the two were saying. But Chen Qian deliberately led Lisa in another direction, staying close enough for Gao Feng to see, yet far enough that he could not overhear. All Gao Feng could do was worry helplessly. Ming Muzi, fearing Lisa might be at a disadvantage and wanting to intervene, was gently restrained by a smiling Zhao Minmin, who said, "Do not worry about Lisa. Look, they are getting along quite well. Let us observe from a distance and leave the resolution to them. This is not something we can meddle in." Ming Muzi's worried expression did not diminish. She said, "But Lisa is nothing but a lovesick fool. I am afraid she will say something foolish and offend Brother Gao Feng's wife. After all, this amounts to intruding upon another person's family. Not only in our land of Long would this draw condemnation, even in our homeland of Inai Hong, people would point fingers and gossip behind one's back." Zhao Minmin comforted her, saying, "But this is the end times. For weak women like us who possess nothing but our looks, how are we to survive without relying on a strong man? If we must rely on someone powerful, then someone young and handsome like Gao Feng is the best choice." Ming Muzi cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Minmin and said, "Could it be that you Sister Minmin also?" Zhao Minmin caught a snowflake in her palm, glanced at Qian Duo playing with Gao Nuanyuan, and said, "Duoduo's father was killed by a gang of banders just a few days ago. Brother Gao Feng drove those bandits away. I do not know how he managed it, but my intuition tells me he is an extremely formidable person. Duo and I want to live. We want to live with dignity, not as playthings in the hands of a bunch of thugs." The third base operations command center. Long Outyin gazed intently at the southwestern direction on the map, his expression grave. The fourth base of Dragon Nation lay there. Since the sun's extinction, without interference from high-energy, charged particles, the official authorities of all nations prioritized restoring communications. Of Dragon Nation's 5 major bases, all had re-established communications and made contact with each other 2 days prior, except for the fourth base, which remained completely cut off. The Supreme Leader issued orders commanding the nearest third base to dispatch personnel to the fourth base, either to establish contact or to determine the reason for their loss of communication. The journey from the third base to the fourth base consisted mostly of mountainous highways. In the pre-apocalyptic era, one could reach there by car in approximately 7 to 8 hours. However, after more than a week of relentless torrential rains, flash floods, and mudslides wreaking havoc, the highways were either destroyed or blocked. Vehicles simply could not pass through. Snow fell in thick feathery flakes ceaselessly, as if the week when the sun erupted had evaporated all the ocean water into the heavens. Consequently, helicopters, which were highly susceptible to weather conditions, could not be deployed. Someone suggested using drones, but not a single deployed drone could fly beyond 5 kilometers. The vast majority crashed into trees after being blinded by the blizzard. The remaining ones fell due to component failure caused by extreme low temperatures. At this point, only human foot travel offered the slightest possibility of reaching the fourth base. Upon receiving orders, Long Outyin dispatched a reconnaissance squad. Now a full day had passed. The squad, which had only just completed 1/4 of the journey, suddenly lost all contact. Long Outyin acutely sensed something was amiss. Given the capabilities of his reconnaissance squad, the only way they could vanish without even sending a signal would be if they were instantly buried by a mountain collapse. However, given the meticulousness of his men's operational approach, they should have been able to avoid such dangerous sections. There was another possibility. They had encountered an ambush with their radios deliberately and nearly simultaneously destroyed. The more Long Outyin contemplated, the more convinced he became of this possibility. Combined with the fourth base's loss of contact, this likelihood had become virtually certain. Long Outyin narrowed his eyes, radiating a dangerous signal. "Zhao Jiangwo, you have greatly disappointed me." Kuan City 4th Base Command Center. 2 days had passed, and faint traces of blood still lingered in the air. The former 4th Base Commander Zhao Jiangwo and several senior officials were nowhere to be found. The Supreme Commander of the base had become Song Mingqing, the former Garrison Regiment Commander. At this moment, a massive tactical map lay before him. Pointing to several fortifications of the 3rd Base on the map, he said to those around him, If we capture these fortifications, our soldiers can advance deep and strike directly at the third base command center. Once we take the third base, we will have sufficient strategic depth to match forces with the remaining power of Dragon Nation. Perhaps because everyone beside him was his clansman or trusted confidant, he did not speak in standard Dragon Nation language, but instead used a thick Inghong accent. Yamamoto-san, we are all at your command. Tell us what to do, and we shall follow. The restoration of our ancestors' glory rests upon you. Indeed, Yamamoto-san, without you we could never have captured Dragon Nation's fourth base. If the nation swap plan succeeds, your contribution is supreme. Several officers seated below rushed to flatter him. There, Yamamoto-san was none other than Song Mingqing. Song Mingqing's original name was Yamamoto Rokujuchi, the fifth-generation descendant of the former Class A war criminal Yamamoto Isoroku. He was also the 1,414th student of the 14th cohort selected for the Inghong Nation swap plan. Inghong's ambition to destroy Dragon Nation never died. Since their defeat, they had been scheming to infiltrate every sector of Dragon Nation, with publishing, education, and media being the most thoroughly and deeply infiltrated industries. Over a decade ago, a batch was exposed due to the poisoned textbook incident, sparking a wave of spy hunting fervor throughout Dragon Nation. Yet as the saying goes, fire may burn the grass, but spring wine revives the roots. More than a decade later, they had somehow risen to the position of base garrison regiment commander, and he had awaited this perfect opportunity, the apocalypse. As the apocalypse descended and the sun erupted, high-energy, charged particles temporarily destroyed global communications. As Garrison Regiment Commander, Yamamoto Rokujuchi was normally responsible for the security of the base command headquarters. When the base leadership convened for a meeting, he led his loyalists in slaughtering everyone present. He then declared that the base commander Zhao Jiangwo intended to commit treason and wanted to establish his own nation during the apocalypse. Naturally, some did not believe it, but those branded as fellow conspirators were executed on the spot. Through coercion and temptation, the remaining mid- and low-level base administrators acquiesced to his narrative. However, Yamamoto Rokujuchi and his subordinates had remained cautious, never revealing their identity as Inghong people to outsiders. He knew full well that Dragon Nation and Inghong shared a blood feud. If people discovered they were Inghong, the lower-ranking base officers would never believe their words. Even with guns pressed to their heads, many would rebel. This was the brilliance of the Inghong Nation swap plan. Inghong people bore close physical resemblance to Dragon Nation people. The selected students were sent to Dragon Nation from childhood, attending Inghong language schools established in Dragon Nation. After school, they lived alongside local Dragon Nation citizens. Over time, unless they revealed themselves, there was truly no way to distinguish them from Dragon Nation people. After eliminating Zhao Jiangwo and the others, Yamamoto Rokujuchi deceived the soldiers below, telling them, "I have received a secret order from the supreme leader Zhao Jiangwo and Long Outyin of the third base, are plotting rebellion, wanting to declare himself emperor. The Supreme Leader and the Council of Elders have commanded me to execute Zhao Jiangwo in secret and lead the fourth base officers and soldiers to quell the rebellion. Commander Li Changlong of the second base will dispatch troops to attack from the northwest." Long Outyin held high prestige in military circles. Therefore, when they heard Yamamoto Rokujuchi claim he was plotting rebellion, the soldiers' first reaction was impossible, absolutely impossible. However, when Yamamoto Rokujuchi invoked the Supreme Leader and mentioned that the second base would cooperate with them to encircle the third base, they reluctantly and painfully accepted Yamamoto Rokujuchi's version of events. They never imagined that Yamamoto Rokujuchi would forge imperial orders and deceive them using the Supreme Leader's name. After seizing power, Yamamoto Rokujuchi swiftly promoted his loyalists, who were also Inghong people, to senior officer positions, replacing the fallen commanders. Simultaneously, he arranged for the Inghong people hidden among the masses to be assigned to key positions within the base in batches. Once the personnel were repositioned, he bared his fangs and prepared to strike at the third base. When dispatching the reconnaissance squad, Long Outyin had made an agreement with them regardless of circumstances. They were to report their position and progress to headquarters every half hour until reaching base 4. Therefore, when the dispatched reconnaissance squad lost contact for more than half an hour, Long Outyin keenly sensed something amiss. Based on the abnormal loss of contact with base 4, he deduced that a mutiny had occurred there. After all, this was the apocalypse. It was only natural for someone to harbor ambitions to become emperor. Though Long Outyin understood such desires, he refused to accept them. Whether Zhao Jiangwo had attempted to establish his own empire or his subordinates had overthrown his leadership, Long Outyin was thoroughly disillusioned with him in either scenario. As a senior official in a superpower like Dragon Nation, Zhao Jiangwo had risen to become one of the 5 base commanders. Would it not have been better for him to remain peacefully in his revered position? Was it necessary to become a founding emperor? Success would certainly be exhilarating, freeing himself from all constraints and doing as he pleased. But if he failed, he would be condemned to infamy for all eternity. Long Outyin asked himself honestly and felt he would rather remain a base commander, bringing honor and glory to his family. If Zhao Jiangwo had not sought to become emperor himself, but but had been overthrown by his subordinates. Long Outyen's disappointment in him would have run even deeper. You are the head of a base, yet after only a few days in power, you have already lost your position. How inadequate must one's abilities in leadership and conduct be? It proved the rumors were not without merit. If such were truly the case, it would confirm he was an incompetent who rose to power solely through nepotism and connections. Regardless of which scenario unfolded, the mutiny at Base 4 had become an unshakable reality in Long Outyen's mind. He quickly devised a response, beginning to organize his forces to establish layered defenses in the direction of Base 4. Snow-covered roads making it difficult to transport heavy military equipment. Long Outyen smiled confidently and said to Zhu Hongyi, "Shao Zhu, prepare the car. Follow me to find Gao Feng." Upon hearing this, Zhu Hongyi immediately replied, "The car is parked downstairs, Commander. Please." The two men went downstairs. Zhu Hongyi opened the rear door for Long Outyen, and after Long Outyen seated himself, Zhu Hongyi swiftly circled around to the driver's seat, started the engine, and set off. Long Outyen said, "No need for caution. Floor the accelerator and push through. The military situation is urgent." Zhu Hongyi replied, "Then hold on tight." He then stomped on the accelerator, and the military Hummer roared to life and sped forward. This 30-kilometer road leading to Gao Feng's residential complex had been placed under key protection by Long Outyen's orders. 8 days of torrential rain had caused it no damage. Now that heavy snow had fallen, Long Outyen had arranged 8 snowplows to clear the entire route every 3 hours, achieving true 24-hour maintenance. Because he trusted his judgment, the Walmart distribution centers and cold chain logistics facilities in the United States had been emptied by Gao Feng. In his decades of military service, his judgments had never been wrong. Previously, he had been unwilling to point it out, for he harbored no greed for the supplies within Gao Feng's spatial dimension, nor for his abilities or treasures, considering these to be the blessings destined for a younger generation. He was a leader with vision and magnanimity. But this time was different. He needed Gao Feng's help to move those heavy military weapons. Setting aside all considerations of stance, the soldiers of Base 4 were equally outstanding warriors of Dragon Nation. With equal numbers and weaponry, they held no significant advantage. If he could obtain heavy military equipment, he could minimize casualties among his own soldiers to the greatest extent. As for the soldiers of Base 4, if they could lay down their arms and surrender, abandoning the dark path for the light, he would spare them. If they refused, then on the battlefield they would be enemies, and there was only one word: kill. Just as in the Battle of Shangji Temple back, then fighting until one side perished. Zhu Hongyi reached Gao Feng's home in only 15 minutes. At that moment, troop transport vehicles were also departing from the base, heading toward their predetermined coordinates. The outdoor temperature that day had plummeted to below -30 degrees. People were all huddled inside their homes, and the lively scenes from the first snowfall had long vanished. But Gao Feng's home was bustling with activity. After Qin Xian and Lisa had first met the very next day, Lisa and her 3 companions moved into Gao Feng's residence. At that time, when Gao Feng opened the door and saw 4 beauties, 3 adults and 1 child, dragging suitcases of all sizes, his eyes almost popped out of his head. His expression was laid completely bare by Qin Xian standing behind him, who laughed until her waist nearly bent. "Come in quickly. Everyone leave your luggage aside for now. Let's make dumplings together." And so, with Qin Xian taking charge, 5 adults and 2 children came to live together under one roof. Nguyen Yuan was overjoyed at having companions, and the 2 little girls clung to each other every day. The 4 women also got along harmoniously, taking turns cooking 3 meals a day, and after eating they gathered together to play mahjong. Only Gao Feng felt somewhat depressed, thinking to himself, "Could it be that Xianer has grown tired of being with me after so long? Indeed, does love really fade away?" When Long Outyen and Zhu Hongyi arrived at Gao Feng's home, the entire family was enjoying a hot pot meal together. The table was laden with ingredients: fresh lamb slices, beef slices, fish fillets, shrimp paste, meatballs, tripe, pig brain, potato slices, lotus root slices, kelp sprouts, white radish, tofu, skin glass noodles, and fully 2 or 30 varieties in all. Everyone seated at the table wore beaming smiles of happiness. They ate while sharing amusing stories, occasionally erupting into waves of laughter. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Hongyi knocked on the door. Gao Feng paused, his chopsticks a trace of confusion flashing across his face, and rose to go open the door. "Commander Long." "Zhu Hongyi, what a rare occasion. Come in quickly. The wind and snow outside are fierce. Come in and warm yourselves." Xianer set 2 more place settings. "Everyone make room. Create 2 spaces for our guests." Gao Feng hurriedly led Long Outyen and the others through the doorway, shutting out the wind and snow. "Leader, it's cold outside. If you don't mind, please join us for some hot pot to warm up." Long Outyen glanced at the table full of fresh ingredients, inhaled the aromatic fragrance rising from the pot, and then looked at the 4 stunningly beautiful women sitting around the round table. He could not help but sigh. "You are living the life of a celestial being. I'm almost envious of you." Gao Feng replied, "You flatter me, leader. We're just enjoying a lively meal. Come, leader, please take the seat of honor." Long Outyen waved his hand and said, "I won't partake in the hot pot. Let's go to the living room. I have something I wish to discuss with you." He then said with a touch of apology to the women, "Forgive the interruption to your meal. I'll only borrow Gao Feng for a few minutes to discuss one matter. Please continue. The women remained standing. Gao Feng said, it's all right. You all continue eating, I'll attend to our guests. Only then did the women sit down, though with guests present, they ate in relative quiet. Leading Long Outyin and the others to the living room, Gao Feng produced the fine tea he had served them last time, pouring each of them a cup. He then asked, leader braving wind and rain to come all this way. Surely you have encountered some difficulty. Please speak freely. Whatever lies within my capability, I shall by no means decline. Seeing Gao Feng agree so readily, Long Outyin got straight to the point. I came to you today because there is indeed something I need your help with. Rest assured this matter won't be difficult for you. You can definitely do it. Gao Feng said, sir, please give your orders. Long Outyin said, there's an urgent military situation. We need to transport a batch of heavy weapons to the front lines, but as you know, the heavy rains and mountain floods from days ago have destroyed much of the roads. Now the rain has stopped, but a blizzard has begun, making transportation impossible. Gao Feng said, aren't modern weapons capable of precision strikes? Why still need to transport them to the front lines? Long Outyin explained, the previous solar eruption destroyed almost all positioning and communication satellites in the sky. Many missiles that rely on satellites for precision guidance have lost their effectiveness. Moreover, Long Outyin hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell Gao Feng his innermost suspicion. The enemy may very well be our own compatriots. What? Gao Feng was truly shocked. The butterfly effect from this was far too powerful. In his previous life, he had never heard of any internal conflict in Long Nation. He asked uncertainly, so you're not joking with me, are you? The loyalty of Long Nation's military is renowned worldwide. How could something like this happen? Yet Long Outyen's expression was grave and serious. Comrade Gao Feng, I also wish my judgment were wrong, and I am willing to bear full responsibility for my mistake. However, all signs indicate that the fourth base has rebelled, and their forces are already approaching our position. After Long Outyin finished speaking, Zhu Hongyi quietly interjected, Commander Long has always had an exceptional grasp of the overall situation. It's said that in his decades of military service, he has never made a mistake. His illustrious reputation was earned through battle. His personal combat prowess is one thing, but his flawless record in commanding troops is another. He always has the ability to anticipate the enemy's movements. After hearing this, Gao Feng took a deep breath and said, thank you, Commander, for trusting me with such classified military intelligence. A faint knowing smile played at the corners of Long Outyin's lips as he gazed at Gao Feng, waiting for his next words. Under that penetrating gaze, Gao Feng felt rather uncomfortable and could only scratch his head before continuing. Is there anything I can do to help the base or relieve the commander's concerns? Long Outyin thought to himself. I've already made it perfectly clear. How is this kid still playing dumb? He's so indecisive. I thought he was a straightforward person at first, but since he needed Gao Feng's help, he could only patiently say, I came to ask you to help transport the heavy weapons. This task at present only you have the ability to accomplish. I won't appeal to your sense of righteousness, but surely you understand the proverb about shared fate. When one falls, the other follows. I've always known you possess spatial abilities or a spatial treasure, but our third base has never harbored any designs on your possessions. But if we are defeated by the enemy, will they treat you the way we have, living in peace and mutual aid? Seeing Gao Feng fall into silence, Long Outyin dropped another bombshell. If they learn that you have the entire Walmart East Coast Storage Center and the Dapiang Cold Chain Logistics Center supplies, do you think they wouldn't come after you? Or do you have confidence that you can eliminate all invaders while protecting the beautiful things you want to safeguard? Long Outyin's gaze seemingly drifted nonchalantly toward Chen Qian and the others, but Gao Feng understood his meaning perfectly. No matter how powerful you are as an individual, neither prosperity nor the end of the world can withstand the might of a national machine. Don't be brainwashed by those fantasy novels. As if to give Gao Feng a reassurance, Long Outyin pledged, but as long as I Long Outyin draw breath for even one more day, I can guarantee that you need not worry about anyone coveting your supplies. Even if the people of third base have to chew on tree bark, we will never ask you to share your supplies. Since Long Outyin had gone so far, Gao Feng could no longer continue playing dumb. He said to Long Outyin, Commander, I will help you transport the supplies, but I have a small question I'd like you to clarify for me. Long Outyin said, you're wondering how I knew about the Walmart and Cold Chain Logistics Center supplies being in your possession, and why I'm so certain you have spatial abilities or a spatial treasure, right? Once again, Gao Feng was impressed by Long Outyin's wisdom. You're truly remarkable. You've guessed correctly again. Long Outyin explained, perhaps it's because I've never been a diehard materialist. Whenever logic points to a conclusion, I choose to believe it. Even if that conclusion ultimately points to aliens, I would choose to believe it and find ways to prove their existence. Facts have proven that I was right once again. Gao Feng was stunned. He thought to himself, you can actually reason like that. A person who's rational to the extreme is terrifying. Since he had resolved to build a good relationship with Long Outyin and the third base, Gao Feng stopped dawdling. He stood up and said to Long Outyin, Commander, let's set off immediately. Only then did Long Outyin reveal an approving smile. I've been waiting for these words. Go say goodbye to your wives. This military campaign may take several days. As for the safety of your home, you needn't worry. After you leave, I will dispatch a platoon of soldiers to protect them. Long Outyen's last few words were not spoken quietly, so all the women dining in the restaurant heard them. Except for Chen Xian, the other three women's faces flushed red. Gao Feng glanced at Chen Xian and quickly denied it. Commander Long, this is no joking matter. I only have one wife, Chen Xian. The others are neighbors, friends of my wife. Long Outyen burst out laughing, offering no rebuttal. Gao Feng turned to Chen Xian and Nguyen Yuan. I'm going on a trip with the base commander. Lock the doors tight when you're home. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Saying this in front of Long Outyen and Zhu Hongyi, he pulled 3 guns from his trouser pockets and handed them to Chen Xian and the others. Zhao Minmin had already received one last time, so Gao Feng didn't give her another. He said, keep these guns for self-defense. If any villains try to break and go to the 3rd floor and shoot down at them from the high ground. Chen Xian took the pistol and urged, stay safe out there. Regarding Gao Feng's act of pulling guns from his trouser pockets, Long Outyen could only shake his head. He thought, we all know about your spatial abilities now. Can't you stop hiding it? Do you really think you're Doraemon? As if sharing a telepathic connection with him, Qian Duo ran over from the dining table to Gao Feng's side, looking up at him with adoring eyes. Uncle, your trouser pockets are so magical. You're just like Doraemon. Gao Feng bid farewell to Chen Xian and the others, then returned to the 3rd base alongside Long Outyen. Long Outyen personally escorted Gao Feng to the armory to load the weapons. Poor Gao Feng. As a formidable spatial ability user, he would have been a dominating warlord wreaking havoc in any other post-apocalyptic novel. But under Long Outyen, he had been reduced to nothing more than a porter, a mere transport tool. However, Gao Feng apparently held no such grievance. This was his first time up close with the homeland's high-end weaponry. Facing rows of towering cold artillery pieces, he could not resist reaching out to touch them. What exactly constitutes a man's speed bump? The Mystic Sound Pavilion, the Beauty Rewards Pavilion, the Imperial Music Bureau, those could count. Repairing horse hooves, donkey hooves, ox hooves, those qualify as well. But what truly made men unable to control themselves and lose all restraint were the towering, imposing cannons before them. Of course, among the stunning beauties carried within those cannons, the members of the Dongfeng family and the Qiu family stood at the very pinnacle. Noticing Gao Feng's obvious fondness for the artillery, Long Outyen said, I certainly cannot give you these cannons for free. However, if you are willing to join our 3rd base, I will let you pick whichever ones you like. Hearing this, Gao Feng thought to himself, taking me for a 3-year-old, are you? If I sell myself and join your base, becoming your subordinate, wouldn't these cannons simply return to the base anyway? Go in a full circle, not a single cannon lost, and you gain a fully capable adult in return. You truly are a shrewd manager. He withdrew his hand and smiled. I was just looking. I have never had the chance to touch cannons up close. They look fascinating. Director Long, will all these artillery pieces be transported to the front lines? Long Outyen nodded and said, these 24 rocket launcher vehicles here were originally designed for long-range strikes, but due to weather and other factors, they can only be used for close-range engagements now. We need to bring them along. And over here are 72 howitzers, which also need to be sent to the front. He had barely finished his introduction when he noticed over a dozen artillery pieces within a 50-meter radius had vanished into thin air. They had truly disappeared out of nowhere, unlike the descriptions in some novels of a flash of white light, nor like the way certain films and television dramas depicted it, with a puff of white smoke appearing on the spot. Even though Long Outyen had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by Gao Feng's ability. He could not help but exclaim, truly breathtaking. Long Outyen did not worry about how Gao Feng would retrieve the cannons from the alternate dimension, or whether they might suffer damage, for he knew that since Gao Feng had dared to accept this task, he must be confident he would not damage them. From then on, his entire attention focused on Gao Feng. Following Gao Feng's every move, he observed his actions with meticulous care. Gao Feng made a total of 7 trips before storing all the heavy ordnance into the alternate dimension. Yet Long Outyen could not for the life of him figure out how Gao Feng had done it. He stared fixedly at Gao Feng's right hand and finally could not resist taking it in his own hands to examine it closely for quite a while like a curious child. However, in his eyes, Gao Feng's right hand was no different in essence from anyone else's. There were no tattoos, spirals, hexagrams, nothing at all. Even Gao Feng's fingernails were trimmed short and clean. He had no choice but to release Gao Feng's hand and sigh again. Truly a miraculous skill. I have truly broadened my horizons today. With that, he patted Gao Feng on the shoulder and said, how about this? I will give you the title of consultant at the base. In your daily life, you can remain at your own home. You would not need to report to the base nor be subject to its jurisdiction. We only require your assistance on missions like today's. As for compensation, we will pay you at the level of a corps commander. What do you think? Seeing such a favorable offer, Gao Feng quickly broke into a broad smile and agreed. Thank you, Director Long. From now on, whenever you have any instructions, just say the word. As long as it is within my ability, I will never refuse. Additionally, I have also stockpiled some fine food at my home. I sincerely welcome Director Long to visit my residence in the future. The two did not chat for long. After all, the soldiers were already departing for the front lines, and the artillery brigade was waiting to use these cannons. Therefore, after Gao Feng stored the artillery in the alternate dimension, Long Outyin ordered snowmobiles to be brought over, preparing to ride them to the front lines with Gao Feng. Since the front lines they were heading toward had never been cleared by snowplows, and after such a prolonged blizzard the ground was already blanketed in a thick layer. Ordinary sedans could not drive very far before sinking into the snow and becoming completely immobilized. Only troop transport trucks with their high chassis and ample power could endure long journeys through the snow. Alternatively, one could use snowmobiles. Except that snowmobiles could not carry many people, and the base had very few of them. That was precisely why they had not used snowmobiles to transport troops to the front this time. Spotting the approaching figure, Gao Feng smiled and called out, "Sergeant Qi, nice to see you again." The newcomer was none other than Sergeant Qi Xinglian, who had once delivered RPG rockets to Gao Feng alongside Zhu Hongyi. This time he would be responsible for accompanying and escorting Gao Feng to the front lines. Qi Xinglian wore the same cold-proof gear as polar expedition scientists, complete with a thick snow hat, motor goggles, and snow boots. Upon seeing Gao Feng, he handed him an identical set of equipment. Once Gao Feng had changed into it, Qi Xinglian started the snowmobile and sped out of the base, heading toward the unknown darkness. The moment Gao Feng saw the snowmobile, his eyes lit up. He resolved that after completing this mission, he would see if he could get Long Outyin to gift him one. That way he could take Chen Qian and Wan Wan for rides across the snow. As for whether it would arouse others' covetous desires, that would require them to have the capability to seize it from him. With the base's heavyweights under his protection and his own supernatural ability at his side, he could completely stride confidently within the third base. Here Gao Feng could not help but feel grateful for the homeland's strict gun control. If it were like the United States, where firearms were not banned, he would never dare to dream of going out for leisurely rides. Heavy snow fell relentlessly, never ceasing for a single moment. Gao Feng knew this blizzard would rage for an entire month, lasting until July 15th, before finally stopping. As for sunlight shining upon the earth once more, that would not come until July 31st. The snowmobile was remarkably fast, and over half an hour later they caught up with the troop transport convoy that had departed earlier. Seeing the snowmobile approaching from the direction of the third base, and knowing that the commanding officers had been notified in advance by Long Outyin before their departure, they felt no alarm whatsoever. Qi Xinglian drove the snowmobile, overtaking along the left flank of the convoy, and pulled up near the cab of the lead troop transport vehicle, signaling the driver to pull over. After the driver brought the vehicle to a stop, the commanding officer from the convoy approached, seized Gao Feng's hand firmly, and shook it enthusiastically, saying warmly, "You must be Comrade Gao Feng, as Director Long described. I have heard so much about you. It is an honor to meet you. In such freezing weather, yet you had to come out yourself. You have worked hard." Gao Feng looked at the commanding officer, whose face was flushed red from the cold, and replied, "You have worked even harder." The officer responded, "We are soldiers. This hardship means nothing. We serve the people." The convoy had traveled for 4 hours when it finally came to a halt. Soon after, a soldier approached the commanding officer to report on the road conditions ahead, reporting, "Brigade Commander, there is a collapsed section blocking our path. The convoy cannot proceed. We have also discovered Squad Leader Wang Huaxin's vehicle abandoned exactly where it was left. Squad Leader Wang Huaxin must have started from here, leading the reconnaissance squad on foot toward the fourth base." After hearing the soldiers' report, the commanding officer Chen Wenxiu turned to Gao Feng and said, "Comrade Gao Feng, please wait in the vehicle for a moment. I will return shortly." Gao Feng replied, "Why don't I come with you? Perhaps I can be of some help." Chen Wenxiu stopped him, saying, "There is no need. Please remain in the vehicle. It is nothing serious. I will go take a look and return immediately. It is cold outside. I would not want you to catch a chill." Hearing this, Gao Feng did not insist further. Though he had never served in the military, he understood that discipline meant absolute obedience to orders. Chen Wenxiu opened the car door and stepped out, following the reporting soldier toward the front of the convoy. Indeed, they spotted a vehicle of the exact same model as the military trucks in their convoy parked by the roadside. The vehicle's body had been covered in thick snow, though the windows and license plate area had already been cleared by soldiers from the lead vehicle. Chen Wenxiu pressed forward and saw that the road was completely blocked by mud boulders and fallen trees, clearly indicating that a landslide had occurred here several days prior. He climbed onto the debris blocking the road, contemplating whether he could carve out a passage. The reconnaissance squad had been small in number, so they had abandoned their vehicle on the spot. But Chen Wenxiu had several thousand men under his command. If each person wielded a shovel, it would not take long at all to flatten this small mound of earth. Even if flattening it entirely proved impossible, clearing a road wide enough for vehicles would be easily accomplished. After all, the trucks they used were designed to traverse complex mountain dirt roads. Walking alongside Chen Wenxiu were the brigade's political commissar and chief of staff. The three of them climbed the earth mound and walked over 50 meters before spotting the intact road on the other side. The three stood there and deliberated, concluding that manually clearing a vehicle passage would not pose significant difficulty. At most half an hour to clear a driving lane. Let the soldiers stretch their legs and rotate them when they tire. Dispatch the order. The engineer battalion goes first, rotating every 10 minutes. Understood. The communication soldier acknowledged the order and rushed off to notify the engineer battalion. Chun Wenxiu and the other two did not hurry back to the vehicle. Instead, they lingered atop the earth mound chatting. Political Commissar Sun Dushing spoke first. This wretched weather is absolutely freezing. The experts said this terrible weather would persist for quite some time, apparently not ending until late July. Tell me, those experts are usually so unreliable. We have all grown accustomed to that. How is it that suddenly one of them emerged with such accurate predictions? Have they undergone some transformation, started speaking the truth, and revealing genuine expertise? Chief of Staff Li Junxian remarked, "You said it. Those damn experts, it's unclear what got into them this time. They predicted when things would happen, and there was not a single deviation." Chun Wenxiu said, "Well, that is not entirely impossible. If even the sun can be extinguished, what impossible thing could not happen?" Li Junxian replied, "Brigade Commander, you are supposed to be a steadfast materialist. How could you believe in such things? Only someone whose brain had been kicked by a donkey would travel back in time to a moment when the apocalypse was about to arrive. Would it not be better to travel back several decades to the era of reform and opening up, perhaps 1979 or the 1980s? Armed with foreknowledge, one could easily become the world's richest person, enjoy life for decades, and die peacefully at a ripe old age. Logically speaking, time travel makes no sense, so it is impossible. All we can say is that those experts finally got lucky and guessed correctly for once." After exchanging some idle chatter, the three turned to business matters. Chun Wenxiu spoke first. "What do you think? Could our superiors have misjudged the situation this time? Is it possible that Wang Huaxin's reconnaissance squad simply entered an area with no signal? After all, the entire 4th base has no communications. Could it be that due to the natural disaster, the entire 4th base's signal infrastructure has failed? If Wang Huaxin's squad's loss of contact is simply due to them entering the mountainous area with no signal, could our actions here cause a misunderstanding with the 4th base?" Political Commissar Sun Dushing replied, "Such a possibility is rather slim. From what I understand, the higher command has made preparations for every stage of the apocalypse. One of these preparations is after the sun is extinguished, each base must promptly inspect and repair damaged communication infrastructure, restoring communication with the other 4 bases as quickly as possible. As for your concern about causing a misunderstanding with the 4th base, here is how I see it. If the 4th base has not betrayed us, then Dragon Commander will handle the matter. But if the 4th base has betrayed us, having prepared in advance will prevent us from being caught off guard." Old Chun, you still do not fully understand our Dragon Commander, though I can understand why. You have only been back from West Point for a few years, so you have not had enough opportunity to witness the marvels of our Dragon Commander. As he spoke thus, an undercurrent of contempt stirred within him. Is it not only because your family is backing you, pulling strings behind the scenes? Otherwise, with your meager military credentials, how could you possibly hold such a position? Li Junxian also chimed in, "Old Chun, we soldiers need only follow orders from above. Dragon Commander has served in the military for decades without making a single mistake. Trust in his judgment, and you cannot go wrong." When Chun Wenxiu heard their assurances, he simply laughed it off and dropped the line of discussion. At this moment, soldiers from the rear engineer battalion had already begun running toward this location with their equipment. Suddenly, 3 gunshots shattered the silence of the night sky. Enemy attack. The surrounding guards cried out in alarm, rushing toward Chun Wenxiu and the other 2 to form a protective perimeter around them. But it was already too late. These 3 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. The instant the shots fired, Chun Wenxiu, Sun Dushing, and Li Junxian were all struck down, killed instantly. The 4th base had arrived. Chun Wenxiu and his men paid the ultimate price for their arrogance. They never in their wildest dreams understood why had the 4th base's forces arrived so quickly. In truth, they should have anticipated this. The enemy was also Dragon Nation's military, the most formidable land warfare force on this planet. Although the location where the reconnaissance squad had lost contact was quite distant, they had been traveling on foot. But the 4th base never said they would not come by vehicle. Chun Wenxiu and his men had been careless after all. When the gunshot rang out, the soldiers on the hillside swiftly entered a state of alert, and the engineer battalion quickly turned around and rushed toward the convoy, partly to warn everyone to prepare for battle, and partly to switch weapons since no one could fight an enemy holding only entrenching shovels. In unison, the entire convoy switched off their headlights, and the soldiers disembarked, swiftly forming combat formations by platoon. At that moment, a soldier ran down from the hillside, asking in a hushed voice as he went, "Where is Regiment Commander Zhu Leshuai of the 1st Regiment?" Along the way, soldiers pointed him forward. He finally found Zhu Leshuai near the 8th vehicle. Even though both sides were engulfed in pitch-black darkness, the soldier still saluted properly and reported, "Regiment Commander, the Brigade Commander, the Political Commissar, and the Chief of Staff have all been killed by enemy snipers. In accordance with military protocol, command of this blocking operation now falls to you." Zhu Leshuai burned with fury and demanded, "How could this have happened?" The soldier replied, "There was a landslide ahead of the convoy. Brigade Commander Chen Wenxiu along with Political Commissar Sun Dushing and Chief of Staff Li Juanxian went to inspect the damaged road to find a way through. They were shot from atop the mound. Zhu Lishuai asked again, what about the guard platoon? Didn't they scout the route in advance and set up security? The soldier answered the guard platoon did scout ahead. They found no enemies on top of the mound or beyond it, and they had set up three-way security with night vision goggles. Zhu Lishuai pressed on then why did this still happen? The enemy decapitated our command, do you understand that? The soldier replied Brigade Commander Chen Wenxiu probably didn't expect the enemy to reach this place so quickly. They stayed on the mound for quite a while, used flashlights and stood on the side facing the fourth base. This was also our negligence. We failed to protect the brigade commander and the others. Please punish us, regiment commander. Hearing how recklessly Chen Wenxiu and the others had behaved, Zhu Lishuai was utterly stunned. He wanted to say to the three dead men, hey old pals, this is where not child's play. How could you just assume where the enemy should or shouldn't be? Do you think you have 9 lives like cats? Or that you're all like the third prince with bronze heads and iron arms? I'm speechless. Chen Wenxiu was a bookworm who only knew theory from papers, but you Sun Dushing and Li Juanxian are battle-hardened veterans with years of service. How could you make such a mistake? But what was done and it was too late for words. He could hardly snatch the 3 officers back from the king of hell, just to berate them, could he? Zhu Lishuai originally wanted to reach out and pat the soldier on the shoulder as a gesture of comfort. But it was too dark and no one dared to create any source of light. He was afraid that if he stretched out his hand his fingers would poke straight into the soldier's nostrils. How awkward that would be. So he simply said in a comforting tone, this has little to do with you lot. It was caused by Brigade Commander Chen Wenxiu and the others' own carelessness. Standing on high ground in a confusing situation and even using flashlights. That's practically offering themselves as targets to the enemy. Don't worry, I'll explain things to the higher-ups for you afterward. Now inform everyone that in accordance with military protocol, I am officially assuming command of this operation. Then he shouted, 2nd Battalion Commander, where the hell is your Italian cannon? Bring it the hell up. The 2nd Battalion Commander had just been urinating by the roadside, his stream melting a deep pit into the snow in front of him. Hearing Zhu Lishuai call him, he quickly gave a few shakes, tucked his shrunken little fellow back into his pants. Damn, it's freezing cold. After muttering about the weather under his breath, he answered loudly, Regiment Commander, I'm the Rocket Battalion. The Artillery Battalion is the 1st Battalion. You've watched too much Bright Sword. You're mixing up your lines. Zhu Lishuai shouted back, I've always said we should swap the numbers of your 2 battalions. Calling it the 1st Battalion is such a pain in the mouth. The soldiers around him were all from the 1st Regiment, long accustomed to their regiment commander's goofy personality, and they were all amused by him. At this moment, the 1st Battalion Commander said gloomily, my dear Regiment Commander, I'd love to haul your cannons up here, but they're not in my hands right now. The Brigade Commander and the others would have known where they are, but they're all dead now. What are we supposed to do? Zhu Lishuai said, don't worry, let me go ask around. Maybe his driver knows. With that, he put on his night vision goggles and jogged over to the big truck Chen Wenxiu had ridden in. Every truck soldiers had already disembarked and taken up defensive positions. Only the drivers remained inside, ready to move at any moment. Finding Chen Wenxiu's truck, Zhu Lishuai asked, old driver, I'm Zhu Lishuai, commander of the 1st Regiment. I have something I'd like to ask you. Master Driver Dai immediately got out of the truck, saluted, and replied, please speak, sir. Zhu Lishuai asked, do you know where our brigade keeps those things we use to earn our keep? Did the brigade commander ever mention it to you? Master Driver Dai knew that Zhu Lishuai was referring to the heavy ordnance, the artillery and rocket launchers. In their artillery brigade, people like to call those rocket launchers and cannons the tools of the trade, and some even called them old pals. Master Driver Dai said there's someone who might know. I heard the brigade commander call him Gao Feng. He's the one who arrived on a snowmobile. You should remember him. Zhu Lishuai nodded. I noticed him when he arrived. That snowmobile was quite flashy. Master Driver Dai continued, I overheard them chatting. The brigade commander seemed to mention words like, thanks, brought, and artillery. It was too dark and I had to focus on driving, so I didn't hear clearly. You could try asking Gao Feng. He just got out of the vehicle, so he should still be nearby. Try calling out to him. So Zhu Lishuai shouted, is Gao Feng around? If you can hear me, respond, and come to my side. I'm Zhu Lishuai, commander of the 1st Regiment. Gao Feng was indeed nearby. He had no task at the moment, but so as not to disturb the tense soldiers on guard, he didn't wander around. Instead, he idly scooped snow off the car hood and rolled it into snowballs to play with. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he had guessed the truth. Seeing the soldiers of Base 3 looking as if a great enemy were upon them, and connecting 3 gunshots with 3 people, Gao Feng knew that Brigade Commander Chen Wenxiu and the others were probably done for. Hearing that Regiment Commander Zhu Lishuai was looking for him, Gao Feng also guessed that he must be asking about those military weapons. So he said, I'm right here. Zhu Lishuai looked at Gao Feng through his night vision goggles and said nonchalantly, so you're Gao Feng. He had spotted Gao Feng upon his arrival and had wondered to himself, who is this guy? So undisciplined. While everyone else was on alert, he alone was pacing about, even in the mood to pack snowballs. But if it were Gao Feng, it was no wonder. He wasn't a soldier after all. In the pitch-black darkness, it was hard for him to remain as still in his position as the ordinary soldiers. He walked quickly toward Gao Feng and said eagerly, "Comrade Gao Feng, do you know when my cannon will arrive?" Gao Feng said flatly, "Sure I do. I'm carrying it on me. Do you want it now? If you want it, I'll give it to you." Zhu Lishui stopped short and said incredulously, "What? What did you just say?" He grabbed Gao Feng's hands tightly and said excitedly, "Comrade Gao Feng, you can't joke about this. Do you know what I'm asking about? Are you sure you heard me clearly?" Gao Feng said helplessly, "Regiment Commander Zhu, ease up. You're hurting me. I said you're someone who's been through storms. Why are you so worked up over nothing?" If this had been the old days, Zhu Lishui's behavior would probably have angered Gao Feng. But times had changed. Long Out Yin had granted Gao Feng the position of base advisor with a corps commander's treatment, making him, in effect, half a corps commander. Why would he be angered by the impulsive act of a mere regiment commander under his command? Zhu Lishui loosened his grip slightly, but still held Gao Feng's hand, and asked, "Comrade Gao Feng, did you just say you're carrying my cannon on you? Are you sure you're not joking? You know a cannon is several times your size, and weighs dozens of times your body weight. If you told me you were hiding inside a cannon, I'd believe you. But you say you're carrying a cannon on you. I really can't believe that." Finally, he said earnestly to Gao Feng, "Young man, you should be practical. Bragging too much isn't good, you know." Gao Feng drew his right hand out of Zhu Lishui's grasp, gently patted the back of his hand, and said, "I'm not deceiving you. The cannon you want is on me. And I've even brought the rocket artillery vehicle." Zhu Lishui gasped, letting out a long hiss, and circled Gao Feng several times, almost to the point of lifting up his clothes to check. His face full of disbelief, he said, "Really? Where are you hiding it? Do you have some spatial treasure? Or are you a superhuman?" Out of nowhere, he slapped himself. "Ouch. That damn hurt. Looks like I'm not dreaming." Then he gave Gao Feng's arm a hard pat, and said, "I've got to hand it to you, kid. I'd never have guessed you're a Superman." With that, he laughed cheerfully, and said, "This is great. With a Superman on our side, let's see how those bastards over there dare to fight us. Comrade Gao Feng, to keep our soldiers from dying needlessly, why don't you take the trouble to go wipe out those bastards?" Gao Feng chuckled and did not respond. What a joke. He had spatial powers, not an invulnerable body. On high alert, he could dodge bullets, but in this pitch-black place, even with night vision goggles, he couldn't evade a sniper's hidden shot from the dark. Seeing Gao Feng decline, Zhu Lishui smiled awkwardly and said, "Then how about you hand the artillery to me, and I'll take care of them. Damn it. They dare fire sneaky shots. If I don't blow them to bits, my surname isn't Zhu." "Regiment Commander Zhu," Gao Feng said, "this narrow road has only 2 lanes, a row of trucks on one side, and a number of soldiers on the other. Where would you put the cannon? Even if I took it out, you couldn't arrange it." Zhu Lishui frowned and said, "You're right. It is indeed too narrow here." He glanced at the mound and said, "Wait a moment. I'll send a few marksmen to counter-snipe them and see if we can take them out." Thinking how the people opposite had once been his brothers in arms, he felt utterly aggrieved. He cursed loudly, "Goddammit. If I discover who the mastermind is, I'll beat the shit out of him." Gao Feng asked, "Regiment Commander Zhu, marching on a night as dark as this, you must be carrying quite a few flares, right?" Gao Feng's words were like a shooting star streaking across the pitch-black sky. Zhu Lishui instantly understood his intent. He patted Gao Feng's arm again and said, "You're a bloody genius." With that, he gave the order. Shortly after, 3 top snipers ran over from the ranks along with several soldiers carrying grenade launchers and flares. They all came to stand before Zhu Lishui. The snipers climbed to the top of the mound and took up their positions. One soldier shouldered a grenade launcher and fired toward the woods on the opposite side. The blinding light instantly turned the opposite woods bright as day. As we all know, looking from a bright area into darkness makes one even blinder than looking from darkness into darkness. But looking from darkness into brightness, everything becomes clear. Under the blazing light, the 3 snipers from base 4 instantly lost sight of what was happening on the slope. The 3 snipers from base 3 rapidly searched for the enemy's firing positions. However, there were no weak snipers in Dragon Country. Though the 3 snipers from base 4 had barely exposed their camouflage, the base 3 snipers caught their flaws. After 2 minutes of observation, the base 3 snipers decisively changed angles and signaled the soldier to launch another flare. This time, a sniper from base 4 exposed a faint trace of his camouflage. Seizing the moment while the enemy's vision was disrupted, the base 3 sniper squeezed the trigger and fired a round straight at the man's head. Blood splattered. The remaining 2 snipers of base 4, watching their comrade fall, could not even summon the will to avenge him, because the environment was too unfavorable. The enemy using flares against them in such pitch darkness was nothing short of cheating. They were not the legendary volunteer marksmen, the venerable Zhou Shixiang. If they did not withdraw, death was only a matter of time. But if they retreated, where could they withdraw to? This ambush position had been chosen hastily. Originally, they had planned to lie in ambush atop the mound, where Chen Wenxiu and his comrades had been killed. But they were a step too late. Chen Wenxiu's guard platoon had occupied the mound first. Their reinforcements had not yet arrived, so they could only stop and hide in their current position, hoping to find a chance to achieve a great feat. They had indeed succeeded in sniping Chen Wenxiu and the others, but that had plunged them into danger. Now they could neither retreat nor attack, and surrender was out of the question. After all, just minutes ago they had sniped 3 of the enemy's commanders. Even earlier, they had killed more than 10 scouts from base 3. This was no red versus blue exercise where you could wave a white flag when losing. Blood had already been drawn. There would be no end until one side lay dead. Chun Mingliang was one of the 2 surviving snipers from the 4th base. The other survivor was named Jian Yiming. Jian Yiming was the leader of their sniper team. At this moment, Chun Mingliang, disguised as a clump of shrubs, lay motionless on the ground, his heart filled with profound confusion. Things should not have unfolded this way. The situation should not have come to this desperate pass. He harbored several perplexities. First, when we just spotted Chun Wenxiu, and the other 2, why did leader Jian Yiming open fire so decisively? The main force was still more than 10 minutes away. Why couldn't he wait a while longer? Second, the other day, when we encountered the reconnaissance squad from the 3rd base, why was it again Jian Yiming who fired first, killing the 2 soldiers carrying communication equipment in that reconnaissance squad? Third, as snipers, we should have been traveling with the main force. Why were we used as advanced scouts sent ahead to probe the way? Fourth, it said that this scouting mission was proposed by Jian Yiming himself. So why would the commander of the 4th base agree to this unreasonable request of his eye? Chun Mingliang turned his head by an infinitesimal angle, gazing at Jian Yiming roughly 10 meters away. When Jian Yiming shot and killed the 3rd base soldiers and officers, he had told Chun Mingliang that the 3rd base had betrayed them, that showing mercy to enemies on the battlefield meant being cruel to oneself and one's comrades. At that time, Chun Mingliang hadn't pondered it too deeply. He merely executed the orders mechanically, feeling nothing but contempt and heartbreak over the 3rd base's treachery. He had desperately wanted to rush up to them and loudly denounce their actions, to berate them into waking up, to guide these lost lambs back into the embrace of their homeland. However, bullets and shells flew without mercy. He had no chance to curse at them. All he could do was send them to their next life, hoping they might become better people in their next existence. Now Chun Mingliang gazed at the profile of Jian Yiming, and under the crushing weight of death, began to contemplate how things had come to this point. He caught a whiff of conspiracy in the air. But after all, he was no long out yin. He couldn't follow his thread of suspicion to its conclusion. He shook his head as if trying to expel the chaos from his mind to steady himself on the battlefield. Unfortunately, lost in thought, his head-shaking motion was too pronounced, and the sniper from the 3rd base, peering through his 8-power scope, detected the flaw in their concealment. A sharp, piercing crack rang beside his ear, and then his head exploded. The answers to those 4 questions had become utterly irrelevant. After Chun Mingliang's death, Jian Yiming couldn't help but curse in his native tongue, "Bastard." He resolved to mount a counterattack. Since escape was impossible, he would see how many enemies he could drag down with him before the end. Seizing the moment when another illumination flare was extinguished, he raised his rifle and rapidly emptied his entire magazine toward the enemy earthwork on the opposite side. Then, before a new flare could rise, he rolled toward Chun Mingliang's sniper position. Based on the angle of the wound the bullet had created in Chun Mingliang's head, he judged the bullet's trajectory, adjusted his sniper rifle's angle, and fired. Since he couldn't see clearly, he would fire blind. But this time heaven did not stand on his side. His shot didn't manage to kill even a single mosquito from the 3rd base. Due to the excessive commotion he made in the end, the sniper from the 3rd base discovered his position and took him out with a single shot. After eliminating the 3 snipers from the 4th base, the snipers of the 3rd base, lying prone atop the earthwork and scanning through their 8-power scopes, searched carefully for any enemies who might have slipped through. After a thorough sweep and finding no enemies, they reported the situation to Commander Zhu. Zhu Lishui said to Gao Feng, "Comrade Gao Feng, could you set up the artillery on top of the earthwork? Without satellite positioning, we can only use them in such a simple and crude manner. If those brats from the 4th base come rushing over, one volley of direct fire could take out half their forces. If possible, I'll call the engineering battalion to come compact the earth with rammed soil, and then you can set up the artillery." Gao Feng said, "That works." Thus, under Zhu Lishui's orders, the soldiers of the engineering battalion went back again to change into their construction gear, then arrived at the earthwork and began their busy work. Half of the engineering battalion was responsible for leveling the earthwork, while the other half constructed defensive fortifications. Zhu Lishui suspected that the 3 snipers from just now were merely enemy advanced scouts, and the main enemy force would surely arrive soon. He had his staff summon the commanders of his regiment's 1st and 2nd battalions, assigning them their respective missions. Then he brought Gao Feng to the top of the earthwork and said to him, "Comrade Gao Feng, place 2 artillery pieces here and a rocket vehicle here." Yes, precisely like that. Perfect." Under Zhu Lishui's command, Gao Feng placed 4 artillery pieces and 2 rocket vehicles onto the earthwork that the engineering battalion had leveled and compacted. Having finished these arrangements, the momentarily idle Zhu Lishui circled around Gao Feng as if admiring a priceless treasure. From his mouth came unceasing exclamations, "Goodness gracious! How in the world did you grow like this? Did you eat an immortal elixir, or did you study mystical arts under an immortal master? Could you teach me? This is simply extraordinary. Is this the sleeve of the universe from the immortal Lord Jin Yuan? Oh my goodness, today I actually got to witness true magic with my own eyes." "Comrade Gao Feng, no immortal Gao Feng. I previously had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai and was remiss in my treatment of you. Please don't take offense with a simple soldier like me. I'm a rough country bumpkin accustomed to rudeness in my daily life, and unable to change overnight. Please forgive my crude manners. After establishing rapport and offering his apologies, Zhu Lushui shamelessly continued, Immortal, could I trouble you for one more small favor? Gao Feng, uncertain what he intended, didn't dare agree immediately. Instead, he asked first, tell me what the favor is. If I can help, I will. If I cannot, then I cannot. Zhu Lushui said with a sly grin, for you it's merely a matter of moving your hand. Could you transport half my forces behind the enemy lines? I want to launch a pincer attack on them and wrap them up like dumplings. Gao Feng shook his head and said, Commander Zhu, your idea is excellent, but I'm afraid I cannot help you with this. My dimensional space can hold inanimate objects, but not living beings. Living things that enter my dimensional space will die. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lushui exclaimed in regret, such a magnificent ability, yet it has this flaw. What a pity. Otherwise you alone could easily be worth 10 divisions. He then continued, but I suppose I'm being too greedy. Even if your space cannot hold living things with your assistance, even if the enemy had twice the troops, we wouldn't be afraid of them. Immortal, besides this sleeve of the universe technique, do you have any other abilities? For instance, summoning wind and rain, riding clouds, and mounting the void, or summoning soldiers from beans. Gao Feng was rendered speechless by his questions and said, I merely possess spatial abilities. I'm not an immortal. Where would I learn such mystical arts? After Gao Feng's detailed explanation, Zhu Lushui finally understood that Gao Feng only possessed the ability to store objects in space. Thus he abandoned the idea of relying on Gao Feng to eliminate the invading enemy forces at the fourth base. Of course, Gao Feng could not possibly possess only the ability to store objects in space. It was simply out of habit and caution that he never fully displayed his abilities before outsiders. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, though he was not as miserable as some male protagonists in post-apocalyptic novels suffering various betrayals from family and friends, he had nevertheless witnessed countless human tragedies. Therefore, except for Chun Qian and Nuan Yuan, to whom he needed to show no reservation, he would always keep some of his trump cards hidden from others. Upon learning of Gao Feng's abilities, Zhu Lushui said to him, Immortal sir, I would like to ask you for a favor. Please go ahead, said Gao Feng. I plan to dispatch a special forces company to circle around from the mountaintop and encircle the enemy from behind. Could you store 20 transport vehicles in your space and depart together with the company? Once we reach behind enemy lines, you simply drop the 20 transport vehicles behind them, and they will have nowhere to escape. I know that crossing mountains in such weather is difficult for you, but with your help we can ensure the complete annihilation of the enemy. Would that be acceptable? Gao Feng did not put on the airs of an aloof expert. He said to Zhu Lushui, no problem at all. And please don't call me immortal, sir, just call me by my name. Seeing Gao Feng agree so readily, Zhu Lushui was overjoyed. He called over a signalman, instructing him to immediately notify the Special Forces Company to assemble behind the earthen mound. He then personally led Gao Feng to the vehicle convoy. He wanted to witness the miracle once more. Gao Feng walked to the first vehicle, instructing the driver to turn off the engine and take the keys, then ordered the soldiers around the truck to step back. After checking the cargo hold once more to ensure nothing was left behind, he made the large truck vanish into thin air before Zhu Lushui's astonished gaze. This caused an outburst of strange cries from the nearby officers and soldiers. Had it not been for Zhu Lushui standing beside them, they would have thought they had seen a ghost. And so Gao Feng repeated the process, storing all 20 transport vehicles into his dimensional space, one after another. He gained countless young admirers, while the accompanying Zhu Lushui had become so shocked that his senses were growing numb. Gazing at Gao Feng's back, he suddenly felt the man was extraordinarily majestic. He could not help but think, I feel as though I have returned to the era of the investiture of the gods. Is it possible that before long various ability users will emerge? If only I could become an ability user too. I wish I could be like Lei Jinzi, possessing a pair of massive wings flying freely through the sky. Even if it made me as ugly as him, I wouldn't mind. Lost in his thoughts, Gao Feng interrupted him. I've finished storing all 20 transport vehicles. Should I now go meet up with the Special Forces Company? Zhu Lushui snapped back to reality and said, Yes, Comrade Gao Feng. I'll take you to the Special Forces Company right now. I'll assign the mission to Company Commander Chiu and introduce you to him. Let him ensure your safety. All right, let's go then, said Gao Feng, taking the lead toward the Special Forces Company. Zhu Lushui followed beside him, half a step behind. Neither felt anything was amiss. In Zhu Lushui's heart, Gao Feng had become an unequivocal superior. As Gao Feng and Zhu Lushui approached the earthen mound, they found the Special Forces Company had already completed their assembly. Company Commander Chiu Rinquan hurried forward 2 steps, saluting Zhu Lushui with a perfectly regulation military salute, then said in a lowered voice, Special Forces Company has completed assembly. Awaiting your orders, Commander. Zhu Lushui then stepped forward, delivering the combat orders to Chiu Rinquan and all the warriors under his command. The soldiers had already learned that their brigade commander, political commissar, and chief of staff, 3 senior officers, had been decapitated by the enemy. A fury burned in each of their hearts. When they heard Zhu Lushui say he wanted them to circle behind enemy lines to encircle and annihilate the enemy, they rubbed their hands together, eagerly ready for action. If not for the fear of alerting the enemy, their momentum alone could have torn open the heavens. The combat orders were simple and clear. Just as Qiu Rinquan was about to lead his troops out, Zhu Lishui stopped him. There is one more task for your mission. You must ensure Comrade Gaofeng is safely escorted to the mission location and then safely returned. Qiu Rinquan did not understand why they needed to bring an outsider. Though Gaofeng appeared to have a sturdy bearing, he was clearly no soldier. However, despite his confusion, he saluted and said, task guaranteed. Such is the nature of Dragon Nation soldiers. Obedience is their instinct. When the nation requires it, a single command, and they would march through fire and water as if it were level ground. Qiu Rinquan prepared to set out once more, but was stopped again by Zhu Lishui, who said with a smile, though the mission is urgent, don't rush. Let me briefly introduce Comrade Gaofeng to you. Qiu Rinquan thought to himself, what's there to introduce? Looking at his fair and clean appearance, so refined and distinguished, it's obvious he's a scion of a wealthy family coming to the military to gild his resume. While thinking thus, he replied verbally, please proceed, Commander. Zhu Lishui stopped teasing him and said, the truth is Comrade Gaofeng is someone I specially invited to help you. Seeing Qiu Rinquan's disbelief, Zhu Lishui said impatiently, don't doubt me. When you get there, you'll understand. Since you all came to assemble over here, you missed what happened at the rear. I can't blame you for not seeing it. But I tell you this, Gaofeng is truly a figure of godlike caliber. You must protect him well. If he comes to any harm, I will hold you accountable. Zhu Lishui said all this before Gaofeng's face, yet he felt no embarrassment. A grandmaster of such caliber. If one still clung to the airs of a mere regiment commander, would that not be the act of a great fool? Even the Dragon Nation's supreme leader would likely set aside his status to befriend such a person, would he not? Qiu Rinquan replied once more, task guaranteed. This time, fearing Zhu Lishui still had something left unsaid, he stood waiting in place. But lo and behold, his commander Zhu had already finished speaking. Zhu Lishui stared at the dumbfounded Qiu Rinquan, eyes wide. What are you still standing there for? Military affairs are urgent. Move out. Qiu Rinquan cursed inwardly. This old codger is really up to no good. Then he led Gaofeng and his soldiers, braving the snowstorm as they began their climb toward the mountaintop. 122 men arranged in 2 rows, forming a serpentine column over 50 meters long, winding their way up the mountain. Clad in white combat attire, after advancing nearly 10 meters, they had already merged with the swirling snow and wind. Without careful observation, their figures were completely invisible. Qiu Rinquan walked by Gaofeng's side. He had expected Gaofeng would need his assistance to trudge through the thick snow, but to his surprise, Gaofeng moved even more effortlessly than he did. What he did not know was that Gaofeng's physique had been tempered by the dimensional abilities far surpassing ordinary humans. Even the elite soldiers of active service units, when compared to Gaofeng, would have to yield in comparison. Otherwise, how could he have made Chun Qian become so utterly devoted to him? Gaofeng followed Qiu Rinquan's Special Forces Company, climbing upward until they reached an elevation roughly 200 meters above the highway, then proceeded horizontally across the hillside. After advancing horizontally to a distance of approximately 1,000 meters from the main force, Qiu Rinquan spotted a convoy moving slowly along the highway below. Though the vehicle headlights were obstructed by wind and snow, unable to illuminate far into the distance, to all the soldiers of the third base, gazing from the pitch darkness, those lights shone as brilliantly as the sun itself. He observed silently for a moment, noticing that the fourth base forces advanced without any defensive precautions whatsoever. After brief contemplation, he understood the reason. It seems they place great confidence in those 3 snipers. Since they haven't received any warning, they assume there's no danger ahead. Qiu Rinquan remarked to the political instructor beside him. That's actually convenient for us. We can continue forward. Everyone pay attention. When we pass above them, be careful not to fall or miss your footing. Try to step in the footprints of the person ahead. As long as we don't roll anything down, they won't detect us. Then we can treat them to dumplings. I quietly counted their convoy. There are approximately 100 vehicles. If each vehicle carries a full capacity of 20 soldiers, they've only sent 1 regiment. Damn it, they only sent 1 regiment. How much do they look down on us? They actually dare to despise us. We'll teach them a lesson they'll never forget. After speaking, they led the company forward once more. Brothers, move faster. Time is running out. We'll advance another kilometer, then slide down. The 4th base convoy stretched approximately 1 kilometer. To avoid detection, the Special Forces Company had to descend at a greater distance, at least another kilometer forward. The 4th base convoy was about to be ambushed by Commander Zhu's forces. After the exchange of fire began, if their commander realized they couldn't break through, they might attempt to flee. How could Qiu Rinquan possibly let them escape? The entire Special Forces Company moved silently through the mountain forest, reminiscent of the legendary predecessors of the 113th Division of the 38th Army during the Korean War. Gaofeng said nothing, remaining nearly silent throughout. He followed beside Qiu Rinquan without falling behind in the slightest. This earned both Qiu Rinquan and the Special Forces soldiers admiration and curiosity. Originally, he had retained some doubt about Commander Zhu's words, but now he believed 7 or 8 parts of it. At the foot of the mountain atop, an earthen mound, Zhu Lishui also spotted the convoy approaching in the distance. He murmured, "Those bastards are here. Brothers, prepare your weapons. Wait until they get closer, then give them everything we've got." Zhu Lishui whispered, instructing the commanders of the 1st and 2nd battalions to prepare. When the enemy reached approximately 500 meters, they would deliver a coordinated volley. At this moment, toward the approaching 4th base forces, his heart burned with both fury and contempt. His fury stemmed from their betrayal. Now in this apocalypse, when the entire nation should unite and overcome hardships together, the 4th base had committed treason. Their betrayal would inevitably bring tremendous harm to the country and its people. For this reason alone, the rebels deserve no forgiveness. His contempt for the 4th base forces arose from their disappointing military professionalism displayed during this operation. They conducted absolutely no reconnaissance, charging recklessly straight into the ambush. Zhu Lishui either didn't know or had forgotten that the 3 snipers he had recently eliminated were precisely the 4th base's reconnaissance force for this operation. However, the 4th base commander remained unaware that his scouts had been annihilated. In his mind, that trio of snipers was virtually invincible in small-scale combat. At this moment, the 4th base commander sat in the passenger seat of the 2nd vehicle, saying to the driver, "Are the 3rd base rebels all pigs? We're about to reach their doorstep, yet they haven't shown any reaction at all. Everyone claims Long Outyin is so formidable, but he seems rather ordinary after all. Could his legendary deeds be fabricated? Tell me, if I assault their base command center and capture Long Outyin alive, might I be hailed as the new military god?" Before the apocalypse, Long Outyin commanded countless devoted followers across Dragon Nation's major military regions, but unfortunately these 2 in the vehicle were not his admirers. The driver replied, "The colonel speaks truly. Our advance has been far too smooth. I believe Long Outyin is merely a packaged incompetent. Perhaps the military has known such prolonged peace that someone needed to artificially create a god. If you successfully capture him alive, I estimate I'll benefit greatly. That would make me the driver for the new military god. How prestigious that would be." Ha ha. Then in his peripheral vision, he glimpsed brilliant bursts of flame erupting on the flank nearby. His laughter ceased abruptly as he shouted in terror, "Artillery!" Before he could even finish those 3 words or unbuckle his seatbelt to bail out, the shell shattered the passenger window and struck the 4th base commander's face, exploding directly against him. The 2 men who had been lost in fantasy were blown to smithereens. Only the driver's military boot remained, hurtling 50 meters through the air before striking a fleeing soldier's head. "Fire! Give them everything you've got." Atop the earthen mound, Zhu Lishui gritted his teeth, his face flushed crimson as he directed the battle. Whether from the wind or excitement remained unclear. The 4th base rebel soldiers carried no heavy weapons. Suddenly ambushed, they couldn't even mount an effective counterattack. Deprived of heavy weaponry, they could only endure the assault passively. Compounding this, their commander had been killed instantly, plunging the situation into complete chaos. "Retreat. Enemy fire is overwhelming. We've walked into an ambush. Fall back." Junior officers began spontaneously organizing the soldiers' retreat. "Everyone off the vehicles. Abandon the front vehicles and retreat. Everyone get into the vehicles behind. Move." From the 4th base came an uproar of chaos and panic. From the 3rd base position, Zhu Lishui observed the 4th base soldiers retreating in disarray. He ordered the 1st battalion commander to continue bombarding the enemy while organizing forces to pursue and eliminate the 4th base's routed soldiers. "Fire relentlessly at them all. Traitors must be punished. Soldiers at company commander level and below may surrender and live, but all rebel officers above that rank shall be executed. Avenge the fallen brigade commander." Zhu Lishui shouted the slogan, rallying the soldiers' morale, which proved remarkably effective. Avenge the brigade commander. The soldiers no longer spoke in hushed tones, howling as they began their charge amid the stirring notes of the battle trumpet. On the mountain behind the 4th base, Chiu Rinquan watched the battle on the mountainside and began ordering the Special Forces Company to descend. The Special Forces soldiers could no longer afford to worry about exposure. The 4th base was collapsing too rapidly, preparing to flee. The Special Forces Company surged forward like a pride of fierce tigers. At this moment, Gao Feng, who had been following beside Qiu Rinquan, raced to the very front, transforming into the king of this tiger pack. Under the pincer attack from Zhu Lishui and Qiu Rinquan, the remaining soldiers of the 4th base surrendered quickly. Surrendering to the 3rd base was nothing shameful. After all, they were all soldiers of Dragon Nation. What was there to fear in losing to a brother in arms? It was not like losing to outsiders. The soldiers of the 4th base were disarmed and taken to the roadside, where they were kept under guard. Zhu Lishui gathered all officers at company level and above, preparing to execute them. But as former comrades in arms, he wanted to give them a chance to leave final words. So he addressed them. "When dealing with traitors like you, I should have shot you down without hesitation. But considering our shared military bond, I will grant you an opportunity to speak your last words." A battalion commander from the 4th base spat furiously and said, "You are the real traitor. Your whole family are traitors. You want to take advantage of the chaos, colluding with Zhao Jiangwo to establish a separate nation. How dare you try to shift the blame? I admit I was outskilled, losing to a traitor like you. Kill me, or do whatever you wish, but if you want to slap a traitor label on me, I absolutely refuse to accept. Zhu Lishui was stunned. He detected a hint of conspiracy in the battalion commander's words. He quickly interjected, wait a moment. Tell me carefully what on earth is going on. When did we say anything about establishing a separate nation? How could we not know we have become traitors? No, you must explain this clearly to me today. The battalion commander had not expected such a strong reaction from Zhu Lishui. With a cold smile he sneered, what? Guilty, but unwilling to admit. Are all soldiers from your third base such cowards? He spat with contempt, then I truly despise you all. Zhu Lishui was not angered by his words because at this moment he desperately wanted to know what had happened at the fourth base and why those soldiers believed their commanders had colluded with the third base to establish a nation. The information he had received stated that the fourth base had lost contact with suspected rebellion and ordered them to guard the borders. Who was telling the truth? He was momentarily indecisive. Turning to Gao Feng beside him he asked, Comrade Gao Feng, what is your opinion on this matter? Gao Feng said, communications are restored now. Why not call your superior to clarify the situation? Gao Feng noticed that Zhu Lishui seemed somewhat hesitant, sensing that he also had developed a trace of doubt toward his own superior. Gao Feng felt gratified in his heart. This was a good soldier loyal to Dragon Nation and its people. Gao Feng told him, actually determining who is lying and who has truly rebelled is not difficult. First, your third base had already restored communications and resumed daily information sharing with several other bases, while the fourth base remains abnormally silent. Second, both the missing reconnaissance squad and the sacrifices of Commander Chun and others suggest that the fourth base may have rebelled because their attacks were far too aggressive. Throughout history, which rebel army would simply hunker down and only focus on defense? Third, if you do not trust your superior, you can call comrades at other bases or contact officials or reach out to media to confirm who the real traitor is. Third-party verification is far more reliable than guessing on your own. If you find a third party for verification, there is no need to avoid people from the fourth base. Both sides can listen together. In fact, you can let them call people they know to verify. I once heard of such a saying, do not fall into the self-justification trap. When misunderstood or wronged, do not rush to prove your innocence, as this often leads to further questioning from the other party. If you are the one calling acquaintances at other bases to verify the fourth base, people might think you are conspiring together. Give them the phone and let them call someone to verify. This will be far more convincing. They will believe the results firmly and stop questioning you. After hearing Gao Feng's suggestion, Zhu Lishui agreed wholeheartedly. He ordered a soldier to bring a mobile phone and handed it to the battalion commander, saying, did you not claim we are the traitors? Here is the phone. Call someone from another base yourself and see who the real traitor is. The bewildered battalion commander took the phone and asked, when did communications get restored? How did I not know about this? Zhu Lishui said, communications have been restored for several days. After the sun went dark, all the bases began arranging repairs of communication towers and gradually restored communications within 2 days. Hearing this, the battalion commander already felt a premonition of something amiss in his heart, but refused to give up. He decided to try anyway. Based on memory, he dialed his old squad leader's number. The squad leader was stationed at the second base, and their superior had clearly stated that the second base would participate in this action against the third base. In other words, whether the third base or fourth base had rebelled, the first and second bases were never accused of rebellion in their narrative. Therefore, seeking verification from these two bases would be the most convincing approach. Beep, beep, beep. The battalion commander's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. He struggled to steady his nerves, gripping the phone tightly, his heart torn by inner conflict. Those mere seconds felt like an eternity to him. He hoped the squad leader would quickly answer to prove he was right, that he was on the side of justice. Yet he also feared that answering the call would reveal he had been deceived from the start, having committed a grave error. After more than 10 seconds, the call connected. A little girl's voice came through. Hello, who are you looking for? Upon hearing it was not his squad leader's voice, the battalion commander inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. He said, I am looking for Guo Wentao. The little girl replied, Guo Wentao is my daddy. You want my daddy? He is currently on the toilet. Uncle, please wait a moment. I will bring the phone to my daddy. Then the sound of the little girl running and talking came through the phone. Daddy, there is an uncle looking for you. I told him you were on the toilet, hee. Guo Wentao gently scolded his mischievous daughter, saying, do not tell people that about daddy next time, understand? The little girl stuck out her tongue and said, Naya, 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 Naya. Guo Wentao helplessly picked up the phone while sitting on the toilet and answered, hello, this is Guo Wentao. Who is this? Hearing his old squad leader's voice, the battalion commander nervously swallowed and said, old squad leader, it is me, Zhang Peng from the fourth base. Do you still remember me? Guo Wentao laughed heartily and said, of course I remember you. When you first enlisted, you were just a little snot. I hear you are a battalion commander now. After a brief pause, Guo Wentao continued, I just heard this morning that your base had lost contact. How is communications restored already? You were quite thoughtful calling me as soon as communications were back. You have filial loyalty. Zhang Peng asked, old squad leader, actually I am calling you today because there is something I would like to inquire about. Zhang Peng was about to voice the confusion in his heart when Guo Wentao interrupted. Little Peng, hold on a second, I need to wipe my butt. Uft. On this end of the phone, someone finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Because Zhang Peng had the speakerphone on, the voice from the other end was clearly heard by everyone around. Guo Wentao's daughter's words, "My daddy is pooping," had already made everyone who heard it unable to suppress their amusement. Only because of the solemn atmosphere at the moment did they force their laughter down into their chests. But Guo Wentao himself blurted out such a remark. How could anyone keep a straight face after that? Several people laughed out loud. Laughter is contagious in a group, and even Zhu Leshuai couldn't hold it in. Fortunately, Guo Wentao wasn't on speakerphone and had set his phone aside, so he didn't hear the laughter from this side. After a while, his voice came through the phone again. Little Peng, I'm done. Go ahead, what did you need me for? Zhang Peng's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and said, Old squad leader, have you heard that the third base has betrayed our motherland? What a impossible, absolutely impossible. With Chief Long personally stationed at the third base, who on Earth would have the ability to stage a rebellion? Zhang Peng interjected darkly. What if the rebellion was orchestrated by Chief Long himself? Guo Wentao said in a grave tone. Little Peng, you can eat your fill carelessly, but you must not speak carelessly. What kind of person is Chief Long? How could he ever betray Longhua? Zhang Peng said, that's not necessarily true. Even the sun regarded as eternal can be extinguished, let alone the fickle human heart. What if he sees the apocalypse coming and decides to become the king of this world? In the past, due to limited transportation and communication, ancient kings could not unify the world. But now it's different. If foreign countries suffer greater losses than us in this apocalypse, then after the apocalypse it might just be our opportunity to unify the globe. After all, according to that prophecy, it won't be long before the sun rises again, and then all things will revive. Old squad leader, when that time comes, there will surely be a grand contest among heroes vying to become the king of the world. Gao Feng, listening nearby, was amused. He thought to himself, kid, you're still too naive. The rising sun will mark the beginning of a new nightmare. In my past life, aside from people like me, the survivors spent their days in fear and trepidation. How could they have the energy or ability to vie for world dominance? However, in this life, with my advanced spoilers, our country has made a lot of preparations, so things should be somewhat better. But you're right about one thing: in the later stages of the apocalypse, as long as our country can survive those 2 waves of disasters, barring any accidents, we'll be the masters of the entire planet. By then we'll plant our 5-starred red flag on Mount Fuji, on the White House, on the Tower of London, and across the entire world. But he didn't voice these inner thoughts aloud, as he didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble. The fact that Gao Feng was that prophet was known only to Zhu Hongyi, Long Outyin, and a few other high-ranking officials of Longhua. After Guo Wentao listened to Zhang Peng's words, he fell into a long silence, murmuring to himself, seeking to rule the world. Chief Long might well possess such ability and ambition. After a moment of silence, he said to Zhang Peng, hold on for a second. I'll make a few calls to verify. After hearing what you said, I'm not so sure anymore. After all, our Chief Long is indeed capable enough to lead us in conquering the entire world. After all, to bear the infamy of 1 generation and build a legacy for 10,000 generations. This holds an irresistible allure for every soldier. With that, he hung up and began reaching out to officials of higher rank and better information. Meanwhile, Zhang Peng and the other captives from the 4th base were left to wait, each day stretching on like years. A dozen or so minutes later, the phone in Zhang Peng's hand rang. He answered and turned on the speakerphone again. Guo Wentao's voice came through, sounding quite relaxed. Little Peng, I've confirmed it. The matter you mentioned doesn't exist. However, his tone turned serious and he lowered his voice. I've heard that there might be something wrong with your 4th base. The top leadership and the Council of Elders are quite worried about it. It seems they've had several phone calls with Chief Long of the 3rd base asking him to send people to your base to investigate the reason for the loss of contact. Have you ever seen them? In the end, Zhang Peng couldn't even recall what he had said to his old squad leader or how he had hung up the phone. He was utterly dejected, muttering to himself, how is this possible? So we were the ones who betrayed our motherland. Suddenly he raised his head and pleaded with Zhu Leshuai. Comrade, can you let me go back? I want to ask them clearly, what is this all about? Why did they keep us in the dark? Why did they make us traitors? Why did they make us sinners of our nation? The other captured officers also spoke up one after another. Please let us go back. We want to confront the bastards who gave us our orders. Why are we being made into sinners of our nation? Gao Feng said calmly from the side. Why? Don't you have the answer in your hearts? Just look back at Chief Long the same way you looked at him before. Isn't that enough? You're not 3-year-old children. Why can't you think for yourselves? We were once comrades in arms, yet you were so ruthless in making your move. Couldn't you have called out to us first? Did you have to fight to the death the moment you saw us? First you wiped out our reconnaissance squad sent to make contact, then you sniped our 3 leading officers. If we hadn't fought back, you surely would have opened fire on us. Now look at this situation. Don't you think you brought it on yourselves, eh? Gao Feng had been holding these words in for a long time. The 4th base people had been too ruthless. Were they treating the 3rd base people as Japanese devils? Speaking of Japanese devils, Gao Feng suddenly recalled a distant incident. It was from his past life. Back then, after awakening his space-time ability, he had traveled across the world in search of supplies and opportunities. Once while passing through a village where the current fourth base was located, he had seen a group of people in Japanese samurai attire. They were committing atrocities in a picturesque location. They seized 3 survivors in the village, 1 man and 2 women. The man was cleaned on the spot, thrown into a pot, and boiled. As for the 2 women, they took turns violating them beside the iron pot. Afterwards, they went even further, slicing them alive and boiling them in the pot to eat. When Gao Feng saw them, half the flesh had already been sliced off the 2 women. The beasts, delighted with their meal, were dancing around the hot pot. Gao Feng's rage soared. He used his time-freezing ability to freeze them in place, and employing the same method sliced them alive piece by piece. At the time, he hadn't thought deeply about why he had seen Japanese samurai in the southwestern part of Longhua. He had assumed they had simply been lucky and wandered over. Now, on deeper reflection, he suspected that those Japanese samurai were greatly connected to the upheaval at the fourth base. Gao Feng hated Japanese people more than anyone in this lifetime, with the exception of a small number of Japanese women. Take Lisa and Ming Muzi, for instance. They were quite lovely. Remembering that the fourth base likely harbored a significant number of Japanese spies, he immediately said to Zhu Lishui, "Commandant Zhu, is there a way to contact Chief Long?" I suddenly remembered something very important that I must tell him. Zhu Lishui replied, "I can try, but it will take some time since I need to report up through the chain of command." At that moment, Qi Xinglian, the squad leader of the guard company who had long gone unnoticed, spoke up. "I can quickly reach Chief Long." Gao Feng chuckled. "Look at my memory. How could I forget squad leader Qi of the guard company? But where were you just now?" Qi, the squad leader, smiled awkwardly and said, "I had a bit of a stomachache, so I went off to the side to attend to business. Who would have thought the snow was loose there? I fell into a gully. When I finally climbed out, I couldn't find you." His words drew laughter from everyone. Gao Feng could not help but smile to himself, wondering whether all soldiers were simply this straightforward and honest. Gao Feng took the phone from Zhang Peng and handed it to Qi Xinglian, saying, "I'll trouble you, squad leader Qi." Qi accepted the phone and replied, "You are too kind." He quickly pressed the buttons and dialed Zhu Hongyi's number. Zhu Hongyi was currently one of Long Outyan's trusted aides, so reaching him was certain. Perhaps he was even standing by Long Outyan's side right now. The call connected almost immediately. Qi Xinglian spoke into the phone. "Officer Zhu, this is Qi Xinglian. Comrade Gao Feng has an urgent matter to discuss with Chief Long. Could you facilitate a quick connection?" Zhu Hongyi responded from the other end. "Hand the phone to him. Chief Long is right beside me." Qi Xinglian handed the phone back to Gao Feng, while Zhu Hongyi hurried toward Long Outyan. "Chief, Comrade Gao Feng is on the line. He says it is urgent." Long Outyan was in the middle of a discussion with a senior administrator of the base. Upon hearing that Gao Feng was calling, he immediately turned to the man and said, "Please wait for me in the guest room. I have an important call to take. We will continue shortly." Once the man left, Long Outyan picked up the phone without delay and went straight to the point. "Comrade Gao Feng, please speak." Gao Feng thought, "Straight to the point, just the way I like it. Refreshing." He said, "I have roughly deduced why the fourth base lost contact. According to the confession of the prisoners we just captured, either Commander Zhao Jiangwo of the fourth base has already been killed, or he has been placed under control by his own subordinates. According to the prisoners, this betrayal was initiated by the guard regiment of their base. Former Commander Zhao Jiangwo had no prior knowledge of the guard regiment's rebellious intentions. High-ranking officials within the guard regiment have been infiltrated by foreign spies, most likely Japanese, given their notorious cunning. According to the prisoners, a Japanese syndicate has been operating openly within the fourth base for a long time." Long Outyan listened quietly throughout Gao Feng's account. When Gao Feng finished, he asked, "What is your conclusion?" Gao Feng replied, "My conclusion is that Japanese agents have infiltrated the upper echelons of the fourth base, and there is more than one of them. They have seized control of the base, which is why they maintained the blackout and dispatched troops to attack us." Long Outyan stated decisively, "I trust your judgment. What do you need me to do? Our base has no one particularly familiar with the fourth base. Could those prisoners be useful?" Gao Feng replied, "Please just convey to Qin Xian that I will be returning a few days late. I dare not use these prisoners. I recommend bringing them back for thorough interrogation before releasing them. Regarding reconnaissance of the fourth base, one person is sufficient for me. However, I would like that snowmobile." Long Outyan asked, "Just one? That hardly seems enough. If I only provide one snowmobile for you to assist me, I would never rest easy. Here is what I will do. I will give you 5 snowmobiles, one for each member of your family. Once the apocalypse passes, I will personally see to it that you also receive a yacht and a helicopter, completing your land, sea, and air fleet. Then you can travel the world with your family." Gao Feng laughed heartily and said, "Then I thank you, Chief." As for houses and mansions, Long Outyan did not consider them as gifts. After the apocalypse, only about 5% of the world's population was expected to survive. With far fewer people and abundant empty properties, houses would likely be worthless. Fortunately, the Dragon Country had received and believed Gao Feng's advance warning. Otherwise, the population loss would have been several hundred million greater. In that case, even houses would have been utterly valueless. After hanging up, Gao Feng parted ways with Zhu Lishui and the others. He He would journey to the fourth base alone. Meanwhile, Zhu Lishuai arranged for his men to clean up the battlefield, evacuate the wounded from both sides back to the base for treatment, and dispatched a company to escort the prisoners and injured soldiers back to the third base. Qi Shunlian, having been left behind by Gao Feng, also returned to the base with them. The remaining forces stayed with Zhu Lishuai, who continued marching toward the border between the third base and the fourth base. Gao Feng, astride his snowmobile, sped relentlessly along the way. Wind and snow poured through the gaps in his collar, yet he showed no fear whatsoever. His body, transformed by spatial abilities, had been enhanced across every dimension. Coupled with his thick polar cold-proof suit, such low temperatures posed no threat to him at all. In this lifetime, he had not only stockpiled sufficient supplies, but also stepped into the apocalypse with spatial abilities, having saved countless compatriots from death. He felt immensely joyful. Riding his snowmobile, he could not help but softly hum the wind and the waves. Then ride the wind and waves, no one can stop you. Run bravely toward the place you wish to go. Even if your wings are broken, soar with courage. Do not give up. That is what makes life beautiful. Through the endless crowd, people always lose their way. As long as you remember that initial aspiration, you fear not how fierce the wind may be. All your wounds await the dawn. Friend, are you like me, often lost and confused, yet unable to erase that lingering regret? Then ride the wind and waves, no one can stop you. Run bravely toward the place you wish to go. Even if your wings are broken, soar with courage. Do not give up. That is what makes life beautiful. Suddenly a cliff appeared ahead. Gao Feng, riding his snowmobile and humming along with his head bobbing, failed to notice it. Together with the snowmobile, he flew off the edge. Yet Gao Feng remained completely calm. Protected by his spatial ability, he had no worries at all. He activated his power, and in an instant he and the snowmobile teleported from midair to the road on the opposite side of the cliff. The snowmobile crashed heavily onto the ground, sending up a massive plume of snow. Gao Feng executed a dramatic, skillful stop, coming to a halt with great flair. Then he quickly dismounted, walked to the roadside, took out his equipment, and began using a high-pressure stream to wash away the thick layer of snow on the ground. At over 30 degrees below zero, he still couldn't help but shiver. Kuan City 4th Base Command Center. Illuminated, brightly, heavily guarded. Since Song Mingqing took control of the 4th Base Command Center, he had elevated the security level several-fold. Every 3 steps there was a guard, every 5 steps a post. It was no exaggeration to say that even a fly would need approval to enter. In the command center's operations room, Song Mingqing, having been busy for 7 or 8 hours, was now dining with his trusted generals around a makeshift dining area separated from the main room. Though the environment was crude, the ingredients were extraordinarily abundant. Seafood included geoduck from Canada, Alaskan king crab, wild yellow croaker, Taiwan spider crab, coffin bay, oysters, blue lobster, bellin oysters, beluga caviar, and bluefin tuna. Meats included roasted whole lamb, roasted suckling pig, pan-seared steak, beer duck, and 3 yellow chicken. Mountain delicacies included bamboo, fungus, lion's mane, mushroom, morel mushrooms, pine nuts. A massive table groaned under the weight of food piled so high it reached 3 layers. Song Mingqing and several junior officers who had grown up in Longhua maintained decent table manners, but 4 men who looked like they had just escaped here ate like ravenous beasts. One man held a lamb leg in his left hand and a pig's trotter in his right, gnawing away with oil smeared across his mouth and face. Another cradled an entire block of bluefin tuna, stuffing it into his mouth voraciously, occasionally grabbing fistfuls of caviar to shovel in. A man so fat he resembled a pig with a face as wide as a washbasin held a large 28-liter rice cooker inner bowl, filled with rice that emitted a delicate fragrance and looked irresistible. He would snatch whatever food appealed to him from the table shell and deb on it, then vigorously mix it with the rice, using a ladle, scooping mouthful after mouthful. The last one had a sinister ferret-like face and loved seafood and meat with bones and shells. Except he spat the shells everywhere after eating. Song Mingqing, also known as Yamamoto Rokajuchi, showed not a trace of displeasure at their eating habits. He asked warmly, "Are the honorable warriors satisfied with this food?" In Neon there existed a century-old organization called the Yakuza, established in 1915 by a man named Harukichi Yamamoto. Over 100 years of development, this organization had become a behemoth in Neon, controlling the entire underground order of the nation. The organization was filled with capable fighters, and the Nihonese people called them the civilian police. Even the government had to maintain good relations with the organization's leadership. The 4 men currently feasting were the 4 great Vajra of the Yakuza. They had come from Neon proper. After the apocalypse began, the Nihonese government couldn't wait to slowly implement their country swap plan, so they sent these 4 to assist Yamamoto Rokajuchi in staging a military coup. Who would have thought that Yamamoto Rokajuchi had already successfully captured the 4th base? The first man discarded the gnawed pig trotter, grabbed a glass of 1982 vintage cola with his greasy right hand, drained it in one gulp, then burped, and said, "Satisfied, most satisfied. Longhua truly has abundant supplies." The other 2 nodded slightly, but the rice-gobbling man kept his face buried in the rice cooker, shoveling food voraciously. After eating for over an hour, the ferret-faced man asked, "Yamamoto-san, do you have any after-dinner entertainment?" Seeing his lecherous expression, Yamamoto Rokujuchi knew exactly what he wanted. So he smiled and said, "Of course, certainly. Honored warriors, please follow me. You've traveled 1,000 li to assist me. I must arrange everything properly for you. You'll get to relax properly tonight." With that, he led the 4 great Vajra of the Yakuza to the second floor of the command center. The second floor of the command center had 8 rooms. Yamamoto Rokujuchi had captured the young female family members of Zhao Jiangwo and others, and through drugging, beating, and coercion, had turned them into toys for his own and his men's desires. He had locked them in different rooms according to their characteristics. Each room held 2 to 4 women. Their hands and feet were bound to the bed frames, lying in a spread eagle position. To facilitate the beast's pleasure, their clothes had long been stripped away, and only a thick blanket covered their bodies for warmth. This was the beast's only act of kindness. But the reason behind this kindness was simply they didn't want these premium toys to lose their usefulness too soon. To prevent them from biting their tongues to commit suicide, the beasts had put a gag in each woman's mouth. Every trapped woman lay on the bed with empty eyes, their hearts already numb. Yamamoto Rokujuchi led the 4 great Vajra to the second floor, walking from room to room, letting them examine the women on the beds like selecting livestock, looking them over from head to toe. After visiting all 8 rooms, the 4 great Vajra each entered the room of the woman they had chosen, venting their bestiality. Yamamoto Rokujuchi and the other junior officers also selected their targets and entered the rooms. At this moment, Gao Feng was approaching from outside the city. The snowmobile's engine was too loud, so upon reaching the outskirts of Koen City, he stored it in his dimensional space and proceeded using his teleport ability, heading straight for the 4th base command center. He had no intention of alerting the enemies in the 4th base and getting sniped. The command center's location had been obtained from Zhang Peng's mouth. Actually, even if Zhang Peng hadn't told him, Gao Feng would have known where the command center was. In the pitch-black night, the brightly lit command center stood like a lighthouse, allowing Gao Feng to find his direction even from a great distance through the swirling snow. At this moment, the streets were deathly quiet. Except for the occasional solitary military vehicle passing by, the streets were deserted, almost no lights visible. The entire city of Koen seemed like a dead city. Gao Feng took half an hour to reach the vicinity of the command center. Then he ignored the station's soldiers, etherealized his form, and walked right through them. Etherealization, a secondary application of spatial ability. When etherealized, his form seemed to exist outside of normal space, making him nearly impossible to detect, perfect for stealth operations. As for these insignificant soldiers on guard duty, though they looked somewhat menacing, Gao Feng wasn't going to deal with them now. He planned to capture all the big fish inside the command center first, then clean them up on his way out. Gao Feng arrived on the first floor. On one side were rigorous battle maps, on the other total chaos. He shook his head. What a contradictory, inferior race. At this moment, the first floor was empty, but from the second floor came waves of wolf-like laughter from the beasts, along with the creaking of bed frames. Gao Feng guessed what they were doing, frowning as he walked up. Getting closer, he also heard rhythmic clapping sounds. Then he saw the scene in the first room. "Damn it, you beasts!" Gao Feng cursed in his heart. He pulled out a 40-meter-long machete from his dimensional space and slashed through the first man's back, quickly capturing the second and third men into the dimensional space. The first man's head, along with his neck and right arm, was cleaved open, falling onto the woman. Warm blood sprayed like from a cut water pipe. The woman froze. Her eyes, which had lost their spark, held no fear, only satisfaction and hatred for the dead man. If not for the gag in her mouth, she would surely have burst into laughter. After dealing with the man in the first room, the fury in Gao Feng's eyes burned even more fiercely. He moved toward the second room, where 3 more Japanese men were committing atrocities. Sons of bitches. Gao Feng used the same tactic, quickly disposing of the 3 men. But this time he didn't control his strength well, as the knife came down the tip, accidentally sliced across the carotid artery of the woman on the bed, cutting it open. The woman could not see him, but there was a look of release in her eyes. That made Gao Feng, who had felt a twinge of guilt, feel somewhat better, yet it only made his anger at the beasts in those rooms burn hotter. He didn't linger. He killed his way from one room to the next. When he reached the last room, Yamamoto Rokujuchi was just pulling up his trousers. Since he was the last one, Gao Feng wasn't worried about him escaping. He knocked him unconscious with the back of the knife, planning to keep him alive so the violated women could take their revenge. After that, he deactivated his phasing ability and freed the women in that room. He took out women's clothes from his extra-dimensional space and tossed them over, then stripped Yamamoto Rokujuchi naked, bound him to the bed, and considerately covered him with a blanket. To prevent him from biting off his own tongue in despair, Gao Feng also took a gag from one of the women and put it on him. "Wait here for a moment. I'll go rescue the other sisters, then come back and give you all the chance to take revenge with your own hands." The women in the last room looked at him gratefully and nodded obediently. Even though they wished they could pounce on Yamamoto Rokujuchi and tear him apart right then, they decided to listen to their benefactor. Gao Feng moved quickly. The women from the other 7 rooms, except for the poor soul in the second room, were all brought over by him. As for the woman accidentally killed by Gao Feng in the second room, he had someone untie her ropes and remove her gag, then asked the other women in that room to dress her, granting her a final measure of dignity. Once everyone was gathered, Gao Feng pulled out a big handful of small knives from his trouser pocket, carefully handed one to each person, and made sure no one was left out. He then said to them one at a time, "One cut each. When you're done, go to the back of the line and queue up again. If one cut isn't enough and you haven't let off enough steam, I still have other methods, though the effect may not be as satisfying." Women who usually wouldn't dare to kill a chicken now clutched their knives tightly. Their bodies were trembling, not out of fear but from excitement at the prospect of killing their enemy with their own hands. From the side, Gao Feng didn't forget to offer considerate guidance. Don't stab at his vital points yet. Avoid important organs such as the heart. Don't go for the neck or the inner thighs. Those areas have arteries. You can start with his hands and feet. Yes, go through all 10 fingers one by one, and the toes as well. Flipping up the fingernails is also quite painful. You can try that. The women, full of anger but not knowing where to begin, obediently followed Gao Feng's instructions. Very soon Yamamoto Rokajuchi was drenched in blood from countless cuts. He trembled all over in pain, wanted to scream, but couldn't, and fainted from the agony several times. But Gao Feng hated the Japanese more than anything, and those unrepentant Japanese soldiers disgusted him to the core. How could he let Yamamoto Rokajuchi pass out so easily? Whenever Yamamoto Rokajuchi fainted, Gao Feng quickly woke him up again. Suddenly Gao Feng slapped his own forehead, startling the women in the room. They all stopped what they were doing and turned to look at him. Then, as if performing a magic trick, Gao Feng pulled several bottles and jars out of his trouser pocket again. Chili powder, Sichuan pepper powder, salt, mustard, and white vinegar, followed by 2 candles and 2 lighters, which he handed to the women. Gao Feng said to them, "Add some extra seasoning for him. That'll make it more thrilling." His words caused a gleam of light to blaze up once more in the women's eyes. After doing all this, Gao Feng withdrew from the room and let the women do as they pleased. If he stayed in there, they would inevitably hold back. Gao Feng was no devil, but he knew that for these women who had suffered inhuman torment, only revenge carried out through even crueler means could rekindle their will to live. He didn't smoke, so he popped 2 pieces of gum into his mouth and chewed. Then suddenly he heard the roar of engines coming from the street in the distance, seemingly charging straight at the headquarters. Gao Feng thought to himself, what's going on? Could the rebels have found out what happened here and come to attack? A murderous intent surged within him. He prepared to go on a killing spree and mow down all the soldiers who came rushing in. He pulled an RPG out of his extra-dimensional space and silently aimed it out the window, waiting for them to get closer before firing a shot. However, he discovered that the situation was not exactly what he had imagined, so he put the RPG away and watched the commotion from the second floor. The military pickup truck charged straight at the main gate without slowing down at all. At the same time, the heavy machine gun mounted on it spat out dazzling flames, tearing through the soldiers standing guard. It happened so suddenly that the soldiers at headquarters had no time to mount an effective counterattack, and they were riddled with bullets one after another. After the soldiers outside had been wiped out, the giant of a man on the truck, over 9 meters tall, jumped down with a machine gun in both hands. Then the driver's door and the passenger door opened simultaneously, and a young male officer in sunglasses and a strikingly cool and beautiful female officer got out. The moment Gao Feng saw that beautiful female officer, his eyes lit up. Wasn't this Li Kuer, the senior schoolmate 1 grade above him, who had taken the entire campus by storm back then? In his previous life, he hadn't seen her at all after graduating from high school. Who would have thought that in this life they would actually meet again here? He hurriedly opened the window and shouted, "Hello, senior sisterly." The beautiful officer looked up and saw a tall, handsome man standing on the second floor of the headquarters, waving at her with a silly grin. Li Kuer was taken aback. She couldn't remember who Gao Feng was. Gao Feng shouted from upstairs again, "Senior sister, Li, I'm Gao Feng from No. 1 middle school, your junior schoolmate. It's no wonder you don't recognize me, but back then I was your biggest fan. I'm really happy to see you again. There's no danger in there anymore. I've already killed them all." Li Kuer naturally wouldn't believe Gao Feng's words so easily. She gave a look to the young officer standing beside her, and he said, "Brigade Commander, I'll go take a look." Before long, he poked his head out from beside Gao Feng on the second floor. First, he gave Gao Feng a strange look, then said, "Brigade Commander, you can come in now. It's safe inside." Thereupon, Li Kuer, followed by the giant behind her, strode into the building with a spirited, valiant bearing. Li Kimmer led her 2 most loyal subordinates to raid the command center, originally not planning to leave alive. Zhao Zhangwo had granted her patronage and appreciation, and she was inseparable from the second Miss Zhao. Upon hearing Yamamoto Rokichi announce to the entire army that Zhao Zhangwo had betrayed the nation, her first reaction was impossible, absolutely impossible. She brought her 2 confidants rushing from the garrison to the Zhao residence to verify the news, but found nothing. The heavy machine guns she had initially carried to prevent dangers on the road were also used when forcefully breaking into the command center. However, she hadn't expected that the route she thought would be the most perilous turned out to be remarkably smooth. Upon reaching the second floor, she exchanged a few polite words with Gao Feng before heading toward the last room. Her 2 subordinates followed closely behind. Yamamoto Rokichi was being tortured to the point of grotesquerie. Not an inch of his skin remained unblemished. Even his eyelids, scrotum, and the skin covering his genitals had been flayed, leaving him drenched in blood. Moreover, his body was covered with various powders: red, yellow, black, pink, purple, green, blue, and so on. The air in the room was thick with an indescribable stench, nauseating, a mixture of excrement, urine, blood, and various pungent seasonings. The women in the room each appeared half-mad, wearing ill-fitting garments covered in bloodstains, yet unaware, or perhaps indifferent. Their expressions were manic yet orderly. They formed a queue, taking turns to torture Yamamoto Rokichi, who was bound to the bed. When Likimura entered the room, one of them looked up at her briefly before returning her gaze to the notorious spectacle of others torturing Yamamoto Rokichi. Some didn't even lift their eyelids, seemingly uninterested in anything else. Likimura's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She turned to Galfeng, who had followed her into the room, and asked, "What are they doing? Who is that bound to the bed? Why are they doing this?" At this moment, Yamamoto Rokichi's facial skin had been entirely flayed, so Likimura could not recognize him. Galfeng said, "I am not certain of his identity, but he is likely a spy from Neon Country concealed within your fourth base. Perhaps he knows everything that has recently occurred at the fourth base. As for why they are treating him this way, it is entirely his own doing. Because before I arrived, they were tied to the bed by these beasts, subjected to repeated violations." Likimura said in shock, "What did you say? He is a Neon Country spy? How do you know? Is there evidence? Has the command center been infiltrated to this extent? If he is indeed a spy, then everything becomes clear. Uncle Zhao is certainly not a traitor, but rather the victim of a frame-up." Galfeng said, "They told me themselves. When they engaged in those bestial acts in their excitement, they shouted in Neon language, and they communicated with each other in Neon as well. Although I cannot speak their language nor understand what they said, I have heard enough to distinguish between Neon language and pickle language. Moreover, all these victims can testify to that." Likimura was about to step forward to question the women when Galfeng pulled her back. He said to her, "Senior Sister Li, do not be hasty. Wait before questioning. Let them vent their resentment first. Foolish, they have already vented for so long. There is a living captive here. We must first clarify the intelligence. The fact that he appears here indicates he must know quite a lot." Galfeng thought for a moment, agreed with her, and then said to the victims, Senior Sister Li speaks wisely. Please stop for now, and let Senior Sister Li interrogate him. Perhaps his accomplices are still at large." They still obeyed Galfeng's words. After all, he was the one who rescued them. Galfeng did not let Likimura act personally. Instead, he quickly stepped forward, removed the gag from Yamamoto Rokichi's mouth. At this moment, he was near death and somewhat delirious, surprisingly not attempting to bite his tongue to commit suicide right away. However, all of this was within Galfeng's control, otherwise he would not have removed the gag. Galfeng first retrieved a silicone dental guard from another space, fitted it onto Yamamoto Rokichi, then produced a hallucinogen injection, administered it to him, and finally gave him an adrenaline shot. After completing all this, Galfeng stepped aside and said to Likimura, "Senior Sister Li, please proceed with your questions. However, given his condition, he will not last long before falling into chaos. Make haste." Thus Likimura asked Yamamoto Rokichi, "Who are you?" Yamamoto Rokichi replied, "My name is Yamamoto Rokichi." "Are you part of the fourth base?" "Yes. The base cannot accept Neon nationals and positions, so you must have another identity. What is your Chinese name?" "Song Mingcheng." Upon hearing this, Likimura's brows arched in anger, a chill rising within her. Those responsible for the vetting deserved death. They allowed a Neon spy to enter the military and even placed him in such a critical position. No wonder the command center fell. She clenched her teeth and continued, "What is your next plan?" "Neon is too small. One day it will sink into the sea. We have been seeking opportunities to immigrate to the continent. Our plan is a nationwide relocation. The Prime Minister refers to it as the country exchange plan." At this, everyone present was shocked. Although Neon Country was small, its ambition was truly vast. Likimura asked again, "Do you have accomplices in the fourth base?" However, Yamamoto Rokichi was now at his wits' end. His consciousness fell into confusion once more, and he could no longer speak. Galfeng signaled Likimura to step out into the corridor for further discussion, yielding the room back to the victimized women. Likimura ignored him and searched among the women. After circling around, she did not see the person she wished to see, so she asked, "Does anyone know where Zhao Ruyan is?" Due to Yamamoto Rokichi's actions, the women harbored hostility toward anyone in military uniform, even Likimura, who was also a woman. The women's gazes were cold, no one paid her any attention. Galfeng had to ask on behalf of Senior Sister Li again, "Sisters, my senior sister wishes to find a woman named Zhao Ruyan, who is her best friend. If anyone knows her whereabouts, please inform me." After Galfeng finished speaking, one of the women who had originally been locked in the second room said, "She is in the second room." "What?" Galfeng was stunned. The second room now had only one woman who had been accidentally killed by him. How could he explain this to his senior sister? The corner of his mouth twitched. He said to Likimura, "Senior sister, the person you wish to find may be in the second room. Shall we go take a look?" Galfeng led Likimura into the second room. She stood at the doorway, hesitating for a long while before stepping inside. Upon seeing the woman lying on the bed was Zhao Ruyan, this resolute heroine could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. please step out for a moment. I'd like to be alone with my sister Rian for a while. Turning her back to Gao Feng and the others, she forced her voice to steady and waved for them to wait in the corridor. The three men tactfully withdrew. Gao Feng was the last to leave. He gently closed the door behind him, making a soft clicking sound, so Li Kuer would know it was shut securely. Hearing the door latch click, Li Kuer could hold back no longer and wept aloud. She and Zhao Rian were as close as sisters. Having just witnessed the behavior of the women in room 8, she could not fathom the suffering these women had endured here. What torment could drive women who once screamed at the sight of a cockroach to become what they were now? She gently stroked Zhao Rian's pale, gaunt face, her eyes brimming with heartfelt sorrow. The last time they had met, Zhao Rian's cheeks had still been plump with the youthful fullness of girlhood. How many days had truly passed? She had withered away so drastically. Though Zhao Rian came from a noble family, she had never been willful or imperious. Shielded by her father's protection, she had never witnessed the darkness of this world, her pure nature, filled with love and kindness for all living things. But with her father's tragic death, she fell from paradise into hell in an instant. Li Kuer sat beside the bed and spoke to Zhao Rian's remains for a long while. Then she rose, drew her pistol, and fired multiple rounds into the neon cyborg corpse on the floor that Gao Feng had slashed open, emptying the entire magazine. She wiped the tears from her face, walked to the door, and opened it. Gao Feng, thank you. Perhaps this is the best ending for my sister Rian. Gao Feng said, my condolences. Li Kuer turned to her two subordinates and said, find some tools and help me bury my sister Rian. The giant man acknowledged and went downstairs to the kitchen to gather tools. Gao Feng then said, senior sisterly matters here are settled. I should be returning. Li Kuer asked, by the way, I haven't even asked, what brings you here? Gao Feng replied, I was dispatched by Commander Long Outyin of Base 3 to investigate what transpired at Base 4. Since all other bases have resumed communications and re-established contact, yet Base 4 has remained in a state of silence. Commander Long surmised that a rebellion had occurred here, diverting official resources away from restoring communications. Thus I came. Li Kuer said, really? That's welcome news at last. This apocalypse is driving us all to the brink. The natural disasters are part of it, but the inability to communicate, the absence of any network. Having grown so accustomed to our phones and the internet, we find it terribly difficult to adapt. Gao Feng did not reply. He had lived through 15 years of the post-apocalyptic era and had long since shed any dependence on mobile phones or computers. Changing the subject, he said, since the rebellion here has been essentially quelled, I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, senior sister. I must return to report. Li Kuei urged, Gao Feng, why not stay and help us? Base 4 has suffered enormous losses and desperately needs capable people. And with Commander Long at the helm of Base 3, nothing untoward will occur. Gao Feng replied, I appreciate your kindness, senior sister, but I am a married man. It has been too long since I returned home. My daughter will miss me and my wife will worry. Li Kuei teased, who would have guessed you were such a devoted father? What a pity. Since you're in such a hurry to return, I won't detain you further. She then took a small notebook from her shirt pocket and said, give me your phone number. Once our base reestablishes communications, I'll call you. This senior sister's door is always open to you. Gao Feng recited his number and prepared to bid farewell. Just before leaving, he suddenly recalled the women in room 8. They seemed hostile toward those in military uniforms, yet appeared to obey only him. Thinking that since he had rescued them all, he should see the matter through to the end, he said to Li Kai, senior sister, could you arrange something for the women in that room? Li Kuei said, I can try, but they seem to harbor hostility toward me and appear to listen only to you. Gao Feng replied, let me attempt to communicate with them first and try to persuade them. The two of them entered room 8. Gao Feng addressed the women, sisters, please stop for a moment. The women obediently halted their actions and turned their gaze toward Gao Feng in unison. After so long an emotional release, the hollow emptiness in their eyes had given way to something else. Gratitude and trust shimmered in their gazes as they looked upon him. Gao Feng said, sisters, I must depart and am here to say goodbye. By my side is my senior sister Li Kuei, a person you can trust wholeheartedly. If you have nowhere else to go, you may follow her. But his subsequent words were cut short by the women's frantic interruptions. Our savior, are you going to abandon us? Do you find us too filthy? Gao Feng hurriedly said, don't think such things. I come from Base 3 and was here on a mission. The mission is complete and I must return to render my report. I hold no contempt for any of you, not one. I swear it. Hearing him say he did not despise them, the women felt somewhat relieved. They pleaded once more, may we accompany you back to Base 3? We cannot bear to stay in Kuan City for another moment. Gao Feng said, Base 3 lies 800 kilometers from here. In this dark, frozen wilderness with heavy snowfall from the sky above, your weakened bodies could never make the journey. The women insisted, we are not afraid. We would rather freeze to death on the road than remain in Kuan City. Gao Feng grew somewhat angry and rebuked them. How can you spoiled young ladies be so stubborn? Do you not understand this is the apocalypse? Do you not grasp how precious life is? I risked everything to rescue you so that you might live well, not die pointlessly. I have witnessed people scavenging for food alongside stray dogs in the struggle to survive. I have seen others trade their souls to devils merely to stay alive. You need not compete with dogs for scraps, nor sell your souls. The past cannot be changed, yet you have already taken vengeance with your own hands. It is time to let go of what was and live anew. My senior sister is a kind and capable woman who will ensure you are well cared for. Why endure hardship and suffering to reach base 3? Enough said. Live well under your senior sister's guidance. If fate wills it, we shall meet again, otherwise I will not see you once more. Listen to your senior sister and live well. Having spoken, Gao Feng did not wait for further pleas. With a single bound, he leaped from the second-story window and departed with an effortless grace. Gao Feng left the fourth base, pulled a snowmobile out of his pocket dimension, filled it with fuel, twisted the throttle to the maximum, and sped off toward the third base like a shot. The experience at the fourth base command headquarters was deeply unsettling. Although he had witnessed tragic things in his previous life, even people eating people, those had occurred in the later stage when the social order had completely collapsed. In this life, however, the Long Nation's order had not yet collapsed. Such a thing should never have happened. Gao Feng only wanted to hurry back, report the fourth base intelligence to Long Outyin, and then go home and hug Qian, letting her comfort him with her warm, ample embrace. The bestial things Shan Ben Laishi and his ilk had done had lit a fire in Gao Feng's heart, and he just wanted to take revenge on a few Japanese women. There happened to be 2 of them right at home who had offered themselves up. Alas, Gao Feng sighed. He had the desire but not the nerve. If he really did it, Qian would probably be heartbroken. Lisa and Ming Muzi, on the other hand, would probably be more than willing to play along. That would truly be making those who love him grieve and those who hate him rejoice. For a moment, Gao Feng was utterly disconsolate. His mind was tangled, but the snowmobile was fast, and he returned to the third base command headquarters in about 6 hours. He parked the snowmobile at the entrance and walked inside. The guards in the sentry booth had been instructed by Long Outyin, so they did not stop Gao Feng. Gao Feng walked straight in and made directly for Long Outyin's office on the 3rd floor. When Gao Feng reached the 3rd floor, he saw the office door wide open. Long Outyin was standing at the door, smiling brightly at him. Commander Long, hello. Gao Feng smiled and greeted him. Long Outyin came forward, took the initiative to extend his hand, and shook Gao Feng's hand, saying, Comrade Gao Feng, you've worked hard on the journey. After the exchange of pleasantries, Gao Feng gave Long Outyin a detailed report of what had happened at the 4th base command headquarters. After hearing the report, Long Outyin verbally commended Gao Feng Liqueur and her 2 subordinates and promised to submit military merit for them. Afterward, Gao Feng took his leave, and Long Outyin personally walked him downstairs. At parting, Gao Feng handed the snowmobile key to Long Outyin. Long Outyin smiled and refused, saying this was promised to you, so ride it home. He did not say a word, however, about when the other 4 snowmobiles would be delivered to Gao Feng, as if he had completely forgotten about them. Gao Feng felt somewhat displeased and said flatly, then I thank Commander Long. After he left, Long Outyin shook his head with a smile and muttered to himself, this kid sets clear prices and offers no credit. Still, that's fine. It'll be much easier to get along with him. But once you get home and find that I've already paid the bill in advance, won't you feel a little guilty for having misunderstood me? Long Outyin walked back into his office with a smile. When he picked up the phone, his expression instantly turned grave. He called the commanders of the other bases, told them about the 4th base incident, and reminded them to ferret out Japanese spies. Instantly, a wave of investigations into foreign spies swept through the major bases of the Long Nation. Afterward, according to statistics, excluding the 4th base, the other 4 major bases uncovered a total of 200 spies, of whom as many as 1800 were Japanese agents. The high-level officials of the Long Nation flew into a rage and dismissed a group of incompetent derelict officials connected to the affair. That is a story for later. That same day, after bidding farewell to Long Outyin, Gao Feng rode his beloved little snowmobile home in high spirits. When he arrived home and saw a row of 4 snowmobiles parked in front of the villa, just as Long Outyin had expected, a surge of guilt rose in his heart. So, I've been misunderstanding Commander Long all along. He was a man who kept his word. From now on, I'll be more generous and proactive too. Gao Feng thought this, took out his key, and opened the door. Daddy's home. Uncle's home. Welcome home, hubby. Welcome home, master. As soon as Gao Feng stepped inside, the 4 women in 2 pairs lined up on either side, each holding a handheld confetti popper and firing it over his head, while the 2 little ones clapped and bounced joyfully nearby. How did you know I was coming back? Gao Feng asked in surprise. Qian said Commander Long had a telephone and broadband installed in our home for free. After you went to see him, he called us and told us the news that you were coming back. We were all so happy, so we discussed it and decided to give you a homecoming ritual. So, do you like it? Gao Feng grinned happily and nodded again and again. I like it. I like it very much. This is what home feels like. It feels so good to be home. He picked up Gao Nuanyuan and Qian Duodua, one on each side. Little children love being lifted high, so both of them were delighted. Gao Nuanyuan clutched Gao Feng's face and planted several smacking kisses on it. Qian Duodua watched the interaction between Gao Feng and his daughter with a trace of envy, so Gao Feng offered his cheek and teased her. Duodua, give uncle a kiss too, and uncle will give you a little toy. Qian Duodua promptly and happily puckered her lips and pecked Gao Feng on the cheek. This made everyone burst into laughter. Like Gao Nuanyuan Qianduoduo was a cute and obedient little girl, and all the adults in the room were very fond of her. Seeing Gao Feng's fatherly affection, Qian, needless to say, had eyes full of tender love. Lisa shouted in her heart, I want a hug too. I want Big Brother to kiss me too. But with everyone around, she could only keep it in her heart. She felt a little depressed. Before moving into Gao Feng's home, she had been quite brave, daring to voice her feelings and openly express her affection for Gao Feng. After moving into Gao Feng's home, however, she was closer to Gao Feng, yet her courage had grown smaller. She always felt that saying she liked Gao Feng in front of Qian would be a shameless thing to do. She felt like a thief. Zhao Minmin, on the other hand, straightened her back, puffed out her chest, and looked at Gao Feng and Qianduoduo with smiling eyes, as if she were looking at her own husband and daughter. Ming Muzi's thoughts were simpler. She merely felt that Gao Feng was handsome, so manly, so full of masculine charm. After holding the two little girls for a while, Gao Feng asked Qian, what is the story with the snowmobiles outside? Qian said, don't you know? Commander Long sent someone to deliver them. He said they were a reward for you. I thought you knew. Gao Feng said, that's right. In that case, Commander Long really is a nice guy? Qian said, exactly. He often calls to chat with your daughter, and he has even accepted Nuanyuan as his godgranddaughter. Gao Feng's forehead was covered with black lines. Why didn't you stop him? Isn't he obviously taking advantage of me? Qian covered her mouth and giggled. It's not that bad. My husband may be a peerless hero, but Commander Long is still such a high-ranking leader. Besides, it's a good thing for Nuanyuan to have one more person to dote on her. He and Nuanyuan really hit it off. Gao Feng quickly said, you're right, dear. But in his heart, he cursed Long out, Yin, you really are an old fox. After Qian waited for Gao Feng to put down the two little ones, she walked up to him and took off his cold weather coat, while Lisa picked up his slippers and placed them at his feet to help him change into them. Ming Muzi brought a cup of hot tea, waiting to hand it to Gao Feng, while Zhao Minmin asked, Brother Gao, you must be hungry. What would you like to eat later? We'll make it for you. Gao Feng glanced suspiciously at Qian and said, Wife, what's going on with them? When I just walked in, something fell off. They actually called me master. And now they're serving tea and shoes. This sudden kindness makes me a little nervous. Qian chuckled and said, you silly man. Lisa and the others feel that because of you they're able to live so comfortably in this apocalyptic world, eating at your table and dwelling under your roof, so they want to repay you by doing some simple chores for you. As for calling you master, that was Lisa's idea. She said you'd definitely like it. Hubby, you work so hard outside. When you come home, just relax and enjoy yourself. I've heard that many people out there are suffering through the darkest times, yet we protected by you live in peace and comfort even in the apocalypse. We're all so grateful to you and want to repay you. Gao Feng pulled Qian into his arms and said, we're husband and wife. There's no need to talk about repayment. That's being too formal. Zhao Minmin looked at Gao Feng with burning eyes and said, what about us? We had no ties to you before the apocalypse. Brother Gao, do you know what happened to my family a few days ago? We were just sitting at home when trouble came knocking. My husband was killed right in front of me by 3 intruders. They were about to assault me as well. It was you who descended from the sky like a hero on colorful clouds, saving my daughter and me. I dare not imagine what would have happened to us otherwise. This kindness could never be repaid, even if I served you as a slave for the rest of my life. Lisa stepped forward and said, there's also Ming Muzi and me. We traveled all the way from Neon. I had already prepared myself for you to turn us away, but you didn't. I know many people from your dragon nation harbor deep hatred toward Neon. After all, our ancestors committed unforgivable crimes against your people. But you never rejected us because we were from Neon. Instead, you kindly arranged for us to stay at Sister Min's home. If you had turned us away back then, our fate after the apocalypse would almost certainly have been terrible. She turned and embraced Ming Muzi, continuing, so I'm deeply grateful to both you and Ming Muzi. I thank Ming Muzi for understanding and tolerating my willfulness and for steadfastly supporting me through her actions. And I thank you for everything you've done for us. Ming Muzi delivered the final words, therefore, respected master, please accept us as your maidservants so we may provide you with the finest service imaginable. Gao Feng released Qian and said, so you all colluded to put on this little performance. Qian burst out laughing and asked, well, do you like it or not? Gao Feng pinched her nose and said, I don't like it. Then he leaned close to her ear and whispered, I don't like maids. I prefer it when you call me daddy. Qian's face flushed crimson and she pinched his waist, saying in a low voice, you're so naughty. Gao Feng laughed heartily and said, now that I'm home and completely relaxed, I suddenly feel starving. Let's clear the table and have hot pot, shall we? The women had no objections. They asked Gao Feng to accompany the 2 little ones in the living room and have some snacks first to stave off their hunger. The snacks were all procured free of charge from the Walmart East Coast Distribution Center by Gao Feng, with a wide variety and excellent quality guaranteed. The 4 women divided the tasks. Qian washed the vegetables, Zhao Minmin chopped and plated them, Ming Muzi wiped the tables and set out dishes and condiments, and Lisa made sushi. The sushi was mainly prepared for the 2 little ones who weren't interested in hot pot and only enjoyed eating sushi. 10 minutes later, all the preparations were complete. Gao Feng sat at the head of the table while the 4 women gathered around him. Gao Nuanyuan and Qian Duo carried the sushi to the living room to play with the new toys Gao Feng had given them. The toys, of course, were also provided free of charge from the Walmart East Coast Distribution Center. During the meal, they chatted and ate happily. After all, there was no work to rush to, and time was abundant. After the meal, Zhao Minmin went to wash the dishes. The four women had divided the household chores among themselves. Each person first claimed the chores she was willing to do, and the remaining tasks that no one wanted, such as dishwashing, were taken on in rotation. Today just happened to be Zhao Minmin's turn. To distinguish day from night, and to unify everyone's schedule and avoid situations where someone was just waking up while another was about to sleep, Chen Qian had established a daily routine since the sun went out, keeping track of the rotation between day and night. For this stage of the apocalypse, everyone had an expected 30 days. They were in a secure shelter with abundant supplies, which made the 6 women in the villa feel very comfortable. Life wasn't too hard to endure. In truth, even if this comfortable phase lasted a little longer, the women wouldn't have found it difficult at all. Chen Qian, as long as we're a family of 3 with food to eat and clothes to wear, never hungry or cold, that's a good life. I could live like this forever, though it does take a toll on my lower back and voice. Lisa, sharing the same roof with my beloved brother, makes me happy only. It's a pity that things haven't progressed further between us. Seeing Sister Chen Qian walking with her hand on her waist fills me with envy. Sister Chen Qian, I ache for you, and I'd be more than willing to share that burden and torment with you. Ming Muzi, who better to stand by Lisa's side than her best friend. Life isn't so unbearable with her, but, Lisa, could you pay a little more attention to me? Zhao Minmin, I'm raising a 6-year-old daughter alone. Where else could I go? Here I have sisters and Duo has a companion. Plus Gao Feng is so handsome. I feel like I've fallen into one-sided love. Gao Feng, do you know what the lyrics sing? Sisters are quick, sisters are kind, sisters will ease all your troubles. Sisters treasure you and treat you with nothing but love. Gao Feng was unaware of the women's inner thoughts. Every day on schedule, he would lead Chen Qian into the room and teach her how to use a certain word to sing beautiful melodious songs. As for the 2 little ones, since Qian Duo came to Gao Feng's villa, she and Gao Nuanyuan had shared the same bed. They played games together, read books together, and experienced the pure joys that only children understand. With companions and family by their side and no school to attend, those long, endless nights were actually quite enjoyable for them. Not everyone lived like Gao Feng and his group, who spent each day in idle indulgence, eating when full, playing until exhausted, sleeping, and then waking to repeat the cycle of pleasure. Thanks to radiators throughout the house and comprehensive insulation, the villa's temperature remained a steady 26 degrees Celsius. Security was handled by Long Outyan's third base. The security measures Gao Feng had implemented beforehand never even came into play. Long Outyan visited Gao Feng's home nearly every week, primarily to strengthen their bond and, incidentally, to enjoy a hearty meal. Long Outyan had a fondness for authentic Wagyu beef, and now Gao Feng's place was the only source left. A nation like the Dragon Kingdom proved exceptionally resilient in the face of catastrophe. Having prepared in advance, there was no shortage of daily necessities such as rice, flour, oil, vegetables, and meat. The only genuine scarcity was in delicacies like Wagyu and seafood that could not be stored for long. Yet not every nation had believed the warning Gao Feng had issued in the form of a prophecy, as the Dragon Kingdom had. They had made no preparations beforehand, and being largely non-agricultural nations relying on imported grain, food scarcity became a dire problem once the apocalypse struck. Many starved to death. Thus unrest began to erupt and spread across these nations. In the beautiful country, for instance, it began with acts of looting. As time passed, those who had consumed all their food started banding together with a few trusted friends to raid homes. Since the beautiful country did not restrict firearms, the raiders would shoot everyone inside the house first to ensure their own safety, then enter to scavenge supplies. Under such circumstances, how could a single gun hope to outmatch several? Consequently, the massacre of entire families became a recurring tragedy in the beautiful country. Rely on the authorities. Forget it. The high and mighty officials of the beautiful country had vanished at the very onset of the apocalypse, taking all government armed forces with them. But did the authorities themselves fare any better? One need only look at the fate of Professor MacArthur to see the answer. Power was reshuffled, those skilled at manipulation and those who held guns stepped onto the stage of history, while the financial conglomerates that had wielded money as an invincible weapon over the past century faded into obscurity. While life at home grew ever more miserable, some began to fantasize that conditions abroad might be better. Thus many started fleeing to neighboring countries. Some from the beautiful country headed south to the cactus country, while others went north to the maple leaf country. Some from the maple leaf country fled to the beautiful country, while others crossed the frozen Bering Strait into Asia. Except for a handful of nations like the Dragon Kingdom, most survivors had become deserters of their own homelands. A grand documentary titled The Great Migration was unfolding across the globe. Yet this migration differed from the one the Dragon Kingdom had undertaken before the apocalypse. The Dragon Kingdom's migration was organized and disciplined. That of the beautiful country and other nations was nothing more than a desperate, spontaneous act by their residents. The Dragon Kingdom's Great Migration saw no casualties and no major crimes. In contrast, nations like the beautiful country suffered casualty rates as high as 90%. Yet they had no choice but to move. Staying meant certain death, while migrating offered at least a sliver of hope. In the eyes of most of their populace, Asians were short and utterly weak in combat, and their habit of stockpiling food made Asia seem like a veritable paradise in the apocalypse. All they needed was to overcome the hardships of the journey, find the gateway to paradise, and then, just as their ancestors had done in North America, establish a mighty empire in Asia. On July 7th, more than a month after the apocalypse began, 100,000 American migrants who had crossed the Bering Strait into Asia amassed and marched toward the Dragon Kingdom. Behind them lay the corpses of 3 border guards from the Bear Country. The supplies from the guards and their outpost had been thoroughly plundered by the American migrants. Even their sled dogs had been killed and turned into reserve rations for the 100,000 migrants. A day later, they appeared 10 kilometers from the border of the second base. At the second base command in the Dragon Kingdom's northern frontier, Chief Li Changlong had just finished phone calls with the chiefs of other bases, exchanging views on the discovery along the northern border. The supreme leader stationed at the first base, who also served as the chief of the fifth base, suggested, out of international humanitarian spirit, we could designate a stretch of land in the north for them, help them build simple shelters, and provide food to help them survive these final cold nights. However, Long Outyin and Li Kuer, the acting chief of the fourth base, raised a dissenting opinion. They believed that inviting them in was easy, but sending them away would be far more difficult. We absolutely must not let them enter our borders, nor even give them food. After all, this is the apocalypse, and they are not our own compatriots. As the ancestors had said, those not of our kind are bound to harbor different intentions. Letting them in would be tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. Li Changlong chose without hesitation to follow the supreme leader's directive, deciding to allow them and allot them a fertile piece of land and arrange one-on-one life guidance for them. If these international friends remained unsatisfied, then they would simply be even more generous, arranging 3-on-1 life guidance to fully demonstrate the magnanimous breadth of our great nation. A man well-versed in the ways of officialdom, he knew exactly which side to take, whom to listen to, and whom to ignore. Throughout his rise, ingratiating himself with superiors and taking the blame for them had become skills carved into his very bones. He had entirely lost the ability to make his own decisions, pouring every skill point into the art of reading his superiors' intentions. As a result, his career had soared smoothly. After the apocalypse, he was entrusted with significant responsibilities, promoted 3 ranks in succession, leaping past many others, even surpassing Long Outyin, to seize the position of second base chief. After making his decision, Li Changlong ordered the border guards to open the gates wide and unfurl a massive banner that read, "Welcome international friends to join our warm Dragon Kingdom family." When the 100,000 American migrants arrived at the border and saw that enormous banner, their faces filled with disbelief and the hands reaching for their guns froze mid-motion. They had expected to battle the Dragon Kingdom's border guards just as they had upon first landing in Asia. In that landing battle, 3 soldiers of the Bear Country had killed over 30 of their number before finally being overwhelmed and slain. They never imagined that the Dragon Kingdom soldiers wouldn't even interrogate them. Instead, they would voluntarily open the border and welcome them with a huge banner. One American migrant who had attended 2 years of school and knew a bit of Dragon Kingdom history couldn't help but wonder, what is wrong with these Dragon Kingdom people? Have they knelt for so long that they can no longer stand? Sharing that sentiment were Long Outyin, Li Kuer, and others. When Li Changlong phoned to inform them of his decision, Li Kuer, though junior in rank and finding it hard to believe, refrained from saying much. Long Outyin, however, showed him no respect at all and erupted in fury. "Li Changlong, have your knees gone so soft from kneeling that you can't even stand up anymore? Now you can't even stand straight." After ending the call with Li Changlong, Long Outyin immediately dialed the supreme leader's number and said, "Leader, what Li Changlong is doing constitutes extremely dangerous behavior. Those people from the Americas are fundamentally nothing more than pirates. Their ancestors never engaged in productive labor, surviving solely through plunder. Their forebears seized people, conquered territories, looted resources, and after acquiring these spoils, they established what can only be termed pirate economics. As architects of the global order, they have systematically plundered immeasurable wealth from other nations and peoples through economic mechanisms. Now that the apocalypse has descended and the economy has collapsed, there is a profound likelihood that these people will revert to their ancestors' path and engage in naked robbery." After listening, the supreme leader smiled reassuringly and said, "Outyin, please don't get so agitated. I understand everything you've mentioned. The Council of Elders understands, and that shrewd young man Li Changlong understands it even better. But times have changed. With the apocalypse striking, the entire world has suffered devastating blows. Only our dragon nation, thanks to Gao Feng's early warning and our extraordinary cohesion, still stands proudly at the pinnacle of the world. But even so, we have lost a significant portion of our population over these days, and our labor force is severely depleted. The 100,000 immigrants from the Americas would serve as an excellent supplement. Their early integration gives us an opportunity to observe them up close, laying a certain foundation for the future establishment of a North American Anglo-Saxon autonomous region, a South American Latin autonomous region, and an African Congo autonomous region. Outyin, the concern you harbor will not come to fruition. With merely 100,000 people entering our mighty dragon empire, they will be like a drop of ink falling into the ocean. They will only be assimilated by us and cannot possibly cause any trouble. Long Outyin had never anticipated such strategic considerations from the supreme leader, but he remained unconvinced and persisted in his objections. Leader, are you not afraid that this will prove to be an act of inviting wolves into the house? Have you forgotten how the Native Americans were gradually driven onto reservations step by them? The supreme leader appeared somewhat displeased and said, "Do not compare us with those uncivilized savages. This comparison holds no meaning whatsoever. We are different from them. They were forced unprepared. But we are taking the initiative and welcoming them with preparation and planning. I have instructed Changlong to establish surveillance measures, and should any situation arise, our military can arrive swiftly to suppress it. Therefore you need not worry. I say, Outyin, you are managing such a massive base. Are you not busy at all? Changlong has myself and the Council of Elders watching over him, so you need not concern yourself with this matter. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up now." With that he terminated the call. Feeling restless and depressed, Long Outyin summoned Zhu Hongyi and instructed him to call Gao Feng, informing him that he wished to come over for drinks to dispel his melancholy. By the time Long Outyin arrived at Gao Feng's residence, the dining table had already been laid out with wine and dishes. Gao Feng welcomed them and directed them to their seats, first filling Long Outyin's glass to the brim, then pouring one for himself. Long Outyin was rather easygoing and approachable. Whenever he visited, he would always have Zhu Hongyi accompany him for the meal, never putting on airs. However, since Zhu Hongyi needed to drive the leader, he could not drink. Thus he hastily devoured 2 bowls of rice and went to sit alone in the living room, waiting listlessly. Chen Qian and the others had learned in advance that Long Outyin was in a poor mood and was coming to Gao Feng's to drink and relieve his frustration. They all remained on the second floor, refraining from coming downstairs. After a few glasses of wine, Long Outyin began chatting with Gao Feng about the affairs of the northern border. He said, "The leader is right. I do meddle in matters beyond my jurisdiction. But is it not because I have the welfare of the common people at heart? Why must the grain we have painstakingly hoarded be used to relieve those refugees? It is not as if we caused them to become refugees in the first place. 10,000 mouths. How much grain do they consume every single day? Do not think me narrow-minded. If you genuinely believe I am narrow-minded, then I shall simply be a narrow-minded person. I simply cannot bring myself to view them as my compatriots, my comrades in arms, or the citizens under my governance. The leader wishes for universal harmony, to begin integrating these 100,000 people into our midst, just as we have done over the past several millennia. However, there remains a thorn embedded in my heart. This thorn was thrust in by their ancestors. If I do not personally extract it and thrust it back into their hearts, I shall not find peace. This notion of winning people's hearts through natural disasters alone is rather naive. The fable of the farmer and the snake is understood by 3-year-old children, yet why? The only path to their smooth integration is conquest. Everything else is nonsense. If you do not believe me, look at the Tang dynasty, the Ming dynasty, and other dynasties. When they were powerful and flourishing, the surrounding small states all paid tribute and acknowledged their suzerainty. But the moment we decline, the vast majority of these vassal states would undoubtedly be the first to turn around and bite us. Furthermore, if they possessed the consciousness of refugees, that would be somewhat acceptable. What I fear is that from the very beginning they harbors ill intentions, wishing to emulate their ancestors' despicable actions against the Native Americans, gradually encroaching upon our lands. Gao Feng raised his glass and clinked it with Long Outyin, saying, "Dragon Commander, it is not that they do not understand. Whatever you can think of, they should also be capable of conceiving. It is just that they are not as selfless as you. Some wish to become emperors for 1,000 generations, expanding territories and conquering the entire planet. Others seek to maximize their interests, climbing upward without any bottom line. Their selfishness is far too profound. I too am rather selfish. However, I am aware that I am a selfish person. Therefore, I have no desire to join the military or enter politics. I do not wish for my selfish desires to harm innocent people. I only wish to live peacefully alongside my family, leading a life detached from worldly struggles." Long Outyin clinked glasses with Gao Feng once more and said, "In truth, I rather envy your lifestyle. This position of mine appears lofty and prestigious, yet the bitterness and helplessness within can only be known by myself. There are far too many constraints that bind me." Gao Feng smiled, but did not directly respond to his remark. Instead, he urged Long Outyin to eat, saying, "Dragon Commander, please do not only drink wine. Try the dishes, these are all your favorites. They will not taste as good once they grow cold." With that he picked up the serving chopsticks and placed several pieces of beef into Long Outyin's bowl. In an instant, Long Outyin understood that he had spoken too much. He burst into laughter and said, "Look at me, once I start drinking, I easily speak drunken nonsense." After speaking, he set down his wine glass, picked up a piece of beef, placed it in his mouth, and chewed slowly. Then he nodded in approval and praised, "Your wine is excellent and your dishes are even better. I am already anticipating my next meal here while enjoying this one." Gao Feng once again placed some vegetables into his bowl with chopsticks and said, "You are always welcome to visit. Your presence truly brings honor to my humble dwelling." Just then Gao Feng's phone rang. Upon seeing an unfamiliar number, he hung it up. After a short while this same number called again. Long Outyin said, "It is quite all right. You may answer the phone, perhaps the caller has something urgent for you." Thus Gao Feng uttered an apology and walked aside to answer the call. The moment the call connected, the other party's tone seemed somewhat hostile. He said, "This is Li Changlong. I require you to come to the second base." Li Changlong's words left Gao Feng stunned, thinking, "Is this guy crazy? He just gives a name and expects me to travel thousands of miles to the second base." Gao Feng wasn't going to indulge him. He shot back directly, "Who the hell do you think you are? I don't care whether you're Li Changlong or Li Changworm, speak to me with some respect. Besides, because of one word from you I'm supposed to travel thousands of miles to the second base. Who do you think you are, the supreme leader? What a psycho." After saying this, Gao Feng hung up the phone, making Li Changlong grit his teeth in anger. This couldn't be blamed on Gao Feng. Having lived two lives, he had heard of the name of the supreme leader as well as that of Long Outyin, and was somewhat familiar with some members of the Elder Council. But Li Changlong only rose to prominence after Gao Feng's reincarnation and had even jumped 3 ranks at once. It was normal that Gao Feng didn't know him. At that time he had been busy purchasing various supplies and spending time with his family. Occasionally when he played with his phone and went online, it was only while sitting on the toilet reading novels on the tomato-free novels app. He had never heard of Li Changlong in the first place, and combined with the unquestionable commanding tone in Li Changlong's voice on the phone, Gao Feng naturally fired back in anger. Noticing Gao Feng's demeanor, Long Outyin asked, "Who was it? What got you so angry?" Gao Feng replied, "Some psycho who started off commanding me to go to the second base. I couldn't be bothered with him, cursed him out, and hung up. I wonder who leaked my number. We're in an apocalyptic world, yet there are still scam calls. I don't have any relatives or friends over there, and I've never been to the second base myself." Long Outyin burst out laughing, and his earlier frustration over Li Changlong vanished completely upon hearing Gao Feng's account. He asked Gao Feng with a smile, "Did that person say his name was Li Changlong?" Speaking in such an arrogant tone, Gao Feng nodded and asked, "Do you know him? In that case, doesn't that mean he holds a high position? Could he possibly be the leader of the second base?" Long Outyin felt a hint of schadenfreude, wanting to see how Gao Feng would react upon learning he had offended Li Changlong. So, he said with a grin, "That's right, he is the leader of the second base." What surprised Long Outyin was that Gao Feng showed no sign of panic at all. He merely responded with a nonchalant, "Oh," then calmly picked up his food and continued eating. Gao Feng's expression was relaxed, his hands steady with no tremor. Long Outyin could see he truly didn't care about Li Changlong's status, which made him once again hold Gao Feng in higher esteem. While Gao Feng and Long Outyin leisurely dined, drank, and chatted at home, Li Changlong was in his office furiously smashing an expensive teacup. "How many years has it been since anyone dared to hang up on me twice in a row? You damn Gao Feng don't think that because you've made a small contribution to Dragon Country, you can be so conceited and look down on everyone." He took a deep breath to calm himself, then dialed Gao Feng's number again. However, his gaze was terrifyingly dark. The retro ringtone rang out once more. Gao Feng picked up his phone and saw it was Li Changlong calling again. Although Long Outyin couldn't see the screen, he could guess who it was. He remained silent, smiled, took a sip of wine, and prepared to watch the show from the sidelines. Gao Feng didn't rush to answer. He quietly took a bite of food, pondered for a moment, had a sip of wine, and then calmly picked up the phone. Once the call connected, he launched into a rapid-fire verbal barrage. "Hey, I don't care where you got my number. I'm not taking out loans, buying insurance, trading stocks, buying or selling houses. My kid's too young for tutoring classes. I'm in great shape, no need for fitness programs. Plus, we're in an apocalypse. So don't bother me unless it's important." After saying this, he hung up the phone once again. Long Outyin never expected Gao Feng to hang up on Li Changlong in such an absurd manner. The wine he had just sipped sprayed out in laughter. To be honest, Long Outyin looked down on both Zhao Jiangwo and Li Changlong. One rose through nepotism, the other through scheming, and neither possessed any real ability. Gao Feng tore off a few tissues and handed them over, saying concernedly, "Take it easy, Commander." Long Outyin accepted the tissues from Gao Feng, feeling somewhat touched. They were both base commanders, yet Gao Feng's attitude toward him was completely different from how he treated Li Changlong. He wiped his mouth, nose, and clothes, then said, "You've got quite the sharp tongue, kid. But be careful. Word is Li Changlong flatters those above him and bullies those below. Watch out for him, finding an opportunity to take revenge on you." After a pause, Long Outyin spoke with authority. "However, within the third base you have nothing to worry about. With me protecting you and your family, no one will harm you." Gao Feng smiled and said, "Thank you, Commander Long." The two men laughed and chatted cheerfully, while back at the second base Li Changlong was truly furious. He kicked his chair far away with one foot, then swept his hand across the desk, sending all the documents crashing to the floor. That brat Gao Feng pushing his luck too far. He desperately wanted to smash his phone too, but restrained himself since he still needed to summon Gao Feng for work. Among the higher-ups in Dragon Country, several had guessed that Gao Feng possessed spatial abilities or a spatial treasure, and Li Changlong happened to be one of them. He called Gao Feng for two reasons: first, to have him come to the second base to work transporting materials and tools needed to build simple shelters, accelerating the construction speed to avoid keeping international friends waiting too long. Second, he wanted to use this opportunity to determine whether Gao Feng truly had spatial abilities or merely possessed a spatial treasure. If it was the latter, he would find a way to nationalize it, offering a commemorative banner and 500 yuan in exchange. If Gao Feng thought it was insufficient, he could add a bag of rice and a jug of cooking oil, but nothing more. Should Gao Feng prove ungrateful and dare to resist, he would be sent to operate a sewing machine. In his view, by deigning to call Gao Feng himself, the latter should have been filled with trepidation, just as Li Changlong himself had felt when facing his superiors. But he never expected this kid to be so audacious as to hang up on him repeatedly. How could this be tolerated? He had to vent his anger, and soon. Calling Gao Feng again was out of the question. This kid might be lying in wait, planning to humiliate him further. After a moment's thought, he dialed Long Outyan's number. Long Outyan glanced at the caller ID, leisurely sipped his Westlake beef soup, and then answered the call. He placed his phone on the dining table, activated the speaker, and said, "Commander Li, what brings you to visit me today? How fortunate of you to have time for a chat." Li Changlong replied, "Old Dragon, I don't have time for small talk. I'm here to request someone. Hand over that fellow named Gao Feng from your base. I need him for a while to help build shelters for our international friends." Long Outyan and Gao Feng exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of contempt. "Is this Li Changlong an idiot?" Long Outyan replied coldly, "Li Changlong, it's been only a few days, yet you've grown quite bold, haven't you? Previously you were always addressing me as commander or leader, and now you're calling me old dragon straight out. And that tone you just used, were you giving me orders, eh?" Li Changlong was rebuked, his face turning from green to red. He suddenly realized he had grown arrogant due to his recent rapid promotion, and quickly said to Long Outyan, "I wouldn't dare. Please, brother Outyan, be magnanimous and forgive my petty offense." Long Outyan snorted coldly, but said nothing. Li Changlong continued, "Brother Outyan, once the apocalypse is over, I shall visit you personally and offer my sincere apologies." Long Outyan's tone softened slightly. "That won't be necessary." "Very well, tell me, what do you want?" Yet Li Changlong thought to himself, wasn't that already perfectly clear just now? But he dared not say so over the phone since he needed Long Outyan's help. "Brother Outyan, I have a small favor to ask. Could you send some people to bring Gao Feng from your third base to our second base? We need to construct shelters for 100,000 international friends. It's an enormous project, and I've heard that Gao Feng possesses a spatial treasure. If I ask to borrow it, he'll definitely refuse. So, I was wondering, could we invite him to the second base to help us with the work? Don't worry, the salary will definitely be competitive, and the second base will cover his wages." Long Outyan decided to tease him. "Then how much were you planning to pay Gao Feng per day?" Li Changlong hadn't expected such a question and had no preparation, so he blurted out, "I'll pay him 100,000 per month." Long Outyan sneered. "Are you trying to brush him off like a beggar?" Li Changlong retorted, "Under the wise leadership of our supreme leader, Dragon Nation's economy hasn't collapsed despite the apocalypse. 100,000 per month is already quite generous. He's just a slightly capable porter after all. Do you really expect me to offer him a monthly salary in the millions?" Li Changlong continued, "I called him a few times earlier, but this kid must have gotten his wires crossed. He hung up on every call I made. I can't keep bothering him, so I'm troubling you instead, brother Outyan. Please help me out." Long Outyan and Gao Feng exchanged a glance. "That's a difficult favor to grant. He's neither a soldier nor a base worker. He doesn't fall under my jurisdiction." Li Changlong pressed, "If you put it that way, brother Outyan, you're not being fair. He's just an ordinary citizen. If you wanted to deal with him, it would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Could it be that you simply don't want to help me?" Long Outyan replied, "Dragon Nation is a society governed by the rule of law. As servants of the people, even during the apocalypse, we will not treat our citizens this way. Li Changlong, your mentality is most dangerous." Li Changlong already knew Long Outyan wouldn't help him. He coldly laughed into the phone. "Keep pretending then. He's just a commoner. I don't believe I can't handle him without you." Long Outyan's voice also chilled. "The third base is not a place where you can run wild." Li Changlong countered, "What's this? Is the third base preparing to secede? As the chief of the second base, am I not even able to summon a commoner from the third base? I will report this matter faithfully to the Supreme Leader and the Council of Elders. Prepare yourself to explain." After Li Changlong finished speaking, he hung up. He intended to file a complaint with the Supreme Leader and the Council of Elders, letting them pressure Long Outyan into handing over the man. Since Long Outyan wouldn't cooperate, there was no point in continuing to debase himself before his cold reception. As for Gao Feng, Li Changlong had already made his preparations. Once he arrived at the second base, Li Changlong would be sure to entertain him properly. If he couldn't handle Long Outyan, was there any way he couldn't handle a mere commoner? Inside Gao Feng's villa, Long Outyan's expression grew somewhat grave. He knew Li Changlong was a sycophant who bullied subordinates and curried favor with superiors, and he also knew that Li Changlong would immediately report to the Supreme Leader and the Council of Elders, using them to pressure him into handing over the man. He could afford to give Li Changlong no face, but if the Supreme Leader and the Council of Elders united in their pressure, he would need to devise a reasonable excuse for refusal. It wouldn't be appropriate to confront them directly. He glanced at Gao Feng, who sat there as if nothing had happened, and said, "Gao Feng, should I say you have a good temperament? Or should I say you have a good temperament?" Gao Feng put down his chopsticks, raised his wine glass, and clinked it with Long Outyen's. "There's no need for you to worry, Commander Long. As long as you're not helping them deal with me, I have nothing to fear. If you decide to help them deal with me, then I can only take my family and flee. As for your concern, it's merely that Li Changlong will report to the Supreme Leader and the Council of Elders, and they might believe his slander and pressure you to hand me over. You don't need to confront them directly. Simply agree that you will try to persuade me, but unfortunately I'm not at home. I've wandered off somewhere. You can't possibly station people at my door forever, can you? Whether they believe it or not isn't important. All the Supreme Leader and the Council of Elders want is your attitude. Once you've shown them that you have no intention of seceding or rebelling, that's sufficient. You and Li Changlong are both base commanders. They won't dare favor him too heavily. They still have to give you face. You agreed to look for me, but couldn't find me at my home. After several attempts, Li Changlong's matter will be resolved, and no one will care whether I was truly absent or whether you truly tried to find me. This is a face-saving arrangement for both sides. With the wisdom of the Supreme Leader and the Council of Elders, they will step down from this arrangement. Of course, all of this is possible because you're shielding me. Otherwise, they would truly resort to force to bring me to the second base." After listening to Gao Feng's explanation, Long Outyen couldn't help but praise, "This approach is excellent. It avoids direct confrontation with the Supreme Leader and the Council of Elders, while also keeping you safe. Come, let's have another drink. I'm becoming more and more fond of you. If I had a daughter, and you weren't married, I would do everything possible to make you my son-in-law." Gao Feng smiled and clinked glasses with Long Outyen once more. "Thank you for your esteemed favor, Commander." After several rounds of drinks, and just reaching a pleasant slight intoxication, Long Outyen prepared to take his leave and return to the base. Suddenly his phone rang again. He glanced at it, and said to Gao Feng, "The Supreme Leader has indeed called." He pressed the speakerphone. The familiar voice of the Supreme Leader came through. "Outyen Changlong tells me that when he asked you for help, not only did you refuse him, but you also gave him a tongue lashing. You must unite. In the past you needed unity, and now during the apocalypse you need it even more. Our predecessors said that unity is strength. Strength harder than iron, stronger than steel. I know you disagree with some of Changlong's proposals, but he too acts for the good of Dragon Nation, hoping our nation will have a larger population and a broader future. I am very supportive of his proposal. I hope you can support it as well." Long Outyen followed Gao Feng's advice, and said, "Sir, don't listen to Li Changlong's nonsense. I didn't curse at him or withhold my support. He was simply being extremely rude and shouting at me, so I just fired back a few words. I will absolutely support and firmly uphold the decisions of the leadership and the Elder Council." The Supreme Leader asked, "Then how do you plan to handle Changlong's proposal?" Long Outyen replied, "I'll arrange for someone to go to Gao Feng's residence right away, pick him up, and escort him all the way to the second base." The Supreme Leader said with satisfaction, "That's exactly how it should be. I've told Changlong that you, Outyen, are not someone who lacks a sense of the bigger picture. That Gao Feng needs your guidance. He must learn to think beyond himself and understand the greater good. For the sake of the greater good, he shouldn't refuse, even if it means sacrificing himself. Even you or I could be called upon to make that sacrifice for a brighter future for Dragon Country." Long Outyen knew the Supreme Leader was right. He did act accordingly, but his perspective differed slightly. He believed only he, along with soldiers and base personnel, bore the responsibility to sacrifice for Dragon Country. They were those sustained by the people of Dragon Country, living off their livelihoods. But Gao Feng was different. He wasn't part of the system, and his choice to sacrifice should be his own, not forced upon him by others. Therefore he kept the truth from the Supreme Leader. On the surface he agreed to send someone to escort Gao Feng to the second base, but in reality he planned to drag his feet, outwardly complying while inwardly resisting. The Supreme Leader naturally had no insight into Long Outyen's true intentions. Upon hearing that Long Outyen would dispatch someone to escort Gao Feng to the second base, he was thoroughly pleased, offered a few words of counsel, and then ended the call. Long Outyen put away his phone and said to Gao Feng, "As we suspected, Li Changlong really did go to the Supreme Leader to pressure me. Then let's follow the plan. I'll first withdraw the people protecting you, and after half a day respond to the Supreme Leader saying the search party couldn't find you." Gao Feng asked, "What if they want to verify with that person?" Long Outyen replied, "They wouldn't go that far. I am at least the commander of the third base." Gao Feng said, "One cannot be too careful. I suggest you confide in a few trustworthy people beforehand. While the Supreme Leader and the Elder Council likely trust you, there are always those fanning the flames. And right now the situation is that they're more inclined to listen to Li Changlong's opinion." Long Outyen said, "Your suggestion makes a lot of sense. I'll make arrangements for this." Finishing his words, he stood up and said to Gao Feng, "We're leaving now. Let's come back another day to share a meal. Your food is excellent, your wine is fine, and your company is the best. Ha ha." As he spoke, he patted Gao Feng on the arm and headed toward the door. Zhu Hongyi had been waiting at the entrance for some time holding out his cold weather gear. Long Outyin slipped his arms into the sleeves, dressed himself properly, with Zhu Hongyi's assistance, and waved goodbye to Gao Feng. Gao Feng said, "Safe travels, Commander Long. We welcome you back anytime." After seeing off Long Outyin and Zhu Hongyi, Gao Feng called Chen Qian and the others down. It was Ming Muzi's turn to be on duty today, and she conscientiously cleared the dishes and chopsticks to the kitchen to wash them, disposing of the leftover food and rice. Once the kitchen waste was packed, Gao Feng stored it in his alternate space. To keep the villa tidy and clean, he had specifically set aside a section within that space solely for waste storage. After all, his alternate space was vast, and time stood still within it, so provisions wouldn't spoil. These kitchen scraps might prove useful down the line. In his previous life, even an expired sausage could spark a fight, so what about leftovers brimming with oil and fat? To those who'd gone hungry for so long, such food was like something out of paradise. However, Gao Feng and those around him would never eat discarded leftovers no matter what. The supplies he'd acquired from his alternate space, $0 shopping, were so abundant that even if their numbers multiplied tenfold or 100-fold, each person could feast openly for hundreds of years. After Ming Muzi finished washing the dishes, Zhao Minmin tied on an apron, asked everyone what dishes they'd like, prepared a menu, gathered fresh ingredients from Gao Feng, and went off to busy herself in the kitchen alone. She was quite skilled at cooking, able to prepare signature dishes from all 8 major Chinese culinary traditions: Sichuan, Shandong Cantonese, Fujian, Hunan, Anhui, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang cuisine. She believed that winning a man's heart meant capturing his appetite. Qian Haiyang certainly enjoyed her cooking. When she first arrived at Gao Feng's villa and demonstrated her cooking a few times, she quickly won over the women there. Yet Gao Feng insisted that both Chen Qian and she take turns preparing meals. His reasoning was that he'd grown accustomed to Chen Qian's cooking style, and aside from considering the others' preferences and not wanting to burden Chen Qian so heavily, he personally craved her dishes every day. Chen Qian was delighted by his words, but Zhao Minmin suspected Gao Feng was merely trying to spare Chen Qian's feelings and prevent her from feeling neglected. In her careful observations, she'd noticed that Gao Feng always ate the same amount from both women's cooking. If her cooking didn't suit his taste, he would eat less of it. Eating equally from both was simply him trying to avoid giving Chen Qian any reason to overthink things. Zhao Minmin happily cooked in the kitchen, while the 2 children retreated to their room to read comics and play with toys. Meanwhile, Chen Qian, Lisa, and Ming Muzi kept Gao Feng company in the living room, chatting away. Gao Feng reclined comfortably in the armchair as Chen Qian stood behind him, massaging his head and shoulders. Lisa and Ming Muzi sat on low stools on either side, resting his legs in their laps and kneading them. Gao Feng had experienced this kind of life for quite some time now. At first he resisted, but under Chen Qian's persistent care, he gradually came to accept and even savor it. When Chen Qian went to cook, Zhao Minmin would take her place. Sometimes the 2 children, finding it amusing, would imitate the adults and give Gao Feng hand massages. Watching Gao Feng with his eyes closed, clearly enjoying the moment, Chen Qian smiled gently and asked, "Commander Long came to drink with you earlier. Did he run into some trouble?" "Yes," Gao Feng replied. "Some fool managed to upset him." "Would you mind telling us about it?" Chen Qian asked. "And what's the situation out there now?" "What Commander Long mentioned when he came to our home has everything to do with the outside world," Gao Feng explained. Chen Qian and the others continued their tasks without interruption, though their full attention remained fixed on Gao Feng. "Commander Long told me that over 100,000 refugees have arrived from North America and are now gathered at the entrance of the second base. Commander Li Changlong of the second base actually suggested accepting them. Not only that, but he's also planning to build shelters for them and wants me to use my spatial abilities to transport construction materials for him." Chen Qian asked, "Commander Long must be against this, right?" "Of course Commander Long opposes it. From what I heard, the new head of the 4th base also disagrees, but the commanders of the 1st, 2nd, and 5th bases along with the Elder Council have all agreed to accept those American refugees. That's over 100,000 mouths to feed. How much grain would they consume each day? And Americans tend to be taller and larger, meaning they eat even more. In times like these, how can anyone be so naive and compassionate? What's infuriating is that there are quite a few people like this. Don't they consider their own citizens? Have everyone been properly fed and clothed? Food is one issue, but with the freezing temperatures, heating for over 100,000 people is a massive problem. There's also public security to consider. Are the people who approved letting them in completely foolish? And he's even considering mobilizing our own people to build shelters for these foreign refugees. Good heavens, has he lost his mind? No wonder Commander Long is so angry." Gao Feng said exactly. Commander Long accused them of occupying positions without doing any real work, of disregarding the lives and welfare of their own people. He said they studied abroad for a few years, adopted foreign fathers, and forgot their own, betraying their roots and showing ingratitude. Chen Qian asked again, "So how do you and Commander Long plan to respond? The commander of the second base surely won't give up this easily, right? If I were just going to work as a porter, I naturally wouldn't go. Commander Long and I have already discussed how to handle this. That Li Changlong is too naive. He actually offered me a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Do I lack money like that?" "Exactly. Brother has a car, a house, savings, and a beautiful companion by his side. His stockpile of supplies is more than enough. Why would he need that paltry bit of money from him? Lisha pursed her lips as she massaged Gao Feng's feet, feeling indignant on his behalf. Let whoever wants to play the hero do it. You just stay here with us, brother. Haha. Gao Feng laughed and said, Lisha is right. Let whoever wants to play the hero do it. This kind of messy, thankless business, I really don't want to get involved. I have a strong sense of national belonging. If my compatriots are in need, I'll help without asking for a cent. But to serve those foreigners, I truly can't do it. Of course, that's only if they don't cross me or my family. If they do, I won't even spare my compatriot's face. Hearing this, Lisha looked at him pitifully and asked, Brother, do you hate foreigners that much? Then, would you also hate Lisha and Ming Musief? Gao Feng was taken aback and quickly explained, Lisha, don't misunderstand. You two are the only exceptions. Hearing this, Lisha beamed with joy and said, I knew Brother Gao Feng was the best. Ming Musief also smiled shyly. Their conversation reached Chen Qian's ears verbatim. With a gentle smile on her face, she massaged Gao Feng's neck and shoulders with soft, tender movements, burying a trace of sorrow deep in her heart, where no one could see it. She had known about Lisha's infatuation with Gao Feng from the very first day. She also knew that Gao Feng had never been attracted to Lisha at first, and that the two were innocent. Even so, she had invited Lisha and the others to live in their home. Perhaps it was precisely because Gao Feng and Lisha were innocent that Chen Qian had invited them. Ever since Gao Feng told Chen Qian that he came from 15 years in the future, and had been so deeply moved when he saw her, she knew that in her past life, she must have died early in an accident. Otherwise, Gao Feng wouldn't have endured countless hardships to return to the present to find her. This was reversing time itself, something never done before in history. How much suffering must he have endured, and how deeply must he love her to accomplish this? During that time, how much loneliness and solitude had he suffered? Although Gao Feng had come in this life, would their ending still end in tragedy like Joker and Fairy Zixia in A Chinese Odyssey? If she was still doomed to die in this life, she hoped Gao Feng could have other attachments and live on. She didn't want him to risk himself for her again. And Lisha, a sweet, adorable, love-obsessed girl whose eyes were full of only Gao Feng, was the substitute Chen Qian had chosen for Gao Feng, a replacement for herself. If one Lisha wasn't enough to hold him, then she would find a way to add Ming Musief into the mix. Chen Qian glanced at Ming Musief, who was sitting across from Lisha, and a hint of resolve flashed across her face. This Ming Musief was also quite pretty. Although she wasn't completely infatuated with Gao Feng like Lisha was, at least she didn't dislike him, and she had a pleasant personality. Although these two girls were from Japan, they didn't seem to have much national attachment to Japan, or rather they appeared to yearn for the Dragon Kingdom. As for Zhao Minmin, Chen Qian didn't consider her. After all, she had already borne a child for another man. Still, she understood the little schemes in Zhao Minmin's heart, but she didn't kick the mother and daughter back to Villeneuve. One, because of them. First, there was plenty of money. Second, as a woman herself, she knew how hard it was for a woman to survive the apocalypse with a child. As long as Zhao Minmin didn't overstep her bounds, she could tolerate it. Fortunately, Zhao Minmin was smart enough. With these thoughts, Chen Qian said to Lisha, Lisha, come here, and massage Gao Feng's shoulders. I'll go check on Minmin to see when the food will be ready. We're eating late today, and I'm already a bit hungry. Lisha said, Sister Chen Qian, I'll go check. Chen Qian's tone was gentle, but her attitude was firm. No, I'll go. You come try massaging Gao Feng's neck and shoulders so you won't be useless when the need arises in the future. Get familiar with it first. After Chen Qian left, Lisha stood in her spot. The first time she placed her hands on Gao Feng's shoulders, she trembled slightly from excitement. She took a deep breath to calm herself before slowly kneading Gao Feng's neck. Chen Qian's hands were warm. Lisha didn't know whether it was from nervousness, but her hands were ice cold. Yet both pairs of hands were equally tender and smooth. One cold, one warm, starkly contrasting, yet both equally comfortable. Gao Feng had just dined with Long Outyin and had a few sips of wine. Under such relaxation, he actually fell asleep. Lisha had originally wanted to talk to him, but now she would have to find another opportunity. As if deliberately trying to create an opportunity for Lisha, Chen Qian stayed away for over 10 minutes. It wasn't until Zhao Minmin had finished cooking that she came out of the kitchen to call everyone for dinner. Lisha turned back to look at Chen Qian, pointed at Gao Feng, and mouthed, Sister, brother is asleep. Chen Qian nodded to show she understood. She told Lisha to go eat first, then went upstairs to fetch a thin blanket and draped it over Gao Feng. When she brought the two little ones out of their room, they were remarkably quiet and didn't make a fuss because Chen Qian had already told them beforehand. If it were any other day, they would have been shouting noisily, time to eat, time to eat. So while Gao Feng slept in the living room, 6 beauties, 4 adults and 2 children, quietly enjoyed the sumptuous feast in the dining room. Such a warm and wonderful scene was almost impossible to find anywhere else on Earth except in Gao Feng's home. On the African savanna, animals that had shed their fur early due to the heat had no time to grow thick coats. Because they had always lived in hot regions, they had never evolved the ability to withstand cold, and one by one they froze to death. Simba the Lion King and the small animals in his cave were not spared either. People in African tribes usually wore either loincloths made of leaves or flimsy clothes. At home, apart from a few thin garments, they had no thick clothing at all. Some only had 2 or 3 sets if any. Under the global blizzard, Africa's poor froze to death one after another. Even the nobles and even royalty managed to survive only a few extra days by burning curtains, tablecloths, and other such items. Trapped on the African savannah by the global blizzard, no one could escape and no supplies could get in. They had made no preparations beforehand, and fuel was the first to run out. Books, fine furniture, and even human bodies were thrown into the fire as fuel, yet it still wasn't enough to help them survive the cold snap. Africa became the first place on Earth where animals and humans alike went extinct. In Europe and the Americas, the situation was slightly better, but battered by natural disasters, such as scorching heat, torrential rain, tsunamis, and cold snaps, as well as man-made calamities like riots and looting. The total surviving population of these 2 continents was less than 1/1000th of what it had been before the apocalypse. In a survivor base in Europe, someone had started spreading a rumor at some point: the savior is in Asia, in the Dragon Nation. The rumor spread rapidly among the base survivors, gaining the approval of the vast majority. Someone said, "I so regret not acting on it back then. When that post reached our country, I had already bought a ticket to flee to the Dragon Nation. But I listened to my girlfriend's best friend, who claimed that Professor MacArthur, the world's foremost cosmologist, had publicly debunked it, saying the sun would never go out, and that the post was merely the rantings of a charlatan trying to destabilize the world order. She threatened to tell my girlfriend that our values were incompatible and urged her to break up with me if I didn't cancel my ticket. So I had no choice but to cancel it. Now they're both dead. Those damn American scientists are pure garbage. He ruined my life and my girlfriend's life." Someone remarked, "Most of those still alive must be the ones who believed that online post and made thorough preparations right." Another countered, "No. Most of the survivors survived by looting supplies from other survivors. Anyone who only hoarded supplies without the ability to protect them is almost certainly dead. We were fortunate to have General Bowman's protection, or we wouldn't have made it either." Someone asked, "I wonder what else will happen." The original poster hasn't responded. Why don't we form a team and head to the Dragon Nation to find him and seek his protection? The last speaker's proposal was supported by the majority, so they gathered and headed to General Bowman's residence to bid him farewell, but General Bowman persuaded them to stay. General Bowman said to them, "The Dragon Nation is thousands of kilometers away from here. The blizzard outside is fierce, and without proper transportation, how would you possibly make it? If you leave the shelter and face the wind and snow, you'll freeze to death shortly. It's pitch black outside with such heavy snow that you won't be able to navigate at all. A journey to the Dragon Nation would be a suicide mission." General Bowman's words were like a bucket of cold water extinguishing the flames burning in their hearts. Someone cried out desperately, "Are we just going to sit here and wait to die? Our food is nearly gone and our fuel is almost exhausted. General Bowman, what should we do?" General Bowman replied, "We can only wait. Didn't that post say the sun would be extinguished for only a month? Let's wait a little longer. When the sun shines again, perhaps all this darkness and evil will be dispelled. To prepare for emergencies, food rations will be halved for the next few days. Just hang in there, it won't be long." Someone muttered, "But I don't want to starve to death." However, no one paid him any mind. After all, in this base, General Bowman was the ultimate authority, and his arrangement was in fact the most reasonable one. Everyone's morale was low, yet no one objected. Having arrived full of passion, they now returned to their quarters dispirited and dejected. A similar scene played out across the American continent. After the darkness descended and the ice covered the land, the people there also gradually established numerous survivor bases of varying sizes. The same rumors circulated within these bases: the savior is in Asia, in the Dragon Nation. They began to regret their own arrogance and foolishness. Of course, throughout the entire Western world, the person cursed the most was Professor MacArthur. So where was Professor MacArthur now, having been turned into a zombie? Aboard the American icebreaker Hwao, after 14 terrifying nights, Captain Miller and the veteran environmental activist Greta were on the verge of mental collapse. Only 7 remained. They had retreated to the wheelhouse, while the others had either been converted into zombies like MacArthur or had become food for the undead. MacArthur seemed in no hurry to kill or convert them all at once, as though he were playing with his food. Otherwise, with the current number of zombies on board, the small wheelhouse could hardly hold them. The environmental activist Greta had wasted away considerably. Her eyes were dull and lifeless, her body completely drained as she slumped into a corner of the wheelhouse, utterly transformed from the confident, righteous woman who once stood under the spotlight, viciously attacking the Dragon Nation and other developing countries. Captain Miller looked at her with visible disgust. If it weren't for that woman, they might never have thrown Professor MacArthur off the ship, and he wouldn't have become this terrifying monster. Miller made up his mind: if MacArthur attacked again, he would throw that disgusting woman named Greta out. By the zombies' usual habits, she would merely become their prey, and zombies that had fed would remain quiet for at least a day. It had already been a day since the zombies last fed. Captain Miller prayed for them to reach land soon, or they would surely be hunted down by MacArthur. As for what the zombies would eat after devouring the living, Miller couldn't care less, unless he had lost his mind. Half an hour later, those familiar guttural roars grew louder as they approached. After a full meal, if the zombies didn't receive a command from MacArthur, they would wander aimlessly. Without encountering living humans or animals, they basically entered a standby state somewhat similar to a phone screensaver. If they received a command from MacArthur, or if they encountered living humans or animals, while wandering they would launch an attack with greater strength than when they were alive. They were stronger and feared neither pain nor death. The only way to kill them was to destroy their brains or burn them. At the sound of the zombies' howls, the environmental activist Greta's face turned deathly pale. Miller's earlier look at her filled her with dread. She glanced at the others in the hold, all burly men towering like iron pillars. The weaker ones had already been thrown out to feed the zombies at her suggestion. The reason she hadn't been thrown out was simply because she was a woman, offering services those men could not get elsewhere. Though plain-looking, she was uninhibited, and before the apocalypse, when Western civilization was still intact, she held a certain social status that could satisfy men's desire for conquest. But now her luck had run its course. Faced with a choice between life and death, her meager usefulness would be stripped away. She would make her final contribution to the men in the wheelhouse, sacrificing her life to buy them one more day. Miller was at the helm, while the remaining 5 men approached Greta. She backed against the wall, kicking and flailing, screaming, "Get away from me, you disgusting men. Don't touch me." Among the 5 men, one blunt fellow stepped forward and slapped her hard, saying, "Now you're disgusted by us. Yesterday you were showing off your worth, weren't you? You slut." Greta's mouth twisted with rage as she cursed, "You heartless bastard, you spineless man without an ounce of compassion. I curse you to a miserable death. I curse you to become a zombie, to suffer eternally, without redemption." The straightforward guy, seeing her curse with such fervor, stepped forward and stood before her, raining slap after slap upon her cheeks, with both hands delivering a dozen or so thunderous blows. Her nose was knocked crooked, several of her teeth were knocked loose, and her mouth filled with blood. Only when she collapsed into unconsciousness from the brutal slaps did the straightforward guy cease. Then, together with 3 other men, each grabbed one of her limbs and carried her toward the door. The 5th man, wielding the fire axe from the icebreaker, cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Spotting the right moment, he violently yanked open the hatch. The straightforward guy and the others had long been waiting beside it, and they tossed the unconscious Greta outside. The cold stimulation roused the unconscious Greta, her eyes snapping open. She discovered herself lying on the freezing deck, and not far away hordes of zombies were converging upon her from all directions. The instinct for survival unleashed within her incomparable speed and strength. She leapt to her feet and sprinted toward the bridge. Along the way, when she encountered a zombie blocking her path, she actually shoved it hard enough to send it tumbling to the ground. She rushed to the bridge door and hammered upon it with such force that the entire frame shook, screaming at the top of her lungs, "You heartless beasts, how could you treat me like this? Let me in this instant. You cannot do this to me. I still have my uses. There are still so many skills I haven't unlocked. Feed someone else to the zombies. I'm afraid of pain." Yet not a single person inside the bridge paid her any heed. The zombies, unhurried, continued their advance toward her. Due to the extreme cold, the zombie virus invading the zombies' brains had very low activity levels, so their movements were not particularly swift. This undoubtedly intensified Greta's terror. Seeing the zombie encirclement about to form, she made a desperate dash outward. Since the bridge was inaccessible, she attempted to reach other cramped, enclosed spaces within the ship. Even if it meant starving to death, she refused to be devoured alive by zombies. However, fortune did not favor her this time. A zombie blocked her path head-on. Perhaps because she had expended too much energy during her earlier desperate burst, this time, she failed to knock the zombie down. In that fleeting instant, she found herself trapped within layers upon layers of zombies that had closed in from all sides. In no time at all, her blood-curdling screams echoed from within the zombie circle. Her face, her hands, her body, even her legs and feet, were being gnawed upon by the zombies with their foul, putrid mouths. Since her vital organs, such as her heart and brain, had not yet been destroyed, Greta remained conscious throughout the entire ordeal. Even as she shrieked in agony, a zombie lunged forward and bit down upon her lips. It was a genuine bite. Blood mingled with the foul, rotting, unidentified liquid dripping from the zombie's mouth, flowing down Greta's throat and into her stomach, causing her to heave violently. Yet her limbs were pinned in place, leaving her utterly helpless. She was secured face up at a 45-degree angle on the deck. The contents churning from her stomach traveled along her face and lips, stripped of skin, flowing toward her neck, then dripping down into the mouth of another zombie crouched behind her, feasting upon her nape. That zombie accidentally swallowed the foul liquid flowing from her stomach and immediately retreated to the side to retch violently. This alone was sufficient proof of how utterly malevolent all the poison in her gut had been. The zombies' bloody feast continued. They meticulously avoided the noxious fluid spilling from Greta's abdomen as they devoured her flesh. Gradually, she lost her life due to excessive blood loss and prolonged exposure to the frigid environment. In the end, she was reduced to nothing but a withered skeleton. The satiated zombies then began to wobble and disperse in all directions. Inside the bridge, the straightforward guy asked Captain Miller, "Captain, how many more days until we reach the nearby continent?" Captain Miller replied, "If all goes according to plan, we will pass through the Bering Strait today. However, with the weather being this cold, there's a chance the Bering Strait has already frozen over. If the Bering Strait is frozen over and frozen solid at that, this old icebreaker of ours may never make it back. At this moment, a crew member dressed in a sailor uniform who bore a resemblance to Dwayne Johnson spoke up. I wonder if any of you have noticed, as the temperature drops, these zombies are becoming increasingly sluggish. The discoveries from our past 2 observations confirm my hypothesis. They were even slower today than yesterday. Could it be that the virus invading the zombies' brains changes its activity level in response to temperature fluctuations? When the temperature falls below a certain threshold, they may even enter a dormant state. At the same time, they are afraid of fire. When the temperature exceeds a certain value, they will die. In a sense, this zombie virus is also a living organism. All living things have their own specific range of temperature tolerance. After he finished speaking, Captain Miller led the applause. Johnny, I never imagined you'd be so brilliant. Your discovery is on par with Columbus discovering the New World. You're goddamn brilliant. The other men, whose minds were relatively simpler, could not quite comprehend why Captain Miller was so excited. Feeling elated, Captain Miller patiently explained to them. Johnny just discovered the zombies' weakness. This aligns perfectly with my initial speculation. I suspected from the beginning that the zombies couldn't possibly have no weaknesses. All carbon-based life forms should fear fire. It's just that when I initially proposed using fire against them, Greta, that wretched woman, stopped me. Seeing that the crew members still wore bewildered expressions, Captain Miller had no choice but to speak in the most direct terms. Johnny and I have already discovered the zombies' weakness. When the temperature drops below yesterday's level, their speed decreases. The lower the temperature, the more their speed diminishes. Of course, we're not certain how much the MacArthur zombie will be affected. Simultaneously, they should fear fire. If we arrive at the Bering Strait today, we will launch our assault. At that time, the temperature will be even lower, their mobility will be even more sluggish, and we will have an opportunity to counterattack and wipe them out in waves. Immediately, the group discussed the specifics of their next wave of assault and took inventory of their weapons. In total, they possessed 2 fire axes, 2 flamethrowers, 2 shotguns, and 3 harpoons. There were only 6 people in the bridge, so the weapons were sufficient for each person to have one. After distributing the weapons, they took out a small portion of the food stored inside the bridge, divided it among themselves, and ate. Conserving their strength, they waited for the next day to arrive. The icebreaker sailed forward under the navigation settings Captain Miller had programmed. The watchkeeper didn't even need to glance ahead. If obstacles appeared, the ship would automatically evade and decelerate while issuing warnings. Half a day later, the icebreaker arrived at the Bering Strait. The Bering Strait, deeply ensconced in the northern seas, is renowned as one of the most enigmatic channels in the world. Those who traverse its waters are often struck by an overwhelming aura of mystery. It conceals numerous mysterious legends and dangers. Within the tales surrounding the Bering Strait, silhouettes of enigmatic creatures frequently appear. Legend has it that this is because the Bering Strait serves as the favored hunting ground for colossal sea beasts. There are whispered stories of sea serpents, gigantic pythons stretching hundreds of meters capable of capsizing vessels with their colossal waves. And there exist massive tuna monsters bristling with razor-sharp barbs across their entire bodies. Whether these legends hold truth or falsehood, they invariably deepen the mystique of the Bering Strait. The Bering Strait marks the boundary between the Eurasian and American continents, a mere 80 kilometers in width with depths ranging between 30 to 50 meters. The Bering Strait divides 2 great oceans, the Arctic Ocean to the north and the Pacific to the south. Influenced by the frigid currents of the Arctic, the water temperature here remains extremely low, making the formation of hidden ice remarkably easy. When the apocalypse descended and the sun was extinguished within merely a week, the narrow strait became encased in a thick layer of ice. As time progressed, this ice accumulated relentlessly, spreading hundreds of kilometers from the strait's shores toward the center of the ocean. Consequently, the automatic navigation equipment aboard the A-10 icebreaker detected obstacles far earlier than anticipated, initiated deceleration, and issued warnings to Captain Miller and his companions. Captain Miller and his crew had long prepared for this moment. His spirit electrified, he cast a fervent glance at the instrument readings and declared, "Brothers, we're about to reach the mainland. Once the ship docks, we charge out. As long as we leave the ship, we'll be safe. Those zombies can never catch up to us." The straightforward young man inquired, "Once we reach shore, where do we go? With these crude skiing tools and our own 2 legs, there's no way we can make it back to the beautiful country." Captain Miller spoke without hesitation, to Longhua. "Before the apocalypse, I read that post. At the time, I didn't believe it, but now I'm compelled to believe. That person must be a messenger sent by God to save us faithful believers. I must confess before them. I shouldn't have been deluded by the devil, shouldn't have listened to that old fraud MacArthur's slanderous words. That's why I've suffered these misfortunes. He is Noah of this new era. He must know how to survive this apocalypse." The straightforward young man declared, "Captain Miller, I shall follow you to Longhua to seek the Savior together." The other 4 also spoke, "We shall follow you, journeying together to seek the Savior." As they spoke, the vessel drew ever closer to the shore. Captain Miller progressively reduced the ship's speed, seeking the steadiest possible approach to the coastline. Before long the ship came to a halt. Through surveillance monitors, Captain Miller confirmed there were no zombies near the bridge. He addressed the other 5, "Let's go now." He violently threw open the bridge door, charging toward the bow with unwavering resolve. The other 5 followed closely behind. The zombies aboard the ship had fed on Greta half a day prior. Now they lounged lazily about, perhaps engaged in some form of post-meal digestion, resembling humans taking an after-dinner stroll. When Miller's group burst forth, the zombies momentarily failed to react. It was only when MacArthur let out an enraged shriek that they realized their future companions and caged provisions had fled. One by one the zombies converged from their respective positions surrounding Miller's group. But as Miller and Johnny had hypothesized, the lower the temperature, the lower the viral activity within those zombies. Their ability to control their bodies deteriorated accordingly. Each zombie shuffled along at a pace comparable to that of a centenarian shuffling with a cane. The first-generation zombie MacArthur, witnessing his subordinates' uselessness, bellowed with frantic agitation. Despite his urgent urging, their speed increased only marginally, utterly futile, and in fact several zombies stumbled and collapsed upon the deck. With no alternative, MacArthur, still bearing wounds himself, emerged from the shadows pursuing Miller's group. However, his speed was severely compromised by the frigid weather. If his pace days prior had been 2 to 3 times that of Miller's group, now it was merely 1 to 1, 2 times their speed. When Miller's group saw MacArthur pursuing them, they were initially thrown into disarray. But upon observing his significantly diminished speed, they instantly composed themselves. A bold idea crystallized in Captain Miller's mind. He restrained the 2 men who wished to fire their weapons, addressing them, and the other who wielded a flamethrower. "Listen carefully, everyone. This first-generation zombie, weakened by the cold, now moves at a pace nearly comparable to an ordinary person. Our opportunity for vengeance has arrived. When I give the signal, the ones with shotguns aim for its legs. Cripple it, so it cannot flee. Jameson, join me in torching this creature until it's thoroughly cooked. Damn it. It dared to kill so many of us. I'll burn it alive. Once we've roasted it, we'll take care of these sluggish zombies too. Use them as kindling." The straightforward young man interjected, "Why go through so much trouble? Wouldn't it be better for us to simply escape?" Captain Miller stated, "First, if we don't eliminate them, what if they infect more people? Do you genuinely believe we can maintain our safety indefinitely? What if the weather warms up in the future? These zombies won't be so easy to deal with then. Second, it transformed most of my crew and passengers into zombies and devoured others alive. This grudge demands vengeance. Previously, there was no opportunity for revenge. Now that we have such an excellent chance, if I don't settle this score, I damn well won't be able to sleep." Michelle, Johnny, and the others declared, "Captain Miller, we support you." Witnessing the 5-to-1 vote, the straightforward young man, fearing isolation, reluctantly conceded, "I was merely offering a suggestion. Whatever decision you make, Captain Miller, I support you." Captain Miller's lips twitched slightly as he said, "That's the spirit. We have only 6 people left now. We must stand united and not create discord. All right, everyone pay attention. It's about to enter the flamethrower's range. Everyone prepare, 3, 2, 1. Fire." The moment the words left his mouth, he aimed the flamethrower's nozzle at MacArthur, scorching toward its head. Simultaneously, Jameson directed flames at MacArthur's torso. The other 2 with shotguns targeted MacArthur's legs for bombardment. Roar! A piercing shriek rang out. Severely wounded MacArthur hastily retreated. At the same time, the zombies transformed from the ship's crew scrambled desperately toward this location to protect their master. Captain Miller's plan had succeeded. Their confidence surging, they began pursuing and hunting MacArthur, eliminating many zombies that lunged toward them along the way. But regrettably, the flamethrowers they wielded were diesel-powered with a maximum temperature of only 1,300 degrees. Additionally, hindered by the zombies along the path MacArthur escaped, they failed to reduce him to ashes on the spot. Had they been wielding flamethrowers powered by number 92 gasoline, they would certainly have been able to incinerate MacArthur on the spot. When the flamethrower scorched MacArthur's body for less than a second, it was in its most comfortable temperature zone, and its speed exploded. But it did not use the chance to attack Captain Miller and the others. Instead, it accelerated backward, putting as much distance as possible between itself and the 2 flamethrowers it dreaded. Its legs had been shattered by shotgun blasts, but it used its arms as legs, and its speed was still terrifying. Even as it fled, it kept burrowing its head and body into the snow on the deck, using the cold snow to lower its body temperature. The wind at sea was fierce, so the snow on the deck was not deep, barely covering the ankles. MacArthur's snow-cooling trick was therefore of little use. Moreover, the body's fats had been ignited at 130 degrees, severely damaging the zombie virus inside MacArthur. If the flames were not put out quickly, its so-called immortality would become a joke within a minute or 2. Fire could truly kill it. It let out one more unwilling roar, rushed to the ship's rail, clambered onto the railing, and leapt into the sea. Victory! The crew burst into cheers and began mopping up the zombies aboard the ship. Because shotgun shells and flamethrower fuel were scarce non-renewable resources, they used fire axes and harpoons to attack. The 6 of them took turns with 5 weapons striking at the zombies' brains. The creatures were so slow now that they were like wooden stakes and scarecrows easily cut down or pierced by Miller and the others. The one remaining person grabbed their legs, dragged them over, and stacked them in the middle of the deck. About half an hour later, the six cleared every zombie from the ship. Then they went to the icebreaker's engine compartment, brought back a crate of diesel, filled the flamethrower's fuel tank, and poured the rest over the zombie pile. Miller and the others stood in a row before the pile and offered a brief, silent mourning. After all, these zombies had been their colleagues, friends, and family not long ago. After the mourning, Miller raised the flamethrower and sprayed a column of fire onto the fuel-soaked pile. The flames met the diesel and blazed up violently. The howling north wind whipped them into monstrous shapes, and the fire fed by the wind burned even brighter. Human hair, skin, and bones are excellent fuel. Once they reached their ignition point, they added to the burning. Crackling sounded across the deck. None of them hurried away. Perhaps they were paying a last tribute to the zombies, their former companions. Or perhaps they could not bear to part with the long-missing warmth of the burning bodies. Only when the flames began to die down did Captain Miller say, "Let's go." Then, and only then, did they tear their eyes from the blaze and leave with lingering reluctance. They turned on their headlamps and descended one by one down the rope ladder hanging over the side of the ship. Johnny was the first down. Seeing that his feet could already touch the snow, he let go of the ladder and jumped. With a soft thud, Johnny, who was 195 meters tall, plunged straight into a snow hollow, his head not even visible. Used to the thin snow on the deck, they had no idea that the snow across most of the continent was already several meters deep. Even by the coast, where strong winds had blown much of it away, the snow was more than 2 meters deep. Gunji Boy followed right behind him. He climbed down a few rungs and was about to jump the way Johnny had, but when he saw Johnny vanish without a trace, he was too afraid to move. Higher up, Captain Miller had no idea what was going on below. He failed to notice that Gunji Boy had paused mid-climb, and he accidentally stepped on his hand. Because of the cold, everyone wore thick boots, so Captain Miller did not feel anything wrong. His other foot landed on Gunji Boy's other hand. When Miller stepped on his first hand, Gunji Boy had already started screaming. When Miller stepped on his other hand, he heard the screams, stopped where he was, and looked down to ask what was wrong. "Gunji Boy, what's happening down there? Is there any danger?" Gunji Boy shouted furiously, "You're standing on my hand. Move your foot right now, or you're going to trample me to death." At that moment, a gust of wind howled past Captain Miller's ear. Anyone who has ever carried a passenger on an e-bike knows that when the wind is roaring past your ears, the rider can hardly hear what the passenger is saying. Captain Miller could not make out Gunji Boy's words. He twisted his body to try to see Gunji Boy and asked again, "Gunji Boy, what did you say?" "The wind is too strong. I can't hear you." Gunji Boy felt like dying. "You rotten sneak. Is stepping on my hand not enough? What do you mean by twisting around while standing on me? Is it because I suggested retreating just now and you think I'm disobedient, so you're taking revenge?" With that thought, he shouted again, "Captain Miller, you're standing on my hand." But he was unlucky. Or perhaps the north wind had a grudge against him. Another gust howled past Captain Miller's ear, so strong it narrowed Miller's eyes to slits. Once again, Miller could not hear what Gunji Boy was saying. Fortunately, those above Miller saw that something was wrong. Jameson, the last one down, had not begun to descend yet. Standing by the gunwale and looking over, he saw Captain Miller standing directly on Gunji Boy's hands. He passed the message down to Captain Miller, and Captain Miller finally realized something was amiss. So everyone moved up 2 rungs. Gunji Boy's hands were sore and numb from being stepped on, and he had not expected Miller to suddenly lift his feet. He lost his grip, and a gust of wind knocked him off the ladder. At that moment, Johnny had just climbed out of the snow hollow and poked his head above it, only for Gunji Boy to smash him back into the snow. By then, Captain Miller, Jameson, and the others had finally sensed that something was terribly wrong. Miller gestured to Jameson, signaling him to have the other 2 on the ladder climb back to the deck first, while Miller himself climbed back up. Then he saw the deep snow hollow where Johnny and Gunji Boy had fallen. He fell into deep silence. With snow this deep, how could anyone possibly have walked out? Captain Miller knew that the 6 of them would be trapped on this icebreaker for a very long time. He looked at the 2 men struggling to climb out of the snow hollow and signaled for them to come back to the ship. Johnny and Gunji Boy then climbed back up the rope ladder to the icebreaker. Once everyone was together, Captain Miller said, "I have some bad news. We're going to be trapped on this ship for a long time." Third base, Long Outyen's office. Long Outyen dialed the Supreme Leader's private number, and the call was soon connected. The Supreme Leader asked over the phone, "Outyen, how did things go?" It was clear that he was very concerned about Li Changlong's matter. Long Outyen replied, "Leader, I sent people to Gao Feng's home to look for him, but he was nowhere to be found. Those I sent searched inside as well, but found nothing." After hearing this, the Supreme Leader was silent for a moment. As if talking to himself and also questioning Long Outyen, he said, "Outside is pitch black and a howling blizzard is raging. Why would he leave home instead of staying put? Where else could he have gone?" Long Outyen said, "Leader, I truly don't know where he went. According to the people I sent, they waited at his home for half a day and still did not see him return." The Supreme Leader pressed on, "Doesn't he have family? Did you ask his family where he went? Or maybe bring his family back to the base, leave him a note in a conspicuous place, and tell him to come to the base for his family once he returns." Long Outyen replied, Leader, neither he nor his family is at home. Is it possible that he sensed a threat and left with his family in advance? Li Changlong spoke to me in a commanding tone on the phone. With his personality, he may have made verbal threats to Gao Feng. If Gao Feng sensed danger, he may have taken his family and fled early. Hearing Long Outyan's explanation, the supreme leader could hardly keep pressing him to bring Gao Feng to the second base. He simply said, "Keep sending people to keep watch on Gao Feng's home. As soon as he comes back, bring him to the base and keep him under control. Since he has spatial ability or a spatial treasure, he must be ready at all times to contribute to the country. How can he be allowed to run around? If he runs into danger and is hurt by enemy agents or has his spatial treasure seized, it would be a tremendous loss to the country. Outyan, this is a failure in your work. How could such an important person slip beyond your protection? As for transporting supplies, I will call Changlong and have him activate Plan B." Long Outyan said on the phone, "Leader, I have failed in my duty. If he returns, I will keep a close watch on him." The supreme leader asked in a seemingly casual tone, "Outyan, Gao Feng has been at your base. You have had dealings with him a few times already, haven't you? Have you found out whether his ability to store supplies comes from a supernatural power or from a spatial treasure?" Long Outyan did not conceal anything and answered with certainty, "From several observations I made when dealing with him, his ability to store supplies comes from his own supernatural power, not a spatial treasure. He has no spatial treasures such as storage rings or storage vases. He personally told me that it is a power he acquired unintentionally. However, he also said that he cannot explain how he obtained this power or how he establishes a connection between the other dimension and reality. It seems that after he had a dream, he suddenly possessed it. Storing and retrieving objects depends entirely on his mind." Hearing Long Outyan's words, the supreme leader dismissed a certain idea in his mind. He merely said, "If that is the case, then you must protect him well. Once you find him, do not let him live outside the base any longer." After saying this, he hung up. Long Outyan narrowed his eyes slightly, called for Zhu Hongyi, and headed once more with him to Gao Feng's home. He wanted to tell Gao Feng about the conversation he had with the supreme leader and prepare him mentally, because someone at the top had already begun to covet Gao Feng's spatial ability. To keep Gao Feng from being coveted, he had told the higher-ups that Gao Feng's spatial ability was not obtained through a treasure, temporarily dissuading them from any thoughts of seizing it. But inevitably they might start coveting it again later. He planned to ask Gao Feng candidly about his spatial ability or any other supernatural powers. Previously he had refrained from asking to avoid suspicion, but the situation now forced him to ask. Once he got a clear answer, he would naturally have a way to handle his superiors. Fortunately, a violent blizzard had been raging outside. Although communication between the bases was still maintained, the movement of people and supplies had been completely cut off. It was extremely unlikely that people from other bases would come to verify the truth of what he said. For this reason, his dissatisfaction with Li Changlong deepened. He truly acts like a tyrant among his own people and a coward before outsiders. In this kind of weather, he has the nerve to request people from our third base. The roads are gone, or are we supposed to fly over? After all, the road between the third base command center and Gao Feng's home could only be kept relatively clear, because 8 snowplows worked day and night to clear the snow. Other roads without snowplows had long been buried under several meters of snow, and in some places the snow might even be as deep as 10 meters. Gao Feng was a little surprised that Long Outyan had come back. After listening to his account, he smiled faintly and consoled him, "Commander Long, don't worry. I told you, as long as you don't make a move against me, I am not afraid of anyone." Long Outyan said, "You think too highly of me. I want to know what you rely on." Gao Feng said, "Now the roads are blocked by heavy snow, so it is unlikely that other bases will send large forces to encircle me. Besides, I have done nothing to wrong the Dragon Nation, and I have no treasure worthy of such an effort. My spatial ability comes from an awakened power within me. You saw it up close last time. The higher-ups probably know about it by now, don't they?" Long Outyan said, "I consider that a matter of your personal privacy, so I did not tell anyone else." Gao Feng slapped his forehead and said, "You really should have told them. Otherwise they might think I have a treasure and send people to seize it. If they knew I have no treasure and that it is an awakened ability, I would be much safer. There is another thing you can tell them. After the sun shines again, a new energy will emerge between heaven and earth, and many survivors will awaken special abilities. My spatial ability is a gift from my ancestors. After Zhao appeared to me in a dream last time, I had this ability the moment I woke up. I was only afraid that saying it aloud would cause too great a stir and that you would take me away for dissection." Long Outyan had not expected Gao Feng to reveal everything about his spatial ability before he could even ask. Not only that, Gao Feng had also brought him an electrifying piece of news. His eyes full of expectation, Long Outyan asked, "Once the sun shines again, will all of us gain superpowers?" Gao Feng said, "Most people will, but the nature and strength of their abilities will differ from person to person. In the dream, Zhao told me that some people will awaken the ability to spout fire, some to spout water, some can turn their skin into rock, some can shapeshift, some can command the wind, and some can burrow through the earth. Of course, others may awaken spatial storage abilities like mine." As Long Outyan listened, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. For a moment, the apocalypse did not seem so bad after all. At the second base, Li Changlong, after finishing a phone call with the supreme leader, flew into another rage. Do they really take us for 3-year-olds? Fine, Long Outyan. How dare you fob us off with such a reason? That supreme leader is really something. Long Outyan's excuse is obviously flimsy, so why did you believe him? Outside it was pitch black with strong wind and heavy snow. That man Gao Feng would have to be out of his mind to take his family out in such weather. He says I threatened him. Threatened him, my ass. Long Outyan just doesn't want to see me earn merit, so he said that deliberately. I seriously suspect he never sent anyone to look for that Gao Feng at all. Maybe he even heard about me being humiliated by Gao Feng and is secretly gloating. Damn it. Those two bastards. After venting, he picked up the phone and called his subordinates, ordering them to activate Plan B, draw manpower from within the base's jurisdiction to build shelters for those international friends. However, very few responded. He had to raise the pay to twice the original amount before recruiting enough workers. In the freezing cold, unless most households had already run low on their food reserves, nobody would come out to work in such weather. Xiong Ruiji and Xiong Ruixiang were twin brothers, 24 years old college seniors who had not yet entered the workforce. In ordinary days, they were busy studying and playing video games at school. They had never even had a girlfriend before the apocalypse came. Their home was at the fourth base, but their school was at the second base. Before the apocalypse, the country had carried out a great migration, and all means of transportation had been requisitioned to serve that migration. Therefore, they were unable to return to their parents at the fourth base and had no choice but to live at the second base. Their parents had transferred them a large sum of money and told them to stock up on supplies. However, lacking life experience and never having read apocalyptic novels, they spent more than half of the money on CDs, comics, and other spiritual necessities, buying relatively little food. Thus, the brothers who were short of supplies answered Li Changlong's call, joined the work crew, and built shelters for those international friends. Xiong Ruixiang said, "Brother, do you think the person in charge of the base has his head jammed in a door? He has surplus grain but won't share it with our own people. Instead, he uses it to aid those foreigners. And he even recruits us to build shelters for them. If it weren't for the fairly high pay, I would really like to give his mother a piece of my mind to his face." Xiong Ruiji said, "His head is stuck in a door all right. While our own people are still going hungry, he puts on airs like a big shot in front of foreigners. Wouldn't it be better to use that extra money and grain to let our own people live more comfortably? Our country is so powerful now. Why would it still need to kneel and beg to make friends with others? It should be those small countries kneeling and begging to become friends with us. Back then, when we stood up from the ruins, we didn't rely on so-called international friends. We relied on our ancestors who fought for it with their lives. Times are different now, but I still can't understand why some people cannot stand tall and instead demean themselves in front of those so-called international friends." Xiong Ruixiang said, "I heard that a few years ago a certain Eastern university provided companion study services for international students, upgrading from 1-on-1 to 3-on-1. Not only did they accompany them in their studies, but they also accompanied them in leisure, and they even offered generous scholarships, practically worshipping those international students as gods. That matter caused a huge uproar on the internet back then." Xiong Ruiji said, "Yeah, things like that are not rare. Our country has stood up, but there are always some people whose servility is still buried deep in their bones and has not been stripped from their bodies. If war comes, these people will definitely be traitors who lead the enemy." Xiong Ruixiang continued, "I really wonder how these people's brains are wired. They eat Longwa's rice while doing things that smash Longwa people's rice bowls. They always think the moon is rounder abroad. Such people truly deserve to die." Xiong Ruiji said, "Forget it, little brother. Let's not dwell on the past. Isn't our country getting better and better? Those people are not the mainstream after all. They will gradually be eliminated by society." Xiong Ruixiang said, "Brother, you're too optimistic. Look at what lousy stuff the base has us doing this time. Build shelters for international friends. I would just sneer at that. For the sake of humanitarianism, I won't say anything about giving them some food, but have all their hands broken. Can't they build shelters by themselves? Why not let them work for relief? And here in Longwa, could this even be done without the consent of the person in charge of the base? What does that show? It shows that the person in charge of the base is the driving force behind the whole thing. Brother, the enemy has already infiltrated the command headquarters." Xiong Ruiji said, "Even so, I still believe our country has the ability to resolve all crises. After all, we are the only civilization that has endured 5,000 years without collapsing. From ancient times to the present, our opponents have changed for who knows how many rounds. We have also been beaten hard by them before, but only we have had the last laugh." Xiong Ruixiang said, "I hope so." At that moment, a young man who was somewhat shorter and about the same age came over and shouted, "Xiong to Xiong Air, what are you two talking about? Have you two collected your work uniforms?" The newcomer was their university classmate from the same county town, named Jizha. They were a generation that had grown up watching Bunny Bears, so their college classmates gave each of the three a nickname. Xiong Ruiji and Xiong Ruixiang, both about 1.75 meters tall, were called Xiong Da and Xiong Air, while Jizha, about 10 centimeters shorter, was called King Jiji. The three of them were very close and often did things together. Hearing Jizha call them Xiong Ruixiang said, King Jiji, are they still giving out work uniforms? Didn't you help us get ours? Jizha said, this work uniform has to be collected in person. The quality is pretty good, each set probably costs several hundred yuan. It's over there. You two go line up and get a set. After you get the clothes, we'll first go get something to eat. Xiong Ruixiang said, how can you still have money? We brothers are so broke, we're about to eat dirt. Otherwise we wouldn't have come out to work in this cold weather. Jizha said, I've only got one red note left. If I don't work I can't hold out for more than 2 days. I heard that wages are paid daily. You two go get your uniforms, and I'll treat you to a meal. Let's spend this 100 yuan. Xiong Ruixiang said happily, great. King Jiji, you're the best. We'll go get the uniforms now. When we get paid, my brother, and I will treat you back. Jizha said with a smile, go on. We're brothers, so don't say such formal things. When we're out in the world, we should help one another whenever we can. Besides, you two have helped me plenty. Xiong Ruiji patted Jizhu on the shoulder and said only 3 words, we are brothers. Then he went with Xiong Ruixiang to line up and collect their work uniforms.